Xiao Linglong could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Gu Yuan?" At the pinnacle of the ninth star Do Saint stage, he has surely reached the apex of this realm. This seemingly simple statement was imbued with her precise assessment and profound sentiments regarding the power hierarchy of this unfamiliar dimension. However, it was curious that they harbored such apprehension towards a solitary female cultivator. Should this news circulate, others would likely be unable to suppress their laughter, deeming it utterly absurd that two formidable leaders would cower before a woman. Yet, those truly acquainted with Xiao Linglong understood the underlying reasons for such trepidation and would never dare mock the Heavenly Emperor and the Demon Emperor for their fears. After all, it was only the Heavenly Emperor and the Demon Emperor within the entire primordial realm who possessed the audacity to challenge Xiao Linglong's authority. As for the Emperor of the Demon Clan, despite his extraordinary prowess, he lacked the courage to confront Xiao Linglong and could only choose to retreat. Heaven, earth, and humanity seemed to resonate with the cataclysmic disaster brought about by this fierce battle, emitting mournful wails that were deep and tragic, as if lamenting the impending annihilation of the world. This conflict persisted for millennia, with the primordial realm resembling a fragile vessel on the brink of capsizing amidst a tempest, poised to plunge into the abyss. The entire world teetered on the verge of collapse. Enormous fissures marred the earth, and countless black voids appeared in the sky, threatening to consume all existence. At this critical juncture, the human cultivator Xiao Linglong emerged like a radiant dawn piercing through the darkness. Armed with a long sword that gleamed with a chilling light, she seemed capable of freezing all malevolence within the world. Her gaze was resolute and unwavering, emanating an unparalleled aura, as if she were the sovereign of this realm. With sword in hand, she plunged into the heart of the battlefield, where enemies fell before her like leaves swept away by the autumn wind. Through her resounding victory in this battle, Xiao Linglong not only earned the recognition of heaven, earth, and humanity, but also secured her supreme status as the foremost figure in the primordial realm. Following this monumental conflict, her cultivation underwent a transformative leap, successfully breaking through to the exalted realm of the primordial Taiji Golden Immortal. This realm, in the primordial realm, was nothing short of transcendent, having touched the very essence of the world's power. Thereafter, Xiao Linglong took upon herself the solemn duty of safeguarding the primordial realm. Utilizing her exceptional wisdom and formidable strength, she led the human cultivators in establishing a vast and intricate formation. This formation, resembling a colossal vortex, continuously absorbed the chaotic energies, refining them and subsequently replenishing the primordial realm. Under the nurturing influence of this formation, the human race in the primordial realm gradually grew stronger, establishing their foothold beyond the dimensional void while ingeniously coexisting within it, thereby creating a unique mode of existence. Most astonishingly, Xiao Linglong was not even 100,000 years old. For cultivators, a century of millennia was but a fleeting moment, far too brief. The ancient beings who had arduously cultivated for several lifetimes to attain the realm of Hunyuan Daluo were left utterly astounded upon learning of Xiao Linglong's age. They had invested countless years and endured innumerable tribulations to reach their current state, while Xiao Linglong had transcended them in such a brief span, achieving the supreme realm of Hunyuan Taiji Daluo Jingxian. This compelled them to acknowledge from the depths of their hearts that this remarkable woman was indeed a legendary figure, whose talents and opportunities were exceedingly rare. In a world that the formations established by humanity for refining the chaotic essence continued to take effect, the Taichu realm grew increasingly powerful. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth became more abundant, and the mountains and rivers radiated with vibrant life. The spirits of heaven, earth, and humanity sensed the immense contributions Xiao Linglong had made to the Taichu realm, and they were profoundly moved by her achievements. Thus, the three spirits united to forge a sword of the great Tao, imbued with the purest forces of the universe. The blade shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, as if it encapsulated all the wisdom and strength of the world. When this sword appeared before Xiao Linglong, the entire Taichu realm trembled, as if paying homage to this legendary woman. Upon receiving the sword of the great Tao, Xiao Linglong felt the formidable power it contained and the recognition and trust bestowed upon her by the three spirits. From that moment on, she was not merely the guardian of the Taichu realm, but also favored by the spirits of the great Tao, who held her in high regard. Xiao Linglong's personality was free-spirited and unrestrained. She was never confined by the mundane rules and restrictions of the world. She yearned for freedom, pursued truth, and faced all things with an open heart. After quelling the chaos and mending the world, she amassed a considerable amount of merit. This merit surrounded her like brilliant stars, radiating dazzling light. The spirit of the great Tao, sensing this powerful force of virtue, manifested an ethereal figure. This figure emanated a gentle glow, embodying all the love and wisdom of the universe. The spirit gazed at Xiao Linglong with eyes full of approval and contentment, and then spoke softly, bestowing upon her the title of Xiao Xian. This title was not only an acknowledgement of Xiao Linglong's power, but also a profound commendation of her character and achievements. Henceforth, the name Xiao Xian resonated throughout the Taichu realm and the entire cosmos, echoing like thunder. As time flowed on and the years swiftly passed, the Taichu realm gradually returned to its former vitality and prosperity under Xiao Linglong's guardianship. Now, as she surveyed the world that had stabilized completely, her heart brimmed with contentment. At this moment, 9 formidable beings emerged among the human practitioners, having reached the 9th level of the Hunyuan Wujituo Jingxian, displaying extraordinary strength. Chapter 2. The World of Combat Qi. In the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, there exist 9 formidable beings of Taoism, with the heavenly Tao directly corresponding to the unparalleled realm of the primordial chaos. The emergence of such powerful entities has significantly elevated the strength of the primordial realm, filling Xiao Linglong with immense pride. However, Xiao Linglong is inherently restless, her heart perpetually yearning for exploration of the unknown worlds. With the primordial realm now stabilized, she believes it is time to temporarily entrust the guardianship of her world to these powerful beings. Thus, she made a resolute decision to seal her own cultivation and boldly embarked on a journey to various realms. She hopes to enhance her own Tao rhythm through the comprehension of the grand principles of different worlds, thereby perfecting her path of cultivation. Carrying an abundance of Tao merits, her arrival is akin to a refreshing rain from many spirits of the void. These spirits, sensing the formidable aura of merit radiating from Xiao Linglong, warmly welcome her presence as a harbinger of renewal and transformation for their worlds as well as a source of protection through the grand principles. Consequently, Xiao Linglong commenced her wandering journey, traversing between realms, immersing herself in the diverse customs and the rules of the great Tao. In this life, she arrived in the realm of combat Qi. Having previously roamed the higher realms and gleaned insights from numerous grand principles, she now felt it was time to explore the mid to lower realms with the combat Qi realm serving as her initial destination. Her reincarnation took place within the Xiao family of the Xiao clan. As for her acquaintance with Guyuan, it was a testament to the boundless creativity of humanity, which has birthed an array of wondrous creations, including novels. Yet my third brother has indeed left those women without a title Daha, a transmigrator dabbling here and there, yet his reputation is quite commendable, surpassing that so-called Tang San. I should find time to visit the Doluo realm. If the Qian family proves incompetent, then I shall erase the Doluo realm. Xiao Linglong mused silently, her eyes gleaming with a resolute light, as if declaring to the world that her will is unwavering. Images of the Doluo realm danced in her mind as she began planning her future journey to her. Nothing was impossible as long as she desired to achieve something, she would undoubtedly accomplish it. Within the spacious and solemn hall of the Xiao clan, the atmosphere was particularly tense. Gun, a formidable Dou saint radiating an overwhelming presence, gently placed Gu Suner into the hands of Xiao Linglong's father, Xiao Jean. He slightly bowed, gazing at Gu Suner with paternal affection, tenderly advising, "Suner, be good, your father must leave now." His voice was imbued with the deep concern of a father for his daughter. Gu Suner, with her bright eyes blinking sweetly, beamed a charming smile, nodding earnestly as she replied, "All right, father." Her obedient and understanding demeanor brought joy to all who beheld her. Hu Yuan gazed at his daughter with satisfaction, a smile of contentment gracing his face, before turning his attention to Xiao Jean. That moment, Xiao Jean's eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions: reverence, gratitude, and a hint of indescribable apprehension. Gu Yuan nodded slightly, courteously stating, "Chief Xiao, I must take my leave, please remain." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jean hastily bowed in respect, sincerely replying, "Then I shall not see you off any further." He watched Gu Yuan's retreating figure, silently reflecting on how the arrival of this formidable being had cast an intangible pressure upon the Xiao clan, yet seemingly also brought a glimmer of hopeful dawn. Gu Yuan strode steadily out of the grand hall, his steps firm and assured. He reached a secluded corner, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. Confirming that no one was present, he vanished, the space where he had stood shimmering momentarily as a mysterious portal slowly opened, radiating an enigmatic glow. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan stepped into the portal, which swiftly closed behind him as if it had never existed. However, this sequence of actions did not escape the keen eyes of Xiao Linglong. Though she was but 9 years old in this lifetime, her petite form still bore the countenance of a tender child, yet her prowess was not to be underestimated. While her cultivation had only recently returned to the nascent soul stage, her spiritual essence was remarkably potent, rivaling that of the imperial realm in this world. Hidden in the shadows, she watched Gu Yuan depart, and only after he had disappeared did she let out a deep sigh. The contemplative expression crossed her youthful face as she mused inwardly. It seems the laws are concealed. This realm holds quite a few secrets. With that, she turned and gracefully exited the grand hall, making her way to her quarters. Well, fate has brought him here. Once my strength is restored, I shall extend my assistance. With that thought, she slowly closed her eyes, her legs folding into a lotus position as she focused intently on absorbing the energies of the heavens and earth, striving to hasten her recovery. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows of the Xiao clan was a mysterious figure, Ling Ying, that a 7-star Do Emperor. He practiced a particularly unique technique that allowed him to conceal his presence. In this remote land of the Jama Empire, his formidable strength and stealth rendered him almost untouchable, evading detection by all. Yet just moments ago, he had sensed a faint trace of prying intent, causing his alertness to spike. Shock coursed through him as he pondered. Does the Xiao clan harbor a master? Who could be? A flicker of panic crossed his eyes as he desperately sought the source of the aura he had just detected. However, it was as if the presence had vanished in a thin air, leaving no trace behind. Ling Ying clenched his teeth, reflecting inwardly. Aside from Yinshan, I have never feared anyone in the Jama Empire. This was merely a false alarm. With that, he dismissed the matter and resumed his concealment in the darkness. In another corner of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan was playfully frolicking with Sun'er. As a transmigrator with the soul of a mature individual in his 30s, he had, at the tender age of 3 or 4, boldly sneaked into Gu Sun'er's room, that ate tea that time, the immature. Sun'er found herself captivated by Xiao Yan's fervor and uniqueness, leading to a close and harmonious relationship between the two. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei, akin to a shadow, perpetually trailed behind them. Xiao Linglong held a rather low opinion of Xiao Mei in her eyes. Xiao Mei was excessively superficial, unworthy of significant accomplishments. Chapter 30 Stage in general. Wherever Xiao Linglong was present, Xiao Mei always approached with caution, reluctant to make her appearance. This was because Xiao Linglong had gained a notorious reputation for her ruthlessness. Not only did she dare to confront the prodigious talent Xiao Yu had on, but she had also single-handedly subdued several fighters from the Jiaye family, earning her the moniker God of Death. Whenever Xiao Mei recalled how Xiao Linglong had tormented her daily when they were 4 or 5 years old, her heart raced with anxiety. What if one day Xiao Linglong sought revenge? Who would dare to intervene? Those of higher status, not wishing to be accused of bullying the young, would certainly refrain from stopping her, while those who dared to intervene were no match for Xiao Linglong. Since then, despite the annual Douqi assessments yielding results of 0 for Xiao Linglong, the 3 elders dared not voice any further objections. Each time the topic of practical combat arose, her opponents would invariably be easily defeated, even if they were elite guardians of the Xiao family who had already reached the rank of fighters. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon it was once again the time for the Xiao family's annual Douqi assessment. The clansmen gathered in the square, their faces reflecting a mixture of anticipation and tension. The elder responsible for the assessment stood before a massive testing stone and announced with a booming voice, Xiao Yan, 11 years old, 1-star fighter. This proclamation exploded like a bombshell, instantly igniting a wave of astonishment among the crowd. Shock reverberated throughout the venue. Becoming a fighter at the age of 11 was unprecedented in the history of the Xiao family. Xiao Jean was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes as he unconsciously crushed the teacup in his hand. Beaming with joy, he exclaimed, "Wonderful! The Xiao family finally has a genius." The assembled elders, witnessing this, hastily offered their congratulations to Xiao Jean, their faces adorned with smiles, as if the family's glory was intricately tied to their own fortunes. Gu Sun'er also wore a radiant smile. She turned to Xiao Yan, beaming sweetly as she said, "Congratulations, brother Xiao Yan." Her smile resembled a blossoming flower in spring, warm and enchanting. Next, Gu Sun'er. The elder's voice rang out once more. Gu Sun'er raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile as she addressed Xiao Yan. "Brother Xiao Yan, it's my turn." With that, she gracefully ascended the stage, gently placing her hand upon the testing stone, ready to channel her Douqi. In the expansive and solemn martial arts plaza of the Xiao family, sunlight poured down freely. illuminating every corner and reflecting the hopes of the bustling crowd. At this moment, a highly anticipated Do Qi test was proceeding in an orderly fashion. One that not only concerned the growth and future of the younger generation, but also served as a vital testament to the family's strength and honor. Tension and excitement were etched on every face. Xiao Yan, as the undisputed standout of the younger generation, exhibited remarkable prowess among his peers. He stood quietly in the crowd, his eyes slightly squinted, gazing gently at Gu Suner on the stage, a hint of a gratifying smile tugging at his lips. In his heart, she had always been the clever, obedient, and endearing younger sister. Now, witnessing her display such astonishing talent filled him with genuine happiness and pride, and he silently anticipated the day they could work together to bring glory to the Xiao family. Next, Xiao Linglong. The testing official's voice sounded again, but this time, his tone was noticeably subdued, lacking the fervor and excitement he had shown when announcing Gu Suner's results, as if he were merely reading an ordinary name. Accustomed to the outcome long ago, the crowd responded with no visible surprise, their faces reflecting a blend of resignation and mild mockery, as if acknowledging yet another annual performance of a familiar script. Xiao Linglong's consistent performance in the Do Qi tests had long been recognized as a peculiar phenomenon within the family. To them, she was an inexplicable enigma, a riddle defying conventional understanding. As Xiao Yan humorously remarked in private, Xiao Linglong was a mysterious figure who defied norms. Unperturbed, Xiao Linglong stepped out from the crowd, her movements light and agile, her gait steady and powerful. Despite her tender age of 9, she exuded an air of composure and confidence far beyond her years. With deliberate steps, she ascended the testing platform, each footfall seemingly resonating within the hearts of the onlookers, drawing their gaze irresistibly to her figure. Once she stood firm, Xiao Linglong took a deep breath, slowly closing her eyes as she began to concentrate her mind. Her youthful face displayed a focused and resolute expression, and her delicate fingers lifted gently, a barely perceptible stream of spiritual energy emanating from her fingertips, resembling a fine thread that gradually infused into the testing stone. The spectators were riveted, their attention magnetically drawn to the testing stone, silence enveloping the square as if one could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting the impending revelation of results. Chapter 4. In good graces, perhaps we should refrain from allowing Linglong to undergo the test, suggested the Grand Elder. His face flushed with embarrassment as he approached Xiao Jean, leaning in to speak quietly, his tone cautious. His brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness and a wry smile, his eyes betraying concern for the younger generation of the family. As the Grand Elder, he had witnessed Xiao Linglong's extraordinary performances over the years. Every time he saw the young clansmen approach with confidence only to be utterly defeated, their self-esteem severely shaken. It weighed heavily on him. After all, these young individuals represented the family's future and hope. He did not wish for them to become disheartened by repeated failures. Indeed. Each practical combat session seems to target those young ones, chimed in the third elder, hastily agreeing, his face adorned with a servile smile. He spoke while discreetly gauging Xiao Jean's reaction, wary of saying anything that might displease the clan leader. The third elder understood that it was prudent to align with the sentiments of the Grand Elder and the clan leader to avoid unnecessary trouble. Well, I suppose I shall consult Linglong about her preference. Xiao Jean scratched his head, a naive yet resigned smile gracing his features. He gazed at Xiao Linglong on the stage, filled with both affection and confusion. Although he was her father, having given her life and love, he found it difficult to comprehend the thoughts of this daughter, whose actions often carried an air of mystery. A girl of extraordinary beauty, resembling a celestial being, should ideally embody gentleness and grace. Yet, she seemed preoccupied with brawling and was unable to reveal her true capabilities, a perplexing dichotomy that left him, as a father, bewildered and helpless, unsure of how to understand and guide her. Xiao Jean watched Xiao Linglong on the stage with eager anticipation, but after a considerable wait of over 10 minutes, no one dared to challenge her. The atmosphere in the square grew increasingly awkward and stifled. Reluctantly, he rose, cleared his throat, and declared with a hint of exhaustion and resignation, "Everyone, you may disperse." His voice bore the weight of fatigue and disappointment, as if announcing the abrupt conclusion of what had initially promised to be an exciting assessment. That evening, under the gentle moonlight, the Xiao clan's residence was enveloped in a serene and harmonious ambience. Only the occasional chirping of insects broke the tranquility of the night, adding a touch of vitality to the stillness. In her room, Xiao Linglong diligently practiced, having successfully advanced to the mid-stage of her Yuan Ying after prolonged effort and perseverance. Just as she reveled in the joy of her hard-earned progress, she suddenly sensed a subtle yet distinct wave emanating from Xiao Yan's chamber. In the tranquil embrace of slumber, Xiao Yan remained blissfully unaware, lost in the sweetness of his dreams, a gentle smile gracing his lips, oblivious to the impending occurrences. Yet, none of this escaped the keen gaze and astute perception of Xiao Linglong. Her eyes sharpened, glimmering like cold stars in the night sky, as they turned toward Xiao Yan's chamber with a watchful intensity. Ah, there exists a soul entity, seemingly burdened by grave injuries, she murmured softly to herself, her voice resonating distinctly in the stillness of the room. A slight frown graced her brow, curiosity and compassion flickering in her eyes as she pondered the origins and tribulations of this soul. Sitting quietly on the bed, she contemplated for a moment before a subtle smile emerged, as if she had made a momentous decision. You appear to be in need of assistance. As her words fell, Xiao Linglong gracefully waved her delicate hand, and a series of mysterious, ancient runes floated from her fingertips, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, as though they contained boundless secrets and power. These runes swiftly intertwined in the air, forming a formidable and concealed barrier that enveloped the entire room. This barrier, invisible and colorless, exuded an overwhelming energy, akin to an indomitable shield, shielding all prying eyes and disruptions, ensuring that her forthcoming actions remained undetected. Once the barrier was established, Xiao Linglong gently closed her eyes and silently called forth. In an instant, several herbs radiating a peculiar luminescence and rich spiritual essence materialized in her hands. Each herb bore its own unique shape. Some were crystal clear, resembling exquisite carvings of ice, while others emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, dreamlike and ethereal. Still others wafted a faint, refreshing fragrance, invigorating the senses. Xiao Linglong possessed a remarkable and extraordinary ability. Whenever she had a need, the cosmos would respond in kind. Even the spirits governing space had no authority to intervene, though the universe adhered to its own principles and refrained from meddling in the operations of realms. It could indeed bestow upon Xiao Linglong herbs or treasures. This unique capability continually afforded her unexpected support at critical junctures in her cultivation journey. Chapter 5. Awakening and Alchemy Refined. Xiao Linglong's ruby lips parted to utter a succinct, yet powerful command. In that moment, a blazing inferno erupted from her palm, the flames shimmering in an extraordinary array of colors, red interlaced with purple, and streaks of golden hues dancing within. The heat was intense, warping the surrounding air and producing a hissing sound. She gradually introduced the herbs into the flames, where they softened and melted under the searing intensity, transforming into droplets of pure medicinal liquid. The various essences merged slowly within the fire, manifesting as a mesmerizing symphony of chemical reactions, akin to a vibrant tapestry unfurling before the eye. After meticulous refinement, a droplet of liquid, the size of a thumb, floated in Xiao Linglong's palm. This liquid was crystalline and translucent, resembling a resplendent gemstone, radiating a soft, enchanting glow. It seemed to embody boundless energy and vitality. Simply gazing upon it invoked a profound sense of power. Xiao Linglong observed the liquid in her hand with satisfaction, nodding slightly, internally admiring her alchemical achievement. This droplet encapsulated her dedication and pursuit of cultivation. As she gazed at the shimmering ring before her, trembling ever so slightly, a faint smile graced her lips, imbued with mystery and confidence. Enter, she whispered, and as if summoned by an unseen force, the liquid swiftly enveloped the ring. Under the tremendous pressure of her spiritual essence, it surged forth like a roaring tide, merging into the ring. Instantly, the ring emitted a soft white light, warm and gentle, illuminating the entire room like a beacon of hope in the darkness. Before long, a solidified soul entity began to emerge from the ring. Clad in a robe as white as snow, his gaunt features exuded an air of refinement, and wisdom and weariness shone in his eyes. Upon appearing, he bowed respectfully to Xiao Linglong, his movements fluid and natural, imbued with reverence. I am Yao Chen, grateful to you, young friend, he intoned, his voice deep and rich, echoing with the weight of time. You are the esteemed Yao Zun? Xiao Linglong raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in her gaze as she inquired. She scrutinized Yao Chen, her mind racing with questions. Despite his frail appearance, he emanated an extraordinary aura. Could he truly be the legendary Yao Zun of renown? Tales and legends of Yao Zun surged through her thoughts, igniting a sense of curiosity and admiration within her. How did you perceive my imperial realm? Xiao Linglong asked, her expression one of puzzlement, assuming that only those of similar stature could discern the depths of her soul's power. She furrowed her brow, analyzing Yao Chen with intrigue and confusion, unable to comprehend how this seemingly frail entity could unveil the secrets of her soul. Young friend, you underestimate the prowess of alchemists. And it was your medicinal liquid and the pressure of your soul that revealed it, Yao Chen explained with a smile, gratitude and respect evident in his gaze. Your liquid's potency rivals that of an exquisite 9-color pill of the 8th rank, providing exceptional nourishment for the restoration of my soul, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. Coupled with the pressure from your imperial soul, I have avoided many pitfalls, and my soul's power has now reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage heavenly realm. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Xiao Linglong once more, expressing profound gratitude. He understood that without her assistance, the path to restoring his soul would have been fraught with challenges and time-consuming trials. Indeed, Xiao Linglong nodded gently, her eyes sparkling with contemplation. It seems your soul power has transcended its former limits. Given your current state, what is your likelihood of success against a battle saint? Leaning forward slightly, her expression was one of concern and curiosity as she eagerly awaited Yao Chen's response. Yao Chen fell into deep thought. He closed his eyes momentarily, mentally calculating various scenarios, his demeanor serious and focused. After a brief pause, he opened his eyes and spoke. Against a battle saint of 3 stars or below, it should pose no significant issue. My soul power has now reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage heavenly realm, endowing me with unique advantages in combat techniques and the application of strength, allowing me to suppress a 3-star battle saint in the short term. However, against a battle saint of 3 to 4 stars, I would indeed be at a disadvantage. After all, I remain in a spiritual state and lack the abundant energy required for prolonged combat. Nevertheless, in terms of alchemy, I am confident in my ability to refine 9th-rank treasures. Upon concluding his statement, Yao Chen raised his head slightly, pride glimmering in his eyes. Even in his spiritual form, he retained unwavering confidence in his alchemical skills. Xiao Linglong nodded once more, as if affirming something within herself, her tone resolute as she declared. Then let us proceed as you suggest regarding Sango. He has had it too easy. He must face challenges to truly grow. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms. Her gaze drifted toward the horizon, seemingly foreseeing the trials and transformations that awaited Xiao Yan. Chapter 6. Transformation. Yao Chen responded affirmatively and added, I understand, but young friend, you must assist him in enhancing his physical strength. I possess a combat technique of unparalleled might, but it demands a high level of physical resilience from the practitioner. Only with a sufficiently robust physique can one unleash the full potential of this technique. Wisdom knows no age. Yao Chen waved his hand, a gentle smile gracing his face. As the barrier gradually opened, his figure swayed momentarily before vanishing along with the ring, only to reappear on Xiao Yan's finger in the blink of an eye. Chief Xiao Jean sat at the head of the hall, his face darkened, revealing a mixture of anger and confusion in his gaze. His hands gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, turning pale from the strain. The elders, too, wore solemn expressions, their brows furrowed as if shrouded by a thick veil of gloom. Xiao Yan sat dejectedly to the left of Xiao Sun'er, appearing as though his very soul had been drained, his head bowed low, disheveled hair falling over his forehead. Xiao Sun'er, beside him, wore a look of concern, softly offering words of comfort, her eyes filled with compassion and worry. Meanwhile, Xiao Linglong gently patted the despondent Xiao Yan on the shoulder before quietly sitting behind him, her gaze calm, yet imbued with a hint of depth, as if awaiting something. As the elders of the Xiao clan fervently investigated the cause of Xiao Yan's lost fighting spirit, he stumbled out of the hall, aimlessly drifting through the clan's grounds. His mind was a blank slate, the contrast between his former glory and current desolation overwhelming, rendering acceptance momentarily impossible. Behind him, Xiao Linglong and Xiao Sun'er followed discreetly, their figures concealed in the shadows, careful not to be detected by Xiao Yan. Is he truly that affected? Xiao Sun'er pondered. Worry etched on her face as she fixated on Xiao Yan's retreating figure, akin to a lover fretting over her beloved, her voice trembling slightly. Fear not. He shall be fine. Prepare yourself. Someone intends to confront third brother, Xiao Linglong replied with an air of calm, as if everything was under her control. She understood well that as a genius, Xiao Yan had undoubtedly offended some rivals within the clan, and now that his strength had waned, those who resented him would seize the opportunity to strike. Indeed, it was not long before. Even geniuses have their days. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. Xiao Ning suddenly leaped out from the side, a menacing grin on his face, his eyes gleaming with a vengeful delight, followed closely by several companions, all eager to pounce on Xiao Yan. Beat him. Charge. The crowd shouted in unison, rushing towards Xiao Yan. Attack. As Xiao Yan endured the blows, Xiao Linglong released her grip on Xiao Sun'er, her eyes glinting with a cold light. The furious Xiao Sun'er, like a flash of white lightning, was the first to arrive. Her movements were agile and her strikes fierce. Within moments, she had brought Xiao Ning crashing to the ground. Xiao Ning lay sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. Terror etched across his features. The others, witnessing the serene yet imposing presence of Xiao Linglong in her white dress, felt a chill run down their spines. nearly losing their composure. The name carries weight, and within the Xiao clan, even youths below the 3-star Dome Master level have felt the sting of Xiao Linglong's hand. Even a group of 4 or 5 1-star Dome Masters united would find themselves utterly defeated by her, though they might jest about Xiao Linglong in ordinary circumstances. The stark reality of facing her instilled a profound fear. "Let us pass by." The others, pale with fright, offered awkward smiles, disregarding the fallen Xiao Ning. Hastily turning to flee, terrified that lingering even a moment longer might invite Xiao Linglong's wrath. "Please, don't hit my face." Xiao Ning trembled on the ground, his voice trembling with dread and desperation. Ignoring his pleas, Xiao Suner, still seething with anger, delivered a resounding slap that left a clear imprint on Xiao Ning's face, eliciting a scream of pain. What followed was a relentless barrage from both Xiao Linglong and Xiao Suner, their combined efforts overwhelming Xiao Ning, who could only roll on the ground in desperation, begging for mercy. The second elder, witnessing Xiao Ning's plight, could not help but sigh heavily. He reflected on how thoughtless the boy was, provoking Xiao Yan when he could have chosen any other target. Did he not realize how fiercely Xiao Linglong defended her own? She was a figure who even the clan's elders regarded with trepidation. All is well now. Xiao Linglong gently closed the door to Xiao Yan's room, turning to Xiao Suner with a soft smile. Her voice was tender yet resolute, imbued with a comforting strength. Chapter 7. Against the odds, I hope third brother can learn some combat skills from me, so he is not left defenseless and always bullied. Xiao Linglong furrowed her brow slightly, a glimmer of worry and hope in her gaze. Can Suner learn? Xiao Suner's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her big, bright eyes resembling 2 radiant stars as she looked at Xiao Linglong. Xiao Linglong nodded with a smile, readily agreeing. If Suner wishes to learn, I will teach you both together. With your companionship, third brother may find even greater motivation. Yes, yes, Xiao Suner exclaimed, her face alight with joy, as if she could already envision herself mastering combat skills. However, as days passed, Xiao Yan did not come to seek Xiao Linglong. Instead, it was Xiao Suner, brimming with enthusiasm, who sought out Xiao Linglong to learn close combat techniques. In the serene and vibrant back mountains of the Xiao family, sunlight filtered through the lush branches, creating patches of golden light. A white figure dashed towards a tree with a diameter of 30 centimeters like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful punch accompanied by a whoosh of wind. With a resounding crash, the sturdy tree was shattered, its trunk thundering to the ground and sending dust swirling into the air. To excel in close combat, one must possess a resilient physique. The white figure turned slowly, revealing Xiao Linglong. A confident smile adorned her face, her hair dancing lightly in the breeze, exuding a unique charm. She looked at Xiao Suner, clad in blue, and patiently spoke. How do we train the body? Will it affect my figure? Xiao Suner bit her lip, a look of concern etched across her face. As a young woman, she naturally valued her appearance, especially as the flower of the Xiao clan. Xiao Linglong chuckled, twirling gracefully to showcase her physique, saying, "See, have I changed? I've practiced diligently, and my figure remains unchanged." Having reached the realm of great enlightenment, Xiao Linglong possessed insights and understanding that transcended mere physical appearance, even amidst self-imposed restrictions in various realms. "Oh, how do we practice?" Xiao Suner inquired, her curiosity piqued, her eyes sparkling with the thirst for knowledge. "Come, follow my lead." Xiao Linglong began to instruct Xiao Suner in body training, imparting the Panga clan's techniques without reservation. However, considering Xiao Suner was a girl, she adapted the techniques to suit her needs, ensuring that they preserved her figure and beauty while achieving the desired results. Additionally, given that they were in a lower realm, Xiao Linglong simplified the methods further to align with the local cultivation system. From that day on, Xiao Linglong and Xiao Suner diligently trained in the back mountains each evening, while during the day, they would offer comfort to the still despondent Xiao Yan. Days slipped by in this quiet, yet fulfilling cycle. Without hesitation, Xiao Linglong nodded, smiling. "Yes. Let us learn together with Suner. With your mutual encouragement, progress will surely come more swiftly." Indeed, indeed. It seems I must be a bit more rigorous. Merely aspiring to catch up to Suner is not enough. Now in the later stages of her yuan in cultivation, Xiao Linglong stood beneath a grand tree, observing Xiao Yan's indifferent demeanor, satisfied as she nodded. A glimmer of pride and anticipation shone in her eyes, hoping for Xiao Yan's growth. "You did it, Yenner." Xiao Jean, seated at the head of the hall, was moved to tears, his voice trembling with emotion. As a father, he understood well the intensity of Xiao Linglong's training. Day after day, he watched Xiao Yan, battered and bruised, his heart aching as if it were being carved by a blade. He understood that in order for his son to truly grow, he must be resolute. As he gazed upon Xiao Yan, his heart swelled with pride and satisfaction. Sister 4. Continue. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Linglong, his eyes glinting with a fervent determination. From a prodigy to a failure, and now steadily rising from the depths. Xiao Yan had cultivated a heart befitting a warrior. He no longer feared difficulties and challenges. Rather, he viewed them as stepping stones to growth. In the tranquil yet somewhat desolate clearing behind the Xiao clan's mountain, Xiao Yan was undergoing a grueling trial. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, casting its searing rays unreservedly, heating the ground beneath him. Xiao Linglong, lithe and agile, struck with a fierce momentum, each blow targeting Xiao Yan. He dodged left and right. And despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he still found himself at a disadvantage, enduring a relentless barrage. Xiao Yan's garments were thoroughly soaked in sweat, clinging to his skin, and his hair stuck to his cheeks due to perspiration. His face bore the marks of exhaustion, yet there was an unwavering tenacity in his demeanor. In the endless cycle of challenge, defeat, and renewed challenge, his body endured immense pain. Each hit felt like a torrent surging within him, yet he never entertained the thought of retreat. Chapter 8. The Rise. Thus, day after day, his physical strength grew stronger through this torturous refinement. Seasons changed, and after nearly 2 years of near-demonic training, Xiao Yan bore no visible scars from his past injuries. His skin was fair and smooth, radiating a healthy glow, making it hard to imagine he had endured such brutal battles. However, a mere swing of his fist would reveal the terrifying power contained within, capable of shattering a boulder with ease. All of this was thanks to Xiao Linglong's improved Panga Heart method. This profound technique, when activated, seemed to temper Xiao Yan's meridians and bones. Additionally, the formulas for physical enhancement, painstakingly researched daily by Xiao Linglong and the medicine elder, utilized rare herbs, each possessing unique effects. Under the careful concoction of the medicine elder, the medicinal brews played a crucial role in refining Xiao Yan's physique. Coupled with nightly medicinal baths, where the essence seeped into his skin and nourished every fiber of his being, his transformation was remarkable. Of course, this also stemmed from Xiao Yan's relentless pursuit of excellence, pushing himself to his limits during training, which ultimately granted him a body rivaling that of a Dou emperor. Simultaneously, Xiao Suner was also diligently honing her skills. Her physical strength had reached the Dou emperor level as well, leaving Ling Ying, who observed from the shadows, utterly astounded. He couldn't help but marvel at her willpower, realizing that he himself could never achieve such determination. Though Xiao Suner often appeared gentle and demure, her ferocity during training was on par with Xiao Yan's. Time flew by, and months passed. On this day, after finishing their training session, Xiao Linglong, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Suner sat together on the grassy knoll to rest. A gentle breeze wafted through, bringing a refreshing coolness that offered a moment of reprieve to their weary bodies. Suddenly, a member of the Xiao clan's guard team rushed up the mountain, panting, and respectfully addressed the trio. Third young master, fourth young lady. Xiao Linglong lifted her head to look at the guard and inquired, "What is it?" Her voice was melodious and slightly languid. The guard caught his breath and replied, "The clan leader wishes to see you. The Nalan family, Nalan Yanran, has arrived." Nalan Yanran? The one who is betrothed to brother Xiao Yan? Xiao Suner said, her expression complex, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "Let us go see what this is about," Xiao Linglong smiled, rising to her feet and following the guard down the mountain. Her smile held a playful edge, as if she anticipated the unfolding events with curiosity. "Come on, let's go," Xiao Yan said, affectionately ruffling Xiao Suner's hair. Over the years of training, not only had his strength grown, but his mind had also matured significantly. "All right." Xiao Suner obediently tidied her disheveled hair and followed closely behind Xiao Yan, her steps light, yet tinged with nervousness. Soon, the three entered the main hall of the Xiao clan. The hall was brightly lit, bustling with activity and lively conversations. They found a corner to sit on a long bench. Xiao Yan looked toward the center of the hall and remarked, "Is that Nalan Yanran?" Their gazes were drawn to a group clad in pale moon-white robes. An elderly man adorned with 7 stars on his chest clearly held the status of a 7-star Dou master. His piercing gaze exuded the authority of a superior. "It seems this aura fluctuates only at the late stage of foundation establishment. He appears to be even weaker than my father," Xiao Linglong mused silently. As a powerful figure who had sealed her cultivation to reincarnate, she naturally carried immense luck and merit. The family that emerged from her rebirth would also receive a share of that fortune. Since the arrival of Xiao Linglong, Xiao Jean's strength had surged to the 9-star Dou master level through rigorous training. Beside the elders stood a pair of young adults. The young man bore 5 stars on his chest, a remarkable achievement for one so young. "That lady must be third brother's fiancée." Xiao Linglong communicated telepathically with Xiao Suner, her eyes glinting with curiosity and a hint of teasing. "They seem to come with ill intent. Do they not know third brother's combat prowess? How dare they come here with such intentions?" Xiao Linglong scoffed. She had full confidence in Xiao Yan's strength, believing that Nalan Yinran's visit would not end favorably for her. Well, let's see who can outdo whom. Let the medicine elder step in to say a few words. Xiao Linglong chuckled sinisterly, casting a scrutinizing glance at the trio from the Yunlan sect. Her smile held a trace of cunning, as if plotting something. The Yunlan sect, with some spirit in Yun Pation, has seen better days, alas. The voice of Yao Chen echoed, almost causing Xiao Suner to explode with indignation. As a bearer of an ancient divine bloodline, her intellect was no less sharp. Upon hearing Yao Chen's voice, she instantly connected the dots regarding Xiao Yan's decline in strength to the old man. Is it you, you old fool, who caused brother Xiao Yan's setback? Xiao Suner transmitted furiously, her heart brimming with anger on behalf of Xiao Yan. Not at all. It was I who instructed him to do so, Xiao Linglong sighed, acknowledging the Xiao clan's prolonged decline and the necessity of a strong figure to take charge. She spoke with a tone of resignation, yet unwavering resolve. How did you know? Xiao Suner was taken aback, never having anticipated such intricate circumstances behind the scenes. Do not concern yourself with that. Just watch. The show is about to begin. Xiao Linglong chuckled, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the spectacle that was set to unfold. Why is third brother so furious? Xiao Linglong appeared behind Xiao Yan, wearing a pair of exquisite zero-degree glasses, her high ponytail swaying gently in the breeze, and her light blue gown accentuated her ethereal beauty. Chapter 9. The Soul's Opportunity. A teasing smile graced her lips as she gazed at Xiao Yan, though a hint of concern lingered in her eyes. Dressed in a delicate green outfit, Xiao Suner joined Xiao Yan's side, her face flushed with anger as she fixed her gaze intently on the ring on Xiao Yan's finger, demanding loudly, "Old fool, will you not show yourself?" Her voice was filled with urgency and ire. Hey, do not rush me." Accompanied by a gentle glow, Yao Lao's figure gradually materialized before the three. Clad in a long white robe, he twisted his waist slightly, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, this old man, was finally asleep, only to be roused by your incessant calls." As Xiao Yan, having experienced 2 lifetimes, possessed a sharper mind than most. Various bizarre signs over the past few years regarding his inexplicable disappearance of fighting energy led him to a sudden realization, especially with the appearance of Yao Lao. Enraged, he fixed his gaze upon Yao Lao and bellowed, "Old man, is this your doing?" His voice trembled with fury, fists clenched tightly. Observing Xiao Yan's furious demeanor, Yao Lao chuckled leisurely, a hint of mystery in his smile, and slowly remarked, "Haven't you grown at all?" His tone was both probing and guiding. As time passed, and Xiao Yan witnessed Yao Lao's calmness, his anger gradually dissipated. He understood that at this moment, rage would solve nothing. Noticing this, Yao Lao continued, "Young man, do you wish to become an alchemist?" Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes, and his previously dim expression brightened instantly. Eagerly, he inquired, "Does that mean I've reached it?" Then, as if recalling something, he pressed further, "What rank of alchemist are you?" At this moment, his heart brimmed with a fervent desire to become an alchemist, coupled with curiosity about Yao Lao's true identity. Yao Lao shook his head, his demeanor nonchalant, rendering his true thoughts inscrutable. He was the esteemed 9th-rank alchemist, Yao Chen. Xiao Suner had just unearthed information about Yao Lao from the depths of her memory, and she quickly interjected, "Am I right, Elder Yao Chen?" Her gaze held a touch of admiration as she looked at Yao Lao. 9th rank. Xiao Yan exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this rank. In the Do-Chi continent, a 9th-rank alchemist stood at the pinnacle of the alchemical world. His eyes sparkled like stars, and without a moment's hesitation, he knelt on both knees, respectfully stating, "Disciple pays respects to the master." At this moment, his heart swelled with excitement. To have such a top-tier alchemist as a mentor was the dream of countless individuals. "You little girl." Yao Lao shook his head at Xiao Suner with a hint of helplessness. He then turned his gaze to Xiao Linglong and asked, "My young friend, do you have any medicinal materials? I wish to help this disciple enhance his strength." Xiao Linglong smiled gently and nodded, casually tossing a storage bag to Yao Chen. Her movements were graceful and natural, as if the storage bag contained nothing more than commonplace items. "It's all in there, along with a few iron pieces and other miscellaneous items. I don't know what they are, but I sense there are good things inside. So I'll leave it to you, Elder Yao." Her voice was melodious, laced with a hint of playfulness. I'll forgive you this time," Xiao Suner scoffed lightly, seemingly displeased with Yao Lao's earlier concealment. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Linglong and Yao Lao coughed awkwardly, and the atmosphere turned subtly tense. Low-level Xian class technique. Xiao Yan exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the fighting technique. In the Do-Chi continent, Xian class techniques were already a precious rarity, and for him at this moment, it was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. His eyes filled with a longing to learn this technique, his hands instinctively caressing the emerging information about the fighting technique. As Xiao Yin examined the iron pieces, Yao Lao picked up 2 copper balls and began to study them intently. As his examination deepened, his expression morphed from confusion to astonishment, ultimately culminating in sheer shock. Intermediate Earth Class Fighting Technique, 8 Extremes Palm. Yao Lao stared in disbelief at the detailed inscription he had transferred to paper from the copper ball. Wow, Intermediate Earth Class. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin felt the iron piece in his hand suddenly lose its luster. He stared blankly at the information about the 8 Extremes Palm on the paper in Yao Lao's hands, his eyes brimming with shock and envy. An Intermediate Earth Class technique was several tiers above a Xian Class technique, a treasure that seemed utterly unattainable to him. Ah, this is also a good item. Yao Lao produced a medicinal herb that appeared rather ordinary, much like common herbs. Gently peeling away its outer layer, he revealed a uniquely shaped flower resembling 2 mushrooms growing together, supported by a leaf shaped like a human hand. What is this? Xiao Yin asked curiously. Fixated on the peculiar herb. Crush it and swallow it, Yao Lao instructed, his tone leaving no room for debate. Xiao Yin hesitated as he looked at the strange herb in his hand. Its odd appearance made him wary of the consequences of consuming it. However, upon meeting Yao Lao's steadfast gaze, he steeled himself, reasoning that the elder must have his reasons. Thus, he bit down, chewing the herb before swallowing it whole. As the last morsel descended into his stomach, Xiao Yin was suddenly struck by a searing pain in his head, as if it were about to explode. Just as he was about to scream in agony, a wave of dizziness surged from the depths of his soul. His vision darkened, and his body collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. What a fortuitous opportunity for this lucky lad. Yao Lao observed with a smile of satisfaction as he gazed upon the sleeping Xiao Yin. With a wave of his hand, a gentle force lifted Xiao Yin and placed him upon the bed, even tucking him in with care. In Yao Lao's eyes, Xiao Yan's consumption of the herb would undoubtedly lead to a monumental opportunity, and he could already envision Xiao Yin shining brilliantly on the Douqi continent in the future. Within the mysterious realm of medicinal herbs, countless rare and precious materials existed. The herb Xiao Yin had just swallowed was none other than the legendary Nirvana Soul Spirit Grass, known for its extraordinary ability to enhance one's soul power without any side effects. For cultivators below the heavenly realm, it was akin to a guiding star in the darkness, an exceedingly rare opportunity. Chapter 10. Soul Realm. Such a miraculous herb was seldom found even in the treasure vaults of renowned sects, yet fate had smiled upon Xiao Yin, demonstrating a particular favoritism from the deity of destiny. After consuming the Nirvana Soul Spirit Grass, Xiao Yin fell into a deep slumber, sleeping soundly for a full day and night. Due to his currently low strength, his body required ample time to absorb and adapt to the potent effects of the herb, resulting in a slow awakening. When he finally stirred, his head felt heavy, as though shrouded in fog. Xiao Yin shook his head, attempting to clear his mind. After a moment, his thoughts gradually became coherent, and he asked, "How long has it been?" His voice carried a hint of raspiness and confusion from just waking. Yao Lao stood nearby, a smile dancing in his eyes, teasing, "You've slept for a day and a night. Hurry, check your soul power." Yao Lao understood that the Nirvana Soul Spirit Grass could very well represent a tremendous opportunity for Xiao Yin, and he was eager to witness the changes in his soul power. Following Yao Lao's advice, Xiao Yin closed his eyes and slowly released his soul power. As it expanded outward like ripples, he could distinctly sense the subtle changes in his surroundings. Initially, he could perceive every item in the room and the flow of air. And then this perception extended beyond the walls, reaching into the courtyard, where the essence of flowers and trees entered his soul awareness. The soul power continued to expand outward, 1 mile, 2 miles, until it finally reached several hundred miles beyond. Moreover, Xiao Yin felt an invigorating vitality emanating from his soul, an unprecedented fullness, as though his soul was radiating with newfound vigor. Yao Lao couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Yan's fortune, his face adorned with a smile of contentment as he remarked, "Thanks to that herb, your soul realm has skyrocketed, reaching the pinnacle of the soul realm." This sudden and immense elevation brought joy even to Yao Lao, who couldn't contain his happiness for Xiao Yin. Throughout his lengthy years, he had witnessed countless practitioners striving to elevate their spiritual realms through arduous quests and challenging cultivation. However, individuals like Xiao Yin, who fortuitously ascended to the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, were indeed a rarity. What? The spiritual realm? What is this spiritual realm? Xiao Yin scratched his head, bewildered. Previously, he had been entirely oblivious to such distinctions in the spiritual domain. In his understanding, cultivation primarily revolved around the mastery of fighting spirit. Now, confronted with these unfamiliar concepts, his mind was awash with questions. Observing Xiao Yin's perplexity, Yao Chen patiently elucidated, "Young man, You should be familiar with the levels of fighting spirit, right? Xiao Yin quickly nodded, affirming his understanding of the hierarchy of fighting spirit. From the fighter to the fighting emperor, each tier represented a testament to the practitioner's relentless self-overcoming. Yao Chen continued, "Do you know why alchemists are classified into 9 ranks?" Xiao Yin shook his head, admitting he had never contemplated this matter deeply. To him, the classification of alchemists seemed merely a reflection of the complexity involved in concocting elixirs, unaware that there was a more profound rationale behind it. Yao Chen began to expound. This classification is intrinsically linked to the spiritual realm. The spiritual realm is divided into 4 major tiers: the mortal realm, the spiritual realm, the celestial realm, and the emperor realm. Alchemists of the 1st to 7th ranks all reside within the mortal realm, albeit with varying strengths. Within the mortal realm, the potency of one's spiritual power dictates both the success rate of elixir crafting and the minimum quality of the resulting potions. Conversely, the spiritual realm is entirely distinct. It enables the infusion of spirit into elixirs, thereby enhancing their quality. Upon reaching the spiritual realm, alchemists can imbue their potions with unique spiritual attributes, elevating their efficacy to unprecedented heights. 9th-grade elixirs possess intelligence akin to that of humans, endowed with a unique vitality. The celestial realm of the spiritual domain exists solely for the purpose of crafting 9th-grade elixirs. Only by attaining the celestial realm can an alchemist wield sufficient spiritual power to control and refine these sentient 9th-grade elixirs. As for the emperor realm, it pertains to emperor-grade elixirs. Without entering the emperor realm, one lacks the qualification to engage with such exalted substances. Presently, your spiritual realm stands at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm. With this spiritual standing, as long as your fighting spirit is adequate, you can forge 8th-grade elixirs infused with the essence of 9 colors. Yao Chen's voice resonated with steadiness and authority, each word planting a seed of curiosity within Xiao Yan's heart. After Yao Chen's comprehensive explanation, Xiao Yan finally grasped the interrelations among the various spiritual realms. He now understood that on the path of cultivation, the spiritual realm held equal importance to the fighting spirit realm, and indeed, in the domain of alchemy, the significance of the spiritual realm was even more crucial. Enough of the preamble, pay attention. With a wave of his hand, Yao Chen summoned a massive surge of spiritual power that surged forth like a tidal wave, gathering various medicinal herbs from all directions. These herbs exhibited diverse forms, some radiating a gentle glow, while others exuded peculiar fragrances. Subsequently, Yao Chen conjured a frosty white flame. The moment it appeared, the temperature within the room plummeted, and a chilling aura enveloped the space. Why does this flame emanate such a cold sensation? Xiao Yan crossed his arms for warmth, his face a portrait of astonishment and curiosity. He had never encountered such a peculiar flame, which seemed to embody an endless chill capable of freezing all things in existence. "This is an extraordinary fire." Both Xiao Linglong and Yao Chen spoke in unison. Xiao Linglong's voice was melodious and vibrant, imbued with a hint of playfulness, while Yao Chen's tone was laden with gravitas and confidence. "Fourth sister, what brings you here?" Xiao Yan stammered, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Xiao Linglong, his eyes wide with confusion. He had not anticipated her presence at this moment, and she appeared remarkably familiar with the surroundings. "Can I come?" Dressed in disheveled hair and a nightgown, Xiao Linglong exuded an air of nonchalance as she casually pulled out a chair and sat down, as if this were her own abode. Her gaze held a mischievous glint, seemingly teasing Xiao Yan. "Brother Xiao Yan, I'm here too." Xiao Suner playfully entered, gently closing the door behind her. Her voice chimed like silver bells, and her face radiated a sweet smile, instantly warming the atmosphere of the room. "Indeed, this is an extraordinary fire." Yao Chen gazed at the unique flame that was diligently refining the herbs in his hands, a flicker of pride illuminating his eyes. In his mind, this extraordinary fire symbolized his prowess and served as a formidable ally in his alchemical endeavors. Throughout the world, rare phenomena emerge, and the flames naturally formed by the universe are among them. Through the relentless efforts of his predecessors, these flames have come to be known as extraordinary fires. Possessing exceptionally high temperatures and unique properties, when wielded by an alchemist, they can significantly enhance their capabilities. Yao Chen's words brimmed with reverence and admiration for extraordinary fire, which he deemed nature's most precious gift to alchemists. Chapter 11. The list in the realm of alchemy exists, a list known as the Extraordinary Fire Ranking. Xiao Linglong seamlessly continued Yao Chen's explanation, her eyes shimmering with excitement, as if she possessed comprehensive knowledge of the Extraordinary Fire Ranking. The list comprises 23 types of extraordinary fire, and the one in Yao Chen's hands is the 11th ranked Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Xiao Linglong's voice carried a note of envy. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire's 11th rank speaks volumes of its power and uniqueness. However, Xiao Linglong cast a glance at Xiao Suner, and her gaze sent a shiver down Xiao Suner's spine. It seemed that Xiao Linglong was privy to certain undisclosed secrets, and these secrets appeared to be intertwined with Xiao Suner. There is more than one type of extraordinary fire. Xiao Linglong's statement landed like a bombshell, instantly stirring a tempest within the room. Well, Yao Chen had also completed the refinement of the herbs in his grasp. A drop of emerald green elixir was carefully cast into a jade vial, which he then tossed to Xiao Yan. The vial was crystalline and transparent, the elixir within emanating a soft glow, clearly indicating its extreme rarity. Yao Chen turned to Xiao Linglong and inquired, "More than one?" His eyes brimmed with curiosity and astonishment at her words. Xiao Linglong smiled enigmatically, a hint of mystery lacing her expression. With a wave of her hand, a torrent of spiritual power surged forth, enveloping the entire room and forming a sturdy barrier. Within this barrier, all external disturbances were nullified, as if creating an independent little world. Emperor Realm Spirituality. Xiao Suner gasped, her mouth agape, her face a canvas of uncontainable shock, her eyes widened, fixated on Xiao Linglong. She had distinctly felt this overwhelming spiritual pressure from her father on numerous occasions, a force so potent that it sent shivers down her spine, forever etched into her memory. Within the ancient clan, where strength abounded, only her father possessed an Emperor Realm spirit. Yet now, in this long-forlorn Xiao clan, she was witnessing such a terrifying spiritual realm once more. It was worth noting that even during the Xiao clan's most glorious period, only one individual had ever reached the Emperor Realm, that being the illustrious clan leader Xiao Jean, whose name resounded throughout the Duki continent. His legendary exploits still recounted by countless souls. Fourth sister, how could you? Xiao Yan too was rendered speechless by shock. As a traveler, he had encountered numerous bizarre occurrences, yet this overwhelming spectacle was unlike anything he had faced before. His mind was a blank slate, filled with confusion and questions. What astonishing secrets lay hidden within this seemingly ordinary fourth sister? Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame. Fourth on the list. Yao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Having immersed himself in the field of alchemy for years, he was well acquainted with the extraordinary fire ranking, and the renown of the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame was unmistakable. Such a formidable, extraordinary fire was a coveted treasure long sought after by countless powerful beings, yet it now appeared so effortlessly before them. Be obedient and do not move. Xiao Linglong gazed at the ever-writhing Golden Emperor's flame in her hand, resembling a child yearning for its mother. She gently shook her head and spoke in a voice as soft as a spring breeze, yet imbued with an irresistible force. A miraculous scene unfolded. The once lively flame seemed to comprehend her words, gradually calming and obediently hovering in her palm, radiating a gentle and warm golden glow. Who exactly are you, Linglong? Xiao Yan could no longer contain his curiosity and asked eagerly, his eyes filled with a longing to unravel the heavy mystery that lingered in his heart. Never mind. Whether I understand or not, I shall assist this flame. Xiao Linglong sighed softly, choosing not to elaborate further, and raised her hand to invoke the laws of fire. In an instant, the entire space trembled, as a mysterious and ancient force began to coalesce from the void. Under this force's guidance, not only did the Golden Emperor's flame respond, but even the bone spirit cold fire within the soul of Master Yao was summoned forth involuntarily. Two distinct flames swiftly split into 3 parts each. Simultaneously, the energy within the flames began to gather frantically, forming small energy vortices. The terrifying power contained within these vortices distorted the surrounding air, and as the energy continued to amass, the entire room was illuminated as brightly as day, the intense heat nearly suffocating. After a lengthy pause, the gathering of energy finally ceased, and the laws of fire reluctantly began to dissipate. All right, Xiao Linglong waved her hand, distributing the divided flames among the 3. Third brother, this flame is sealed within you. You may refine it when you reach the Dozun level. Master Yao and Sister Suner, you may seek your own opportunities for refinement. These 2 types can retaliate, and if you lack the burning decision, should anything happen to Suner, I cannot be held accountable. Master Yao, being an experienced alchemist, understood all too well the severe repercussions of harboring 2 within one's body. His face was etched with concern, and his brows knit tightly. Feel it, Xiao Linglong, unfazed by Master Yao's worries, calmly sat down and brewed a cup of bitter tea. Taking a delicate sip, her demeanor exuded tranquility, as if everything lay within her control. Do not concern yourselves with that. Observe how much stronger you become post-refinement. With a yawn, Xiao Linglong appeared somewhat fatigued, casually removing the room's barrier. I am tired. I shall rest. Third brother, focus on your cultivation. Chapter 12, The Display. Xiao Yan responded, settling into a meditative position on the bed, ready to commence his training. Observing this, Xiao Linglong and Xiao Suner turned and left the room. That is not how one cultivates. Master Yao, watching Xiao Yan's actions, couldn't help but approach and gently smack his head. Teacher, how should I cultivate? Xiao Yan asked innocently, scratching his head in confusion. And then, not daring to delay, he hurriedly fetched a large basin suitable for 3 people. Filling it halfway with clear water and carefully placing it in the room. Pour the medicinal liquid into it, then sit and cultivate. Ah, Xiao Yan complied. Retrieving the medicinal liquid previously refined by Master Yao and pouring it into the basin. Instantly, the clear water transformed into a vibrant green, emanating a rich and pure energy fluctuation. This energy wave brushed against Xiao Yan's skin like an intangible force, bringing him a sensation of indescribable comfort. Swiftly shedding his clothes, Xiao Yan seated himself in the basin and began his cultivation. As he formed his seals, an incredibly pure energy surged into his body like a torrential tide. With the continuous influx of energy, Xiao Yan's aura steadily and gradually increased. Each breath seemed to imbue him with powerful vigor, causing the air around him to tremble. Xiao Yan's rapid progress in cultivation was a testament to the grueling trials he had endured over the years. In those days, he had repeatedly teetered on the brink of pain and exhaustion, yet he had never faltered. It was precisely these arduous trials that had fortified his physique beyond the norm. Even some Douhuang strongholds could not match his physical resilience. His meridians had been completely opened, flowing like unobstructed rivers, allowing Dou Qi to circulate freely. Coupled with the peak strength of his spiritual power, it was as if he had been endowed with the wings of a tiger. This spiritual power acted as a keen antenna, accurately sensing the fluctuations of surrounding energies and swiftly absorbing them into his being. At this moment, the energy in the basin surged toward Xiao Yan as if it had found its sanctuary, continuously merging into his body. With each infusion, he felt his strength amplifying, as if a volcano within him was accumulating power, poised to erupt at any moment. Ah, the sensation of becoming stronger is truly exhilarating. After an indeterminate time, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, excitement shimmering in his gaze. He basked in the sunlight streaming into the room, the golden rays warming him. Feeling the surging Dou Qi within, he was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Teacher, how is your state? Xiao Yan inquired, his expression laced with concern. I have made slight progress. Master Yao nodded slightly, unable to conceal his joy. During his research he had unexpectedly gained insights that elevated his soul's realm. A tremendous surprise for him. How does that compare to fourth sister? The thought of Xiao Linglong's shockingly powerful spiritual realm stirred waves of curiosity within him. The pressure of her imperial realm soul lingered in his memory. How to put it, if I can reach that realm in my lifetime, I would consider it heaven's favor. Master Yao chuckled wryly, a hint of resignation in his eyes. He understood that the threshold for an imperial realm soul was exceedingly high, requiring both profound accumulation and ample fortune, the latter of which was often elusive. Ah, Xiao Yan nodded, though his curiosity about Xiao Linglong's strength remained. He understood that such realms were not easily attained. 8 extremes collapse. Xiao Yan shouted, his Dou Qi coalescing instantly as he executed the techniques imparted by Master Yao flawlessly with his formidable physique. His fist struck forth with immense force, akin to a cannonball, erupting into a thunderous boom in the air. Swallowing swallow strike. Xiao Suner, not to be outdone, launched a counterattack, fully aware of Xiao Yan's formidable might. She moved gracefully like a swallow, her Dou Qi transforming into sharp blades that traced elegant arcs in the air, colliding with Xiao Yan's assault and erupting in dazzling brilliance. Watching the intense clash between the two, Xiao Linglong's lips curved into a subtle smile. She nonchalantly extended her hand, and an intangible force effortlessly separated them. Both felt a gentle yet irresistible power wash over them, compelling their bodies to retreat involuntarily. 2 types of high level. Not bad at all, Xiao Linglong remarked, her ponytail swaying as she donned loose training attire, her eyes filled with admiration for their progress, bringing her joy. Wow, fourth sister. What strength do you possess to be so powerful? Xiao Yan exclaimed, astonished, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer. He found it hard to fathom the terrifying strength Xiao Linglong concealed, effortlessly neutralizing their attacks. Me? A mysterious smile graced Xiao Linglong's lips as she gracefully stepped into the void, floating effortlessly into the air. Her figure was light and elegant, seemingly unbound by gravity. Each step akin to strolling among the clouds. Chapter 13. The Outburst Walking on Air, a Formidable Dou Zone. Xiao Yan gazed at the suspended Xiao Linglong, a profound shock swelling within him. In the Dou Qi continent, the ability to tread upon the void signifies a Dou Zone's prowess, indicating they have transcended spatial limitations and acquired a mightier power. A Dou Zone, you say? Xiao Linglong mused inwardly. for her true strength had already regained its peak in the transformation stage. In the realm of cultivation, those at the transformation stage wield the power to command the forces of heaven and earth, their combat prowess capable of rivaling even the Dozong of this world. In contrast, the Dozong appeared to her merely as a relatively lower tier, yet she wished to conceal her strength to avoid unnecessary troubles. It seems your fourth sister is the one playing the fool. Yao Lao's figure appeared beside Xiao Yan. Observing the direction in which Xiao Linglong departed, he sighed. He too had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary Xiao Linglong harbored such astonishing strength. Meanwhile, Xiao Linglong had arrived before an endless expanse of mountains. She raised her gaze to the sky, determination and anticipation glimmering in her eyes. Let us venture to the central continent. With that, she swiftly formed hand seals, and a mysterious spatial passage slowly unfolded. The passage shimmered with light, as if connecting to another enigmatic realm. Without hesitation, Xiao Linglong stepped into it, her figure vanishing in an instant. The central continent of the Doqi world, the very heart of the Doqi realm, where countless powerful beings converged. In remote areas, those who could claim the title of Dozong were barely considered strong. Here, they were merely on the threshold of power. The prosperity and vibrance of the central continent surpassed all other regions, with bustling streets filled with people and a dazzling array of rare treasures, accompanied by the sounds of hawkers and laughter. Tian'e City, a significant fortress in the northern domain of the central continent. Amidst the lively streets of this city, a young girl donned in a light purple dress appeared. She wore matching light purple sneakers, and her lustrous black hair was tied into a high ponytail with a light purple ribbon, exuding youthful vigor. Notably, she donned a pair of glasses, adding an air of intellect to her demeanor. This young girl was none other than Xiao Linglong, who had just arrived in the central continent. She strolled along the street, curiously observing her surroundings, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Beat her to a pulp. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed in Xiao Linglong's ears, followed by the anguished screams of a girl. Xiao Linglong frowned slightly and turned her gaze toward the source of the commotion. Rich in bloodline and fortunate, she is a promising talent. With keen eyes, Xiao Linglong discerned the extraordinary nature of the girl being beaten by a few servants merely by casting a glance. Though the girl found herself in dire straits, her bloodline concealed immense power, and an aura of fortune enveloped her. With proper nurturing, she would undoubtedly become a remarkable figure. Xiao Linglong quickly swallowed the delicacies in her hands and hastened towards the scene. Stop! Though her voice was soft, it carried an air of authority, as if an invisible force compelled the assailants to cease their actions. The crowd turned to see a butler appearing before them, his gaze sharp, emanating the aura of someone in a position of power. The Hong family. They are the tyrants here. That girl has certainly kicked a hornet's nest. The onlookers began to murmur, some displaying sympathy, while others shook their heads in resignation. In Tian'e City, the Hong family's influence was vast, and few dared to provoke them. It was evident that the girl had crossed paths with someone of the Hong family. Indeed, only the Han family can contend with the Hong family, someone echoed, revealing the fear of the Hong family and the respect for the Han family. In this world where the strong dominate, a family's power dictated everything. Who are you to interfere with the Hong family's affairs? The Hong family's butler, with a serious expression, scrutinized Xiao Linglong with a hint of disdain, dismissing her as a mere fragile girl. In Tian'e City, the Hong family's name was well known. Who would dare to provoke them so lightly? The Hong family is formidable? Xiao Linglong's lips curled slightly, her eyes flashing with disdain. She bent down to help the crying girl to her feet, gently brushing off the dust from her clothes. Upon seeing the varying, ghastly scars on the girl's body, Xiao Linglong could not help but gasp, thinking to herself how brutal the servants had been. Utterly devoid of humanity. Ha! The Hong family's butler threw back his head in laughter. Then, looking at the calm Xiao Linglong, he proclaimed with arrogance, "The Hong family has a Dozong stronghold, and among the younger generation, there are those accepted as disciples by the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Are you truly willing to wade into these murky waters?" He lifted his chin slightly, as if to announce the Hong family's supreme glory and inviolability to the world. Xiao Linglong shook her head inwardly, feeling a deep-seated disdain for those who looked down upon others and bullied the weak. With a modicum of power, they ran rampant in this world of the survival of the fittest. She turned to the shivering girl in tattered clothing and softly said, "Little sister, please wait for me." Her voice was gentle, akin to the warm sun of spring, instantly calming the girl's frantic heart. Thereafter, Xiao Linglong strode forward, fixing her gaze upon the Hong family's butler, her tone resolute as she declared, "What if I choose to intervene?" The fearless determination in her eyes caused the butler's heart to tremble slightly, yet he quickly regained his arrogant demeanor. The Hong family's butler scrutinized Xiao Linglong from head to toe, and a lecherous glimmer suddenly flickered in his eyes. a lascivious grin spreading across his face as he utterly disregarded her question. With a crude tone, he said, "Little girl, you look quite appealing. Why not spend the night with me? The thief shall be yours." He licked his lips, his demeanor repugnant in the extreme. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Xiao Linglong's eyes, and a surge of fury welled up within her. She moved like lightning, instantly closing the distance. With a resounding crash, the Hong family's butler was hurled away like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. This sudden turn of events left all present dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the scene. What? That's a 3-star Do Huang. Yet he was severely injured with one blow? A wave of astonishment erupted among the crowd as they stared at the composed and smiling Xiao Linglong, as if gazing upon a monster. In their understanding, a 3-star Do Huang represented immense power, yet this girl had effortlessly defeated him, shattering their perceptions. Chapter 14. Capture Xinyungo. As the scene unfolded, a dozen servants, their eyes wide with fury, surged forward, unleashing their Do Qi like a tidal wave towards Xiao Linglong. Though fear gripped their hearts, as members of the Hong family, they could not afford to lose face, especially as they harbored a sliver of hope that their numbers would overpower this audacious young girl. Xiao Linglong, however, remained unfazed, her expression serene and devoid of any fluctuation. As the servants charged at her, she acted with deliberate calm. Each strike was precise and powerful, rendering both Do warriors and Do kings akin to mere ants before her, incapacitating them with a single blow. In mere minutes, the street was filled with the sounds of their anguished cries, as all the servants lay scattered, groaning in pain. Xiao Linglong dusted off her hands, as if merely having completed a trivial task. She leisurely walked to a vendor selling snacks, who trembled in fear, hands shaking as he served her some delicacies. Upon receiving the food, Xiao Linglong noticed that several figures had appeared on the street without her notice. Who dares to strike at a member of the Hong family? A robust middle-aged man's voice boomed across the street, towering and imposing. He was none other than the 6th elder of the Hong family, his piercing gaze sweeping the area in search of the audacious individual who dared to challenge the Hong family. The 6th elder of the Hong family. It is said that he has already reached the rank of 5-star Do Huang, surpassing even the chief steward. The crowd suddenly buzzed with whispers, their faces reflecting both reverence for the 6th elder of the Hong family and curiosity tinged with anxiety about the impending situation. They wondered if this mysterious young girl could withstand the wrath of the 6th elder. "Little sister, eat up. Only when you are full can you leave with your sister." Xiao Linglong seemed oblivious to the surrounding chatter, smiling as she handed a snack to the little girl she had rescued. The girl looked up, her eyes brimming with gratitude and trust, and eagerly devoured the food. "What is the matter? They send the young, and now the old. Truly a bunch of useless fools." Xiao Linglong rose, casually slapping towards the direction of the Hong family's stronghold. In an instant, a terrifying wave of spiritual power surged forth like a tidal wave, causing upheaval all around. This overwhelming force rendered the faces of everyone present pale, as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped their throats. A 7th-tier alchemist. The 6th elder of the Hong family bore the brunt of the pressure, his complexion ashen, and under the might of this overwhelming spiritual wave, he was directly sent flying, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. This girl is actually an alchemist, a 7th-tier alchemist. No wonder she dared to confront the Hong family. Yet the Hong family is backed by the Wind Thunder Pavilion, so a 7th-tier alchemist seems to hold little deterrent power. No, you are mistaken. This girl appears to be merely 11 or 12 years old, yet she is already a 7th-tier alchemist. What kind of background could she possibly have? So that's it, the Hong family has indeed kicked a hard wall. The crowd engaged in animated discussions, their astonishment at Xiao Linglong's identity and strength only fueling their imaginations about her background. "Little sister, let us go," Xiao Linglong said, taking the little girl's hand to leave, but was halted by a voice. "Are you really leaving just like this? Is that not a bit disrespectful to the Wind Thunder Pavilion?" An elder clad in white had appeared before Xiao Linglong, his expression dark and his eyes revealing a hint of anger and unwillingness. This man was indeed an elder of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, who had rushed over upon hearing news of the Hong family being attacked, eager to support them and maintain the pavilion's authority. "Honestly, I don't understand you all." One after another, Xiao Linglong sighed helplessly, and in an instant, her figure vanished from the spot. The white-clad elder felt a surge of intense danger wash over him, and without a moment's hesitation, he activated his Do Qi, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently in an attempt to counteract the potential attack from Xiao Linglong. "Futile." Xiao Linglong's ethereal voice echoed in his ears, like a devil's whisper, sending cold sweat cascading down his back. Before he could react, there was a loud bang, and the white-clad elder was sent flying, crashing into the ground several dozen meters away and creating a deep crater. He coughed up blood, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Only now did he comprehend that the strength of the girl before him far exceeded his imagination. That was Elder Xinyun of the Wind Thunder North Pavilion, a formidable 3-star dozong, yet he couldn't withstand even a single strike from this girl. Just how powerful must she be? Onlookers' eyes widened in disbelief, filled with horror and incredulity, their words tumbling out in rapid succession, each carrying the weight of shock as the news spread like wildfire through the crowd. Take me to the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Xiao Linglong's expression was stern, her face seemingly frozen in frost, devoid of warmth, as she pressed her foot down heavily on Xinyun, as if intent on crushing him. You certainly possess some courage, but it remains to be seen if you can leave the Wind Thunder Pavilion unscathed. Xinyun coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his breath weak, yet laced with defiance and menace. Lead the way. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Linglong tightly held the little girl's hand, transmitting warmth and strength, while with her other hand, she lifted Xinyun as if he were a mere chick, soaring through the air, her garments billowing, disappearing into the horizon amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. A dozong. This girl is actually a dozong powerhouse. Someone in the crowd shouted, and instantly, everyone comprehended why this girl dared to act so boldly. Achieving the dozong realm at such a young age, the depth of her family's background was simply unimaginable. She must belong to a remarkable lineage, perhaps from a hidden superfamily. Before long, Xiao Linglong brought Xinyun to a vast expanse of woods, dense with foliage that obscured the sun. Is this the Wind Thunder Pavilion? She inquired, her brow furrowed, her gaze revealing a hint of skepticism. No. The leader of the Wind Thunder Pavilion is currently gathering forces to attack the Tianmu mountain range. They aim to cleanse the young generation and enhance their strength, seeking the Tian Mountain blood pool, which is said to possess miraculous effects, allowing practitioners to undergo a transformation. Hence, the Wind Thunder Pavilion is willing to go to great lengths, Xinyun explained in detail, shaking his head repeatedly, not daring to conceal anything. To bully the weak and flaunt strength in such a manner is truly contemptible. Xiao Linglong's voice was frigid, akin to the cold winds of a winter night. Tell me, have the beings of the Tianmu mountain range ever harmed humans? Or provoked them? I understand. In that case, I shall pay a visit to this so-called Wind Thunder Pavilion and see just how formidable they truly are. As soon as Xiao Linglong spoke, her aura shifted dramatically, her speed surging once more, dashing towards the Tianmu mountain range like a streak of light. Chapter 15. Battle of Transformation at the periphery of the Tianmu mountain range. Tensions ran high, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. Two factions stood poised for confrontation, facing each other. One side was a coalition led by the Wind Thunder Pavilion, with Fei Tian, the leader of the North Pavilion, standing tall in a billowing black robe, exuding an air of authority. The other side represented the local forces of the Tianmu mountain range, led by Jean Shi, the chief of the Golden Mice clan, whose golden fur bristled, radiating a powerful beastly aura. Fei Tian, do not slander us. Jean Shi seethed, flames of anger igniting in his copper-like eyes. The Golden Mice clan has always maintained a peaceful coexistence with humanity. How could we ever harm them? Humph. Can one trust the words of a beast? Enough chatter. Withdraw from the Tianmu mountain range at once, and allow us to take over. Fei Tian scoffed, his disdain evident, as if he viewed the Golden Mice clan as mere ants. Finally, your true colors are revealed. Attack. Fei Tian showed no fear, his doqi surging like a tempest, and he clashed with Jean Shi. The two exchanged blows, their fists howling through the air, as the ground beneath them was carved into deep ravines by their immense power. Defend our homeland. Kill. Jean Shi's roar echoed across the battlefield, resonating like a thunderous bell. Instantly, both factions engaged in a fierce melee. The sounds of battle intertwining, shouts of war, clashing weapons, and explosive doqi creating a chaotic symphony as the battlefield descended into chaos. What an intense fight. Xiao Linglong stood atop a mountain peak, observing the battlefield below. The air crackled with doqi, vibrant techniques soaring through the sky, brilliant flashes of light blooming and vanishing in an instant. Xinyun, hunched over, resembled a wilted eggplant, cowering nearby, afraid to make a sound, lest he draw Xiao Linglong's attention and face her wrath. Xiao Linglong grasped Xinyun with one hand, while holding the little girl, named Huang Feng with the other, steadily making her way towards the battlefield. Huang Feng was the girl Xiao Linglong had saved in Tianbei City. Along the way, she patiently conversed with her and finally learned her name. The little girl followed Xiao Linglong closely, her eyes filled with reliance and trust. Leader, farewell. A transformed golden mice Do Huang was surrounded by several Do Huang opponents, his body battered and bruised. Seeing the dire situation, he steeled his resolve, preparing to self-destruct and perish alongside his enemies. Farewell? What farewell? The figure of Xiao Linglong appeared beside him like a phantom, surrounded by an aura of extraordinary light, akin to a surging wave of soul power. This force erupted instantaneously, sending several besieging Do Huang tumbling backward, their mouths spouting blood, their fates uncertain. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention. Might I inquire your esteemed name and the reason for your presence here? The golden devouring mouse gazed at Xiao Linglong with profound gratitude and curiosity. It was merely a matter of righting a wrong, Xiao Linglong replied with a gentle smile, her expression reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, dispelling some of the battlefield's chill. She gently placed the phoenix in the hands of the golden devouring mouse and carelessly tossed the sealed Xinyun before him, her demeanor turning serious as she commanded, "Keep an eye on them." Xiao Linglong gradually turned, her gaze fixed on the battlefield, stepping onto the void as she approached. With her approach, her aura began to surge forth without restraint, and the suppressed consciousness within her also began to release its might. "Everyone, cease this at once." Xiao Linglong's voice rang out like thunder across the battlefield. The formidable aura of someone in the mid-stage of transformation, combined with her soul realm comparable to the early stages of heavenly realm, sent a tremor through the entire battlefield, leaving all present awestruck, causing them to halt in their tracks. The battlefield fell silent, every gaze drawn to Xiao Linglong. "Who dares obstruct the path of my wind thunder pavilion?" Fei Tian, clad in silvery robes that billowed in the wind, regarded Xiao Linglong coldly, his eyes brimming with hostility and suspicion. "Humph, and what if I do? Do you intend to eliminate me? Come then, I stand before you. If you have the capability, try." Xiao Linglong retorted without reservation, her eyes glimmering with fearless defiance, as if Fei Tian were but an inconsequential figure in her eyes. "Come forth, pavilion master of wind thunder." Xiao Linglong stood her ground, her gaze calmly directed towards the direction of the wind thunder pavilion. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Dressed in a moon-white robe, she exuded a graceful yet imperious presence, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, her brows and eyes imbued with innate pride. At this moment, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Fixating on the powerful figures of the wind thunder pavilion, her expression composed, yet the aura she radiated chilled the air around her. "This young lady possesses keen insight. I am Elder Lei. I come here today with a purpose. What is it you seek?" In an instant, the space shimmered with ripples, as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. A figure slowly emerged, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with a slight beard that hinted at a life of experience and steadiness. Clad in a silver robe adorned with intricate lightning patterns that seemed alive, they flickered and danced, reminiscent of leaping thunder. More astonishingly, a faint aura of thunder radiated from the silver robe, causing the surrounding air to crackle with electricity, as if a storm were imminent. "Enough of this idle chatter. I care not whom you battle," Xiao Linglong interjected, raising an eyebrow, coldness flickering in her eyes. With a casual wave of her hand, a terrifying wave of soul power surged forth, seizing the sealed Xinyun and bringing him before her, before carelessly tossing him at the feet of Elder Lei. "Your incompetent subordinate has wronged me. Naturally, I seek reparation. What do you intend to do about it?" Xinyun landed awkwardly at Elder Lei's feet, his face a mask of terror, eyes pleading for mercy, yet unable to utter a word due to his sealed powers. Elder Lei looked down at Xinyun, his brow furrowing slightly, pondering. This young lady is quite remarkable. Her strength has already reached the Dozong level at such a tender age. She surely has formidable backing. This could be troublesome. With this thought, he raised his head, donning a seemingly gentle smile. "Given your extraordinary prowess, achieving Dozong at such a young age, your future is indeed limitless. I shall accept this loss. However, the battle is not yet concluded. Once it is over, we can discuss compensation, shall we?" As a leader of a first-rate power, Elder Lei had navigated this world, where strength reigned supreme, for many years. He understood that those who reached Dozong at such a young age often had terrifying familial support, making them not easily offended. Chapter 16. The God-slaying spear. The spear, elongated and glinting with a cold light, reflected a fierce brilliance in the sunlight, unmistakably a rare artifact. Xiao Linglong grasped the spear, giving it a gentle shake, causing the tassels to dance and emit a soft rustling sound. Elder Lei took a deep breath, his chest swelling, his eyes narrowing as an overwhelming surge of fighting spirit erupted forth like a volcanic eruption. The surrounding space trembled violently, as though burdened fabric, emitting a hissing sound, on the verge of tearing apart. This terrifying aura caused the expressions of all present to change dramatically, instinctively retreating several hundred meters, fearing they might be affected by this overwhelming power. Only Xiao Linglong remained rooted, unperturbed, her expression calm, even holding a hint of disdain. her flowing hair swaying in an invisible breeze, enhancing her ethereal presence. Is this merely the strength of the refining void stage? Xiao Linglong mused internally, her face betraying no sign of fear. Within her, spiritual energy surged violently, akin to a roaring river, emanating a thunderous sound. The spear in her hand was enveloped in this energy, glowing softly. Tightening her grip on the spear, her lips parted slightly as she coldly shouted, fearlessly charging toward Elder Lei. This scene astounded all present, a Dozong challenging a Dozun with such audacity and fearlessness. This battle, regardless of its outcome, would undoubtedly be remembered and retold for ages. Humph! Elder Lei scoffed as he witnessed Xiao Linglong's advance, his hand waving dismissively, his wide sleeves instantly hardening like steel, gleaming with a metallic sheen. At that moment, the tip of Xiao Linglong's spear was already upon him, imbued with an unstoppable momentum. Clang! A peculiar sound reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, sharp and piercing, as if it could penetrate the soul, causing all strong figures to change their expressions and hastily channel their fighting spirit to shield their ears. The collision of forces unleashed visible shockwaves that rippled outward, sending debris flying and carving deep grooves into the ground. Such formidable strength, but still insufficient. Elder Lei exclaimed, his admiration for Xiao Linglong's power growing. With a stamp of his foot, the ground fractured instantly, an overwhelming surge of fighting spirit coalescing in his sleeves, which he then forcefully swept toward Xiao Linglong. This motion created a catastrophic force, the surrounding air being rapidly evacuated, forming a colossal vacuum vortex. Seeing this, Xiao Linglong's spiritual energy erupted like a flood, coalescing entirely within the spear. With a fierce inner cry, she declared, first strike of the god-slaying spear, falling star. In an instant, the spear in her hand blazed with blinding light, transforming into a multitude of luminous spears akin to stars in the night sky, each containing terrifying power, descending upon Elder Lei. As the spear's shadows passed, the space was torn asunder, emitting hissing sounds. Elder Lei's expression shifted dramatically. He could sense the might of this strike was equivalent to an advanced Earth-level combat technique. In this critical moment, he had no time to ponder further and swiftly executed an Earth-level combat skill, Wind Thunder Catastrophe. He rapidly formed seals with his hands, and the sky darkened with thick clouds, bolts of thunder crashing down from the heavens, colliding with Xiao Linglong's spear shadows. In that instant, lightning flickered and deafening booms resounded, the overwhelming force causing the surrounding mountains to tremble, countless boulders tumbling down. Second strike of the god-slaying spear, decisive light. Third strike, annihilation. Xiao Linglong seized the moment, unleashing 2 consecutive spear techniques without granting Elder Lei a moment's respite. With each strike, the spear's power intensified, its brilliance becoming increasingly dazzling, rivaling even heavenly-level combat techniques. Each thrust bore the weight of cataclysmic force, distorting the very fabric of space as if an invisible hand were kneading it into chaos. Such might could rival even heavenly-level combat techniques. The spectators, observing the intense exchange between Xiao Linglong and Elder Lei, were left utterly astounded. Xiao Linglong wielded her long spear with exceptional finesse, her combat techniques captivating all who beheld them. Even the formidable Fei Tian of the 7 Stars Dozong felt a twinge of uncertainty, his heart racing as he watched the scene unfold, unsure of his ability to triumph over Xiao Linglong. At that moment, the battlefield was enveloped by the might of the 2 warriors, creating an isolated realm where onlookers held their breath, fixated on the breathtaking clash, fearful of missing a single thrilling moment. The Thunder Sovereign, engaged in fierce combat with Xiao Linglong, was filled with disbelief. As a renowned 3-star Dozuan, he was acknowledged for his formidable strength across the continent. Yet this girl, merely at the Dozong level, was proving to be an equal adversary. Each encounter showcased her remarkable combat skills and immense power, leaving the Thunder Sovereign astounded. He pondered silently. If Xiao Linglong were to break through to the Dozuan realm, with her current potential and talent, her battle prowess could rival that of 6 or 7-star Dozuan, which would surely send shockwaves throughout the continent. Wind and Thunderkill. The Thunder Sovereign gritted his teeth, channeling his vast Do Chi to withstand the third thrust of Xiao Linglong's god-slaying 13 spears. Seizing the opportunity as she staggered back from the recoil, he unleashed his ultimate signature technique. In an instant, a tempest roared and lightning flickered, as countless bolts of destructive energy surged forth, propelled by fierce winds towards Xiao Linglong. The air was rent asunder, producing a piercing howl, while the ground was gouged, sending debris flying. The audience gasped in unison, their throats dry with shock, as they realized that this girl's combat strength was indeed on par with a 3-star Dozuan. Among the crowd, Shenyun, standing behind Fei Tian, broke into a cold sweat, his face pale as paper. He was acutely aware of his own limitations as merely a 3-star dozo. And he trembled at the thought that a single misstep from Xiao Linglong could turn him into a lifeless corpse without a chance to resist. Young lady, to achieve such prowess at barely 15 years old, the Thunder Sovereign steadied himself, his gaze fixed on Xiao Linglong as he proclaimed loudly, "Should you withstand this blow, I shall grant any request you desire." Despite his usual underhanded ways, he felt an instinctual reverence for strength in this world of the powerful. Even as Xiao Linglong matched him, he could not disregard this remarkably youthful opponent. He mused that if she had a formidable force backing her, conceding to her conditions might preserve his dignity while avoiding the ire of a dangerous foe. However, should she lack such support, he would have no choice but to eliminate her, for no one wished for a prodigious enemy to grow stronger than themselves, threatening their position. Chapter 17, Victory. Very well. God slaying 13 spears, 4th shot, heavenly punishment. Xiao Linglong's eyes widened, her lips parting as she issued a fierce cry. Instantly, spiritual energy surged, coalescing before her into a spear of pure energy, towering 100 feet tall. This spear gleamed brilliantly, its runes flickering ominously, exuding an aura of dread as if it were a divine punishment descending from the heavens, charging towards the Thunder Sovereign's technique. As she unleashed this formidable strike, Xiao Linglong's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on her brow, clearly indicating the tremendous toll this powerful attack took on her spiritual strength. Yet, her eyes remained resolute, devoid of any intent to retreat. With a thunderous roar that echoed like the collapse of the heavens, a cacophony erupted, causing the spectators' ears to ring painfully. Disturbing fissures in space spread between the two, reminiscent of a fearsome beast's gaping maw, instilling a chill in the onlookers. A massive shockwave radiated from the two warriors, sending dust and debris swirling, while nearby mountains trembled, boulders tumbling down. Both the Thunder Sovereign and Xiao Linglong were violently propelled back 100 meters by the force, their garments whipping in the wind, hair flying wildly. This clash of power yielded no clear victor, as both remained evenly matched. Young lady, it is I who concede. The Thunder Sovereign, feeling the dwindling do qi within him, sighed heavily, a mixture of resignation and bitterness filling his heart. He clasped his hands in respect and addressed Xiao Linglong. "May I inquire your name?" In that moment, his earlier arrogance had vanished, replaced by profound respect for Xiao Linglong. "My name is Xiao Yao," Xiao Linglong replied with a slight tilt of her head, her demeanor calm and dignified. "Now, Thunder Sovereign, you may withdraw your forces. You may select several young warriors from the Tianshan blood pool, but the number must not exceed 6. I will safeguard the Tianmu mountain range. Furthermore, those who support you should refrain from provoking me again." Her voice was melodious, yet carried an undeniable authority, as if declaring her sovereignty. "Then I shall heed the words of Lady Xiao Yao," the Thunder Sovereign replied, a wave of relief washing over him as he feared she would impose harsh conditions. He departed the battlefield with his subordinates, retreating into the distance. As they vanished from sight, the crowd was filled with profound emotions, reflecting on the exhilarating battle that had finally come to a close. "Thank you for saving our lives." Jean Shi gazed at the departing figures of the various powerful factions, his eyes slightly reddening with gratitude. He hurried to Xiao Linglong, kneeling deeply before her in reverence. "Had it not been for your intervention, our Golden Mice clan would have faced utter annihilation, and the Tianshan blood pool would have fallen into the hands of others. Please rise." Xiao Linglong quickly approached him, offering a warm smile that radiated the gentle warmth of a spring sun. "I simply could not bear to see the weak oppressed by the strong." Her words were soft, yet imbued with a sense of justice. "Do not linger outside. Come, enter the heart of our clan, where you may find rest." An elder, Jingu, stepped forward with a warm invitation, his gaze towards Xiao Linglong filled with gratitude and admiration. "Very well," Xiao Linglong nodded gently, taking Huang Feng's hand as they stepped into the heart of the Golden Mice clan, surrounded by a throng of supporters. The interior of the Tianmu mountain range was protected by a natural formation, mysterious and powerful, which most factions could not penetrate. It was precisely this that attracted formidable dozoin like the Thunder Sovereign to attempt to breach it for the resources of the Tianshan blood pool. "Senior Jean Shi, you bear hidden injuries. Is it perhaps fire poison?" Xiao Linglong observed keenly as she sat upon a stone bench, her beautiful eyes scanning Jean Shi with precision. "How did Lady Xiao Yao discern this?" Jean Shi exclaimed, his admiration for her growing even more. The fire poison within him stemmed from the fiery energies of the Tianshan blood pool, which had been accumulating for years, significantly diminishing his strength and leaving him unable to exert his full power. "I possess some knowledge of alchemy," Xiao Linglong stated calmly after taking a sip of tea, her demeanor tranquil. "However, my assistance comes at a cost, and I hope the two seniors will not take offense." Though her tone was light, she had made her conditions clear. "Oh, There is no need for anger. Jingu waved his hand, a broad smile on his face. Lady Xiaoyao has saved our entire clan and preserved the Tianshan blood pool. I am grateful beyond measure. Discussing costs is unnecessary. As the overseer of the Tianshan blood pool, he held the authority to make decisions, understanding that the debt of gratitude owed to Xiao Linglong far outweighed any monetary considerations. Sunlight streamed through the window panes, illuminating the quaint chamber where Xiao Linglong sat gracefully at the table, poised as she retrieved paper and pen from her seemingly ordinary storage pouch. In truth, this pouch was a precious artifact she had acquired during her travels across the continent, capable of holding countless items. With a brush in hand, she dipped the tip into ink and began to write with swift strokes on the paper, her characters elegant and clear, each stroke imbued with her unique charisma. Before long, a list of various required medicinal ingredients materialized before her, a request she hoped the esteemed Jinshi could fulfill. Here is the list, Xiao Linglong said, extending it to Jinshi, who stood nearby. Her voice was melodious, yet carried an undeniable conviction. Clad in white garments as pure as snow, her cascading black hair framed a visage that radiated both wisdom and vitality, evoking a sense of respect as she focused intently on her task. Jinshi accepted the list, his gaze sweeping over the elegant script, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful hand." He then scrutinized the types of herbs listed, nodding slightly. "We have these herbs in our clan's repository and can have them retrieved immediately. However, Miss Xiao, do you have any other requests?" Jinshi, a prominent figure of the gold-eating mouse clan, was steady and reliable, harboring deep gratitude and respect for Xiao Linglong, his savior. "I wish to establish 2 formations in the blood pool of Tianshan," Xiao Linglong replied, rising to approach the window, her eyes sparkling with confidence as she gazed towards the distant blood pool of Tianshan. "One formation will weaken the fire poison, while the other will completely eradicate it, allowing the rampant energies to be absorbed." She turned to Jinshi and Jingu, her expression earnest. "I hope, esteemed seniors, you can grant me 2 spots in the blood pool. Miss Xiao has a way to eliminate the fire poison?" Jingu's tranquil demeanor was instantly suffused with excitement, his eyes alight with anticipation. He understood well that the fire poison of the blood pool had long plagued the gold-eating mouse clan, and if it could be removed, they could directly access the abundant energy at the bottom of the pool, which had accumulated over the years. This would undoubtedly lead to the emergence of more Dozong strongholds among their ranks, significantly enhancing their power. Xiao Linglong nodded gently, affirming, "I will require some rare treasures from heaven and earth. I hope the 2 of you can assist me in sourcing them." With that, she picked up her pen again, meticulously jotting down the needed treasures and handing the list to Jingu. "Rest assured, Miss Xiao, we possess all of these items," Jingu replied, glancing over the list with a sense of relief. The gold-eating mouse clan, with its vast numbers and widespread influence, had amassed a diverse collection of treasures over the years, including some exceedingly rare and obscure items. In his eyes, Xiao Linglong's ability to resolve the fire poison issue was worth any personal sacrifice, even risking half his life. For he knew how many clan members had perished in the effort to access the depths of the blood pool, where the energy was plentiful, yet the fire poison was fierce, even challenging for a 6-star Dozong like Jinshi. "Bring Miss Xiao to rest, and attend to her with the highest standards." After conversing with Xiao Linglong for a while, Jinshi noted that evening had fallen and instructed his subordinates to arrange accommodations for her. He understood that she had expended considerable energy in addressing the blood pool issue and required proper rest. Xiao Linglong took the hand of Huang Feng and followed the guiding gold-eating mouse warrior to her room. Along the way, she observed the surroundings, noting the clan's unique architectural style, constructed primarily of stone and wood, both rustic and resilient. As they walked, gold-eating mouse clan members passed by, their gazes towards Xiao Linglong filled with gratitude and curiosity. "Sister, I want to be strong like you. Can you teach me?" As soon as they entered the room, Huang Feng looked at Xiao Linglong with eager anticipation. Of similar age yet petite, she had long, dark hair and a delicate face. But the hardships she had endured left her with a hint of timidity and insecurity in her eyes. Xiao Linglong gently patted Huang Feng's head and said, "Of course, I will teach you." She moved to the bedside and retrieved a manual from her storage pouch. This manual was a rare find, suitable for those with special bloodlines, and she had always regarded it as a treasure. "Follow the teachings in this manual, and if you don't understand something, just ask me, all right?" She handed the manual to Huang Feng, her eyes brimming with affection. Huang Feng accepted the manual, nodding obediently. "Okay." She cautiously opened it, gazing at the densely packed text, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Having been abused since she could remember and lacking any formal education, she struggled even with basic literacy. Thus, the manual, with its 200-odd characters, felt as incomprehensible as celestial script. Seeing this, Xiao Linglong patiently sat beside Huang Feng, teaching her to recognize each character, explaining the meaning of every sentence. Time slipped away unnoticed, and after 6 hours of diligent effort, Huang Feng finally managed to grasp the manual's content. Observing her earnestness, Xiao Linglong felt a mixture of tenderness and pride. In just a few minutes, Huang Feng entered a state of cultivation. Following the manual's guidance, she began to circulate her internal energy, and the surrounding spiritual energy gradually converged towards her. Xiao Linglong watched as Huang Feng entered this meditative state, letting out a gentle sigh as she too settled into a cross-legged position to restore her own strength. She understood that in this world, where power dictated respect, strength was paramount. As dawn broke the next day, golden sunlight flooded the room. Xiao Linglong slowly opened her eyes, feeling the surge of power within her. A smile gracing her lips. Late-stage transformation. Indeed, combat was the swiftest way to regain strength. After a night of cultivation, her abilities had further advanced, and her spirit felt more invigorated. At that moment, Huang Feng, who had been meditating throughout the night, suddenly trembled as the energies of heaven and earth surged towards her as if summoned. Xiao Linglong looked at Huang Feng in astonishment. A glimmer of delight in her eyes. So it is the phoenix bloodline. Her true form is the most noble vermilion bird. No wonder. She regarded Huang Feng, who had absorbed the energy and reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, contemplating her fortune. Xiao Linglong knew that every vermilion bird possessed exceptional cultivation talent. As long as they survived, they would inevitably achieve great heights. She felt elated at having found such a remarkable companion. For who would not cherish a gentle and beautiful bird? Moreover, the manual she had given Huang Feng was perfectly suited for her cultivation. At this moment, Huang Feng remained unaware of the immense opportunity she had received. Xiao Linglong silently resolved to nurture Huang Feng, guiding her to become a formidable cultivator. Under the blazing sun, the relentless rays poured over the Tianmu mountain range, cloaking this vast and mysterious expanse in a golden veil. The mountains rose and fell like a slumbering dragon, shrouded in mist, lending an ethereal quality that heightened the air of mystery. In a secluded corner of the Tianmu mountain range, Xiao Linglong, draped in a moon-white dress, stood gracefully before a stone pool, her curious and inquisitive eyes fixed on the swirling crimson liquid within. The liquid appeared almost alive, bubbling vigorously, each surge emanating an overwhelming energy that made the surrounding air quiver. The stone pool was uniquely situated, a mere 100 meters from the highest peak of the Tianmu mountain range. From the summit, one could gaze down upon this stone pool, which glimmered like a ruby set amidst the mountains. "Observe," he said, raising a hand to point at the blood pool, continuing his patient explanation. "The energy within this pool derives from the active volcanic energy deep within the mountains. After eons of sedimentation and nurturing, the fire attribute energy here is extraordinarily abundant, so concentrated that it is nearly tangible. For cultivators, if this energy is harnessed wisely, it possesses miraculous properties that can significantly enhance their physical constitution and foundational cultivation. However, every matter has its advantages and disadvantages, and the fiery poison within this blood pool is far more formidable than one can imagine. Should one linger too long, the poison would inevitably seep into the body, resulting in endless repercussions. Thus, it is wise not to tarry." Xiao Linglong gently acknowledged with a soft hum, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in her beautiful eyes as her mind began to formulate her own plans. She gracefully stepped aside, her movements elegant, and with a flick of her jade hand, she retrieved an array of peculiar items bestowed by the Golden Valley from her storage ring. These items varied in shape, exuding unique glimmers and fragrances. Some bore an ancient bronze hue, their surfaces etched with enigmatic patterns that seemed to recount ancient tales. Others shimmered in a riot of colors, as if encapsulating every hue of the world, evoking an irresistible yearning within the observer. Xiao Linglong's expression turned focused, her gaze revealing determination and confidence, as she carefully arranged these items according to the specific locations imprinted in her mind. Her actions were light and practiced, akin to performing a sacred ritual. Before long, 2 exquisitely intricate formations were unveiled before the onlookers. Chapter 19. Arranging the formation. This is the soul of the imperial realm. Jean, knowledgeable and experienced, turned pale upon feeling the overwhelming and boundless pressure of the soul, his legs buckling as he involuntarily knelt. His face was a canvas of shock and fear, his body trembling slightly under the weight of the pressure, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Nevertheless, Jean was a seasoned practitioner with years of cultivation. Endowed with extraordinary willpower and composure, he soon steadied himself, channeling his inner energy to fully embrace the soul's pressure, seizing this rare opportunity to begin a slow cultivation. He understood that the pressure emanating from the soul of the imperial realm was a privilege few could ever experience. Such an opportunity, if missed, would surely lead to lifelong regret. As the soul's pressure rippled outward, enveloping the entire Tianmu mountain range, every living being within it, be they soaring birds, roaming beasts, or rooted flora, felt as though they were being crushed beneath an invisible mountain, their movements becoming sluggish and arduous. Each step seemed to drain all their strength, their wings becoming unbearably heavy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, beneath this vast soul pressure, their own souls were quietly undergoing marvelous transformations. Their souls, as if caressed by gentle hands, slowly expanded and transformed, becoming more resilient and powerful. This would pave a smoother path for their future cultivation, laying a solid foundation for their growth. The two formations laid down by Xiao Linglong, under the continuous infusion of her spiritual energy, grew increasingly radiant, emitting dazzling beams of light. One formation resembled a colossal dome, firmly covering the blood pool of Tian Mountain. With a mysterious and potent force, it voraciously absorbed the natural energies from the surrounding area. This energy, drawn to the formation, transformed into vibrant streams of light, flowing incessantly into the blood pool. The red liquid within the pool churned more violently under this immense influx of energy, and the energy fluctuations intensified. The second formation, silently sinking into the depths of the blood pool, activated autonomously. It functioned like a precise and efficient filter, continuously purging impurities from the fiery energy within the pool. Under the formation's influence, the impurities that had mingled with the fiery energy were gradually separated, rendering the fire energy within the pool increasingly pure and intense, as if on the verge of igniting. Having completed this task, Xiao Linglong showed no signs of pausing. She descended lightly, her form as graceful as a dancing butterfly. She sat cross-legged by the edge of the blood pool, her hands swiftly forming seals, murmuring incantations. As she moved, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, sparkling more frequently. The already formidable formations, activated by her, gained even greater power, transforming the scene into a dreamlike spectacle. As though one were immersed in a realm of immortals. A day passed, the sun still shining brightly, casting light upon every corner of the Tianmu mountain range. Xiao Linglong slowly opened her eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them, as the fluctuations of spiritual energy around her gradually subsided. As if the tremendous outburst of energy had never occurred. She rose, stretching her limbs, her yet to fully mature body radiating youthful vigor, resembling a budding flower, exuding a unique allure. Her skin, pale as snow, glowed softly under the sun, imbued with a refreshing aura. However, those present were seasoned veterans of the Dozong realm, their minds having transcended such superficial appearances, and thus, they were not swayed by mere outward beauty. In their eyes, only reverence and admiration for Xiao Linglong's strength remained. "Thank you, Miss Xiaoyao," Jean Gu and Jean Shi said in unison, stepping forward to bow deeply to Xiao Linglong, their eyes filled with gratitude. Their bodies leaned slightly forward, their demeanor sincere and respectful, as if paying homage to an extraordinarily esteemed being. Moments passed quickly, and soon, Xiao Linglong's surrounding solar flames gradually receded, the fierce crimson light dimming until it completely vanished. She exhaled softly and raised her gaze, addressing Jean Shi. "Senior Jean Shi, it is done." With a rush, Jean Shi circulated his internal energy, the powerful currents swiftly cleansing his body of residual grime, which fell away in a cascade. He then donned his garments and strode confidently to a nearby stone bench, sitting down with a profound sense of relief and comfort. Rising again, he formally bowed to Xiao Linglong, speaking earnestly, "Thank you, Miss Xiaoyao. Without your assistance, I would have been troubled by this hidden danger for an indefinite time." Chapter 20. Trial Quotas. Xiao Linglong's lips curved into a slight smile, a carefree expression gracing her features as she waved her hand. "It was but a trifling matter. Do not forget to grant me 2 quotas for entering the blood pool for training, senior." Upon hearing this, Jean Shi straightened his chest, thumping it heartily, his slightly aged face alight with exuberance. "Rest assured, Miss Xiaoyao, I shall grant you not 2, but even 3 quotas. I am known for my straightforwardness. This matter shall not be trifled with." "Then I thank you, senior." Xiao Linglong's smile brightened as she produced a smooth jade token from her bosom, handing it to Jean Gu, explaining, "This token contains my essence. Should anyone present it in the future, the token will resonate with them, indicating that they are one I approve of, and you may grant them entry to the blood pool." "Understood, Mississippi. I shall remember this." Jean Gu accepted the jade token with both hands, stowing it carefully, then asked with a hint of curiosity, "Are you preparing to leave, Miss Xiaoyao?" Xiao Linglong nodded gently, her hair swaying softly. "Indeed, I intend to take Huangfeng for some training to broaden our horizons." "Very well, I shall not see you off. Take care on your journey. Jean clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully, his gaze filled with concern. May our paths cross again, esteemed seniors, Xiao Linglong said with a faint smile, taking Huangfeng's hand in hers. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped them, transforming into a brilliant stream of light that vanished into the distant horizon. Let us go, old friend. The hidden dangers of the Tian Mountain blood pool have been resolved. This is our great opportunity. Jean gazed in the direction where Xiao Linglong had departed. Filled with countless emotions, his tone imbued with satisfaction. Indeed, Miss Xiaoyao possesses formidable strength, yet carries none of the arrogance that others often display. It is genuinely endearing and aligns well with my preferences, a companion chimed in, nodding vigorously. Unconcerned with the attention of onlookers, she grasped Huangfeng's hand, her toes lightly tapping, glowing faintly as she stepped into the void, effortlessly transforming into a streak of light as she departed Tianhuang City. Walking on air? Only a dozong expert can accomplish such a feat. A gasp arose from the crowd. That girl is a dozong. Another individual widened her eyes in astonishment, her face a canvas of shock. Clad in a light-colored dress and accompanied by a young girl, she was none other than Xiao Linglong, the very same Xiao Linglong who had matched a 3-star dozuan with her formidable dozong prowess. The crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers, their expressions rife with panic and awe. After all, Xiao Linglong's legendary battle in the Tianmu Mountains had long since echoed through the ages. Now, in the northern region of Zhongzhou, she had undeniably established herself as the preeminent figure among the younger generation. Before long, Xiao Linglong arrived at the venue of the Xifang Pavilion Conference hosted by the Fenglei Pavilion. Upon reaching the mountain's peak, she beheld ominous clouds rolling in, thick and oppressive as if they might descend upon her. The thunderous roar of the wind and lightning crackled through the air, illuminating the sky with terrifying brilliance. Atop this summit loomed a grand edifice, the North Pavilion of Fenglei, the very site of the Xifang Conference. Xiao Linglong, with Huangfeng in tow, ascended the stone platform with poise. At that moment, 2 elders of Fenglei Pavilion were seated at a table, diligently recording names for the event. Those who can withstand an attack from me may participate in the conference. Those who cannot should kindly proceed to the left spectator area, announced an elder clad in silver robes, suddenly radiating an overwhelming aura. He was a 4-star dohuang. Xiao Linglong shook her head lightly. Her intent in coming here was not to engage in combat, but to seek someone. In her heart, she mused, if entry were denied, she would simply force her way in. Back in her mid-Huashan phase, she had battled the Thunder Sovereign. Now, having reached the late stages of Huashan, she doubted that the Thunder Sovereign could easily withstand her assault. With this thought, Xiao Linglong grasped Huangfeng's hand and took the left passageway to the spectator seats. Quietly settling down to await the official commencement of the Xifang Conference, her gaze calm and profound, as if anticipating a spectacular show. The spacious arena buzzed with a throng of spectators, their eager eyes and animated voices filling every nook. As the last few vacant seats were taken, the atmosphere surged with excitement and tension, everyone eagerly awaiting the grand contest's initiation. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and distant thunder rumbled ominously, heralding an impending storm. A commanding figure, enveloped in swirling winds and thunder, appeared atop the highest chair of the arena, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. This was none other than the renowned Thunder Sovereign, his white hair dancing wildly in the wind, exuding a chilling aura of power. Beside him lay 3 empty chairs, seemingly awaiting equally formidable individuals. Below, Xiao Linglong, garbed in a flowing lavender gown that fluttered gently in the breeze, had her long hair cascading gracefully down her back. She closed her eyes briefly, her delicate brows furrowing as she sensed the aura emanating from the Thunder Sovereign. After a moment, she shook her head gently, reflecting, the Thunder Sovereign's presence remains unchanged, devoid of any signs of advancement. In the realm of Dozuan, each star gained requires decades of perseverance. How could he be compared to her? A cultivator who comprehended the vast paths of the cosmos? Not long after the Thunder Sovereign settled into his seat, a sharp, resonant sound of a sword echoed, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the sky. An elder, bearing a long sword on his back, appeared with measured steps, gracefully landing in one of the chairs. Though his stature was modest, the fierce sword aura radiating from him matched that of the Thunder Sovereign, invoking respect from all present. Oh, the sword sovereign arrives with remarkable swiftness, the Thunder Sovereign remarked with a warm smile, inclining his head in acknowledgement. It appears I am the last to arrive. Just as the crowd's attention lingered on the dark figure, a sudden gust swept through, swirling dust and debris, revealing an elderly figure clad in a flowing azure robe. Each of his steps seemed to resonate deeply within the hearts of the onlookers as he approached the final chair and sat down. radiating an extraordinary aura that captivated everyone's gaze. He must be the strongest. Nearing the pinnacle of 4-star Dozuan, Xiao Linglong mused inwardly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she surveyed the bustling hall. As the spectators continued to marvel at the arrival of the esteemed sovereigns, Xiao Linglong abruptly grasped Huangfeng's hand, her figure flickering like a wisp of smoke as she vanished from her seat. Chapter 21. The Xifeng Pavilion Conference. Following the sound, the crowd turned to see two young girls, one large and one small, unexpectedly materializing on the contest stage. Xiao Linglong wore a loose, pale pink dress, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring, fresh and enchanting. Her long hair was casually secured with a pink hairpin, a few strands cascading playfully beside her fair cheeks, enhancing her charm. A pair of exquisite glasses rested on her nose, behind which her lively eyes sparkled with mischief and confidence. That is Xiao Linglong. A powerful figure of Dohuang level in the audience exclaimed in disbelief, as if witnessing a miraculous event. Who dares to confront my master? A disciple from the Huangquan Pavilion, face flushed with anger, stepped forward, weapon in hand, ready to attack. Xiao Linglong's lips curled into an alluring smile. With a graceful wave of her hand, an invisible wave radiated from her, swiftly expanding outward. To the astonishment of onlookers, the disciple appeared to be struck by an immense force, hurtling backward, blood spurting from his mouth, and soon he lay unconscious. An 8th-grade alchemist. The expression of the Wind Sovereign turned grave. As one of the longest acquainted with the revered alchemist, he was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of an alchemist wielding soul energy in combat. Xiao Linglong, given your status, it seems rather inappropriate to strike a junior, the Thunder Sovereign remarked, rising slowly, his tone calm, yet tinged with authority. He was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling Xiao Linglong's astonishingly young age. She was so youthful that while everyone marveled at her strength, they almost overlooked this fundamental fact. What a sharp-tongued girl! The Huangquan Sovereign exclaimed, suddenly standing, his aura surging like an erupting volcano, formidable and overwhelming. Then let us engage. With a flick of her delicate hand, an ancient and exquisite sword box materialized in Xiao Linglong's grasp. She caressed the box tenderly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation and excitement. Shall we take turns? Or will you all come at me together? Very well, allow me to test just how formidable the renowned Xiao Linglong truly is, the Huangquan Sovereign declared, his figure flashing like a bolt of black lightning, instantly appearing before Xiao Linglong. The sheer magnitude of his energy caused the surrounding space to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Sword Sovereign, I must say, I find your swordsmanship quite impressive. Thus, I shall demonstrate my skills. Xiao Linglong moved gracefully, her voice melodious, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. With that, she struck the ancient sword box beside her with a decisive motion, her movements crisp and spirited. In an instant, a sharp crack echoed as the box sprang open, revealing 6 uniquely shaped long swords nestled within, their blades glistening ominously, exuding a fierce aura that spoke of their extraordinary nature. The chilling light seemed to freeze the very air around them, causing the onlookers to gasp in awe, their hearts pounding with admiration. Once, our family sheltered an elder, Xiao Linglong murmured softly, her gaze fixed on the long swords, her thoughts drifting far away. A hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes as she recalled the elder's astonishing talent and swordsmanship, lamenting the tragic fate that befell her family. In order to prevent her unparalleled swordsmanship from fading into obscurity, she imparted all her lifelong learning to this young lady. As she spoke, she slightly raised her head, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the revered figure of Huangquan, her eyes shimmering with a fearless light, hoping that he could hold his ground. These words resonated like a clarion call to battle, echoing across the arena. With the first strike, Xiao Linglong called out with a melodic voice, her aura swirling around her like a surging tide. She extended her delicate hand, and a long sword, as if imbued with spirit, shot forth. In an instant, the sword danced like a dragon and a snake, its velocity dazzling to behold. Accompanied by the sword's movements, a chorus of roars filled the air, reminiscent of ancient dragons, reverberating painfully in the ears of onlookers. Sword 1, Dragon and Snake, let the dust rise and the dragon soar, Xiao Linglong proclaimed once more, her voice brimming with strength and confidence. How exquisite and extraordinary her swordplay was. The sword master, sensing the overwhelming sword intent rushing towards him, felt an involuntary swallow in his throat, his eyes wide with astonishment. As a master of the sword path, he understood the formidable power of this strike, and his admiration for Xiao Linglong's technique grew immensely. The force of her strike was akin to that of a high-tier, earth-level combat skill. Huang Xuan's expression darkened significantly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He was acutely aware of the threat posed by this strike and dared not underestimate it. A torrent of fighting spirit erupted from within him, akin to surging ocean waves, as he swiftly invoked his combat skills to attempt to deflect the sharp sword energy. His hands moved rapidly to form seals, and a massive barrier of fighting spirit materialized before him, glimmering with potent energy. Sword 2, Lotus of the Twin Blossoms. The duality of creation. Xiao Linglong's graceful hands moved in sync with her surging spirit, and the sword light abruptly split into two. These two streams of sword light intertwined like yin and yang, reliant on one another, forming a complex and profound shadow of the sword. The flickering shadows sliced through the air, producing a subtle tearing sound, as if the very atmosphere were being cleaved by razor-sharp blades. This wondrous sight caused all present to change their expressions dramatically, for they understood that such power had fully crossed into the realm of heavenly combat skills. Could the Carefree Maiden truly possess heavenly combat skills? Observing Xiao Linglong, adorned in a flowing pale pink dress, with a few strands of hair cascading over her chest and a pink hairpin stylishly tucked at the back of her head, she exuded an effortless grace, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. All the powerful figures present not only marveled at her beauty, but were also deeply struck by her formidable prowess. Ling Kuan decision. Huang Quan's face grew grave. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed one of his trump cards. Surrounding him was a swirling black mist, within which the power of Ling Kuan surged, emanating an aura of chilling terror. This technique was one of his life-saving skills, and in order to withstand Xiao Linglong's formidable strike, he had no choice but to exert all his strength. The clash of combat skills and sword energy erupted in a deafening roar, sending powerful energy waves radiating outward. Chapter 22. 9 swords emerge as 4 under the force of this impact. Ling Kuan staggered backwards several paces, each step leaving deep imprints upon the ground. His expression darkened as he glared at Xiao Linglong, filled with shock and resentment. How could a dignified combat master like himself be forced back by a mere combat adept? Ling Kuan must tread carefully. Sword 3 weighs 3 pounds. The sword's energy bears 3 pounds. Xiao Linglong's lips curved into a confident smile. With a melodious voice akin to a sword's chime, another long sword soared from her sword box. This sword, entirely black, was inscribed with mysterious runes, known as the 3-pound sword. As it flew forth, a heavy sword energy surged towards her opponents, as if intent on collapsing the very space around them. Such a novel application of the sword. How delightful. Today, I have truly opened my eyes to such an astonishing sword master. I have no regrets in life. The sword master exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement and fervor. He watched with delight as Xiao Linglong wielded the 3rd sword, completely overpowering Ling Kuan, his heart brimming with joy. In his view, the sword path should be pursued fearlessly and resolutely. Why does the Thunder Master not take action? Ling Kuan found himself on the defensive, unable to retaliate. Anxiety gripped him, and with veins visibly throbbing on his forehead, he shouted towards the direction of the Thunder Master. At this moment, he was at his wit's end, desperately seeking aid. I too wish to experience the sword techniques of the Carefree Maiden. The Thunder Master, fully aware of Xiao Linglong's formidable abilities, dared not take any chances. Surrounding him, lightning flickered as a vast torrent of fighting spirit surged forth, akin to a roaring tide, crashing down upon Xiao Linglong with all its might. The intertwining of lightning and fighting spirit created a tremendous oppressive force, warping the very fabric of the surrounding space. Sword 4, Yellow Lodge, drifting amidst 4 clouds. In the face of the combined assault from the Thunder Master and Ling Kuan, Xiao Linglong remained unfazed. Her expression tranquil as she gently shielded her sword, Feng Huang, behind her while channeling her spirit at an accelerated pace. In an instant, her sword techniques morphed, revealing 4 clouds formed from sword energy that slowly emerged. Each cloud, distinct in form, hovered in the air, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. Suddenly, the energies of heaven and earth shifted dramatically. The once clear sky turned overcast, thick with an oppressive atmosphere. Ling Kuan and the Thunder Master, witnessing this transformation, felt their expressions darken further, fully aware that such combat skills had ascended to the heavenly tier. If they did not fight with all their might, they risked severe injury or even death. Drink. The vast torrent of fighting spirit erupted from both their bodies, as they summoned all their strength to withstand Xiao Linglong's terrifying sword technique. In that moment, the entire arena was enveloped in brilliant energy, and the onlookers could only glimpse the fierce clash of silhouettes within the luminous haze. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and the light gradually dissipated. Xiao Linglong staggered back only a few paces, her posture still upright, her garments flowing as if a celestial being had graced the earth. In contrast, the Thunder Master and Ling Kuan were forced back several steps, their steps unsteady, their faces as pale as paper. With this clash, the victor and the vanquished were clearly delineated. We have lost. From henceforth, the 4 great pavilions shall recognize you, Miss Carefree, as a member of the 5th pavilion of Zhongzhou, the Thundermaster said, his face etched with bitterness, as he cupped his hands in acknowledgement of defeat. Though he harbored reluctance, he could not deny Xiao Linglong's prowess. As the tumultuous battle that reverberated throughout Zhongzhou came to a close, the clamor of the arena gradually subsided. Yet the air remained charged with a mingling of tension and exhilaration. Miss Carefree, when you establish the 5th pavilion, I hope to engage in a few days of conversation with you. I also wish to learn a few sword techniques from you, so please do not find me bothersome. The sword master, wearing a broad smile, addressed Xiao Linglong. His gaze brimmed with admiration and anticipation. After witnessing her astonishing swordplay, he regarded this young and beautiful woman with newfound respect, convinced she would achieve great things in the future. Agreed. When the time comes, I shall certainly welcome you. If the sword master is willing to come, it would be a tremendous honor for the Carefree Pavilion. Xiao Linglong replied with a radiant smile. Though she appeared to be a delicate young maiden, in truth, she was a formidable being of the Dao realm, having encountered countless individuals before her reincarnation. With a single glance, she discerned that the sword master was a genial and sword-enthusiastic individual, worthy of forming a friendship. At that moment, a voice, slightly fatigued yet brimming with excitement, suddenly interrupted. Old fellow, you have made it quite difficult for me to find you these past years. The speaker was none other than the Thundermaster, and all present were formidable figures. The weakest among them was at the king of combat level. Thus they clearly heard his words. While others might not perceive the profound fatigue concealed within the Thundermaster's voice, Xiao Linglong keenly sensed it. After all, her experiences and insights were beyond the ordinary, allowing her to perceive emotions with remarkable sensitivity. Miss Xiaoyao, what is your relationship with him? The gaze of the Wind Sovereign fixated intently on Xiao Linglong, his tone laced with urgency. He was acutely aware that the jade pendant contained a trace of Bone's spirit cold fire, still resonating with the unique aura of an old friend. Had it not been for the power of this flame, the Wind Sovereign as he stood today would not exist. Thus, he was eager to uncover the connection between Xiao Linglong and the pendant's owner. Perhaps he is my master uncle, Xiao Linglong replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she spoke leisurely. Her demeanor was composed, as if everything were well within her grasp. Where is he? The Wind Sovereign inquired again, his eyes filled with concern and urgency. After years of separation from his old friend, the tide of longing surged within him. I have already taken my elder brother as my disciple in our family, so rest assured, he is quite safe, Xiao Linglong responded patiently, her words revealing both respect for her master uncle and trust in her family. Very well, very well. My true name is Feng Xian. If you do not mind, you may address me as Master Uncle Feng, the Wind Sovereign exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy upon learning of his friend's safety, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Then, it would be my honor to comply, Master Uncle Feng. However, I would like to request your assistance with a matter, Xiao Linglong replied, first bowing slightly in respect, then clasping her hands in a gesture of sincerity. Her actions exuded poise, embodying the respect of a junior toward a senior while maintaining her own views. The Wind Sovereign gazed at the youthful yet spirited girl before him, affection glimmering in his eyes, and then let out a hearty laugh. I have understood, fear not. I know the location, and I shall personally escort you. I must beg your pardon, but I cannot accompany you all. The 5th Pavilion and the Starfall Pavilion are now allied, and I will invite you all to grace us after the establishment of the 5th Pavilion, the Wind Sovereign declared. At his words, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. No one had anticipated the Wind Sovereign to announce so decisively an alliance with the 5th Pavilion, a proclamation that signaled the rise of the 5th Pavilion in Zhongzhou. Upon hearing this, the Sword Sovereign began to ponder the feasibility of forming an alliance with Xiao Linglong's 5th Pavilion. He decided to suppress this thought momentarily, intending to seek her out privately during the 5th Pavilion's establishment conference. Chapter 23. Preparations for establishing power. Xiao Linglong seemed to sense the Sword Sovereign's contemplations. She turned to him, clasping her hands in respect, saying earnestly, Sword Sovereign, you must attend. Her gaze was resolute and filled with anticipation, as if issuing an invitation that could not be refused. Rest assured, I shall come to pay my respects, ha ha ha. The Sword Sovereign laughed heartily, his voice resonating through the air. With that, he lightly tapped his toes, firmly mounting his flying sword, and swiftly departed like a streak of light. The other powerful figures followed suit, each returning to their respective factions with diverse thoughts. On the journey to locate a suitable site for the 5th Pavilion, the Wind Sovereign's gaze fell upon the girl, Huang Feng, tightly holding onto Xiao Linglong's side. Unable to contain his curiosity, he remarked, Miss Xiaoyao, your companion is quite extraordinary. His eyes sparkled with intrigue and inquiry. As a formidable figure, he keenly sensed the unique aura radiating from Huangfeng. Xiao Linglong nodded gently, her eyes brimming with tenderness and pride as she responded. Indeed, she is the phoenix among phoenixes, the Zhuke. Her voice was soft yet powerful, as if recounting an ancient and mysterious legend. Zhuke? The Wind Sovereign furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. I only know of the Tianyao Phoenix clan on the Duki continent, along with the enigmatic Taishu ancient dragon. In his understanding, while he had heard the name Zhuke, he had never truly encountered its essence nor grasped its standing in this world. Those must be the races that descended from the pure-blood golden dragons. While the Zhuke reigns above them, Xiao Linglong patiently elucidated. She detailed the Zhuchue's origins, the might of its bloodline, and its illustrious past in ancient times. Her words imbued with deep expectations for Huangfeng and reverence for this ancient race. I see. No wonder she possesses the cultivation of a Do Wang at such a young age. It seems I truly am past my prime, the Wind Sovereign sighed, reflecting on the passage of time and the rise of a new generation of strong figures. While a tinge of melancholy lingered in his heart, anticipation for the future surged within him. Master Feng is simply an extraordinary individual due to our fortuitous encounters. Compared to others, Master Feng is already a genius. Xiao Linglong respectfully stated, her words warm and sincere, expressing her admiration for the Wind Sovereign while deftly alleviating his sense of loss. Ha ha ha, indeed. One cannot compare with you all. That would be self-defeating, the Wind Sovereign chuckled, his gloom instantly dissipating. He recognized the truth in Xiao Linglong's words and felt grateful to have crossed paths with such an exceptional junior. Under the meticulous arrangements of the Wind Sovereign, the fifth pavilion ultimately found its home nestled within a mountain range, a few hundred miles from the Starfall Pavilion. The terrain was perilous yet picturesque, possessing a naturally formed wondrous formation. This formation not only concealed the pavilion's aura but also provided formidable defensive capabilities to protect its disciples in critical moments. At the foot of the mountains lay a bustling city named Starfall City, renowned for its convenient transportation and thriving commerce, boasting an exceptionally advantageous geographical position. The fifth pavilion and the nearby Starfall Pavilion echoed each other like two resplendent pearls illuminating the land. Standing atop the newly constructed pavilion, Xiao Linglong gazed down at the vibrant scene below, her heart brimming with emotion. With a flourish, she dipped her brush into ink and inscribed the name of the new pavilion, Xiaoyao Pavilion. This name signified that upon entering the Xiaoyao Pavilion, one would be free to roam the world at will. Since her remarkable victories over the Huangquan Sovereign and the Lei Sovereign at the Four Directions Pavilion Conference, Xiao Linglong's fame had soared, garnering significant renown. This astonishing achievement swept across Zhongzhou like a tempest, attracting numerous powerful figures eager to join her cause. As time flowed gently, like a meandering stream, a month slipped by unnoticed. During this month, the Xiaoyao Pavilion became akin to a powerful magnet, drawing strong figures from all corners of Zhongzhou to its doors. The pavilion welcomed over 1,000 talented individuals in their 20s, each possessing both exceptional character and cultivation. These young aspirants, fueled by their passion for martial arts and dreams for the future, entered the Xiaoyao Pavilion with glimmers of hope in their eyes, as if envisioning their grand futures in this new realm. Simultaneously, the Xiaoyao Pavilion also welcomed a dozen or so seasoned cultivators at the dozong level. These veterans, having navigated the martial world for many years, brought with them rich experiences and profound foundations. Their presence undoubtedly infused the Xiaoyao Pavilion with formidable strength, propelling it to new heights in a short span of time. Even more noteworthy was the arrival of the Iron Sword Sovereign, a figure of significant standing and a close friend of the Wind Sovereign, who had achieved the rank of 2-star dozong. Initially, the Iron Sword Sovereign was quite resistant to the idea of joining the Xiaoyao Pavilion. Even the illustrious name of the Medicine Sovereign, Yao Chen, brought forth by the Wind Sovereign, failed to sway him. This Iron Sword Sovereign had devoted his life to the sword path, aside from seeking revenge. Mastering swordsmanship was the entirety of his existence. His sword techniques were fierce and unyielding, akin to a tempest, with a unique perspective and pursuit within the realm of swordsmanship. However, a turning point arose. Upon recovering to the peak of the Transformation God stage, Xiao Linglong decided to personally visit the Iron Sword Sovereign's residence. Drawing from the Wind Sovereign's descriptions, she understood that such seasoned warriors were unwavering in their dedication to the sword. Only an extraordinary display of swordsmanship could touch his heart. When Xiao Linglong stood before the Iron Sword Sovereign, she elegantly waved her hand, and in an instant, the winds and clouds shifted. She unleashed the fifth sword from her 9 swords, wind and snow westward, sending Guanyin. In that moment, a chilling gale howled, and snowflakes cascaded down. as though the entire universe was enveloped by the might of this sword technique. The strike resembled a benevolent guanyin, exuding endless majesty and serenity, yet harboring lethal power within. The sword master gazed upon the exquisite swordsmanship before him, his initial astonishment gradually giving way to exhilaration. Deeply moved, he promptly expressed his desire to join the tranquil pavilion. From that moment forth, he resolved to explore the mysteries of the sword alongside Xiao Linglong, aspiring to attain a higher realm. Perched on the highest peak of the tranquil pavilion's back mountain, Xiao Linglong emanated a formidable aura. As she slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of joy flickered within them. Early in the void refinement stage, she murmured softly. At this juncture, she had truly reached the level of a battle sovereign, no longer merely rivaling it through sheer combat prowess, but experiencing a qualitative leap in her realm. She quietly savored the surging power within her, her heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Calculating the time, she realized the opening ceremony for the tranquil pavilion was approaching. With this thought, a confident smile graced her lips, and in the next instant, she vanished from the mountaintop like a streak of light. Chapter 24. The name of tranquility. On the day of the opening ceremony, the sword master arrived at the tranquil pavilion early. Standing before the pavilion, he gazed up at its name, silently marveling. Tranquil Pavilion, a splendid name derived from the carefree Miss Xia, perfectly encapsulating her unrestrained and free-spirited essence. Surveying the surroundings, he observed the respectful yet dignified demeanor of the pavilion's disciples, which further satisfied him. These disciples exhibited remarkable refinement in both their conduct and their dedication to cultivation, instilling in the sword master a vision of hope for the future of the tranquil pavilion. As the festivities progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. With the successful completion of various rituals, the inauguration of the tranquil pavilion officially concluded. From that moment, the tranquil pavilion emerged as the fifth pavilion in Central Continent. Following the event, the master of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion discreetly reached an alliance with Xiao Linglong. Simultaneously, the tranquil pavilion maintained a close alliance with the Starfall Pavilion. Thus, 3 of the 5 pavilions in Central Continent formed an alliance. These 3 pavilions, situated in proximity to one another, could swiftly support each other should any face a crisis, coalescing into a formidable force that reverberated throughout the entire Central Continent. News of the successful establishment of the tranquil pavilion erupted like a powerful bomb, stirring a significant commotion in Central Continent. In no time, discussions abounded regarding the rise of the tranquil pavilion and the legendary experiences of Xiao Linglong. However, as time gently flowed onward, this fervor gradually waned, and people began to forget. The 5th pavilion, Tranquil Pavilion, stood quietly upon the land of Central Continent, maintaining a low profile while silently growing stronger. It resembled a seed buried deep underground, gathering strength, awaiting the day it would break through the soil and blossom into brilliance. 3 fleeting years passed, and the once innocent and charming girl, Huang Feng, had blossomed into a graceful young lady. After 3 years of diligent cultivation, she awakened her bloodline power for the first time, achieving the mid-stage of spirit transformation. Now, her combat strength was on par with a 1-star battle sovereign, establishing her as a force to be reckoned with within the tranquil pavilion. On this day, Huang Feng learned that Xiao Linglong was about to embark on a journey, her heart heavy with reluctance. "Sister, are you leaving?" Tears sparkled in her eyes, her voice tinged with emotion. Her gaze was profound as the sea, twinkling with the light of distant stars, as if capable of perceiving all things in the world and seeing through the hearts of men. Her visage resembled exquisite porcelain, fair and delicate, radiating a warm, jade-like luster. The slightly loose lavender dress could not conceal her alluring figure. "Pavilion Master, though your strength is formidable, there are some unscrupulous individuals who may covet your beauty, so please remain vigilant on your journey," the Iron Sword Master said earnestly. Though his words were straightforward, they were imbued with genuine concern for Xiao Linglong. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linglong felt somewhat speechless towards the elderly man. However, recalling the insights she had imparted to the Iron Sword Master regarding swordsmanship, along with a high-tier sword technique that had enabled him to cultivate diligently for 3 years, breaking through from a 2-star battle sovereign to an 8-star battle sovereign, she felt a sense of ease. Perhaps this was what one referred to as exchanging intellect for strength. Although the Iron Sword Master was somewhat clumsy in social matters, his talent and diligence in the way of the sword were evident. Xiao Linglong gently nodded and addressed both the Iron Sword Master and Huang Feng. "Do not worry, I will take good care of myself. The Tranquil Pavilion is in your capable hands." With that, she turned and departed, leaving behind a resolute and graceful silhouette. Thousands of miles away from the Tranquil Pavilion, Xiao Linglong soared upon her ethereal sword, shimmering with a gentle light, leisurely heading towards the northwestern continent. Her form was light and graceful, her garments billowing like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. At this moment, she did not employ her soul power, equivalent to the imperial realm of the Duki continent, to scan her surroundings. The prolonged period of cultivation and travel had afforded her little opportunity to pause and fully appreciate the unique scenery of this realm. Her gaze meandered through the splendid clouds and the flowing ethereal energies, her eyes filled with enchantment. Behold, the vibrant clouds, as if painted with nature's most vivid colors. Some resembling lively birds poised for flight, others akin to galloping steeds, exuding an imposing presence. The ethereal currents twisted and intertwined, forming breathtaking natural canvases. Unbeknownst to Xiao Linglong, a thrilling scene unfolded not far away within a barely discernible spatial rift. Several mysterious figures enveloped in dense black mist were hastily escorting a middle-aged man. This man exhibited a slightly chaotic aura, emanating the fluctuations of a battle king. Should any members of the Xiao clan be present, they would instantly recognize this individual as the clan leader, Xiao Jean, and the father of Xiao Linglong. Xiao Jean's heart was filled with anxiety and concern as he pondered, I hope Yin can find Linglong. It has been 4 fleeting years since Linglong departed. I wonder if she is well. It is my failure as a father. Regret consumed him, lamenting his inability to spare no effort in searching for his daughter before leaving, even if it was just to catch a glimpse of her. Chapter 25. Xiao Jean captured despite facing an elder several realms above him. Xiao Jean's gaze remained resolute, embodying the inherent stubbornness and indomitable spirit of the Xiao clan. The powerful figure restraining him snorted coldly, maliciously declaring, Humph, still stubborn in the face of death. Just wait. I'll take you to meet my clan leader. With that, he swiftly vanished into the depths of the spatial rift, taking Xiao Jean with him. Thus, Xiao Linglong narrowly missed the opportunity to rescue Xiao Jean. Were it not for Xiao Yan's decisive exchange of the ancient Emperor Jade, Xiao Linglong's insights within this realm would have remained forever incomplete. During her flight, Xiao Linglong suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation ahead. Focusing her gaze, she beheld an expansive wasteland that appeared desolate and lonely. Yet in a corner of the wasteland, subtle traces of a formation's energy flickered into view. Intrigued, she realized that this place must harbor secrets, prompting her to muse aloud, though it may not be of use to me. It could be beneficial for those in my clan, as well as for the elders and disciples of the tranquil pavilion. I shall investigate. In truth, after 3 arduous years of cultivation, Xiao Linglong's strength had already returned to the great ascension stage. This was a closely guarded secret known only to the elders of the tranquil pavilion. In this era, where no Dou emperors emerged, the mere title of a Dou saint signified standing at the pinnacle of this realm. Xiao Linglong contemplated the seemingly ordinary, yet intricately concealed formation before her, her mind racing. Having dabbled in the art of formations, her extensive experience led her to deduce this formation appeared to possess the strength of the late Great Ascension stage, though she wondered if it was left by a cultivator. As she pondered, she swiftly formed hand seals, and beams of peculiar light flowed from her fingertips, resonating with the formation's energy. As her hand seals continued to shift, a doorway emanating a mysterious aura gradually opened. Xiao Linglong stepped into the spatial gateway without hesitation, and behind her, the space swiftly returned to its original state, causing no ripples, as if she had never existed. Upon entering the ruins, the sight before her caused her expression to darken. The ground was littered with white human bones, densely packed and piled high like mountains. She crouched down, gently touching one of the bones, and in an instant, felt a powerful fluctuation emanating from her fingertips, akin to that of a battle saint. Following the direction of the bones, she noticed they extended for at least 5 miles. At the heart of this eerie expanse of bones lay a vibrant mountain range. The mountains were adorned with lush forests, their branches thick with foliage, and sunlight filtering through the leaves created patches of golden light that were truly uplifting to behold. In the center of the mountains, a massive black palace lay quietly, as if in slumber, awaiting the arrival of a destined visitor. Xiao Linglong stood at the edge of the wasteland, her gaze fixed intently on the mountain surrounded by white bones. A hint of gravity clouded her eyes as she paused to contemplate. Suddenly, the aura around her shifted dramatically. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from her being like a raging ocean. In an instant, the skies darkened, and the surrounding air trembled violently under the weight of this overwhelming energy. Following this, a colossal soul entity, towering over 10,000 feet, slowly materialized behind her. This entity radiated a gentle yet formidable light, its facial contours mirroring those of Xiao Linglong, her own consciousness. This consciousness, even in such a lowly realm, transcended the limits imposed by the world itself, resembling a deity detached from worldly constraints, quietly overseeing the realm. Refine. A crisp voice, imbued with boundless strength, emerged from Xiao Linglong's lips. In that moment, the surging spiritual energy transformed as if enchanted, instantly igniting into blazing flames. The flames exhibited a peculiar reddish-golden hue, emanating a terrifying heat. Simultaneously, a dreadful gravitational pull emanated from the center of the flames, akin to a black hole, drawing in all the scattered white bones around it. Enveloped in the flames, these bones began to be forcibly refined, emitting a hissing sound as if narrating tales of past reluctance and suffering. As the flames continued their relentless refinement, within 10 minutes, the once towering pile of bones gradually turned to dust, cascading down upon the wasteland. Ultimately, only a few hundred thumb-sized gel-like substances remained, quietly suspended in midair. These substances emitted astonishing waves of energy, their brilliance flickering like dazzling stars. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Xiao Linglong's eyes, and she murmured to herself, "This must be the battle St. Jade spoken of by the Wind Sovereign. I shall keep them. If I have no use for them, they can always serve my clan." With a gentle gesture, the battle St. Jades obediently flew into the jade box she had prepared beforehand. Subsequently, she retracted her spiritual energy and extinguished the flames, gracefully striding towards the central palace. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Xiao Linglong cast her eyes around, discovering a plethora of rare medicinal herbs scattered about. Each herb varied in form, some exuding peculiar fragrances, while others shimmered with mysterious luminescence. A surge of joy filled her heart, for she understood the value of these herbs. Thus, she began to collect them with utmost care, each movement precise and practiced. She left the roots intact, honoring an unwritten rule in the realm of alchemy. One must never sever the roots of heavenly treasures to ensure good fortune. From a distance, the mountains appeared modest in size, yet upon stepping inside, Xiao Linglong realized a hidden world awaited her. The variety of medicinal herbs was vast, and even she, powerful as she was, had to employ specific techniques and containers to preserve their efficacy. As she gathered the herbs, she marveled at the wonders of this mountain range. Fortunately, the array protecting this ruin remained intact and concealed, allowing no strong cultivators to investigate over the ages, granting Xiao Linglong ample time to gather her treasures. Chapter 26. Entering the ruins as time passed, her newly crafted storage bag began to fill to capacity. Reluctantly, she resorted to her powers once more, crafting another storage bag. Time slipped away quietly, and after a month had elapsed, Xiao Linglong finally harvested her last herb. Standing upright, she gazed at the massive black palace, occupying thousands of square meters, less than 100 meters away, and mused, "It is time to explore within." With that, she vanished in an instant, reappearing inside the grand hall. Puppets? Xiao Linglong gazed at the dozen or so puppets guarding the inner door to the main hall, taken aback. These puppets emanated a metallic sheen, each distinct in form, yet exuding a chilling aura. After carefully assessing, she discerned their strength to be at the level of a battle sovereign. Shaking her head lightly, she waved her hand casually, unleashing an invisible force that swept towards the puppets. In an instant, they disintegrated like dust caught in a tempest, vanishing into the ether. As Xiao Linglong opened the first layer of the door and stepped inside, she felt as though she had entered an entirely new world. The sight before her compelled her to exclaim softly, "A man-made microcosm?" This world lay in utter silence, the sky dim and devoid of light, the ground cracked and desolate, lacking even a whisper of life. Delving deeper, she soon encountered a colossal tree, standing solitary in the center of this barren realm. Upon it hung a translucent fruit, radiating an enticing glow. Beneath the tree lay the enormous body of a phoenix, its feathers withered, and its breath extinguished. Gazing at the scene before her, Xiao Linglong murmured, "Is this the site of the phoenix's fall? So be it." With this thought, she moved like a flash of lightning, arriving before the luminous fruit that pulsed with incredible energy. The fruit sparkled like the brightest star in the night sky, its radiance so intense that it caused the surrounding space to warp slightly. Xiao Linglong carefully retrieved a millennium icebox from her storage bag, crafted from 10,000-year-old cold jade, inscribed with mysterious runes, capable of preserving various rare items, particularly the spirit fruit before her. She gingerly placed the fruit inside, murmuring to herself, "This phoenix fruit must be transported with care. Its value exceeds imagination and will surely prove invaluable in critical moments." Following this, Xiao Linglong swiftly formed hand seals, casting forth beams of peculiar light from her fingertips to envelop the phoenix's remains. Under the influence of this radiance, the essence and marrow of the phoenix began to seep forth, like two gentle streams, ultimately converging, successfully refined by her into a prepared jade vial. Observing this lifeless, desolate microcosm, Xiao Linglong let out a soft sigh, a flicker of helplessness crossing her eyes, before turning and employing her powers to depart from this world. The third floor served as the alchemy chamber. As soon as she stepped inside, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted towards her. Xiao Linglong instantly recognized that the hall's former master must have been a master alchemist. Various alchemical furnaces adorned the space, along with numerous precious herbs and formulas. Xiao Linglong meticulously searched through the collection, soon uncovering significant treasures. She discovered a 9th-rank elixir, its crystalline body radiating a gentle, 7-colored glow, seemingly brimming with infinite vitality. A mystic elixir, inscribed with flickering runes, shrouded in mystery, for which Xiao Linglong had exerted considerable effort to obtain. In addition, there were dozens of various 8th-rank elixirs, each having taken form and possessing its own consciousness, every one worth a fortune. These alchemical vessels appeared to be from the divine alchemy ranking. The elder alchemist had mentioned to her that he possessed a black demon cauldron, but she decided to take them all. Xiao Linglong gazed at the 3 ancient medicinal cauldrons in the secret chamber, a glimmer of delight flickering in her eyes. These cauldrons, adorned with enigmatic patterns and runes, emanated a unique aura. Without a moment's hesitation, she stored them in her spatial pouch, even taking the 8th-grade cauldrons along with them. In her perspective, these cauldrons held immense value, both for herself and for the alchemists of her clan. Upon exiting the alchemy area, Xiao Linglong arrived at the final door. Taking a deep breath, she slowly pushed it open. It seemed that this was the true main hall. As she beheld the vast expanse of the hall, she involuntarily squinted her eyes. She understood that within such a main hall, immense dangers often lurked. Chapter 27. The Undead of the 9-Star Do Saint. It appeared that the venerable master of medicine required the skeleton of a formidable being, and this seemed quite fitting. Xiao Linglong mused internally, her gaze fixed intently on the mysterious figure clad in gray. As the figure approached, she discerned his visage more clearly. His face was pale, devoid of expression, with only a faint glimmer of light in his eyes, reminiscent of a solitary star in a frigid night. His skin was as white as parchment, exuding an eerie aura that gave one the impression of a living corpse. What a beautiful maiden, a pity that it is not my time, otherwise I would surely make you my wife, the gray-clad figure spoke, his voice tinged with a chilling greed. Despite being a living corpse, the aura emanating from him was exceedingly powerful, and his overwhelming presence caused the air around him to tremble. Xiao Linglong sensed this and was taken aback. Yet she composed herself and replied, "You have passed on, have you not?" As her words fell, the ring on his hand flashed, and several coffins materialized beside him. These coffins, crafted from ice and crystal, radiated a coldness. Through the coffins, one could see the corpses inside, remarkably preserved and retaining the vivid semblance of life. The gray-clad figure looked at Xiao Linglong, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "It seems I have acquired another splendid collectible. Rest assured, I shall maintain your beauty. Trust me. I possess the power to do so." Xiao Linglong shook her head gently, a hint of disdain curling her lips. "You are rather overconfident, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, the gray-clad man grew excited. "I have always been confident. Might I ask for your name, so that I may remember it in the days to come?" He inched closer to her, his aura intensifying as if he sought to devour her. "My true name is Xiao Linglong. I hope you fare well," she replied, a confident yet slightly mocking smile gracing her lips. In an instant, her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The formidable power of her imperial-level soul surged forth like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, her overwhelming spiritual energy, akin to an awakened ancient behemoth, rampaged throughout the hall, sweeping everything in its path. The fusion of these two immense powers created a cataclysmic force, shattering the barrier previously erected by the gray-clad figure as if it were mere fragile glass, scattering countless shards of light into the air. An imperial soul? It surpasses the usual imperial strength by at least a factor of 1. The gray-clad figure was taken aback, his previously pale skin now devoid of color, as if all life had been drained from him. Being a living corpse, he was inherently sensitive and fearful of soul attacks. In his prime, he might have been able to withstand the onslaught of imperial soul power, but now, his strength was but a mere shadow of its former self, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Regret washed over him for his earlier bravado, realizing he had spoken too hastily. Yet, there are no remedies for regret in this world. Xiao Linglong raised an eyebrow, her gaze icy. Extending her delicate, jade-like right hand, she gently struck at the gray-clad figure. Though the motion appeared soft, it was imbued with boundless power, causing the air to distort and crackle under its pressure. The gray-clad figure, realizing the gravity of the situation, let out a terrified roar, summoning all his strength in a futile attempt to block the lethal strike. Surrounding his body, black mist rapidly coalesced into layers of defensive barriers. Yet these shields seemed utterly feeble against Xiao Linglong's assault. After dispatching the gray-clad figure, Xiao Linglong meticulously searched the hall. She first examined the ring in his possession, and her eyes sparkled at the treasures inside. Dozens of martial techniques above the earthly tier were neatly arranged within the ring, their rarity self-evident. Even a single one could incite a bloodbath on the Duki continent. Satisfied, she carefully stored the techniques away. Next, she conducted an exhaustive search of every corner of the hall, leaving no potential hiding place for treasures unchecked. Once her search concluded, she preserved the gray-clad figures' remains, contemplating their possible future utility. She also remembered the coffins containing the corpses of formidable beings, pondering the potential treasures they might hold. With the coffins now secured in her spatial pouch, she turned and departed from the ominous and mysterious black edifice. After half a year of leisurely wandering, Xiao Linglong found herself in a secluded valley. As she approached, an unusually potent miasma of poison assaulted her senses. It seemed that there were those who specialized in cultivating the so-called poisonous Duki. Chapter 28. Meeting Xiao He, she had perused the ancient texts provided by the esteemed Feng Zun and learned about this peculiar poisonous Duki. Filled with curiosity about this extraordinary power, she, as a formidable cultivator in the great ascension stage, felt no fear. Never mind, I shall venture down to take a look, she murmured softly, and in an instant, her figure vanished into thin air, soaring deep into the valley. Upon entering the valley, Xiao Linglong treaded cautiously among the trees. With each step, she felt the overwhelming potency of the surrounding toxins. Such terrifying venom. The intensity rivals that of a god transformation cultivator's self-detonation. She marveled internally, astonished to discover such a wondrous yet perilous place hidden within this seemingly ordinary realm. As she delved deeper into the valley, she suddenly sensed a subtle fluctuation of energy ahead. It seemed there were others present. A flicker of intrigue ignited within her, and she promptly harnessed her soul power to conceal her presence, stealthily moving toward the source of the sensation. Before long, Xiao Linglong arrived at a clearing. At the center stood a colossal tree, its roots sprawling massively, intertwining unevenly above the ground, resembling a natural labyrinth. Standing beneath its roots, one felt insignificantly small. Beside the roots, an elder and a young girl were engaged in conversation. The girl wore a flowing black dress, her demeanor gentle as water, reminiscent of a pristine mountain spring, pure and vivacious. Her slender waist seemed delicate enough to be toppled by a mere breeze. Her long, silken hair cascaded down her back like a river of white, swaying gently with the wind, imbued with an enchanting grace. Her gray eyes resembled a bottomless, serene pool, clear yet enigmatic, while her snow-white skin, akin to fine jade, was smooth and delicate, evoking a protective instinct in those who beheld her. This girl shares the aura of my third brother. Considering her appearance, she is not without merit, though she may not rival Sun'er. She is certainly on par with Nalan Yanran, Xiao Linglong thought, secretly marveling at the enviable romantic fortune of Xiao Yan. Senior Qiuhi, will you not leave with me? The young girl lifted her head, gazing at the elder before her, her voice soft and melodious, akin to the sweet songs of birds in the mountains. I shall not go. I am aware of my circumstances, the elder replied with a carefree smile, the wrinkles on his face revealing the vicissitudes of time. As my end approaches, I hope you can discover a means to restrain the calamity of the poisonous body, allowing me to witness it in my lifetime, thus alleviating my regrets. A sigh escaped his lips. Just then, a graceful figure appeared before them like a gentle breeze. This was Xiao Linglong, who moved with an ethereal lightness, her garments fluttering as if she were a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Her breathtaking beauty, skin fairer than snow, and eyes bright like stars made her features appear as if they were meticulously sculpted by divine hands. Even the typically self-assured little healer felt a twinge of inferiority upon seeing Xiao Linglong, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her eyes. Who might you be, and what brings you to this place? Qiuhi suppressed his astonishment, striving to maintain a steady voice, though the frailty of his age betrayed a hint of gravity. He understood that anyone capable of entering this realm, steeped in poison and fraught with peril, must possess extraordinary power. My name is Xiao Linglong. I have come here drawn by the presence of an acquaintance, she replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips as her calm gaze swept over the little healer. I. The little healer hesitated, confusion filling her eyes as she instinctively pointed to herself. How could I possibly be familiar to you? Xiao Linglong chuckled softly, her laughter warm as the sun in spring. You may not know me, but you are acquainted with my third brother. Third brother? The little healer's brows furrowed in deeper confusion, her mind racing to comprehend this unfamiliar yet familiar address. Xiao Linglong nodded with a smile, a glimmer of affection in her gaze. My third brother's name is Xiao Yan. The mention of Xiao Yan's name struck the little healer like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her eyes turned vacant, as if her very soul had been swept away by those two syllables. That long-buried name surfaced from the depths of her heart, memories crashing over her like a tidal wave. Xiao Yan, the only person who had ever regarded her as a friend during her times of loneliness and confusion, flooded her mind with vivid recollections. Her gray eyes misted over, tinged with a hint of red, tears shimmering with a blend of longing and emotion. Is he well? The little healer struggled to suppress the tumult of emotions within her, her voice trembling slightly as she added, I am called the little healer. Seeing the little healer's expression, Xiao Linglong felt a stir of compassion and gently nodded. He is well, currently at the Jian Academy, though his strength is not as great as yours. The little healer nodded softly, her emotions beginning to settle. At that moment, Xiao Linglong turned her gaze toward the elder Qiu He, her expression earnest. Senior Qiu He, I can see that your time is drawing near. If you do not break through to the Do Zone, you will perish. Upon hearing this, Qiu He's face broke into a carefree smile as he waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. I have lived long enough. Yet, Xiao Linglong persisted, retrieving from her storage ring a tome radiating a faint glow, an ancient jade vial, and a jade tablet inscribed with mysterious runes, which she presented to Qiu He. Should you reconsider, you may take this pill. It will assist you in breaking through and extend your life. Additionally, I offer you this intermediate-level heavenly technique. After your breakthrough, seek out either the Xiaoyao Pavilion or the Xingyun Pavilion in the Central State, and present this jade tablet to their powerful members. They will arrange for your stay. Qiu He examined the items in Xiao Linglong's hands, a conflicted expression crossing his face. Internally, he wrestled with the acceptance of his impending fate versus the allure of the life Xiao Linglong offered. After a prolonged hesitation, he slowly extended his hand to accept the three items, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, Miss Linglong, for this gift of life. Little healer sister, I see you have reached 5-star Do Zone, but your calamity poison body has reached its final stage. It could erupt at any moment, Xiao Linglong remarked, her gaze shifting to the little healer, poised to continue, only to be interrupted. Little healer sister, let me finish, Xiao Linglong interjected urgently, her eyes resolute and sincere. The calamity poison body can indeed be controlled, albeit the conditions are exceedingly stringent. We may not gather all the materials in time, but I can seal the calamity poison. This seal will last for 20 years, allowing ample time to collect the necessary materials. Then I may truly witness the calamity poison being completely controlled in my lifetime. Qiu He interjected, excitement coloring his features, hope sparkling in his eyes. Senior, you possess an acquired calamity poison body. The technique I provide can entirely control it. The innate calamity poison body requires specific materials for control, which my third brother is sure to know. I wish to take little healer sister to my family, so that you may meet my parents, Xiao Linglong stated. Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto the little healer's face, a blend of shyness and anticipation flooding her heart. Enough talk, Xiao Linglong declared, swiftly moving her hands, summoning the laws of poison. In an instant, the toxic miasma enveloping the valley roiled violently, as if tugged by a powerful force. A mysterious and potent aura filled the air, sending shivers down the spine. Little healer sister, I shall seal it. A wave of overwhelming soul pressure emanated from Xiao Linglong. Radiating outward, Qiu He felt an invisible force constricting his breath, his face paling as his body trembled uncontrollably. No soul could remain unfazed before the might of an imperial soul power. This formidable pressure revealed the terrifying strength of Xiao Linglong. As Xiao Linglong swiftly formed seals with her hands, strange lights streamed from her fingertips. These lights intertwined with rich spiritual energy, immense soul power, and the enigmatic laws of poison, swirling and merging in the air. Gradually, a solid seal began to take shape. A delicate net-like veil of light exuded a soft yet mysterious glow. This veil gently enveloped the little healer, who felt a warm, powerful force encasing her, before it seamlessly integrated into her being, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Xiao Linglong and the little healer transformed into two streaks of light, soaring through the air towards the Jian Academy. Clad in a light blue garment, the little healer's attire billowed gracefully in the wind, her delicate face illuminated by a glimmer of expectation in her lively eyes. Is Xiao Yan at the Jian Academy? She inquired, her tone unconsciously betraying a hint of excitement, as if anticipating a long-awaited reunion with an old friend. Upon receiving Xiao Linglong's affirmative response, the little healer nodded slightly, a soft exclamation escaping her lips. Though she appeared calm, her body involuntarily quickened its pace, eager to reunite with Xiao Yan. Xiao Linglong observed the little healer's actions with a knowing smile, gracefully keeping pace, secretly marveling at the little healer's special feelings for Xiao Yan. Hey, what a beautiful pair of ladies, a burly man, bare-chested with bulging muscles, leered at Xiao Linglong and her companion, a lascivious grin plastered on his face. His eyes glinted with greed, as if the two before him were lambs awaiting slaughter. Why not spend the night with me? I assure you, I can make both of you ladies very happy. What do you say? The man turned to his companions, unleashing a raucous laugh as he spoke. Ha! Just agree, ladies. You won't regret it. His comrades chimed in, their laughter unabashed as they advanced towards Xiao Linglong and the little healer, their eyes gleaming with lewd intentions. Little did they know, their nefarious actions would soon exact a painful price. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the bodies of a dozen formidable men of the Dowang rank began to dissolve slowly, akin to candles melting under intense heat. Their skin and muscles transformed into pools of blood, spilling onto the ground. The onlookers, witnessing the unfazed progress of Xiao Linglong and her companion, were suddenly struck by terror. As if they had encountered demons from the depths of hell, they realized that these two extraordinarily beautiful women were not delicate flowers waiting to be picked, but rather thorny roses, dangerous and untouchable. Unaware of their own peril, the little physician snorted softly, a chilling undertone to her words. The horrifying scene was, undeniably, her handiwork. Known as the heavenly poison maiden in the empire of Outcloud, she had undoubtedly claimed countless souls, viewing these petty minions as mere insignificant ants. Let us proceed. The Canaan Academy lies at the heart of this black corner domain, and we are still at its outer reaches. Xiao Linglong smiled, her expression gentle, yet with an imperceptible hint of coldness in her gaze. While she was generally amiable, this did not imply that she was devoid of anger. Anyone daring to provoke her, or those she cared for, would pay a heavy price. With that, she and the little physician continued forward, their figures gradually disappearing along the chaotic and perilous path of the Black Corner Domain. Chapter 30, Black Corner Domain. Maple City. In the vast and tumultuous expanse of the Black Corner Domain, the Canaan Academy stood as a unique and towering giant, proudly erect. Its location was particularly special. Within a radius of 400 miles from the Academy, the area had been a desolate wasteland, devoid of any sign of civilization. While most were oblivious to the mystery surrounding it, Xiao Linglong understood perfectly well that the Academy's headmaster was undoubtedly a superlative powerhouse of the Dozun rank. Only such a formidable individual could possess the audacity and capability to establish a renowned academy in such a chaotic realm. Something seems amiss. Let us venture into the city and see if we can gather any information. Xiao Linglong furrowed her brow, contemplating briefly before setting her feet towards the enigmatic city. Observing her resolve, the little physician hastily followed, and the two figures quickly merged into the pathway leading to the city. During their lengthy journey towards the city, they encountered numerous provocations and assaults from those with ill intentions. Like sharks sensing blood, these assailants lunged at Xiao Linglong and the little physician with fervor. Initially, the two would patiently deal with these brazen individuals, but as the number of attackers increased, they soon grew weary. Reluctantly, to mitigate unnecessary troubles, they decided to alter their appearances. Xiao Linglong donned a lightweight black veil over her original attire, the fabric billowing gently in the wind, imparting an air of mystery. Subsequently, she put on a pair of glasses that obscured her once vibrant and enchanting eyes, rendering her appearance much more ordinary, akin to an unremarkable traveler. The little physician, in turn, enveloped herself in a loose black robe, which completely concealed her alluring figure, making it impossible for others to glimpse her graceful form. She then applied a meticulously crafted mask to alter her stunning visage, ensuring that she would not attract undue attention amidst the crowd. Even after their careful disguises, some oblivious fools persisted in their attempts to provoke them, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Fortunately, following this transformation, the number of such dim-witted individuals diminished significantly, allowing Xiao Linglong and the little physician to breathe a sigh of relief. Maple City? The little physician lifted her gaze at the conspicuous characters emblazoned atop the city wall and gently shook her head as she walked alongside Xiao Linglong into the city. Upon entering, the little physician harnessed her profound Do Qi, utilizing her keen perception as a 5-star Do Zong to swiftly survey the city. There are many Do Huang and Do Wang level powerhouses here, but no Do Zong. However, there are two individuals whose auras barely reach the Do Zong level, she murmured, her brows slightly knitted as she conveyed her findings to Xiao Linglong. They likely belong to the same faction, otherwise, they wouldn't be so clustered together. Let us first procure some drinking water, then we will continue our journey beyond the city. Xiao Linglong maintained a calm demeanor, her tone indifferent, as if these formidable figures were of no consequence to her, akin to non-existent shadows. Agreed, the little physician nodded gently, affirming Xiao Linglong's suggestion. Thus, the two proceeded methodically through the city in search of a water source to replenish their supplies. Just as they completed their replenishment and prepared to exit the city, an unusual voice suddenly pierced the air, Damn it, they dared to seek revenge on Xiao Yan and still wish to survive? An angry and disdainful voice distinctly reached Xiao Linglong and the little physician's ears. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted dramatically, a sense of foreboding swelling within them. The little physician, inherently impulsive, was ready to erupt upon hearing those words. However, before she could act, Xiao Linglong swiftly restrained her. Hold on, let us follow and observe. Hearing is one thing, seeing is another. There may be a misunderstanding at play, she said, her tone grave as she advised the little physician. Though the little physician felt an overwhelming urgency, she had profound trust in Xiao Linglong, and after a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. The two then employed their stealth techniques, vanishing like phantoms within the confines of Maple City. Ahead, a man clad in a blood-red robe strode forward with purpose. His slightly reddened eyes glinted with a vicious ferocity, and paired with his grotesquely contorted expression, he inspired dread in all who beheld him. Indeed, a chorus of voices echoed behind him, their resonance deafening. Among these individuals, the weakest possessed the strength of a Do Shi, while two winged Do Wang stood out prominently, their powerful auras drawing envious glances from those nearby. Utilizing their agile movements, they advanced swiftly toward the woods outside the city. The blood-robed man, flanked by two Do Wang, occupied the center of their formation, exuding an air of might and confidence, as if showcasing their prowess to the world. An ambush. Brothers, eliminate these vile attackers. Just as they entered the woods, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted, followed by the roars of combat techniques. In an instant, the once desolate and silent woods became alive with the chaos of battle. Unbeknownst to them, approximately 100 meters away, two breathtaking figures observed their every move with icy detachment, none other than the unmasked Xiao Linglong and the little physician. Their eyes gleamed with a cold light, as if they were appraising a group of soon-to-be judged prey. These assassins possess a familiar aura. Should the situation turn awry, we will eradicate them all. Xiao Linglong whispered to the little physician beside her. As a poison master, the little physician held a unique advantage in group battles, while Xiao Linglong, as a transcendent cultivator, regarded these ordinary killers with disdain, unperturbed by their presence. Understood, the little physician replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips. However, her words sent chills down one's spine, for in her eyes, the lives of these hundreds seemed utterly dispensable. With a mere flick of her wrist, she could obliterate them all. Chapter 31 Farewell to loved ones. Xiao Linglong and the little medical fairy concealed themselves in the shadows of the forest. The fallen leaves beneath their feet rustling softly as they maintained a distance of 100 meters from the advancing group ahead. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, casting dappled patterns that enhanced the air of mystery surrounding their pursuit. They moved like agile cats, silently weaving through the mottled light and shadow, careful not to disturb their prey. After an indeterminate time, a stronghold finally emerged deep within the dense thicket. Surrounded by sturdy, ancient trees, it resembled a slumbering giant, hidden amidst the lush greenery. The walls of the stronghold were constructed from rough-hewn logs, overrun with dark green vines, exuding an aura of age and enigma. Is that my second brother? Xiao Linglong's gaze was instantly riveted by a figure within the stronghold. A fierce-looking young man stood imposing at the entrance, brandishing a distinctive spear. His facial features bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Yan, especially the resolute gaze and straight nose, allowing Xiao Linglong to recognize him as her second brother, Xiao Li. At first glance, in that instant, her heart contracted sharply, filled with disbelief and joy, causing her steps to quicken unconsciously. Little medical fairy, come with me. Xiao Linglong urged anxiously, not pausing to think. Following her line of sight, the little medical fairy spotted the familiar features akin to Xiao Yan and nodded in understanding. In her heart, Xiao Yan was the only friend she would treat with complete devotion, a bond as heavy as a mountain, for which she would willingly sacrifice everything, even her own life. At that moment, Xiao Li within the stronghold gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with determination and resentment. Fan Lao, regardless of my dwindling time, I must ensure that this old fiend accompanies my third brother to the grave. A sigh escaped him as he lamented the unfulfilled task assigned by his elder brother, pondering the whereabouts of his fourth sister. A gentle smile unconsciously graced his lips at the thought of her, the delicate little girl, whose bright eyes resembled black gemstones, and whose laughter revealed two charming dimples. How I wish to see her again, he mused softly, before steeling himself and tightening his grip on the spear. Enough of the past, let us fight to the bitter end. Just then, Fan Lao, clad in blood-red robes, strode forward, exuding a chilling aura, flanked by a group of equally menacing subordinates. So, you are the one who has been assassinating the forces of the Black Alliance? Fan Lao surveyed Xiao Li with scorn and disdain. Those who do wicked deeds shall meet their downfall, even if I do not act. Others will come to put an end to your villainy. Xiao Li bellowed, his voice reverberating through the air, causing a tremor. He planted his spear forcefully into the ground and raised his arm high, shouting, "Let us fight. Brothers, for justice, we shall fight to the death. Kill, kill, kill." The group of black-clad men behind Xiao Li erupted with fervor, their bloodlust soaring. Their eyes blazed with the fire of rage, weapons glinting ominously, resembling a pack of wolves poised to pounce on their prey. As tensions escalated, a strange disturbance rippled through the space beside Xiao Li. Suddenly, Xiao Linglong and the little medical fairy materialized before them. "Who are you?" Xiao Li questioned, staring at Xiao Linglong, her face both unfamiliar and familiar, leaving him momentarily dazed. It was only when his gaze fell upon the jade pendant at her waist that his memories surged back to life. "Fourth sister, it really is you." His heart swelled with surprise and joy, his eyes misting as he stepped forward to grasp her hand tightly. "Fourth sister, when the battle begins, you must retreat first. I must take down this old wretch to avenge our third brother," Xiao Li declared, pointing furiously at Fan Lao, fury burning in his eyes. "Your third brother's death was orchestrated by this old scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Xiao Linglong's expression darkened, as if a storm were brewing in the sky. Her heart blazed with fury, and as her emotions surged, subtle cracks began to form in the surrounding space, reminiscent of a shattered mirror, only to swiftly mend in a strange luminescence, a terrifying cycle. "Xiao Yan is dead?" The little medical fairy's face turned ashen, her body trembling slightly. Her gray-purple eyes brimmed with disbelief and rage as she fixed her gaze on Fan Lao, demanding, "Did you kill Xiao Yan?" "It's all right, little medical fairy. Let us take action," Xiao Linglong replied, inhaling deeply to suppress her anger. Her voice was as cold as ice. "These two Do kings and Fan Lao are intent on imprisoning us, oblivious to their impending doom." Just as the little medical fairy prepared to strike, an intense and familiar aura surged forth like a tidal wave. A figure enveloped in emerald flames slowly appeared in midair. The flames flickered and danced, radiating an awe-inspiring heat that distorted the surrounding air. "Fan Lao, long time no see," the figure spoke, its voice deep and powerful, carrying an air of unyielding authority. Third brother, Xiao Yan, Xiao Linglong, the little medical fairy, and Xiao Li exclaimed in unison, their hearts lifting at the sight of Xiao Yan, safe and sound. Their long-held anxieties finally dissipating into joy. "Fourth sister, little medical fairy, second brother." Xiao Yan extinguished the flames enveloping him, revealing his resolute and familiar visage. His gaze swept over the three, filled with warmth. "Not so fast with the reunions. Let me first deal with this old wretch." With that, his expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze on Fan Lao, as though he were staring down a condemned criminal. "Do you need me to assist?" The little medical fairy softly inquired of Xiao Linglong. Xiao Linglong shook her head gently, confidence radiating from her. "My brother has reached the pinnacle of Do Huang. Dealing with such a waste is trivial. However, please take care of these annoying lackeys." The little medical fairy nodded slightly, her delicate hand waving gently. In an instant, an invisible force radiated from her, expanding outward. The once menacing minions suddenly felt as if a colossal stone had pressed down on their chests, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Their faces turned progressively pale and ashen. Within mere moments, all but Fan Lao and the two Do kings lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of breath. Chapter 32 Elimination Gasp. Even Xiao Li, accustomed to the brutality of life and death, could not help but inhale sharply. He stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him, silently marveling. What level of power is this? Was it the formidable Do Huang, or something even more awe-inspiring? A Do Zong? His gaze towards the little medical fairy was now tinged with respect and confusion. This battle would undoubtedly become an indelible memory for him. Not good. Fan Lao's voice was sharp and trembling, cutting through the howling wind. He watched helplessly as the emerald flames writhed in Xiao Yan's palm, strangely splitting into formless and azure flames. The formless fire lurked like a deadly specter in the dark, silent yet exuding a chilling aura, while the azure flames flickered violently, brimming with destructive power, each leap threatening to scorch the surrounding space with twisted fissures. Fan Lao's lips quivered uncontrollably as he struggled to utter, "You have refined the falling heart flame?" He was acutely aware of the terror of the falling heart flame, a rare fire that even the strongest covet yet fear. The realization that it was now within Xiao Yan's control filled him with overwhelming dread. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a confident smile, a glimmer of light piercing through the oppressive atmosphere. He nodded leisurely and teased, "Correct, but alas, there is no prize." His casual tone suggested that the life and death struggle before them was merely an inconsequential game. As the voice faded, Xiao Yan subtly moved his fingers, his actions seemingly casual, yet imbued with an air of mastery over the situation. In an instant, The intangible heart fire pierced through the bodies of the two Do Kings like an invisible blade, striking with a speed that left no time for reaction. The two previously fierce-looking Do Kings, brimming with threatening energy, were poised to attack Xiao Yan, but before they could even dissipate their menacing expressions, they were engulfed and swiftly incinerated by the heart fire from within. Their bodies were reduced to mere ashes, swept away by the wind, as if they had never existed, leaving behind only the astonished gazes of those on the battlefield. Fan Lao, witnessing this scene, was struck with horror, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. Fully aware of the perilousness of his situation, he dared not show any signs of weakness and hastily summoned all the Do Chi within him. In an instant, a dense crimson Do Chi surged forth, enveloping him in a seemingly impenetrable barrier, its brilliance flickering as he attempted to suppress the heart fire that had silently ignited within him. Reflecting on the past, Xiao Yan had been a one-star Do King before being consumed by the fallen heart flame. Although his strength at that time paled in comparison to his current prowess, he had faced Fan Lao, whose attributes were suppressed by him, with little pressure even in a cross-boundary battle. After that encounter, Xiao Yan's fate became intricately intertwined with the fallen heart flame. It dragged him into the depths of the earth, into a realm dark, scorching, and fraught with unknown dangers. There, the relentless heat surged like a tidal wave, battering his body and spirit. During the arduous years spent underground, Xiao Yan received an abundance of precious medicinal materials from Xiao Linglong before her departure from the Xiao clan. These materials were rare treasures, each containing immense energy. Some thrived in remote mountains, having endured the ravages of time for hundreds, even thousands of years, absorbing the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Others hailed from ancient, enigmatic ruins, steeped in the weight of bygone glory and sorrow. Additionally, there were over a dozen seventh-grade pills crafted by the medicinal elder to familiarize himself with the surging power of his soul after his ascension to the late heavenly realm. Each pill, unique in form and shimmering with extraordinary light, embodied the elder's exquisite alchemical skills and deep hopes for Xiao Yan. Coupled with various treasures of heaven and earth that Xiao Yan uncovered during his adventures, these invaluable resources coalesced into a formidable force for his transformation. Under the terrifying high temperatures of the fallen heart flame, these herbs, pills, and treasures were refined into pure energy. Through relentless and arduous physical training, Xiao Yan, with unwavering determination and steadfast faith, endured countless painful trials to finally open all the meridians within his body. This transformation rendered his physique a perfect vessel, capable of absorbing this energy with exceptional quality. Moreover, his physical strength reached the level of a Do Zone, enabling him to withstand powerful forces. His skin became as resilient as tempered steel, his muscles brimming with boundless power, each breath seemingly capable of disturbing the very air around him, emanating an awe-inspiring presence. Deep within that underground realm, Xiao Yan fell into a slumber lasting 2 years. During this time, he found himself in a mysterious world of energy, and in a state of unconsciousness, he essentially refined an amount of energy equivalent to a 9th-grade profound pill. Throughout this arduous process, not only did he successfully subdue and refine the fallen heart flame, but he also seized the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of the Do Huang realm. This seemingly incredible achievement was, in fact, the culmination of years of hard work and perseverance. Xiao Yan's current strength was all the more formidable and imposing, as he had refined that vast energy while in a dormant state, with the foundation of the being exceptionally solid. Within him dwelled an endless source of energy, poised to unleash devastating power, each surge seemingly capable of shaking the very heavens. 8 extremes collapse. A flash of resolute killing intent flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as he bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, reverberating across the battlefield amidst the howling winds, causing the air around him to tremble violently and the sand and stones on the ground to rise. In the next moment, his figure appeared beside Fan Lao like a specter. His speed was nothing short of astonishing, akin to a bolt of black lightning, vanishing from sight before anyone could react. Fan Lao had no time to employ his Do techniques or evasive maneuvers for defense when Xiao Yan's fist, imbued with terrifying dark energy, struck him with the force of a cannonball. In an instant, a powerful surge of dark energy erupted from Fan Lao's body, expanding wildly in all directions. His form was obliterated, transforming into a mist of blood that splattered across the air, a sight both tragic and harrowing. Yet, Xiao Yan was not inclined to relent. He understood the principle of eradicating the root of the problem. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations, before unleashing. The blazing quickly consumed Fan Lao's very soul, erasing this malevolent being from existence without leaving a trace. Xiao Yan, Let us see who can assist you now. Just as the crowd was still in awe of Xiao Yan's astonishing display of power, a chillingly alluring voice echoed from nowhere. Everyone looked up to see a stunning beauty clad in red, having appeared in midair. Her figure was graceful, reminiscent of a rose blooming amidst darkness, exuding a deadly allure. Her crimson robe billowed in the wind, resembling flames, enhancing her enigmatic and noble presence. Her beauty was exquisite, yet radiated an unsettling chill. Her eyes sparkled like cold stars, seemingly capable of piercing into the hearts of men. Surrounding her was a faint purple aura, reminiscent of a queen from a mysterious realm, exuding an air of regal authority that commanded respect. Xiao Yan could only shake his head in resignation, a wry smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Medusa, you have already fused your soul. Why do you still follow me? Now bearing to and having reached the pinnacle of the Do Huang realm, Xiao Yan felt a surge of confidence and composure. He harbored no fear of the 4- or 5-star Do Zongs, let alone Medusa. His voice was steady and powerful, declaring his strength to her, resonating with unwavering determination amidst the howling winds of battle. I will slay you. Medusa's cheeks flushed with anger, not out of embarrassment, but from indignation. Her voice brimmed with fury and resentment, as if Xiao Yan had struck a nerve deep within her. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms, drawing blood. Her chest heaved with intensity, clearly incensed by Xiao Yan's words, and the vibrant aura surrounding her pulsed with escalating fervor. You dare to threaten Xiao Yan? The expression of the little medical fairy darkened instantly, her gaze turning icy and capable of freezing all in its path. In her heart, Xiao Yan was the most important person, the sole light in her life. Anyone who dared to harm him would have to step over her lifeless body. She moved with grace, like a lotus swaying in the wind, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiao Yan, half of her body shielding him. Simultaneously, her aura erupted, rivaling Medusa's, filling the air with the scent of impending conflict, as if a storm were about to break. She radiated a subtle gray luminescence, imbued with a potent toxicity that seemed to stain the surrounding air with an eerie hue, discouraging any from approaching her lightly. 2 merciless women stood their ground, their gazes clashing in the air, igniting fierce sparks. Medusa's eyes shimmered with a chilling intent to kill, while the little healer's gaze was filled with unwavering resolve to protect. They resembled 2 fierce beasts poised to battle over territory, each ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle at any moment. The temperature in the air plummeted, as if their confrontation cast a chilling spell, and the surrounding winds and sands appeared to be subdued by the tension, moving sluggishly. Humph. You are indeed fortunate to have a woman to defend you. Medusa sneered, her laughter laced with derision and envy. She scrutinized the little healer's exquisite beauty and her unwavering defense of Xiao Yan, an inexplicable emotion blossoming within her heart, one that felt akin to jealousy and rage, filling her with a sense of unyielding resentment. Gritting her teeth, she declared fiercely, "Your life belongs to me." Her eyes burned with ferocity, as if she was declaring war upon the little healer, the aura surrounding her intensifying, prepared to strike at any moment. As Medusa spoke, she gradually descended from the void, landing gracefully on the ground beside them. Her gaze remained fixed on the little healer and Xiao Yan, as if she was waiting for the opportune moment to launch another attack. She leaned slightly forward, poised to pounce on her prey, her stance exuding an unsettling sense of foreboding. The little healer noted Medusa's retraction of her aura and let out a cold hum, retracting her own presence as well. Yet her vigilance did not wane. She remained ever watchful for Medusa's next move, her body taut and ready to respond to any sudden developments. Her fingers curled slightly, prepared to unleash her venomous techniques, conveying a resolute message to Medusa that she would not be afforded any advantage. Third brother, you haven't taken her, have you? Xiao Linglong keenly sensed Medusa's flustered indignation and quickly communicated with Xiao Yan. Her gaze sparkled with curiosity and mischief, as if she awaited an amusing revelation from him. A sly smile danced upon her lips, injecting a playful note into the tense atmosphere. Subsequently, under Xiao Li's guidance, they arrived at the council chamber. The interior was simply yet elegantly adorned, with ancient paintings depicting long-forgotten battles adorning the walls. Though weathered by time, the colors of these scrolls remained vivid and lifelike, as if recounting tales of past glories and tribulations. Sturdy tables and chairs, exuding an aura of antiquity, were crafted from rare woods, their surfaces smooth and engraved with intricate designs that reflected the owner's exquisite taste. As everyone took their seats, an atmosphere of gravity enveloped the room, as though a veil of unspoken tension hung over them. The air was thick with a stifling pressure, making it difficult to breathe. Each face marked with a trace of concern, as if awaiting an impending storm. Chapter 34. Life-devouring pill. Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Linglong, then at the others, his expression rife with helplessness. His fingers tapped anxiously on the table, revealing his restlessness as he contemplated how to navigate the forthcoming situation. Alas, the Yunlan sect. For this, third brother caused quite the uproar at the Yunlan sect, leaving sect master Yunyan caught in a dilemma. Xiao Li sighed heavily, his face reflecting a complex array of emotions. The crux of the matter is, according to the news from elder brother, Yun has secretly given birth to a boy. Not long after, Yun Shan found out, but fortunately, Yun acted swiftly and sent the newborn boy to elder brother in secret. As Xiao Li spoke, he cast a complicated glance at the increasingly grim Medusa and the little healer, whose expressions mirrored his own. After a brief pause, he uttered a statement that left everyone astounded. According to elder brother's assessment, this boy is third brother's child. This revelation detonated like a bombshell, creating tumultuous waves of shock throughout the council chamber. An immediate silence fell over the room, as everyone was rendered speechless by the news, their faces a mix of astonishment, confusion, and disbelief. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, each heartbeat echoing in the stillness, time seemingly frozen in that moment, leaving only the astonished expressions and inner turmoil of the gathered individuals. The tension in the air was palpable, as if it could be wrung out like water, each countenance strained by the cascade of astonishing revelations. Xiao Linglong was the first to react, her eyes brimming with urgency and concern, her voice involuntarily rising. Is the baby all right? The image of the infant, still in swaddling clothes, flashed through her mind, and she silently prayed for its safe growth. Xiao Li, his countenance complex, turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan, hesitating slightly as though weighing his words. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. Elder brother has kept him well protected. However, a look of relief suddenly graced Xiao Li's features, filled with admiration for the child's innate gifts. This child possesses remarkable talent, exhibiting the strength of a dome master at birth. By the time he reached 4, he was personally instructed by Elder Haibuodong, who reportedly praised the child's talents and nurtured him with great expectations. The room erupted in awe. Such talent was indeed a rarity, promising boundless potential for the future. What about Yunyan? Xiao Yan's question escaped his lips before he could restrain himself, and as soon as he spoke, he felt the piercing gazes of 2 sharp eyes upon him, making him uneasy as if pricked by needles. He instinctively shrank back, shifting slightly in his seat in an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness. Xiao Linglong observed this exchange, a knowing smile gracing her lips. A blend of teasing amusement at Xiao Yan's discomfort coupled with an acknowledgement of the complex emotional web surrounding them. Never mind, there's no rush. Elder Haibuodong is still managing to negotiate with the Yunlan sect alongside the Miter family. We have time. Xiao Li waved his hand, seeking to restore calm and advocate for a measured approach. He understood that in such a critical moment, maintaining composure was essential, allowing for the development of the best strategies and timing. Second brother, what is the source of that deathly aura surrounding you? Have you consumed some sort of pill? Xiao Linglong, regaining her composure, utilized her profound perceptive abilities to detect Xiao Li's unusual state. Her eyes conveyed concern and worry as she scrutinized him, seeking answers in his expression. Xiao Li nodded silently, carefully producing a jade vial from within his robe. The vial emanated a faint glow, inscribed with mysterious runes that formed a sturdy seal. He knew that those present in the hall were either family or close friends, entirely trustworthy, and thus felt no need for concealment. A 7th-grade pill, the life-devouring pill. As Xiao Linglong recognized the label on the vial, her expression darkened considerably, akin to the foreboding skies preceding a storm. Her mind raced as she sought a solution, her brow furrowing as beads of sweat began to form. How did you come into possession of such a thing? Xiao Yan's countenance mirrored her distress. As a 6th-grade advanced alchemist, he was acutely aware of the terrifying implications of this pill. Swallowing the life-devouring pill could temporarily elevate one to the pinnacle of Do Wang at the cost of merely 3 years of life. His voice trembled with shock and anger, struggling to comprehend that his second brother would make such a drastic choice for revenge. I found it, just as the others were engulfed in the oppressive and desolate atmosphere. Xiao Linglong suddenly exclaimed with excitement. She held up a prescription, gently placing it on the table. The evergreen pill can extend one's life by 20 years. It is a 7th-grade intermediate pill. Chapter 35. Entering Canaan, the gazes of the crowd instantaneously converged upon the prescription, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged, their eyes shimmering with anticipation and excitement. It appeared somewhat challenging. Xiao Yan accepted the prescription, scrutinizing the densely packed list of over 200 medicinal ingredients, and could not help but furrow his brow. He had never refined a 7th-grade elixir before, although his success rate for 6th-grade advanced elixirs reached 80%. He felt a tinge of uncertainty in the face of this 7th-grade concoction. Subconsciously, Xiao Yan lifted his hand to retrieve the spatial ring, feeling a warm sensation. His gaze momentarily faltered, and his expression became intricately complex. After a brief silence, he offered a bitter smile, his voice laced with fatigue and helplessness. During a fierce battle with Han Feng in the inner courtyard, I forcibly unleashed the three-color fire lotus to secure victory. That move was immensely powerful, but severely depleted my master's soul energy. Since then, he has succumbed to slumber, remaining unawakened. As his words fell, an air of profound guilt enveloped him, a deep-seated remorse, as if he had personally thrust his teacher into an abyss of darkness. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of subtle surprise flickered in Xiao Linglong's eyes, quickly replaced by a softened gaze. She flipped her hand, revealing a yellowed piece of beast skin paper, inscribed with an array of ancient symbols and characters. This is the prescription for the soul revitalization elixir, likely of 7th grade advanced quality. If successfully refined, it should restore Master Yao's vitality. As she spoke, her wrist flicked lightly, and the prescription floated toward Xiao Yan. He hastily reached out to catch it, his movements cautious, as though cradling the most precious treasure in the world. His fingers gently brushed over the prescription, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, fourth sister." He then solemnly placed the prescription into the spatial ring he had just acquired, as if to safeguard this newfound hope. The matter of alchemy could wait. The pressing concern was to deal with that scoundrel Han Feng. A glimmer of cold light suddenly flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes, a palpable aura of murderous intent that seemed capable of freezing the very air. The Grand Elder was already summoning the Academy's strong to prepare for action against Han Feng. "Our forces are now sufficient. He shall pay a heavy price." His voice was low and resolute, each word imbued with boundless strength. Xiao Linglong slightly nodded, her lively gaze shifting to the side, where the gentle medical fairy and the imposing Medusa were leisurely savoring tea. "What do you both say? To confront Han Feng, we must unite our efforts." Her tone was soft, yet carried an undeniable firmness. The medical fairy took a delicate sip of tea, a subtle smile curving her lips. "Together? I have no objections. I am quite eager to meet this Han Feng and see what he is truly capable of." Her voice was melodious and clear, akin to a mountain spring, yet it carried an underlying hint of danger. "All right, I have never feared a fight." Medusa crossed her arms, a cold laugh escaping her lips. As a magical beast, she possessed immense power and proud self-esteem, and she was always filled with confidence and eagerness for battle. Her long, dark hair danced in the wind, as if proclaiming her inner fighting spirit. At this moment, Xiao was fervently gathering the remaining 200 subordinates nearby. His form was agile, his movements efficient, each command clear and forceful. "Let us go. We shall discuss it at Canaan Academy." As Xiao Yan observed Xiao preparing, he was about to summon his verdant battle wings when Xiao Linglong halted him with a hand. "It's not that complicated." Xiao Linglong chuckled softly, her delicate, fair hand waving gracefully in the air. In an instant, a pitch-black spatial rift manifested, from which a mysterious howling sound faintly emanated, as if connecting to another enigmatic realm. "Come, follow me." She stepped into the rift first, her figure disappearing without a trace, rending the void a dough zone. The crowd gasped in astonishment, especially Xiao Li's subordinates. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces a mix of shock and exhilaration. In this brutal Black Corner region, forming an acquaintance with the dough zone powerhouse was undoubtedly acquiring a formidable ally. What could they possibly fear from that point onward? This is Canaan Academy. As the group emerged from the spatial rift, Xiao Yan gazed upon the familiar scenery, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. He raised his hand, pointing toward the majestic buildings, arranged in an artful manner not far away, his voice tinged with an unmistakable sense of nostalgia. "Let us go?" "All right," Xiao Linglong replied softly, her gaze sweeping over the Academy's architecture, curiosity and exploration glimmering in her eyes. As a former luminary of the Academy, Xiao Yan naturally recognized many of the teachers at Canaan Academy. Under his guidance, the group moved effortlessly into the Academy. Xiao Li settled his subordinates in the outer courtyard, while Xiao Yan led Xiao Linglong, the medical fairy, and Medusa toward the inner courtyard. Xiao Linglong and her companions possessed breathtaking beauty, especially Xiao Linglong, whose fresh and refined aura resembled an orchid in an empty valley, drawing glances from all around. As the trio appeared in the inner courtyard, they instantly captivated the attention of numerous students within. The young men and women watched, some in awe, others in envy, and soon, whispers filled the air. "That's Senior Xiao Yan." In the crowd, someone with keen eyes immediately recognized the iconic heavy ruler behind Xiao Yan and his dark robe. The realization dawned on everyone. Only someone as formidable as Xiao Yan could accompany such enchanting figures. Xiao Yan was undoubtedly the pinnacle of strength. Chapter 36. The Grand Elder in the serene yet profound area of the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy. The office of Grand Elder Su Qian resembled an invisible core of energy, where the surrounding air seemed to thicken with a solemn atmosphere. Su Qian, a highly esteemed figure at Canaan Academy, typically bore a calm demeanor, his eyes reflecting wisdom and composure. However, the moment Xiao Yan entered the room with three exquisite beauties, his gaze sharpened like that of a hawk. Following this, Su Qian's scrutinizing gaze slowly shifted to Xiao Linglong, adorned in white ancient attire, and the elegantly dressed medical fairy. The two women stood there, exuding an extraordinary and ineffable aura, akin to orchids in a secluded valley, isolated from the world. Su Qian pondered silently. What kind of person was Xiao Yan, that he would be so intimately accompanied by such remarkable women, judging solely by their faintly emanating presence? He could infer that both ladies possessed at least the strength of a Do Huang, if not more. What brings you here? In the oppressive silence, Su Qian finally broke the stillness, his voice tinged with curiosity and a deeper desire to uncover the hidden truths. Su Qian slightly nodded, the tension on his face easing somewhat, his vigilance temporarily subsiding as he inquired, I see. You have come for a specific matter? His gaze fell upon Xiao Yan, seeking answers in his expression. Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling violently as he struggled to suppress the tidal wave of murderous intent surging within him. A desire for vengeance roaring in every cell of his body. Finally, he articulated his question with deliberate clarity. When do we strike at Hanfeng? An air of deadly seriousness permeated his words, akin to a bone-chilling winter wind that sent shivers down the spine. Su Qian let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with disdain and contempt, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes, reminiscent of a shooting star that briefly illuminated the night sky, leaving a sense of dread in its wake. Tomorrow. He paused, as if recalling something, and added, reliable intelligence suggests that Hanfeng may have reinforcements. His tone grew grave, concern evident in his gaze. Are they the scoundrels from the Soul Palace? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, resembling a delicate web that enveloped his pupils. He gritted his teeth and inquired, each word seemingly forced through clenched jaws, infused with palpable hatred. The Soul Palace? Xiao Linglong was leisurely arranging her hair when she heard this, her slender fingers deftly weaving through her dark tresses. The mention of the name made her pause, a look of confusion crossing her face as she repeated, the Soul Palace of Zhongzhou? Her gaze brimmed with astonishment and curiosity. She had heard of the Soul Palace before, yet had never encountered it directly. Xiao Yan's expression darkened like the sky before a tempest as he nodded heavily, his visage marred by uncontainable fury that seemed to manifest in the very air around him. My father was taken by them. He spoke, his voice low and raspy, laced with boundless pain and resentment. After a brief exchange, just as they were about to depart, Su Qian suddenly spoke, his gaze directed toward the little medical fairy. A hint of concern etched on his features, as if foreseeing an impending calamity. This young medical fairy must be the fateful poison body, right? It seems she has reached a critical juncture. Without effective control measures, it could lead to disaster. His voice was filled with care and a touch of helplessness. Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy stiffened slightly, like a startled fawn. Her internal energy began to flow slowly, coursing through her meridians like a poised viper, ready to strike. Her eyes glinted with wariness and defensiveness, fixating on Su Qian as if he were a potential assailant. Elder, please do not frighten her. Xiao Yan interjected gently, taking the little medical fairy's hand in his warm, robust grasp, which conveyed a sense of reassurance. He spoke softly, attempting to soothe her. Beside them, Medusa observed the scene with an increasingly dark expression, her once cold demeanor now radiating a chilling aura, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption, causing the surrounding air to feel several degrees cooler. Sensing the tension, Xiao Yan hurriedly continued, my master provided me with a method of control before entering his slumber. But it requires 3 conditions. The first is 3 or more types of exotic flames. The second is at least a 7th grade scorpion poison dragon beast magic core. And the third is Bodhi transformation saliva. He disclosed this information without reserve, as he wholeheartedly trusted Su Qian's character. He understood that at this critical moment, trust was paramount. I possess the scorpion poison dragon beast magic core, Xiao Linglong exclaimed, immediately retrieving a delicate box from her storage ring. The box sparkled with a translucent brilliance, emanating a faint glow as if it contained boundless mysterious power. She tossed it to Xiao Yan with a fluid motion, stating, this is a 9th grade magic core that I acquired from an ancient ruin. I hope it suffices. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for the magic core to aid Xiao Yan. Upon opening the box, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up with delight, the radiance within reminiscent of the most brilliant star in the night sky. This is indeed exceptional. Now, we only require the Bodhi transformation saliva, he remarked, visibly relieved. With only one condition remaining, a solution for the little medical fairy's fateful poison body was within reach. A smile of contentment graced his face, as if a monumental burden had finally been lifted. Fear not, I have cast a seal that will endure for over 20 years, Xiao Linglong mused to herself, determined that such a lengthy period would surely yield the Bodhi transformation saliva. If all else failed, she could always request assistance from the Tao, for nothing was beyond its reach. Confidence surged within her, as if no challenge could deter her. Chapter 37. The Four Great Do Zone. The following morning, as the first light of dawn bathed the hillside of the outer courtyard, a multitude of powerful figures gathered. They stood silently on the slope, their restrained yet formidable auras akin to silent mountain peaks. Each individual exuded an aura no less than that of a Do Wang, their collective strength forming an invisible pressure that enveloped the area. This was the hidden might of the Jian Academy, each member a carefully nurtured elite, the pride and guardians of the institution. As they stood in solemnity, a youth clad in black robes gradually descended. His stance was as upright as a pine tree, with exquisite emerald wings of dough chi shimmering in the sunlight, appearing as if sculpted from the finest gems. The radiant glow was captivating and mysterious, invoking a sense of envy. Hey Xiaoyan, Lin Yin greeted excitedly, his voice brimming with vitality, capable of dispelling the morning chill. Beside him stood Lin Xiaoyan, Lu Qing, and Ziyan, all of whom were once renowned figures alongside Xiaoyan at the academy. Their reunion reignited the fervor and passion of yesteryears, their faces adorned with smiles and their eyes sparkling with anticipation for the impending battles. Then, Su Qian stepped forth, his figure traversing the void, instantly capturing the attention of all. He appeared as the very center of the universe. Following him, Xiao Linglong, the little medical fairy, and the strikingly aloof Medusa Queen floated gracefully to Xiaoyan's side. Their presence infused the atmosphere with heightened fervor, as if a grand celebration was about to commence. The Four Do Zone, numerous elders, and the fortunate students participating in the upcoming battle collectively gasped in awe. Such a formidable lineup, coupled with Xiao Yan's extraordinary combat prowess, instilled within them an unwavering belief in victory. They could almost envision the dawn of triumph, its light illuminating their hearts, filling them with courage and strength. Let us seek them out, Su Qian declared, waving his hand with bold decisiveness, transforming into a streak of light as he flew toward the headquarters of the Black Alliance in Feng City. His silhouette resembled a shooting star streaking through the night sky, imbued with boundless power and resolve. Behind him followed Xiao Yan, the little medical fairy, Xiao Linglong, and others, their imposing momentum akin to an indomitable steel legion. A breathtaking battle was on the verge of unfolding in Feng City, the wheels of fate beginning to turn, drawing all into the throes of intense conflict. Within the oppressive atmosphere of the Black Alliance's headquarters in Feng City, the heavy ambience felt like an impenetrable net, suffocating the entire city. It was reminiscent of the stifling calm before a storm, where each breath felt thick with tension. A Do Huang expert slightly inclined his body, bowing in a perfectly measured arc, his face adorned with a mask of respect as he cautiously addressed Han Feng, who sat in the foremost position. His voice tremulous, yet hopeful. Alliance leader, is it true that reinforcements will arrive? No, they have already arrived. Suddenly, two elderly figures, who had been meditating with closed eyes, simultaneously opened them. In that instant, it was as if two icy beams shot from their gazes, sharp enough to pierce the soul. One elder donned a golden robe while the other wore silver, both seldom seen in public, their unfathomable strength reminiscent of ancient behemoths concealed within a shroud of mist, evoking both reverence and curiosity. Their words struck like thunder, instantly tightening the nerves of all present, the already oppressive air seeming to freeze. Every individual acutely aware of their racing heartbeat. As a pharmacist, Han Feng possessed an extraordinary sense of perception and was acutely aware of how many had arrived. However, a twinge of anxiety began to stir within him, akin to the gentle rain of spring, quietly yet steadily saturating his heart. Upon this occasion, aside from the old rival Su Qian, there were unexpectedly two formidable Do Zone warriors whose presence exuded an aura of terror. Moreover, a mysterious energy, so intensely fervent that it made one's heart tremble, loomed heavily over Han Feng like a dense, oppressive cloud, casting an enduring shadow that made his brows furrow involuntarily. All personnel assemble. We shall confront them outside the city. Han Feng rose abruptly, his stature as upright as a pine tree, and with a decisive wave of his hand, he exhibited an unyielding resolve. Chapter 38. One-Star Do Zone. Yes, the assembly of powerful individuals responded in unison, their voices resonating like a thunderous wave, as if they were about to break through the skies. In their voices lay an absolute obedience towards Han Feng, akin to loyal guardians pledging their lives to their sovereign, infused with an exhilarating fervor for the impending battle, as if they were not marching towards a life-and-death struggle, but rather attending a glorious feast. Beyond Feng City, On the expansive plains, the members of the Black Alliance stood in readiness, prepared for the looming threat. They were arranged in a disciplined formation, each face etched with tension and vigilance, their weapons gleaming menacingly, resembling a pack of ferocious beasts awaiting their prey. At that moment, the team from the Jian Academy arrived on the scene, and the two factions stood in a distant standoff, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. As if a single spark could ignite a cataclysmic battle, the wind howled between them, rustling their garments and intensifying the already palpable tension. Su Qian, elder, what brings you here? Han Feng's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his expression sharp and contemptuous, embodying a tone of arrogance. After all, in the past 2 years, every time the Jian Academy sought trouble with the Black Alliance, they had returned in disarray. Such victories had greatly inflated the confidence of the Black Alliance members, leading Han Feng to regard Su Qian as nothing more than a defeated foe, hardly worthy of mention. Disband the Black Alliance. Su Qian's visage was as dark as stormy waters, his voice deep and resonant, as if emerging from the abyss. Each word laced with a smoldering fury that threatened to obliterate the Black Alliance. His gaze was icy and unwavering, fixated on Han Feng as if attempting to pierce through him. That is not something you can dictate, elder. Han Feng responded with a derisive chuckle, his laughter dripping with mockery as he slowly gestured with his hand. In an instant, 3 figures cloaked in dense black mist materialized beside Han Feng. The swirling shadows seemed almost alive, twisting and contorting, emanating an eerie aura akin to malevolent powers rising from the depths of hell. Hee, so many soul entities. Came a sinister and chilling laugh, reminiscent of a night owl's hoot, which cut through the still air and turned Su Qian's expression grim. He understood all too well the implications of that laughter, a wave of cold dread washing over him as if a frigid hand were clutching his heart. The emergence of the Soul Hall made an already complex situation infinitely more precarious. Soul Hall, what brings you here? Su Qian gritted his teeth, his expression darkening as if it were about to rain, his eyes brimming with shock and fury. He could scarcely fathom that the Soul Hall members would appear here, colluding with the Black Alliance. This revelation only fueled his anger further while igniting a flicker of unease. He was acutely aware of the Soul Hall's terrifying reputation. The difficulty of this battle had escalated exponentially. This is the Soul Hall, a most distasteful entity indeed. A clear and melodious voice, tinged with disdain, chimed in. The enchanting Xiao Linglong appeared beside Su Qian, her high ponytail and flowing white gown giving her an ethereal presence. Her bright, captivating eyes sparkled with curiosity, yet bore a hint of revulsion as she scrutinized the Soul Hall warriors, as if they were a repugnant sight. Following her, the gentle and graceful Xiao Yixian, clad in a simple dress, and the stunning Medusa, adorned in a purple qipao that exuded both allure and majesty, appeared with equally stern expressions. Each of these women was a rare beauty, and their presence dimmed the surrounding world, rendering it dull. The interplay of Xiao Yixian's warmth, Medusa's chilling beauty, and Xiao Linglong's vivacity formed a breathtaking tableau, radiating a formidable aura that commanded respect. The elders of the inner court of Jian Academy were composed and resolute, for each of them was a steadfast mentor capable of guiding students. In stark contrast, many from the Black Alliance, upon witnessing these 3 extraordinary beauties, were unable to suppress their salivation, their gazes filled with greed and obsession. Their eyes roamed over the 3 women like famished wolves eyeing their prey, momentarily forgetting the tense battlefield surrounding them. Fortunately, Han Feng possessed a formidable soul power and quickly regained his composure. He stepped forward, donning a feigned smile, and clasped his hands, saying, "Ladies, do you wish to tread in these murky waters? I am a disciple of the Medicine Sovereign. I hope you will grant me the courtesy of not intervening in this matter." His tone carried a hint of flattery, yet beneath it lay a subtle threat, attempting to leverage his identity to intimidate the 3 women. Just as Xiao Linglong opened her mouth to retort, a faint rumble of thunder echoed in the distance. The figure of Xiao Yan, cloaked in black, gradually materialized. His emerald green, Do-Chi wings fluttered gently behind him, each movement generating a powerful gust of wind that exuded an overwhelming presence. Xiao Yan did not conceal the raging killing intent in his eyes, locking his gaze onto Han Feng as he enunciated, "Betrayer, you lack the right to utter the name of our teacher." His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with boundless rage and disdain, his murderous intent palpable as if it were a tangible flame poised to incinerate Han Feng. "So it's you, little junior brother." Han Feng's eyes flared with killing intent upon seeing Xiao Yan, intermingled with a flicker of greed. He licked his lips as though he beheld an unparalleled treasure. "That old relic must be within you, and today, you shall all embark on this journey together, along with the within you. I shall claim it all." His voice brimmed with desire, as if he had already laid claim to Xiao Yan and the treasures he possessed. With your peak Do Huang strength? Xiao Yan scoffed coldly, a sneer lacing his voice, brimming with contempt. In the same realm, he had never feared anyone. If it came to an assessment of comprehensive strength, his battle prowess was not inferior to those of 6- or 7-star Dozong warriors. Confidence and pride radiated from his gaze, as if he were announcing to Han Feng that he was merely a defeated foe, and today would be no exception. And what if I do this? Han Feng retorted with a cold laugh, swiftly forming hand seals. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, the wings behind him gradually vanishing as he stood firmly in midair. This was the hallmark of a Dozong warrior. His imposing presence escalated, as if he intended to crush Xiao Yan, his expression brimming with triumph. A mere 1-star Dozong. Is it necessary to be so arrogant? Xiao Linglong cast a disdainful glance at Han Feng, her tone implying that a 1-star Dozong was nothing of consequence in her eyes. With a slight lift of her chin, her gaze radiated pride and contempt, as if to convey that Han Feng's prowess was utterly insignificant before her. Chapter 39. Xiao Linglong's strength? Su Qian, your adversaries lie before us. At that moment, the elder Jean, who walked upon the air, and the elder Yin, at the threshold of Dozong, appeared before Su Qian. As twin brothers, their synergy was impeccable, and together they wielded strength nearly equal to Su Qian's. Their expressions were resolute, emanating a powerful aura as they faced Su Qian, forming an impenetrable wall that obstructed his path. One for each, Xiao Yixian surveyed the 3 Soul Hall Dozong warriors, a confident smile gracing her lips. That smile seemed to convey the message that the adversaries they faced today were destined for misfortune. Her smile radiated playfulness and confidence, as if this battle were merely a light-hearted game to her. I am unfazed. I hope you remain unharmed, Medusa said coldly, her expression frosty. No sooner had she spoken than her figure flickered and vanished, leaving behind only an ethereal shadow, as if she were a wraith. Her speed was so astonishing that it rendered her presence nearly imperceptible, leaving only a faint fragrance in the air, a whisper of her existence. The little medicine sage smiled lightly, disappearing in turn, leaving behind a subtle scent that lingered in the atmosphere. Her movements were graceful and agile, akin to a delicate butterfly, yet imbued with a lethal danger. Meanwhile, Xiao Linglong waved her jade-like hand, swiftly condensing spiritual energy into a long sword. Her beautiful eyes gleamed with determination as she shouted, and the sword cleaved through the air with ferocious force. A brilliant blade of light, infused with tremendous power, shot forth like a lightning bolt toward the leading figure of the Soul Palace. The radiance was blinding, exuding an aura capable of obliterating anything that dared to obstruct its path. A thunderous crash resounded, echoing loudly as the Soul Palace's leader was enveloped in surging black mist, managing to withstand the sword's assault, which was equivalent to a 6-star Dozong level attack. The black mist surged like tumultuous waves, clashing fiercely with the sword light, producing a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the battlefield as if it were daytime. The dense black fog, akin to a roiling tide, swirled and coalesced in the air, revealing the figure of an elderly man with a weathered visage. Clad in a simple blue robe, his attire billowed wildly in the wind, exuding an aura of immense power honed through the ages. This was the renowned Qinghua Xuanzhang of the Soul Palace. Qinghua Xuanzhang lifted his gaze, his eyes betraying a sense of arrogance and disdain as he scrutinized the graceful figure before him. To him, this rumored master of the free and easy sect was merely an insignificant junior. With a slight tilt of his head, his voice emerged, deep and gravelly, as if burdened by the weight of antiquity. Surely, you have not exerted your full strength. It is said that the master of the free and easy sect can contend with 4- or 5-star Dozong experts. I, Qinghua Xuanzhang, have come to seek your guidance. As his words faded, the long sword, formed from concentrated spiritual energy, dissipated into nothingness like a mere bubble. Xiao Linglong then raised her right hand, her slender fingers curling slightly, as a tremendous force began to coalesce in her palm. The surrounding space twisted and warped as if being manipulated by an invisible hand. This seemingly casual gesture harbored catastrophic power, compressing the air beneath it into a sharp whistle, as if lamenting the imminent destruction. How surprising that someone is aware, Xiao Linglong remarked indifferently, observing the now corporeal Qinghua Xuanzhang, whose physical form had been obliterated, leaving only his feeble soul. Her gaze held no trace of pity, only an endless coldness, as if all that transpired before her was but ephemeral and trivial. Indeed, it seems many have underestimated the master of the free and easy sect and the sect itself. Qinghua Xuanzhang's frail soul trembled in midair, wavering as if engaged in a final struggle. His voice brimmed with reluctance and regret, lamenting his prior ignorance and overconfidence. The free and easy sect is more than capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Pill Tower. All factions have underestimated you. At his words, a subtle smile graced Xiao Linglong's lips, reminiscent of blooming flowers in spring, vibrant and enchanting. Before you pass, allow me to share a secret. I am Xiao Linglong, of the Xiao clan. Ultimately, the desperate Qinghua Xuanzhang let out a piercing scream before vanishing entirely from existence, leaving behind a fist-sized core of soul essence that glimmered with golden light, suspended in the air. This essence was rife with countless grievances and suffering, silently narrating the tragic fate it had endured, its intense negative emotions suffocating the atmosphere around it. Chapter 40. The Sharpening Stone Hanfeng. The Soul Palace truly is a repugnant group. Xiao Linglong's expression darkened as she gazed at the soul essence, her face instantly clouded with frost, her eyes filled with rage and revulsion. She could distinctly sense the lingering remnants of no fewer than several hundred souls entwined within, their memories crashing over her like relentless waves, invoking both her anger and sympathy. However, the battlefield did not settle with Xiao Linglong's confrontation. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air. Hanfeng, defeat your opponent quickly. This cry shattered the battlefield's tranquility like a stone cast into a still pond, leaving all combatants momentarily stunned as they turned to locate the source of the voice. Yet, the two suppressed Soul Palace fighters were unwilling to concede defeat. They urgently called out for Hanfeng, hoping he would swiftly vanquish Xiao Yan and come to their aid. Meanwhile, the duo of the Golden and Silver Elders struggled fiercely against the 4-star Dozong Su Qian's onslaught. At this moment, they were preoccupied with their own defense, barely managing to hold their ground, with no spare strength to offer assistance. The disparity in power between Dozong levels was immense. One elder was a 1-star Dozong, while the other had just stepped into the Dozong realm, and without their harmonious cooperation, they would have been swiftly overwhelmed by Su Qian. Damn it! Hanfeng staggered backward after receiving a powerful mid-tier Earth-level Do technique, the 8 Extremes Palm from Xiao Yan, cursing the 2 Soul Palace members for their incompetence. He was infuriated that, despite their apparent advantage, they had been reduced to such a state of disarray. It seems my senior brother is unable to break free. Flame dividing waves. Xiao Yan's expression hardened as he spoke sternly, simultaneously forming seals with his hands, unleashing a torrent of Do Qi that surged forth like a volcano. The Do Qi in his hands rapidly condensed into a massive flaming measuring tool, blazing fiercely and carrying an overwhelming heat wave as it surged toward Hanfeng, igniting the air in its wake with crackling sounds. With a thunderous boom, the 2 powerful Do techniques collided fiercely in midair, unleashing a force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. The ensuing shockwave spread violently like a tsunami, devastating the surrounding terrain. Trees were flattened under the onslaught, and the ground cracked deeply, as if the earth itself was groaning in agony under the weight of such power. Humph! Xiao Yan scoffed, his form darting forward like lightning, as he engaged Hanfeng, whose expression was grim, in yet another fierce exchange. Perhaps some would wonder why Xiao Yan refrained from employing the more terrifying flame lotus of his. In truth, he had his own intentions. Having just broken through a barrier, his strength had surged dramatically, and he needed to hone this newfound power through combat, the most effective method. For Xiao Yan, at the pinnacle of the Do Huang stage, facing an average opponent rendered him incapable of exerting his full might, while the 1- or 2-star Dozong Hanfeng provided the perfect opportunity to sharpen his skills. Curse it! Hanfeng roared in fury, losing all semblance of rationality. He disregarded his own Do Qi consumption, recklessly launching techniques at Xiao Yan in a desperate bid to escape his predicament. However, Xiao Yan effortlessly countered each attack as if it were child's play, handling them with ease. In another battlefield, this is the domain of the 5-star Dozong, where the disparity between the Do Huang and Do Wang is so vast that they cannot intervene. If they were to unite over 100 Do Huang and Do Wang in a desperate struggle, they might indeed bring a Dozong to despair. However, those who have cultivated to such a level are far from foolish. Boom! Another violent clash reverberated through the air, the immense force causing the petite healer clad in a simple dress to stagger back 3 steps, while Medusa, adorned in a purple qipao, also retreated several paces. Once she regained her balance, a mocking smirk graced Medusa's lips as she swiftly approached the healer, her tone laced with disdain and provocation. Why haven't you subdued them yet? You are the ones who forced our hand. At that moment, a furious roar suddenly erupted from a corner of the battlefield. A massive cloud of black mist began to quiver violently, enveloping and devouring ethereal soul forms mercilessly. Following this, chilling wails of tormented souls echoed from within the mist, their cries haunting and terrifying, reminiscent of the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. This is bad. The healer thought urgently, fully aware of the peril concealed within the black mist. Without a moment to ponder, she darted forward like a flash of white lightning, ready to engage in a new round of combat. She recognized that they had reached a critical juncture. Retreat was not an option. Medusa, who had intended to continue her banter with the healer, immediately quelled her mocking demeanor upon witnessing this scene. Her eyes sharpened, and her aura surged dramatically as she too surged forward without hesitation. Chapter 41. The Mountain Opening Seal above Feng City. The Dozong arena was spiraling towards an alarming state of chaos, teetering on the brink of losing control. The air felt as if it were being scorched by an invisible inferno, hot and suffocating, every breath laden with tension and a murderous intent that made inhalation a struggle. Time, like an unyielding hourglass, trickled away. As the surrounding soul forms were gradually consumed, the two powerful figures from the Soul Temple underwent a shocking transformation. Their auras surged like an impending volcanic eruption, soaring from the 4-star Dozong level straight to the terrifying realm of 6-star Dozong. The overwhelming pressure felt like a hammer crashing onto the battlefield, causing the air to vibrate with a deafening hum, reminiscent of glass under strain, while the ground trembled as if agitated by an invisible hand, sending sand and debris swirling into a blinding storm. At this critical moment, Xiao Yan's deep and resolute voice resonated in the ears of the two women like the thunder of spring. Hold on for a moment. Let me deal with Han Feng. Upon hearing this, the healer and Medusa exchanged confident smiles, their faith in Xiao Yan bolstered by their shared experiences in battle. His words served as a reassuring balm, easing their previously taut nerves. In unison, the two women darted forward like arrows released from a bow, charging towards Iron Guardian and his allies. Despite Iron Guardian and his companions having forcibly elevated their strength to the terrifying level of 6-star Dozong through peculiar secret techniques, Medusa, as the noble and powerful 7-colored sky-swallowing python, possessed innate gifts and bloodline powers that afforded her unique advantages in battle. Each of her strikes carried the weight and majesty of an ancient divine beast. The healer, with her cursed poisonous body, wielded a terrifying venomous force. Each of her attacks cloaked in lethal mists, akin to a curse from the underworld. Though they faced overwhelming odds and appeared somewhat disheveled, their spirits unyielding like steel, they managed to withstand the relentless onslaught of their foes, avoiding any fatal injuries thus far. Xiao Yan observed Han Feng lying on the ground, his hands moving swiftly to form a profound seal. With his current strength, unleashing the mountain opening seal would undoubtedly leave Han Feng with no means of escape. As Xiao Yan's Do Qi surged forth like a flood, perspiration beaded on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and vanishing upon contact with the parched earth. Yet, his gaze remained unwavering, akin to the North Star shining brightly in the frigid night. A seal, slightly larger than his palm, gradually took shape, adorned with mysterious runes radiating immense power. As the seal firmly settled into his palm, Xiao Yan cast a cold smile at the pale and disheveled Han Feng, inwardly chanting, "Mountain opening seal." The sound resonated like thunder, deafening in Han Feng's ears, leaving him reeling. Damn it! Han Feng's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the sealing light targeting him, filled with dread and despair. He knew the power of this technique. It was beyond his ability to withstand. He could only muster the remnants of his Do Qi to frantically coalesce a seemingly impenetrable barrier. However, his struggle was futile against Xiao Yan's formidable strength, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The mountain opening seal that Xiao Yan unleashed not only fused the powers of the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire and the Falling Heart Flame, but also harnessed nearly half of his soul power, teetering on the edge of the heavenly realm. Such terrifying forces combined to create an overwhelming might that Han Feng could not possibly evade. The palm print crashed upon Han Feng with a force that felt like the explosion of a miniature nuclear bomb, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. The powerful impact struck him down, creating a massive crater in the earth, with cracks spreading like a spider's web across the surrounding ground. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the view of the crater's depths. Chapter 42. Resolving Han Feng. Xiao Yan moved like a specter, appearing before the gravely injured Han Feng. He looked down upon him, cold malice flickering in his eyes as he spoke icily. "Brother, I will ensure you meet our teacher." As the words left his lips, a terrifying surge of soul power erupted from Xiao Yan's hands, enveloping Han Feng's soul in an invisible net, extracting it completely. Han Feng had no opportunity to escape, only able to emit a desperate wail. Xiao Yan then forcefully seized the sea heart flame refined by Han Feng, which writhed in his grasp as if resisting its fate. With a deft motion, he erased the soul imprint belonging to Han Feng from the sea heart flame. He produced a jade vial, carefully containing Han Feng's weakened soul within, before sealing the vial with the falling heart flame, ensuring its security. As for the sea heart flame, He placed it into a new low-grade spatial ring. Having dealt with Han Feng, Xiao Yan felt only a slight quickening of his breath, otherwise unharmed. He cast a worried glance towards the battlefield where the healer and Medusa were engaged, then propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning. His hands moved rapidly, drawing the blue lotus earth heart fire and the falling heart flame closer together. In his palms, an ethereal fire lotus began to take shape, radiating intense heat that distorted the surrounding air, imbued with the power to devastate the world. With a thunderous crash, akin to the heavens collapsing, the healer and Medusa were repelled by the combined might of Iron Guardian and his companions. Medusa wobbled unsteadily, taking a few faltering steps before coughing violently, a trickle of crimson blood escaping the corner of her mouth, its vivid hue stark against the ground. The little healer's disheveled hair resembled withered grass in a tempest, her breaths coming in rapid bursts, her chest heaving tumultuously, each inhalation echoing with labored gasps. Despite their unique physiques and extraordinary powers, the two women found it exceedingly arduous to combat opponents of a higher tier, particularly those of the Dozong rank and beyond. The immense disparity in strength loomed like an insurmountable chasm, rendering their every attack and defense a significant struggle. What were they to think? Boom. A thunderous command erupted from behind the Iron Guardian. In his astonished gaze, a verdant fire lotus exploded mere meters behind him. The energy contained within it was terrifying, equivalent to a full-force strike from a 5-star Dozong. The powerful shockwave instantly radiated outward, causing the ground to heave as if a colossal hand had risen to create towering waves. Trees were uprooted and reduced to powder under the overwhelming force. The Iron Guardian had little time to react, calling out as he frantically summoned vast clouds of dark mist and fighting spirit in an attempt to halt the impending devastation. Meanwhile, the Guardian beside him, paralyzed by fear, had already fled, leaving him alone in the eye of the storm. The chaotic and turbulent energy gradually began to settle, transforming from its earlier wild and oppressive state into a more tranquil flow, as if the cataclysmic clash of energies had never occurred. All eyes were glued to the center of the battlefield, where the dissipating mist held everyone in suspense. At last, the Iron Guardian's figure emerged slowly amidst the collective anticipation. The once thick and palpable dark mist enveloping him had bizarrely shifted to a dull gray, as if all vitality and strength had been siphoned away. From within the dense gray fog, the agonizing coughs of the Iron Guardian echoed, each sound seemingly wrenched from the depths of his soul, imbued with profound weakness and pain. It was evident that he had just endured a blow equivalent to the full force of a 5-star Dozong at close range, a feat far from trivial, leaving him gravely injured, his life force flickering like a dying ember. The crowd instinctively shifted their gaze, as another Guardian also found himself swept up in the aftermath of the devastating attack. Though his situation was somewhat better than the Iron Guardian's, he too appeared disheveled, his breath erratic, clothing tattered, eyes reflecting the terror of surviving a calamity. Just then, a figure stepped forth from the swirling dust, breathing heavily yet with resolute strides. It was Xiao Yan, and his arrival rekindled a sense of tension in the air. "Are you all right?" Medusa's cool voice reached Xiao Yan's ears, her expression as frosty as ever, yet the slight furrow of her brow and the concern in her eyes betrayed her inner anxiety. In an instant, she appeared beside Xiao Yan like a specter, her tone light, but laced with undeniable concern. Turning his head, he beheld the enchanting beauty beside him. Clad in a violet qipao, her figure gracefully curvaceous. A faint, resigned smile tugged at his lips, conveying a silent message that such a level of combat posed no threat to him. What could possibly happen? "You have dealt with the esteemed Qinghua." The Iron Guardian's face, once twisted in agony, froze in disbelief as he beheld the sudden appearance of Xiao Linglong. His eyes widened like saucers, full of incredulity and shock, before he could not help but cry out in alarm. His shrill voice shattered the brief silence, the fear and astonishment palpable for all present. "What? Do you have any objections?" Xiao Linglong's lips curled into a captivating smile, reminiscent of flowers blossoming in spring, radiant yet concealing an edge. As she spoke, her hand waved lightly, as if commanding the most mysterious of forces. In an instant, a shimmering barrier imbued with a mysterious aura materialized, enveloping the two guardians of the Soul Palace in a swift and impenetrable grasp. This barrier resembled an indestructible cage, ensnaring the guardians without hope of escape. Subsequently, Xiao Linglong elegantly turned to the little healer and her companions, advising, "Feel free to attack, but be cautious not to kill them. They still hold some value." Her tone was relaxed and casual, as if this battle were merely a game, with her as the sovereign of this contest. Chapter 43. A dull battle. Could you be a little gentler? The Guardian, observing the smiling yet seemingly perilous little healer and the frost-laden Medusa, trembled uncontrollably. his voice quivering with a note of pleading. Thoughts of escape flickered through his mind, but as he attempted to break free of the spatial seal established by Xiao Linglong, he realized its strength surpassed all expectations. Without a Do Zone-level ally to assist him, he would be unable to escape this seemingly intangible yet unyielding prison. Let this tedious battle conclude, Xiao Linglong remarked with a shake of her head, observing that the two guardians of the Soul Palace had been successfully sealed by Xiao Yan. With a mere thought, it seemed she had synchronized with a force of nature. The spatial confinement dissipated in a flash, transforming into motes of light that vanished into the air. Immediately afterward, Xiao Linglong unleashed her vast, boundless soul power. This soul power surged forth like an invisible, yet immensely powerful tempest, sweeping toward the Dark Alliance's formidable figures. As it passed, the very fabric of space appeared to tear, emitting piercing howls. What? The two elderly figures, engaged in a losing battle with Su Qian, turned pale as they sensed the terrifying soul pressure. Their faces ghostly white as if drained of all color. Their bodies trembled like leaves in the wind before the overwhelming force could crush them into nothingness, leaving only two radiant spatial rings lying quietly on the ground, whispering tales of their former glory and present desolation. It seems she is the most formidable of them all. Su Qian observed the youthful yet extraordinary figure of Xiao Linglong, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Having traversed this continent for many years, he was well acquainted with the legendary soul power of the imperial realm. At this moment, sensing the soul power emanating from Xiao Linglong, he understood that this young woman was an enigma of unfathomable strength, far beyond his capacity to challenge. As Xiao Linglong dominated the scene in the Black Corner region, far away in the ancient realm, atop a serene mountain peak, sat a stunning young woman upon a massive, smooth stone. This young woman was Gu Suner, the daughter of the ancient Yuan. Clad in a flowing lavender gown that fluttered gently in the breeze, she resembled a violet blossom blooming atop the mountain. Her beauty was unparalleled, skin fair as snow, eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky, bright yet profound, as if harboring endless tales. Old Ling, come forth. Suner's melodious voice broke the oppressive silence of the tranquil space, echoing like a clear spring in the mountains. Dressed in black, Ling Ying appeared before her like a specter, his form hidden in shadows, almost imperceptible save for the faint aura he emanated. A look of admiration crossed his face as he remarked, "Miss, your perception grows ever more terrifying. Even when I conceal my presence, I cannot escape your awareness. Do you have any news?" Suner lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she spoke. The subject of her inquiry was none other than her beloved Xiao Yan, a figure she had long cherished in her thoughts. Her gaze brimmed with longing, as if he were her sole anchor in this desolate world. My strength as a 9-star Do Zone was, indeed, bolstered by the assistance of Miss Linglong. Ling Ying cautiously surveyed the surroundings, fearful that others might overhear this astonishing secret. He lowered his voice, speaking enigmatically. From what I gather, her power likely rivals that of a Do Sheng. A glimmer of reverence flickered in his eyes, reflecting his deep-seated apprehension regarding Xiao Linglong's formidable abilities. At last, news of them had emerged. A faint smile graced Suner's lips, reminiscent of the sun's warmth in spring. However, her expression soon turned grave as she anxiously inquired, "How is Xiao Yan's child? Is he safe?" Her eyes were filled with concern, revealing her profound care for Xiao Yan and all related matters, including his offspring with another woman. Suner nodded softly, falling into a contemplative silence. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, a blend of relief for Xiao Yan's safety and the complexities of her own feelings. She was acutely aware of the myriad challenges he faced in the outside world, while she remained in this ancient realm, waiting in silence. However, there were indeed some in the clan who intended to venture to the Jiama Empire to bring the Xiao clan members back into the ancient world. Ling Ying hesitated momentarily, but ultimately conveyed this information, his tone laced with concern, knowing it could provoke a strong reaction from Suner. Before he could finish, Suner erupted in a dazzling golden light, within which fierce white flames blazed, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. These two powerful forces intertwined, yet remained distinct, a testament to Suner's mastery over them. Clearly, after years of diligent training and refinement, she had fully harnessed these two extraordinary flames. The 4th-ranked Jin Di Fentian Yan, combined with the 11th-ranked Gu Linglong Hua, unleashed a combat prowess beyond imagination, as if capable of annihilating the very heavens. Ignoring Ling Ying's astonished expression, Suner stepped into the void and transformed into a streak of light, racing down the mountain with incredible speed. Her silhouette resembled a shooting star streaking across the night sky, fueled by unwavering resolve and strength. At this moment, her only thought was to protect Xiao Yan's family, ensuring they remained unharmed. To reach such heights, Xiao Yan, You are the first I have ever witnessed, Linglong remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he watched Sun'er speed away. Despite his status as a 9-star Dozone powerhouse, he felt immense pressure in the presence of her two formidable flames, overwhelmed by awe and admiration. Linglong stood like a statue frozen in time, the world around him fading into insignificance, while tumultuous thoughts surged within him like stormy seas. His gaze was deep and serious, piercing through the invisible barriers of the ancient realm, gazing into the unknown expanse beyond, where choices awaited that could alter the course of destiny. Time slipped by in his silence, each second agonizingly prolonged, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. At last, in a fleeting moment, a spark of clarity ignited in his mind. He clenched his jaw, muscles taut, as a resolute energy surged from his core, enveloping his entire being. In an instant, his figure vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting trace of his essence as he sped towards the ancient realm's edge. Meanwhile, in the distant skies above the northwestern continent, a colossal shadow loomed, racing forth with astounding speed. A formation of enormous flying beasts, akin to colossal warships, flew in perfect alignment towards the Jiama Empire. Each beast was unimaginably massive, spanning dozens of meters, their expansive wings resembling dark clouds that obscured the sun. Their scales glimmered like metal in the sunlight, with sharp fangs and claws gleaming ominously in the air, showcasing their might and ferocity. At the forefront of this aerial legion stood a young man clad in a black robe. His stature was tall and imposing, reminiscent of an ancient pine rooted in the vastness of the earth, his garments billowing in the wind. He bore a massive ruler on his back, intricately carved with mysterious and ancient runes that seemed to harbor a profound power, shimmering faintly yet unsettlingly in the sunlight. This young man was Xiao Yan. His gaze was resolute and sharp, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, fixed intently on the distant Jiama Empire, exuding a determination that suggested no obstacle could deter his advance. Hovering behind Xiao Yan were two ethereal figures. They stood quietly, exuding an aura that was as unfathomable as a hidden whirlpool beneath a calm sea. Who would have thought I would see the light of day again? One of the slightly translucent elders remarked, his voice gravelly, resonating with the weight of time and experience. He slowly raised his head, surveying the familiar yet unfamiliar world around him, his eyes filled with nostalgia and appreciation for the long-lost scenery. This elder was the revered Tianhua Zunjia, previously known as Yao Tianhua, who had been rescued from the depths of magma by Xiao Linglong and had replenished his soul's strength. Once a formidable Dozone, he had been trapped due to an unfortunate incident, imprisoned in the depths of the Jian Academy, enduring a long and lonely existence in that dark realm until Xiao Linglong's timely appearance. Nor am I exempt from such fate. Had it not been for this girl's assistance, I might still be languishing within that small spatial ring. The other elder, nearly corporeal and radiating a translucent brilliance, sighed deeply. His visage was kind, and his eyes expressed relief and gratitude. This elder was the illustrious Yao Lao, a 9th-grade alchemist. In his prime, he had been a luminary in the alchemical world, revered by many for his crafted elixirs. Yet cruel fate had sealed his soul within a spatial ring, subjecting him to trials until his encounter with Xiao Yan sparked a change in his destiny. The legendary Tianhua elder, mentioned by Xiao Yan, had a remarkable origin. He was a lingering soul discovered by Xiao Yan in the depths of the Jian Academy, a remnant of one who had passed many years prior. Despite the ravages of time, leaving his spirit fragmented, echoes of his former power and glory lingered. In a world where strength reigned supreme, the Dozone level stands atop the pyramid, and the Tianhua Zun had once been such a formidable figure. Simultaneously, he possessed a nascent form of the falling heart flame, a rare and potent flame of immense power and unique properties. Upon learning of the existence of this flame, Xiao Yan conceived a plan to leave a trace of the falling heart flame at the Jian Academy before departing, as a gesture of gratitude for the nurturing he received. Upon hearing that Xiao Yan and his companions had discovered the nascent form of the falling heart flame, Dean Su Qian was overwhelmed with excitement. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his hands trembled slightly, as if he had glimpsed the hopeful ascent of Canaan Academy's future. After all, the core energy source of the sky-burning refining tower was none other than the fallen heart flame. This embryonic form of the fallen heart flame was not only easier to cultivate, but also promised boundless possibilities for the Academy's development. Yet, the elders and mentors who typically practiced fire-based techniques wore expressions that were both bemused and exasperated upon hearing the news. They fully understood that nurturing the embryonic fallen heart flame to maturity and igniting its heart fire would necessitate someone to provide energy, serving as a sustenance source. Reluctantly, these fire practitioners had to muster their resolve. Observing their helpless demeanor, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. as he too was a practitioner of fire techniques, acutely aware of the arduous journey it entailed. Subsequently, in pursuit of enhancing his own strength to better face the forthcoming challenges, Xiao Yin retreated to the back mountain of the academy for seclusion and cultivation. At that moment, Master Yao remained in a deep slumber, still immersed in the sleep of the soul. The soul of the heavenly fire sovereign also desperately needed to replenish its strength to regain its former might. Furthermore, Xiao Yin aimed to master the formidable sea-transcending seal, an exceptionally profound technique, notoriously difficult to cultivate. Yet, if successfully mastered, its power would transcend imagination. Simultaneously, he sought to gather formidable allies to embark on a quest for vengeance in the Gamma Empire, a place rife with blood-soaked enmities and adversaries he must confront. In this pivotal moment, Xiao Linglong extended her assistance once more. The treasures she unveiled left Xiao Yin dumbfounded, as if he had stumbled upon an infinite trove of wealth. Among them were rare herbs required for concocting 8th-grade elixirs, each exuding a rich spiritual aura, aged and invaluable, truly a rarity in the world. Even more astonishing were the vibrant soul origins, imbued with potent and pure soul power, an exquisite treasure for elevating one's soul realm. With the aid of these precious resources, upon awakening, Master Yao's soul realm surged directly to the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, achieving a qualitative leap in strength. The heavenly fire sovereign's soul intensity also genuinely ascended to the heavenly realm, reclaiming some of its former grandeur. In the days that followed, Xiao Yin devoted himself wholeheartedly to the rigorous task of alchemy. He relentlessly expended his soul power, each attempt at refining elixirs feeling like a battle against his own limits. When his soul power ran dry, he succumbed to profound fatigue and weakness, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body, rendering him incapable of lifting even a finger. Yet, bolstered by indomitable will and unwavering belief, he repeatedly rose from exhaustion. Each recovery forged and elevated his soul. At long last, after countless trials and tribulations, he successfully took that crucial half-step forward, his soul power now rivaling that of heavenly realm experts. At this juncture, Xiao Yin was no longer the fledgling youth he once was, but had transformed into a formidable force, tempered by trials, armed with immense strength, and fortified by steadfast conviction. Meanwhile, Xiao Li tirelessly traversed diverse terrains, diligently seeking allies for Xiao Yin. He toiled without rest, journeying across numerous mountains and rivers, visiting countless formidable beings. Through his relentless efforts and extensive networking, the assembly of powers heading to the Gamma Empire was nothing short of magnificent. Among them was the esteemed Master Yao Chen, whose soul realm had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. His formidable soul power radiated an aura of mastery, displaying exceptional expertise in alchemy and soul manipulation. Undoubtedly the anchor of Xiao Yan's team, the heavenly fire sovereign, though of lower heavenly realm stature, brought invaluable combat experience and strength, his every word and action brimming with profound wisdom and power. Xiao Linglong, at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension, equivalent to a 4-star Do Saint, possessed unfathomable strength. As if nothing in this realm could impede her stride, her gaze emanated an innate confidence and dominance that instilled awe. Additionally, 2 6-star Do Zongs, the Little Medical Fairy and Medusa, joined the ranks. The Little Medical Fairy, with her uncanny poison techniques, struck terror into her foes. Her lethal strikes were shrouded in silence, delivering death with each move. Medusa, endowed with the potent bloodline of serpent kin, displayed unparalleled ferocity in battle, her form flowing like a serpent. Each assault a harbinger of doom. Xiao Yin, with a combat strength reaching 6 or 7 stars in the Dozong realm, had matured into a self-reliant powerhouse through his efforts and serendipity. His journey was laden with legendary tales. Each battle further fortified his resilience and might, his gaze reflecting an indomitable fighting spirit and a fervent desire for victory. The leaders of the 4 dominant factions in the Black Corner region, having been inspired by Xiao Linglong's physical and spiritual teachings, were captivated by her strength and charisma, resolutely joining the Xiao clan as vital reinforcements. Each brought unique skills and extensive combat experience, significantly bolstering the Xiao clan's might. Their addition rendered the clan exponentially stronger. At the pinnacle of the Do King realm, Xiao Li and Zi Yin represented stability and unity within the team. Xiao Li's composed demeanor and rich combat experience allowed him to analyze situations calmly and make sound decisions, fortifying the team's cohesion. Zi Yin, a prodigy endowed with formidable dragon power, stood out among her peers, emerging as a rising star. Each battle she fought showcased astonishing might and swiftness. Xiao Yan's friends, Lin Yan, Lin Xiaoya, and Lu Qing, were also among the elite of their generation, possessing remarkable strength and deep bonds with Xiao Yan, always ready to lend a hand in critical moments. infusing the team with vigor and ambition. Moreover, the Xiao clan's current backbone comprised a dozen or so Do kings. While relatively weaker in strength, they played an indispensable role in team battles. United in their efforts toward a common goal, their presence serving as a steadfast support for the Xiao clan. Chapter 46. Departure of the body. The physical form was not particularly concerning. Just as Xiao Yin, Master Yao, and the Heavenly Fire Sovereign deliberated their forthcoming plans, Xiao Linglong's figure appeared before them without warning. Her arrival seemed to stir not a single ripple in the surrounding space, as though she had been standing there all along, devoid of any abruptness. However, Yao Chen, with his soul power having reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, keenly detected the slightest spatial disturbance. In her hand, a spatial ring gradually materialized, which she gently lifted and handed to Yao Chen with a faint smile, saying, "Within lies the remains of a Do saint, the strongest among them being a 9-star Do saint." Her tone was unassuming, as if recounting an ordinary occurrence, yet her words detonated like a bomb, stirring tumultuous waves in the hearts of the three. A 9-star Do saint. Not only that, but also several remains of 4- and 5-star Do saints. How did you acquire these, my young friend? Yao Chen asked, accepting the ring and carefully scanning it with his spirit sense, his eyes widening in astonishment. His expression a blend of surprise and perplexity. He found it hard to fathom how Xiao Linglong had procured such invaluable remains. For Do saints were legendary figures on this continent, and their remains held immense research and practical value. Is this all? Yao Chen remarked, gazing at the storage ring brimming with herbs, a hint of bemusement and amusement crossing his face. The sheer quantity of these herbs was nearly equivalent to the capacity of 6 or 7 high-level spatial rings. Each herb, exuding a rich spiritual aura, seemed to narrate its extraordinary lineage. The abundant reserves of medicinal herbs were enough to drive any alchemist into a frenzy, providing a solid material foundation for Xiao Yin and his companions' forthcoming cultivation and pill refining endeavors. Above the skies bordering the Jiama Empire and the Black Corner region, a colossal flying magical beast, radiating an enigmatic glow, soared at an astonishing speed towards the Jiama Empire. On the broad back of the beast, Xiao Yin sat firmly, his stature upright like a pine tree, his black cloak billowing dramatically, a testament to his uncontainable excitement. With his gaze fixed on the distant land that was gradually becoming clearer, he exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm, "We are nearly there?" This cry seemed to transcend mountains and rivers, carrying with it his deep affection for this land and an urgent yearning for home. Behind them, a dozen flying magical beasts formed a tight and orderly formation. Each beast was unique, some ablaze with flames, others exuding a chilling aura, yet all possessed an extraordinary presence. Upon each beast stood a powerful warrior, their suppressed yet formidable auras instilling a sense of dread. These warriors had been drawn to Xiao Yin and Xiao Li during their tumultuous experiences in the chaotic and perilous Black Corner region, where they had distinguished themselves through remarkable strength, unparalleled wisdom, and unique charisma. The Black Corner region was a realm where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Xiao Yin and Xiao Li had fought through countless life and death struggles, emerging victorious from the hands of many formidable foes, earning the respect and loyalty of these powerful individuals. As they returned, a burning fire of vengeance ignited within Xiao Yin, fierce and intense, compelling him to clear the Xiao family's name and ensure that those who had wronged them would pay dearly in memory of their departed kin. In her determination to ensure the success of their mission, Xiao Linglong slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly. In an instant, a consciousness transcending the imperial realm surged forth like a roaring tide, rapidly expanding in all directions and enveloping the entire Jiama Empire. Her perception, akin to an invisible and intricate net, traversed the land, keenly sensing every corner and every breath, even the slightest fluctuations and changes. Moments later, she opened her eyes, clarity dawning within her gaze as she softly remarked, "There are no fighters above the Dozun level within the Jiama Empire. But the Yunlan sect has 4 or 5 Dozong members, their strength seeming to hover around 5 or 6 stars. Her voice was melodious, akin to the gentle flow of a mountain spring, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence and certainty. Such formidable perceptive abilities would leave many powerful individuals in awe. However, just as Xiao Linglong was about to continue speaking, a sudden stirring in her heart caused a shattered jade tablet to inexplicably appear in her delicate hand. Gazing at the tablet, her previously calm demeanor shifted slightly, concern and gravity flickering in her eyes, as her fingers gently traced the jagged edges of the broken tablet. Its fractured patterns seemed to whisper untold stories, piercing her heart with an ache. She then raised her gaze toward Xiao Yin, her eyes filled with care and hope, saying, "Third brother, I cannot accompany you. Your current level is too low. Wait until you reach Dozong, or better yet, Dozun, before venturing to the ancient clan. By then, you will know everything, for you are the young clan leader of the Xiao family. She understood the complexity and mystery of the ancient clan, a place rife with secrets and dangers, where various forces intertwined. To venture there with Xiao Yan's current abilities would be akin to a lamb walking into a den of tigers, fraught with unknown risks. She wished for Xiao Yan to grow stronger, to possess the strength necessary to face all the challenges and opportunities that the ancient clan presented, and to shoulder the responsibilities of the young clan leader. Just as Xiao Yan opened his mouth to persuade her to stay, his lips parted but no words escaped. For Xiao Li had just flown in, his expression mirroring shock and reluctance. Before he could utter a sound, Xiao Linglong's figure vanished like a fleeting dream, disappearing amidst a faint ripple of space. The elder Yao, keenly aware of an overwhelming spatial force enveloping the distant Jia Ma holy city, felt a chilling pressure emanating from this power, as if the very heavens and earth were under its dominion, with the fabric of space itself appearing to twist and ripple. This sudden surge of spatial energy made Elder Yao sense that a storm was brewing, and the Jia Ma Empire was on the brink of monumental upheaval. I shall lead you onward. We must swiftly address matters within the Jia Ma Empire. Elder Yao, seemingly grasping the situation, spoke with urgency and anxiety. His soul power surged vigorously within the spatial ring, akin to boiling magma, fervent and wild. With a swift motion, an overwhelming wave of soul energy enveloped the entire flying team, its might akin to a tempestuous sea, seemingly poised to break through the heavens and tear apart the sky. Under this force, the flying magical beasts emitted thunderous roars, soaring higher and faster towards the Jia Ma holy city. The heavenly fire sovereign, witnessing this, promptly unleashed his own soul energy, harmonizing with Elder Yao's power to propel the team forward, alleviating Elder Yao's burdens. In the face of the formidable strength of these two, the minor maneuvers of the Yunlan sect at the border, such as hidden defensive formations, patrolling eyes, and traps, were effortlessly dismantled, akin to crushing insignificant ants. The Yunlan sect's self-important schemes and layouts appeared utterly trivial before such overwhelming might, resembling mere child's play. Dozun, Xiao Yan mused, touching the seal on his forehead. Deep in contemplation. Within the seal, the bone spirit cold fire and the golden emperor burning heaven flame, two formidable, were contained in his soul sea by Xiao Linglong. He was acutely aware that these two harbored terrifying energy, and once he reached the Dozun rank and successfully refined them, his strength would soar to a terrifying new level. By that time, he would possess sufficient power to protect all that he cherished, to avenge the Xiao family, and to confront any challenge or enemy on this continent. He could almost envision himself standing atop the pinnacle of the Doqi continent, surveying all below, his heart brimming with ambition and fervor, a yearning for power, a steadfast resolve for revenge, and a hopeful vision for the future. Not far now, Sun Air, wait for me. Xiao Yan murmured to himself, his eyes filled with determination and tenacity. He had already taken a half-step towards the Dozong realm, and the barrier of Dozong was no longer an obstruction. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging Do Qi within him, as if that power were about to burst forth, roaring like a tumultuous ocean wave. Moreover, he possessed the high Xian Yen ranked 15th, a further assurance of his formidable strength, illuminating his path like a beacon in the dark, endowing him with boundless confidence and courage. He believed that as long as he continued to strive and break through, one day, he would stand atop this continent's summit. Meanwhile, Xiao Linglong reappeared at a mountaintop not far from the central state. Atop the peak, the mountain winds howled, the powerful gusts roaring like wild beasts, mercilessly battering everything around. Her garments fluttered in the wind, resembling a banner dancing in the tempest, showcasing her free spirit and grandeur. Her hair whipped wildly, yet she emanated an air of ethereal grace, like a celestial being descended to earth, standing apart from the mundane world. She stood quietly atop the mountain, gazing down at everything below, awaiting the imminent news, her eyes reflecting a hint of faint worry and contemplation. Miss Linglong. A shadow appeared before Xiao Linglong, swiftly kneeling on one knee in respectful homage. The individual in question is Ling Ying, the loyal attendant of Gu Suner. He grew up alongside her and has personally witnessed Xiao Yan's journey of growth. Ling Ying holds a profound admiration for Xiao Linglong's prowess, and his own ascension from 7-star Do Huang to 9-star Dozong is largely attributed to her assistance. Thus, Ling Ying harbors deep respect and gratitude for the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, sentiments that have long since penetrated to the marrow of his being. Xiao Linglong quickly extended her hand to assist him, her voice gentle as she inquired, "What troubles you?" Her eyes were filled with concern as she scrutinized Ling Ying's face, attempting to glean insights from his expression to ascertain the nature of his distress. With a sigh, Linglong shook his head in resignation. A hint of worry and helplessness etched upon his features. There are some obstinate old fools in the clan who wish to capture all remaining members of the Xiao clan and take them to the Gu clan, while leaving the key firmly in their possession. They are short-sighted, focusing solely on immediate gains, disregarding the dignity and freedom of the Xiao clan, intent on seizing complete control over us for their own ends. Understood. Linglong accepted the communication jade pendant from Xiao Linglong, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. His speed akin to lightning, as if he had never been there. Aware of the gravity of this mission, he resolved to exert every effort to gather intelligence on the Soul Palace, ensuring that the actions of the Xiao sect would be thoroughly prepared, thus honoring the trust and expectations placed upon him by Xiao Linglong, no matter the magnitude of the challenges and dangers that lay ahead. Xiao Linglong gazed in the direction of Linglong's departure, and after a moment, she raised her hand to tear through the fabric of space, revealing a dark fissure that pulsated with enigmatic and perilous spatial energy, as if it led to another mysterious realm. Chapter 48. The Rise of the Xiao Sect Without Hesitation. Xiao Linglong stepped into the rift, heading towards the Xiao Sect. The spatial fissure gradually closed behind her, as if it had never existed. While Xiao Linglong embarked on a new journey to confront the challenges that lay ahead, dedicating herself to the future of the Xiao clan and the peace of this continent. Prepared to go to any lengths, the Xiao sect, a force established for less than a decade, began to shine brightly like the rising sun after its leader, Xiao, triumphed over two formidable Dozun experts. Following this thrilling battle, the sect quickly gained prominence across the central state. The leader showcased unparalleled martial skills, unfathomable strength, and fearless courage, defeating two well-known and highly regarded Dozun experts. This victory propelled him to fame, with word of his prowess sweeping across the central state, astonishing various factions. This news attracted innumerable strong individuals who came seeking to join. Simultaneously, the Xiao sect formed alliances with the Wanjian Pavilion and the Xingyan Pavilion, a formidable coalition that rapidly elevated their status throughout the central state, capturing the attention of all factions. This alliance represented not only a union of strength, but also an integration of resources and connections, enabling the Xiao sect to grow and flourish in a remarkably short time, akin to a brilliant new star illuminating the central state and the entire continent. However, the Xiao sect maintained stringent criteria for accepting disciples. Not everyone who sought refuge was granted entry. Only those who passed the Heart's Mirror, a precious artifact crafted by Xiao Linglong during her leisure, classified as a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, which even the so-called Do emperors could not shatter, were deemed worthy. The Heart's Mirror reflects the innermost thoughts of a person, discerning their virtues and vices, desires and obsessions, serving as an exceptional tool for evaluating one's character, rendering any deceit or malevolence powerless in its presence. Candidates must also ascend the 99 tiers of the Heart Steps, each level presenting distinct trials, be it a test of courage, a refinement of one's mindset, or an examination of moral integrity. Those who tread upon these steps must conquer their inner fears, desires, and greed to succeed. Each step is fraught with hardship and challenges, and only those with unwavering resolve and virtuous character can ultimately reach the summit. As a result, those lacking true merit and integrity were summarily rejected. This led the sword master of the Wanjian Pavilion to relocate his entire faction to the Xiao sect, fully integrating into the new establishment. He was drawn to the Xiao sect's rigorous approach to accepting disciples and its uplifting atmosphere, believing that here, the disciples of the Wanjian Pavilion could experience superior growth, and that the Wanjian Pavilion could continue to preserve the spirit of the sword under the Xiao sect's protection, nurturing a new generation of sword masters. Even in Xiao Linglong's absence, the Phoenix, during her departure, awakened the Zhuke bloodline once more, reaching the late stage of void refinement. When the Phoenix's bloodline awakened, the entire Xiao sect was enveloped in vibrant Zhuke flames, exuding intense heat and an overwhelming aura, as if it sought to incinerate the heavens and earth. Leaving all in all, the flames harbored boundless power and majesty, echoing the roar of the divine Zhuke beast, coupled with the Iron Sword Master, who had attained the pinnacle of the third transformation of Dozun, wielding an exceptionally sharp iron sword that shimmered with a chilling light. Every swing summoned the forces of the cosmos, as if he were one with the universe, emanating immense might with every motion. Under the guardianship of these two formidable figures, the Xiao sect's strength rivaled that of the Three Valleys. In terms of resource accumulation, disciple training, and number of powerful individuals, the Xiao sect had become an undeniable force within the central state. The disciples of the Xiao sect diligently cultivated themselves on this land rich with opportunities and challenges, striving for a brilliant future for their sect. Their sweat and efforts would forge an even more radiant tomorrow for the Xiao sect. They engaged in mutual sparring and learning, fostering a positive and progressive training environment. The Xiao sect resembled a rare gem hidden within the deep mountains, quietly radiating a unique and mysterious charm. Its headquarters is nestled amidst a series of undulating, majestic mountains, which have undergone a remarkable transformation, exuding an extraordinary splendor. Upon entering this mountainous region, one is greeted by grand and exquisitely elegant structures. They are harmoniously arranged upon the peaks, perfectly blending with the surrounding natural environment, as if they were born from the very mountains themselves. Within the mountains, each season presents its own beauty. In spring, flowers blanket the hillsides, their colorful petals dancing in the breeze, intertwining with the outlines of the buildings to create a breathtaking tableau. In summer, lush green trees envelop the structures, sunlight filtering through the foliage to cast dappled shadows, bestowing tranquility and serenity. Autumn brings a cascade of golden leaves fluttering like butterflies, cloaking the buildings in a golden shroud. And in winter, pristine white snow blankets the peaks and buildings, rendering the world a veritable paradise. The recruitment site for disciples of the Xiao sect is located not far from the headquarters in Falling Star City. This city was once an inconspicuous small town, with dilapidated buildings and narrow streets, where the inhabitants led simple and stable lives. Chapter 49. Return to the Xiao sect. However, ever since the influence of the Xiao sect began to permeate the area, a remarkable transformation has taken place. Today, the walls of Falling Star City stand tall and robust, inscribed with defensive runes that shimmer faintly under the sun, safeguarding the peace of the city. The streets within are wide and well-kept, lined with bustling shops, filled with a lively atmosphere. An array of cultivation resources abound, attracting warriors from across the continent to converge here, exchanging insights on their practices and sharing extraordinary tales. All residents of the city hold the Xiao sect in immense gratitude, for its members have always acted with true purpose. Whenever calamity strikes the city, be it sudden natural disasters like earthquakes, floods, or volcanic eruptions, or fierce incursions by external foes, the strong members of the Xiao sect are always the first to respond. They employ their formidable do-chi and exquisite martial skills to engage in fierce battles against disasters and enemies alike. During a devastating flood that ravaged Falling Star City, the waters surged like a ferocious beast, demolishing homes and inundating streets, causing the populace to flee in terror amidst cries that resonated through the air. The powerful members of the Xiao sect promptly employed their water-based combat skills to redirect the flooding, erecting sturdy levees to ensure the safety of the citizens. On another occasion, a band of malevolent forces sought to seize Falling Star City and plunder its resources. The elders of the Xiao sect took to the field themselves, unleashing a formidable aura that enveloped the enemy in an instant. Subsequently, a dazzling array of powerful combat techniques was unleashed, illuminating the battlefield and overwhelming the foes. This sense of duty and responsibility established the Xiao sect's lofty reputation in the hearts of the citizens, who were filled with admiration and gratitude, promoting the sect's name throughout the surrounding regions. At this moment, within the spacious and solemn hall of the Xiao sect headquarters, only two individuals stood quietly. The floor of the hall was paved with precious black crystal, emitting a soft blue glow, while the walls were adorned with various rare gemstones that sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors under the illumination. In the center of the hall stood a massive jade table, surrounded by exquisitely crafted chairs. The other elders were either in secluded meditation, eyes closed and their spirits elevated, enveloped in a rich aura of combat energy as they sought to break through personal limitations toward greater realms, or they were out exploring the continent's myriad mysterious locales, seeking opportunities to enhance their strength, or attending to the myriad affairs of the Xiao sect across the land, maintaining its vast network of influence. Beside her stood an elderly man clad in an ancient blue robe. He bore a long sword on his back, its hilt crafted from ancient divine wood, intricately engraved with mysterious runes. The scabbard was forged from a special metal, exuding a faint cold light. Though still sheathed, it emanated a sharp sword energy, as if capable of slicing through the void. His visage was aged, etched with deep lines that told tales of his experiences, while a streak of white hair added to his air of wisdom. Yet, his gaze remained resolute and profound, revealing his unwavering dedication to the sword path. This man was the Iron Sword Elder. "I am uncertain whether the sect master will encounter danger," the Iron Sword Elder stated plainly, his words devoid of embellishment. Among the elders of the Xiao sect, there existed a consensus that the Iron Sword Elder traded intellect for combat prowess, devoting himself entirely to sword cultivation, while appearing somewhat oblivious in other matters. He spent countless hours in the sword tomb, surrounded by countless swords, immersed in the world of swordsmanship. continually grasping the essence of the blade. In social interactions, he often appeared bewildered, leading to comical misunderstandings. Just as Huang Feng was about to speak, a clear and melodious voice unexpectedly rang out. "It is not good to speak ill of your sister behind her back." With that, Xiao Linglong, clad in a flowing white gown, entered the hall, adorned with a hairpin set with a translucent gemstone that radiated a gentle light. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, bringing a refreshing aura that brightened the entire space. Her smile was as warm and radiant as spring sunshine, evoking a sense of profound familiarity. "Sister Linglong," Huang Feng exclaimed, rushing forward like a child to embrace Xiao Linglong tightly. Xiao Linglong responded with a gentle smile, patting Huang Feng's back affectionately, her eyes filled with tenderness as she caressed Huang Feng's hair, conveying warmth and care. "Sect Master." The Iron Sword Elder clasped his fists and then retrieved a unique communication jade tablet from his robes, crafted from special materials and inscribed with complex runes, enabling long-distance communication. He inquired, "Shall I notify the other elders to come?" Xiao Linglong sighed in exasperation, while the Iron Sword Elder's strength had steadily increased. His emotional intelligence remained a cause for concern, despite his soul realm having reached the mid-spiritual stage. His natural talent for cultivation was remarkable, allowing him to rapidly break through one bottleneck after another, becoming one of the Xiaoyao sect's top powerhouses. However, in matters of communication and handling affairs, he often struggled. "Let's wait a week to notify them. It is too rushed to have them come today," Xiao Linglong replied, gently releasing Huang Feng. Her eyes reflected a mix of resignation and amusement, accustomed as she was to the Iron Sword Elder's character. "Understood, Sect Master. I shall return to my sword cultivation," he said, stowing the jade tablet and turning to leave, his steps steady and resolute, each footfall imbued with an indomitable sword intent. His figure gradually faded from the hall, leaving only the echo of his determined steps. "Huang Feng, come, I have something wonderful for you," Xiao Linglong said with a smile, then retrieved 2 jade vials from her spatial ring. One vial contained a drop of pure blood and a thumb-sized red capsule, exuding an astonishing energy despite the seal set by Xiao Linglong. This drop of blood was extracted from an ancient relic, embodying the powerful bloodline of the vermilion bird. The other vial held 9 pills, crafted from vermilion fruit harvested within the relic, known as Nirvana pills, ranked among the 9th tier of precious pills. Their miraculous effects allowed those with the vermilion bird bloodline to ascend without side effects, significantly enhancing their strength. The process of concocting these pills was exceedingly complex, requiring precise control of temperature and ingredients. Any misstep could lead to failure. "What is this?" Huang Feng felt an intense yearning emanating from her bloodline, a desire that seemed to arise from the depths of her soul, urging her to consume these items. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, fixating on the jade vials in Xiao Linglong's hands. "Huang Feng, these are precisely what you need. Take them and enter seclusion. With your rich vermilion bird bloodline, you should be able to reach the great ascension stage," Xiao Linglong urged, placing the items into Huang Feng's arms, her eyes filled with hope. She believed that with these precious resources, Huang Feng would undoubtedly transcend her limits and reach a higher realm. "All right, Sister Linglong, I shall go at once," Huang Feng replied earnestly, carefully cradling the items before turning and vanishing from the hall, heading toward the secluded chamber behind the mountain. She understood that this was a rare opportunity, one she must seize to enhance her strength and live up to Xiao Linglong's expectations. The chamber lay deep within the mountains, surrounded by formidable restrictions and defensive formations, serving as an ideal place for seclusion. Xiao Linglong watched Huang Feng's departing figure with a gentle smile before disappearing herself, preparing for her own seclusion. Her goal was to reach the late Great Ascension stage. According to Ling Ying, the stubbornness of the ancient clansmen was excessive, and the only way to deal with such obstinacy was to subdue them. She knew that to gain the upper hand in the impending challenges, she must continually elevate her own strength. She ventured into a tranquil valley, where the air was thick with spiritual energy, resembling a natural cultivation ground. Summoning her alchemical skills, Xiao Linglong began to concoct pills, intending to prepare a batch before entering seclusion, as the elders and disciples of the Xiaoyao sect also deserved to be rewarded. On the path of cultivation, nothing inspires and enhances strength quite like pills, techniques, and combat skills. Thus, over the following week, the rear mountains of the Xiaoyao sect were alight with the thunderous rumblings of divine retribution. The celestial phenomenon that unfolded during Xiao Linglong's alchemical endeavors was a harbinger of extraordinary forces, each bolt of heavenly thunder imbued with terrifying might. As if the heavens themselves were testing this defiant elixir, thunderclaps echoed relentlessly, shaking the very foundations of the valley, while trees succumbed to the wrath of the tempest, reduced to ashes in an instant. Yet, amidst this tumult, Xiao Linglong remained resolutely focused on her craft, her figure flickering in and out of visibility within the radiant lightning, resembling an ethereal being wielding the powers of the cosmos. After 7 grueling days and nights of relentless toil, she successfully concocted a series of elixirs, each radiating powerful energy waves. Within the tranquil and profound confines of her secluded chamber, the atmosphere appeared to be enveloped by a dense, almost tangible aura of spiritual energy, diffusing like a delicate, ethereal veil that gently shrouded the entire space. The chamber's walls, constructed from ancient stone, were adorned with enigmatic runes that flickered with a subtle, mysterious light, as though whispering tales of ages past. The floor was laid with an unusual jade, emanating a warm luster that harmonized with the surrounding spiritual energy, creating an ambience of serene tranquility. Xiao Linglong sat in quietude upon a cushion crafted from a unique plant, its soft texture releasing a faint, refreshing fragrance that aided in the practitioner's meditation. She had just successfully absorbed the final bolt of elixir thunder, a force capable of cataclysmic destruction, which had raged within the chamber. To conquer it, Xiao Linglong engaged in a fierce struggle. At that moment, her hair was slightly disheveled, strands clinging to her damp cheeks, and beads of sweat adorned her forehead, remnants of the intense confrontation. However, her eyes sparkled with undeniable joy and satisfaction, akin to a valiant warrior who has vanquished a fierce dragon, basking in the glory of triumph. As she slowly opened her eyes, they resembled a crystalline spring, bright and profound. Her gaze fell upon an ancient stone table before her, meticulously carved from a single block of venerable rock, exuding an aura of antiquity. Arrayed upon the table were hundreds of jade vials, each crafted from premium jade, polished to a fine sheen, and radiating a gentle glow. Each vial bore unique seals inscribed by Xiao Linglong, their runes shimmering faintly like stars in the night sky, preserving the potency of the elixirs within, ensuring their efficacy endured. Xiao Linglong regarded the vials with a nod of satisfaction, a slight smile gracing her lips, reflective of her inner contentment. The elixirs she had created were no less than 7th-tier potions, their robust energies palpable, with intricate patterns visible on their surfaces, each embodying the mysterious forces of the universe. Each vial contained the potential to alter a martial artist's destiny, and for those struggling on the path of cultivation, these elixirs were undoubtedly coveted treasures. Among them, several reached the esteemed 9th tier, regarded as unparalleled treasures throughout the continent, the objective of countless powerful beings. Their alluring fragrance wafted through the chamber, possessing an intangible charm that calmed the spirit and stirred a yearning for greater power, as if beckoning aspirants to pursue loftier realms. The ingredients for these potions were painstakingly gathered by Xiao Linglong from ancient ruins, often concealed in the continent's enigmatic corners, surrounded by formidable seals and guardian beasts. Some ruins lay hidden within desolate deserts, where scorching winds sought to consume all. Others were submerged in the depths of the ocean, where immense pressure and darkness deterred the faint-hearted. With her extraordinary prowess, keen intellect, and indomitable courage, Xiao Linglong ventured forth, confronting myriad dangers. She had once battled a colossal guardian beast, each of its strikes capable of summoning fierce gales. Utilizing her martial skills and spiritual energy, she evaded its onslaught, ultimately securing the precious ingredients. Additionally, she had received a considerable supply of resources from the Great Tao, which viewed these as trifling and unworthy of concern, further augmenting her alchemical endeavors. Within her storage bag, alongside the completed elixirs, lay a collection of mysterious pills and various other types, preserved meticulously for unforeseen circumstances. She understood well that in this perilous world filled with challenges, preparedness translated to security. Chapter 51. The Phoenix's breakthrough. It is time for me to recuperate. Xiao Linglong murmured softly, her voice melodious and soothing, akin to a gentle stream flowing through the mountains. She carefully placed the jade vials into her storage bag, crafted from a special beast's hide, its expansive interior capable of holding a multitude of items. With swift hand gestures, she initiated the restoration of her spiritual energy. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual aura seemed to respond to an unseen force, converging upon her like a surging tide. The energy coalesced into a vast vortex around her, continuously flowing into her being. Simultaneously, the power of the laws danced about her, a mysterious and formidable force, akin to a playful spirit, swirling around Xiao Linglong, assisting in the absorption of the ambient spiritual energy. With the aid of this law power, her absorption rate accelerated dramatically, her spiritual energy replenishing as though a parched river were being filled with an endless source. She felt the energy coursing through her, nourishing every cell, invigorating her body with strength. In the midst of her restoration, An astonishing transformation erupted above the headquarters of the Free and Easy Pavilion. A colossal phantom of a vermilion bird materialized, ablaze with brilliant flames of an unusual crimson hue, as if capable of incinerating all existence. Its feathers shimmered with golden light, each plume imbued with immense power. Its eyes, resembling two immense rubies, radiated a scorching brilliance, as though they could see through all. The appearance of this creature darkened the sky, summoning fierce winds, heralding the commencement of a celestial phenomenon. Such an occurrence could only manifest when one attained the saint level in combat or when creating heavenly tier techniques. Within the Free and Easy Pavilion, aside from its leader, Xiao Linglong, only the Phoenix was close to this realm, making her the most likely candidate for a breakthrough. The blazing flames of the vermilion bird emanated tremendous heat, causing all within the pavilion to perspire profusely, as if trapped in a vast furnace. People emerged from their chambers, gazing up in awe and reverence at the magnificent phantom in the sky. The Phoenix Deputy Master has grown exceedingly formidable. It seems she has reached the saint level, marveled the third elder, Sword Master, standing in the pavilion's courtyard, his eyes filled with admiration as he beheld the magnificent figure. Having attained the 8-star Dozuan level, he had noticeably experienced a significant acceleration in his cultivation speed since joining the Free and Easy Pavilion, particularly in breaking through certain realms, which had become effortlessly simple, akin to quenching one's thirst. He understood that all of this was due to the unique cultivation environment of the pavilion and the devoted guidance of Xiao Linglong. The Free and Easy Pavilion was replete with abundant cultivation resources, a treasure trove of rare herbs and invaluable tomes. In the midst of the great ascension, with a melodious exclamation, the Phoenix's form emerged into the view of the onlookers, clad in a resplendent crimson gown that billowed like flames in the wind. Adorned with exquisite phoenix embroidery, its feathers rendered with lifelike precision, as if poised to take flight at any moment. Her visage is breathtaking, her skin as fair as freshly fallen snow, and her eyes exude an air of confidence and determination. She radiates a warmth, a spirited and graceful aura, suspended in midair. She is enveloped by the vibrant power of the vermilion bird, merging seamlessly with the ethereal silhouette of the creature above. A formidable presence emanates from her, compelling those around her to recognize her strength. Truly, as the Vice Pavilion Master, she has achieved remarkable heights at such a young age, prompting admiration from the elders and disciples alike. They gather around her, eyes filled with reverence and appreciation. In their view, the success of Huang Feng is not solely a product of her innate talent and hard work, but rather a testament to the formidable strength and nurturing environment of the Xiaoyao Pavilion. The pavilion provides an excellent platform for its disciples to fully realize their potential and continuously elevate their prowess. In the midst of their admiration, Xiao Linglong appears before them, adorned in a flowing gown of delicate lavender. Intricate floral patterns are embroidered upon her dress, each stitch imbued with a unique charm. The designs incorporate mysterious runes that shimmer with a faint glow, adding an air of enigma to her presence. A jeweled belt cinches her waist, the gems radiating a gentle luminosity, each one pulsating with distinct energy, enhancing her aristocratic demeanor. A soft smile graces her lips, reminiscent of sunlight on a spring day, enveloping those around her in warmth. Her smile possesses a magical quality, capable of dispelling the shadows from people's hearts, instilling hope and strength. Before the headquarters of the Xiaoyao Pavilion lies a vast and level plaza, resembling a massive piece of jade, quietly embedded in this land rich with spiritual energy. The brilliant sunlight cascades freely, draping the square in a dazzling golden veil, causing each stone slab to glimmer enchantingly, as if narrating the glory and splendor of the pavilion. Over 1,000 disciples and elders gather here like well-trained soldiers, poised and orderly. They stand tall, embodying the steadfastness of ancient pines, exuding an extraordinary majesty. Their very presence radiating a powerful aura that intertwines to create an awe-inspiring pressure. These individuals represent the pinnacle and backbone of the Xiaoyao Pavilion, with each possessing a minimum cultivation level of the Dozong rank. They form the solid foundation that allows the pavilion to thrive amidst a continent teeming with formidable competitors. Each excels in their respective fields, contributing significantly to the pavilion's growth. Xiao Linglong resembles a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, clad in a resplendent light blue gown. The hem of her dress is adorned with exquisitely embroidered patterns that sway gently with her every movement, reminiscent of rippling water, dreamlike and ethereal. A belt encrusted with countless sparkling gems encircles her waist, the gems twinkling like stars in the night sky, casting a soft and mysterious glow that complements her stunning beauty, elevating her demeanor to an extraordinary level, akin to a goddess untouched by mortal affairs. At this moment, she glides forward gracefully, her delicate hands sweeping through the air, her voice ringing clear and melodious, akin to a lark emerging from the valley, echoing like a mountain spring. Instantly reaching every hidden corner of the plaza, "Please take your seats." Upon hearing her words, the crowd responds as though they have received the most sacred command, swiftly seeking nearby positions and seating themselves in an orderly manner. Those permitted within the Xiaoyao Pavilion's headquarters are all individuals who excel in strength, character, and mindset. They rigorously adhere to the pavilion's rules and have unwaveringly executed Xiao Linglong's directives. Their movements are synchronized, as if puppets controlled by invisible strings or dancers who have rehearsed countless times, each action precise and flawless, showcasing the pavilion's rigorous and unique ethos. This level of discipline and execution is a crucial guarantee for the continuous growth and expansion of the Xiaoyao Pavilion. Xiao Linglong stands quietly, her enchanting gaze surveying the assembly until all are settled in their places. The plaza gradually quiets, with only a gentle breeze rustling through the fabric of their garments. She then speaks softly, her voice as gentle as flowing water, yet imbued with undeniable authority, as if containing the power to command the heavens and earth. "In my absence over the past 2 years, how many disciples does the Xiaoyao Pavilion currently have? How is their cultivation distributed?" Elder Feng pauses slightly, clearing his throat as if organizing his thoughts, and continues, "There are 986 inner disciples, all at a minimum of 1-star dozo. As for the inner elders, they must attain the dozoin level, with 49 elders at 5-star dozoin or above. These elders are the backbone of the pavilion, their strength and experience providing robust support for our development. Additionally, there are 81 elders ranging from 1-star to 5-star dozoin, who also represent significant forces, excelling in their respective fields. The outer disciples are further categorized into 4 tiers. The celestial tier, consisting of peak dohuang experts, who are the elite among the outer disciples, merely a step away from dozong. The earth tier, who are at the dohuang rank, representing the core of the outer disciples, diligently striving for advancement. The mysterious tier, comprised of dohuang practitioners, steadily progressing on their cultivation journey, and the yellow tier, below dohuang, representing the new and vibrant forces of the pavilion, full of potential and vigor. The outer elders are all at the dozong level, totaling 3,000, dedicating themselves to teaching the outer disciples and imparting their knowledge and experience to the next generation, thus unable to attend this gathering, yet their contributions remain indelible. Xiao Linglong nods slightly, contemplating such a clever arrangement of numbers, perfectly aligning for a council, suggesting the workings of the Tao behind the scenes with profound implications. She then gently parts her lips, her light voice seemingly imbued with enchantment, reaching every ear present like a warm spring breeze. The pavilion is now aware. Subsequently, I shall distribute some elixirs, techniques, and combat skills, all invaluable resources for enhancing your strength. The inner disciples are responsible for ensuring these resources are delivered to the outer disciples, ensuring every resource is utilized effectively to aid their advancement. Simultaneously, you must also focus on your cultivation, never allowing complacency to set in. The path of cultivation is like rowing upstream. One either advances or retreats. Only through continuous self-improvement can one establish a foothold in this world dominated by the strong. Additionally, I plan to restructure the Xiaoyao Pavilion, Xiao Linglong continues, her gaze shining with unwavering determination, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating the path for all. From now on, the Xiaoyao Pavilion shall be renamed Xiaoyao Sect, comprising the Sword Pavilion, Alchemy Pavilion, Resource Pavilion, and Law Enforcement Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion will focus on the study and inheritance of the sword path, cultivating sword masters. The Alchemy Pavilion will devote itself to the refinement of elixirs, providing the necessary support for disciples' cultivation. The Resource Pavilion will manage and allocate various resources, ensuring their proper utilization. And the Law Enforcement Pavilion will maintain order within the sect, ensuring fairness and justice. Elder Feng, you shall oversee the coordination of these matters, ensuring that the responsibilities and personnel of each pavilion are meticulously planned. Furthermore, any individual who breaks through to the Dosheng level shall immediately join the Guardian Team, tasked with safeguarding the entire Xiaoyao sect. The Guardian Team is the final bastion of the Xiaoyao sect and the most formidable line of defense, bearing a significant responsibility. Understood. The crowd responds in unison, their voices filled with fervent determination and aspirations for the future. In their hearts, they harbor unwavering trust in Xiao Linglong, confident that she will uncover the opportunities that will enable them to break through to the Dosheng level. This conviction blazed like a fervent flame within their hearts, fueling them with boundless motivation and courage, propelling them steadfastly along the path of cultivation. I shall unreservedly take on the mantle of the third fighting saint of the Carefree sect, the Iron Sword Venerable suddenly proclaimed, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. shattering the brief tranquility. At the same time, an overwhelming sword intent surged forth from his being, as if it could rend the very fabric of the void, severing all obstacles in its path. His aura instantaneously ascended to the pinnacle of the fifth transformation fighting sovereign, and the formidable pressure caused the surrounding air to tremble, creating an invisible field that drew envious glances from many onlookers. He exuded a bold presence that declared his determination and prowess, while the second contender was the Phoenix, who had achieved the mid-stage of the Great Ascension with her awakened vermilion bird bloodline for the third time. Look, it's another day of trading intellect for strength, some elders whispered, unable to suppress their chuckles as they regarded the iron sword venerable, their gazes tinged more with jest than pure admiration. They understood that, given their own abilities and potential, reaching the peak of the fighting sovereign was merely a matter of time. They were well aware that the iron sword venerable devoted himself wholly to the path of sword cultivation, possessing unparalleled talent and diligence in this regard. Yet his shortcomings in other areas led to their light-hearted banter. Xiao Linglong, accustomed to the iron sword venerable's straightforwardness and simplicity, sighed as she touched her forehead. The iron sword venerable was indeed a paragon of purity in martial arts, with his heart solely focused on the sword, indifferent to other matters. Subsequently, she gently tossed a storage ring filled with elixirs, techniques, and combat skills to the wind venerable, the ring shimmering with a mysterious glow, containing countless precious resources. All right, disperse now. Everyone should head to the wind venerable to collect their resources. Once you receive them, make sure to utilize them wisely to enhance your strength as soon as possible. Xiao Linglong was entirely unconcerned about any potential misappropriation of resources, for those who could enter the Carefree sect were all elite individuals who had undergone rigorous trials. The selection process for the Carefree sect was exceedingly stringent, assessing not only strength but also character and mental state. Those with ulterior motives, seeking to embezzle resources, could never pass the trials to enter the Carefree sect. This strict selection mechanism ensured the purity and unity within the Carefree sect, allowing it to maintain a formidable cohesion and combat capability. With the distribution of resources, a fervor for cultivation rapidly engulfed the Carefree sect. Disciples labored diligently day and night, with every training ground within the sect bustling with activity and the fluctuations of fighting energy resonating throughout. Some disciples secluded themselves in chambers, striving to break through their own boundaries. Others engaged in martial arts exchanges and practice arenas, sharing insights, and still others delved into the library, researching techniques and seeking methods to augment their power. The entire Carefree sect was enveloped in a profound atmosphere of cultivation, resembling a colossal engine of growth, continuously nurturing successive generations of formidable warriors. However, at this moment, Xiao Linglong found herself somewhat at a loss for activity. After pacing thoughtfully within the hall for a while, she devised a new plan, deciding to venture out in search of powerful individuals with clean backgrounds and reliable factions, inviting them to join the Carefree sect. She understood that for the Carefree sect to establish a lasting foothold on this continent and to continually grow stronger, it must consistently absorb fresh blood and unite diverse powers. Simultaneously, she awaited Ling Ying's intelligence on the Soul Palace, preparing thoroughly for the impending confrontation with them. Thus, after a brief period of preparation, Xiao Linglong embarked on her journey outside. Amidst the bustling, vibrant marketplace, a quaint tea-house exuded an air of antiquity. Its eaves curved gracefully, the blue tiles arranged in a charming disorder, while the aged sign swayed gently in the breeze. Upon entering the tea-house, a rich, deep aroma of tea enveloped her, instantly isolating her from the din of the outside world. Inside, wooden tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and small groups of patrons engaged in spirited discussions or soft conversations, savoring this fleeting moment of leisure. In an inconspicuous corner of the tea-house, Xiao Linglong sat gracefully in a moon-white robe, resembling a white lotus blooming in the night. Cold yet ethereal, the fabric was soft and smooth, fluttering slightly with her movements, and the hem glimmered with subtle light, as if moonlight had fallen upon the Milky Way. Her cascading black hair fell casually over her shoulders, with a few strands playfully framing her snow-white cheeks, accentuating her exquisite beauty. At this moment, she sat upright in her chair, her posture elegant, like a serene pine tree standing alone, apart from the world. Extending her slender, jade-like hand, she delicately lifted a teacup before her. The cup, crafted from fine blue and white porcelain, was thin and translucent, adorned with exquisite orchid patterns that seemed to emit a faint floral fragrance. She gently brought the cup to her lips and took a graceful sip, her movements soft and unhurried, as if savoring the most precious treasure in the world. As the tea flowed down her throat, a wave of fresh, delicate aroma spread within her mouth, followed by a hint of subtle sweetness that brought her a sense of tranquility. She closed her eyes slightly, a look of contentment gracing her features as she seemed to immerse herself in the enchanting fragrance of the tea. Chapter 54. The three major sects of the space trading fair yet. While Xiao Linglong appeared to be an ordinary tea patron, the cool aura she exuded was akin to an invisible force, drawing the attention of those around her. Her gaze was clear and bright, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, yet it emanated a sense of aloofness that kept others at bay. She sat quietly, refraining from engaging in conversation, occasionally turning her teacup, as if everything around her was of no concern. In truth, Xiao Linglong possessed a formidable consciousness that transcended the imperial realm, a rare and powerful ability. Her awareness was like an invisible net, capable of covering a vast area and uncovering many hidden secrets of the world. Her perception was acutely sharp. Even the slightest fluctuation in the air or the deepest thoughts of others could hardly escape her notice. Despite her burgeoning reputation in the fighting realm, showcasing extraordinary strength and talent at the tender age of 21, she recognized that in this vast domain, teeming with the formidable, there remained countless realms yet to be explored, and many matters she was not privy to. The fighting realm was akin to a boundless universe, concealing innumerable secrets and opportunities, as well as various dangers and challenges. She was like a newly rising star, brilliant yet aware that her journey through this expansive sky was far from over. With her thoughts shifting, Xiao Linglong activated her mysterious techniques. Closing her eyes, her aura instantly transformed into something enigmatic and reclusive, as if she became one with the surrounding space. Her mind conjured mysterious symbols and patterns, intertwining and glowing, emanating a powerful wave of energy. Her hands moved gracefully before her, as if weaving an invisible web, each motion fluid and natural, yet imbued with profound secrets. In mere moments, she discerned the locations of the headquarters of the three major sects behind the space trading fair. These sects, akin to three hidden pearls shrouded in darkness, were both mysterious and formidable. They had quietly developed within the fighting realm, possessing profound foundations and immense strength, regarded as sacred lands by many cultivators. She casually tossed a few gold coins onto the table, the coins landing with a crisp, melodious sound. However, her movements were so gentle that not a whisper escaped, as if she were a fleeting shadow, untouched by the dust of the world. In an instant, she vanished without a trace, her figure melding into the air, leaving behind only a faint afterimage, as though she had never graced the place with her presence. Where were the others? A perplexed tea patron inquired, his gaze scanning the surroundings, filled with confusion. Just moments ago, he had seen the striking young woman seated there, yet she had vanished without a trace. The tea server scratched his head, clearly recalling that a remarkable maiden, akin to a celestial being, had indeed occupied that very spot, and he had personally served her tea. He could still vividly picture her exquisite features and ethereal demeanor, prompting him to steal a few glances. However, the seat now lay empty, devoid of any presence. Shaking his head, he tucked away the coins on the table, beginning to clear it for the next guest, muttering to himself, "How strange it is that someone can simply vanish." At that moment, Xiao Linglong had arrived at a desolate plain. This expansive stretch of land seemed to extend infinitely, with parched earth and withered weeds covering the ground. A chilling wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust, evoking a sense of desolation and abandonment. The sky loomed heavy with dark clouds, pressing down as if a tempest were imminent. Standing there in quiet contemplation, her gaze fixed ahead, her eyes resolute and profound, as if capable of piercing through the endless barrenness to uncover the secrets concealed within. She murmured softly, "Is this the land of the three great sects?" This seemingly ordinary desolate expanse harbored hidden mysteries. She sensed a mysterious energy permeating the air, faint ripples of an array emanating from the ground, akin to the heartbeat of the earth, perceptible only to those with keen awareness. Through the feedback of her spiritual consciousness, Xiao Linglong discerned several powerful auras akin to those of a Do Saint emanating from nearby. In the realm of Do Qi, the Do Saint stood at the pinnacle of existence, wielding the power to reshape the world and govern the laws of nature. The presence of these Do Saints was formidable and dignified, akin to towering mountains, instilling a sense of trepidation. In addition, there were numerous other auras, each comparable to that of a revered iron sword master, a formidable figure renowned in the Do Qi world, celebrated for his exceptional swordsmanship and strength, admired by many practitioners. The three great sects, I shall claim them. Xiao Linglong's lips curled into a mischievous smile, radiating a charm reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, vibrant yet tinged with a hint of defiance and confidence. She understood well that her newly established free and easy pavilion was akin to a tender sapling just planted, requiring time to grow and flourish. In comparison to these deeply rooted hidden sects, her foundation was vastly inferior, particularly in the realm of intelligence gathering. Moreover, she was in urgent need of high-tier experts to bolster the strength of her pavilion, ensuring its foothold and growth within the Doqi realm. With this thought in mind, Xiao Linglong swiftly formed seals with her hands, her movements resembling two agile butterflies weaving intricate symbols and patterns in the air. These symbols radiated brilliant light, illuminating the barren plain. In an instant, a spatial seal, far more expansive than the protective arrays of the three great sects, materialized, enveloping the entire area. This seal resembled a colossal cage, exuding powerful waves of energy, rendering escape impossible. With her advanced prowess at the late stage of the Great Ascension, accomplishing this feat was far from challenging. Her strength had reached the zenith of the Doqi realm, her body harboring boundless energy akin to a dormant volcano poised to erupt at any moment. Her soul power was equally formidable, capable of communicating with the laws of nature, commanding all things in existence. After all, in this vast land of Doqi, none could rival her in terms of spiritual awareness, not even the illustrious Gu Yuan, who struggled to match her in this domain. Chapter 55. Entering the headquarters of the three sects, Gu Yuan, the chieftain of the ancient clan, wielded immense power. Having reached the pinnacle of this continent, one of the only two capable of contending with the sole emperor. Yet, Xiao Linglong, through her unique talent and relentless efforts, had surpassed this legendary figure, establishing herself as one of the most powerful beings in the Doqi realm. In a flash, Xiao Linglong's figure flickered, effortlessly traversing the protective array and entering the headquarters of the three great sections. Her movements were light and agile, akin to a breeze, capable of penetrating any obstacle. Expecting silence within, she was instead greeted by an enchanting scene. The rich energy nearly coalesced into mist, exuding a kaleidoscope of colors, immersing her in a realm akin to paradise. Towering trees flourished, their trunks so robust that it would take several people to encircle them. The intertwining branches formed a dense forest, starkly contrasting the desolate exterior. Within this grove, the joyful songs of birds and the gentle babbling of streams filled the air, bringing a sense of tranquility. Xiao Linglong proceeded cautiously through this mystical domain, her steps light and deliberate, as if to avoid disturbing the serene world around her. Soon, she beheld three tall stone tablets, each inscribed with the formidable characters: Earth Movement Sect, Void Profound Gate, and Treasure Appraisal Mountain. These stone tablets stood like towering peaks upon this enigmatic land, exuding an aura of solemnity and mystery. The Earth Movement Sect was renowned across the Doqi realm for its formidable prowess on solid ground. Its disciples and elders typically excelled in Earth-type Doqi, possessing a profound connection with the Earth, allowing them to harness its strength to unleash powerful Earth-based skills. In battle, they could summon towering rocks and earthen walls, providing steadfast defense and support, as reliable as the Earth itself. Their Earth skills were immensely powerful, capable of ensnaring foes in an inescapable predicament. The Void Profound Gate, celebrated for its exceptional mastery over the void, captured much attention. Its practitioners moved with ease through the void, as if they were its sovereigns, wielding the powers of the emptiness. They adeptly utilized wind-type Doqi, showcasing remarkable agility and offensive capabilities, often catching enemies off guard with their swift strikes, appearing behind them in an instant. Treasure Appraisal Mountain earned respect from various factions due to its abundant resources and remarkable appraisal abilities. Its disciples and elders were mostly alchemists and treasure seekers, possessing sharp insight into the value of various treasures. They held an unparalleled advantage in treasure hunting and alchemy, capable of locating precious herbs and treasures in the vast mountains and forests, and crafting powerful elixirs to enhance practitioner strength. There is also a Do Saint with. It seems I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Xiao Linglong sensed the surrounding auras, her face lighting up with joy and a soft chuckle escaping her lips. A Do Saint wielding was extraordinarily formidable, capable of employing the power of to unleash an array of potent skills that instilled dread in their adversaries. Subsequently, she flashed into the air, her figure shimmering against the sky like a brilliant star. In an instant, her overwhelming spiritual consciousness and a formidable spiritual power equivalent to a late-stage 6-star Do Saint surged forth like roaring waves, radiating outward. Wherever her consciousness and power reached, the very fabric of space trembled as if unable to bear the weight of such immense force. Her voice rang out, crisp yet commanding. I, the leader of the Free and Easy sect, have come to seek guidance from the three sects, and I hope you will not take offense. Her voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the headquarters of the three major sects, ensuring that every individual could hear it distinctly. Enemy attack. Stand guard. The elders of the three sects reacted swiftly, immediately summoning their disciples to stand in formation within a designated area. Their positioning was orderly, and their cooperation was seamless, clearly indicative of the execution of a combined attack formation. This formation was the treasured defense of the three sects, capable of harnessing the collective strength of all disciples to create a formidable force that far exceeded the power of any individual disciple. The disciples participating in the formation were, at the very least, at the emperor level, exuding an aura of power and stability. The elder figures, their appearances weathered by time, emanated an unfathomable presence, mysterious and inscrutable. Their strength had reached the saint level, representing the core power of the three sections. The atmosphere within the headquarters of the three sects was as heavy as lead, filled with a palpable tension. Xiao Linglong stood gracefully, her garments fluttering gently in the breeze, akin to a plum blossom defiantly blooming in the harsh winter. Her delicate brows arched slightly, and the lively flicker in her eyes conveyed an innate nonchalance and independence. With a subtle smile playing on her lips that seemed gentle and harmless, yet radiated an undeniable confidence and pride. Her gaze was almost tangible, carrying a thread of oppressive force as it swept over the dozen or so elders before her. These elders were the pinnacle of strength within the three sects, their auras dense and profound, the surging waves of their battle chi resembling slumbering behemoths, each aura rivaling that of the Iron Sword Sovereign. However, in Xiao Linglong's eyes, such a formidable assembly was merely an intriguing challenge awaiting its commencement. Standing tall like a pine tree, her elongated figure appeared exceptionally striking against the backdrop of the elders. Despite facing numerous powerful opponents, her eyes remained as tranquil as still water, devoid of any turbulence, as if everything before her lay firmly within her grasp. Chapter 56. A contest with Elder Shinong Master Xiaoyao. What brings you here? Is there something to pique your interest? The elder known as Kuan Yu, the supreme elder of the Baoguan sect, stepped forward, his hands clasped respectfully in a traditional greeting. His tone was laced with caution and curiosity, his eyes glimmering with complex emotions. As a renowned three-star saint, Kuan Yu was well known in this realm, having navigated countless trials throughout his years of cultivation. Yet, when confronted with Xiao Linglong's gaze, reminiscent of a vast expanse of stars, an involuntary chill ran down his spine. The overwhelming aura emanating from Xiao Linglong had reached a terrifying 6-star saint level, her formidable presence crashing over him like relentless ocean waves, while her powerful divine sense seemed to extend like an invisible hand, probing the depths of his soul, causing him to tremble despite his efforts to resist. Elder Shinong, may I request a favor from you? Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense, as if a taut bowstring could snap at any moment, an elder clad in coarse robes slowly stepped forward. His steps were steady, and his voice gentle, each word imbued with a soothing power. Elder Shinong's eyes reflected the compassion and gentleness of a healer. The passage of time had etched deep lines upon his face, yet had also cultivated an extraordinary aura. As a seasoned alchemist, Elder Shinong had spent his life dealing with medicinal materials and pills, his hands having saved countless lives. The elixirs crafted by his adept hands had granted many a second chance at life, which is why he harbored a deep-seated aversion to bloodshed, unwilling to see this serene place plunged into chaos. Hearing his words, Xiao Linglong's lips curled into a knowing smile. She gently parted her crimson lips, her clear and melodious voice resonating in the air like pearls falling onto a jade plate, each note distinct and enchanting. Our sect seldom engages in wagers, but today, I shall make an exception. I propose a contest with Elder Shinong. Should you lose, the 3 major factions will join our sect. If you win, we shall withdraw and provide each of the 3 sects with 3 8-rank 6-color Danlei pills. As her words fell, it was as though a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up a tempest of waves. All eyes shifted to Elder Shinong, and for a moment, the surroundings fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, with only the whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves. After all, Elder Shinong held immense prestige among the 3 sects. His expertise in alchemy and the connections he had cultivated over the years commanded the respect of these elder powerhouses. His decision would act as a stabilizing force, directly influencing the outcome of this contest. Xiao Linglong gently shook her head, her smile deepening. In an instant, the spiritual energy surrounding her surged like a torrential wave, gathering and transforming at an astonishing speed. The very space around her seemed to warp under the influence of this overwhelming energy fluctuation, and the air became thick with the acrid scent of singed matter. In the blink of an eye, a searing flame materialized from thin air. This flame bore an unusual hue. Neither the ordinary orange-red of common fire nor the dazzling colors of exotic flames, but rather an indescribably mysterious tint, radiating an arresting brilliance. In a heartbeat, this flame coalesced into a giant medicinal cauldron towering 100 feet high. The cauldron hovered in the air like a burning mountain, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. As the temperature around it soared, causing the rocks beneath to melt into bubbling magma. Upon witnessing this, Elder Shinong's heart jolted, as the spirit fire within him trembled uncontrollably. His eyes widened in disbelief, marveling inwardly, "I cannot discern what kind of divine fire this is." Moreover, he was astounded to realize that this young woman's soul force had reached the Emperor realm. He understood that soul force was to an alchemist what a foundation is to a skyscraper. An Emperor-level soul force indicated that Xiao Linglong possessed unfathomable potential and talent in the art of alchemy. Observing the scene, Xiao Linglong maintained her confident smile. With a delicate wave of her hand, an invisible force, akin to an unseen giant hand, swiftly drew thousands of medicinal materials into the giant cauldron. Unlike Elder Shinong, she did not invoke the laws of alchemy for assistance. Instead, relying solely on her exceptional fire control techniques, she systematically and rapidly refined the materials into pure medicinal liquid. Chapter 57. The Refinement of 9-Rank Mystical Pills. Her hands danced swiftly in the void, resembling graceful butterflies, each movement fluid and natural, yet imbued with boundless mystery. The flames, under her command, alternated between a gentle embrace like a docile lamb, slowly extracting the essence of the materials, and a fierce assault like a roaring beast, rapidly refining the materials with intense heat. Her gaze remained focused and resolute, fixated on the ingredients within the cauldron, as if the entire world had been reduced to her and the materials in her hands. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while experts discern the subtleties. Among those present were not only these formidable saint-level elders, but also several 8-rank masters and dozens of high-level alchemists. Their eyes were glued to the actions of Elder Shinong and Xiao Linglong, drawing invaluable insights and inspiration from their alchemical techniques. Xiao Linglong's unique and superb alchemical methods blew through their rigid thought patterns like a refreshing spring breeze, illuminating their perspectives as if they had opened a door to new possibilities. Her techniques were innovative and distinctive, each action bursting with creativity and imagination, shattering the confines of traditional alchemy. Even Elder Shinong, who was competing against her, could not help but feel a surge of respect upon witnessing her methods. In the eyes of this seasoned alchemical master, Xiao Linglong's techniques could potentially reduce the time needed for pill formation by at least 20%, and the resulting medicinal liquid was even purer, of superior quality. Her mastery of timing and understanding of the materials had reached a breathtaking level, leaving even Elder Shinong, a 9th-rank alchemical master, in awe. In the heart of the 3 sects, a rich and intoxicating fragrance of elixir permeated the air, growing increasingly potent in a grandiose and exuberant manner. This aroma seemed to possess a life of its own, transforming into a tangible mist that surged and swirled through the clear atmosphere, akin to a spirited dragon frolicking amidst the clouds, or like tumultuous waves relentlessly crashing against the edges of the world. Surrounding this phenomenon, a group of disciples of relatively low cultivation levels were absorbed in their own practices or daily affairs, clad in simple yet tidy sect robes. Their youthful faces were adorned with aspirations and determination for their future paths in cultivation. However, this potent fragrance of elixir, as if enchanted with mysterious magic, inadvertently wafted into their nostrils. Merely sampling a hint of it, these disciples felt themselves swept into a peculiar tempest. Their realms of cultivation felt as though they were delicately touched by an invisible hand, weathered by the passage of time, gently stirring them, causing their once stable foundations to subtly tremble. The spiritual energy within them surged like an awakened beast, rampaging through their meridians, eliciting tremors in their bodies, their faces reflecting a complex mix of surprise and delight. Witnessing this scene, the aged figure of Shinong, weathered by the vicissitudes of time, displayed a look of profound relief. Exhaling softly in gratitude, he understood all too well that this place, as the most crucial hub of the 3 sects, encapsulated the hopes of countless disciples and the very lifeblood of the sect's fortunes. Should the elixir being refined be the legendary 9-tiered mysterious pill, the consequences would be dire. Once the refinement commenced, the energies of heaven and earth within a radius of thousands of miles, whether the thin spiritual aura suspended high in the sky or the dense spiritual veins buried deep within the earth, would be voraciously drained by the 9-tiered mysterious pill, leaving nothing in its wake. In that event, the once bustling and vibrant headquarters of the 3 sects would be reduced to a desolate wasteland. Chapter 58. Spiritual stones. All flora would wither instantaneously, mountains and rivers would run dry, ceasing to provide even a modicum of spiritual energy for countless disciples harboring dreams, ultimately becoming a forgotten wasteland. Contemplating these terrifying outcomes, beads of perspiration began to form densely on Shinong's forehead, glistening under the blazing flames like crystallized manifestations of his inner fears and relief. Just as the elixir was on the verge of taking shape, Shenong suddenly uttered a low command. This command resonated like a bell, infused with boundless power, seemingly capable of shattering the void itself, causing the very space to quiver. With this authoritative decree, the flames he commanded were instantaneously imbued with an ancient, mysterious vitality. The already intense flames surged geometrically in temperature, with the core reaching levels that distorted the air, creating bizarre refracted rays of light. Under the crucible of this terrifying heat, the elixir was sculpted as if by a master craftsman, each intricate texture and energy flow meticulously honed and refined. In the blink of an eye, the elixir rapidly transformed towards a flawless form, successfully solidifying. Simultaneously, the previously clear and azure sky morphed as if struck by the furious brush of an enraged deity. Thunderous roars rolled in from the distant horizon, their deep and resonant tones akin to the war drums of the cosmos. Each reverberation sending shivers through the hearts of all present. Dark clouds, pulled by an invisible force, converged like an immense black curtain, cascading down from all directions. Those with even a modicum of understanding of alchemy recognized this as a clear omen of the impending emergence of the nine-tiered treasure pill. As the pinnacle of alchemical creations, its appearance would inevitably summon the fierce trial of the black magic thunder, a testament to its extraordinary quality bestowed by the laws of heaven and earth. It seems I have triumphed. Just as everyone's gaze was captivated by this breathtaking spectacle in the sky, enveloping the world in a tense yet anticipatory atmosphere, a melodious laugh, akin to a crystalline stream bubbling cheerfully in the mountains, resonated crisply in the slightly oppressive space. This laughter seemed to possess a unique enchantment, instantly drawing the attention of all present who turned to look. Among those aged beings, who had endured countless trials of life and death, and had ultimately reached elevated levels of cultivation, a mere brush against the energy within these stones elicited an involuntary gasp. They understood well that the energy contained within these seemingly ordinary stones was far more formidable than the energy stored within a typical Do Saint's body. Should they successfully refine even one, their realms would undoubtedly ascend as if propelled by a soaring rocket, yielding significant enhancement. This elevation would not merely signify a boost in strength, but also represent a newfound insight and breakthrough in their cultivation journey, potentially granting them glimpses into the profound mysteries of the universe hidden at higher tiers. These powerful beings were aware that these stones harbored immense energy, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that these stones were the coveted spiritual stones sought by cultivators. Spiritual stones are categorized into 4 levels: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade, with disparities between each tier as vast as the heavens and the earth. Low-grade stones exude spiritual energy as scarce as a drop of water in a desert, barely offering the most fundamental assistance to cultivators, whereas top-grade stones brim with energy so dense it resembles a boundless, inexhaustible spiritual spring. Each top-grade stone is worth its weight in gold, serving as a pivotal support for countless cultivators striving to transcend their limits and ascend to loftier realms, as well as a crucial guarantee for becoming a formidable power. Drink, Xiao Linglong suddenly exclaimed with a delicate yet powerful shout, her voice crystalline, resonating with a might that rivaled the roars of the most formidable beings. With this powerful utterance, the hundreds of spiritual stones floating around her began to shatter under an ancient and mysterious call. In an instant, a deluge of spiritual energy erupted like a dam bursting, surging wildly in all directions. The energy surged through the air, colliding and crackling, resembling a grand fireworks display. At that moment, a colossal figure, towering hundreds of feet high, manifested behind Xiao Linglong. This giant seemed almost corporeal, as if meticulously constructed from substantial energy. Every inch of its skin glimmered with mysterious runes, and each movement appeared to sway the tides of energy within the cosmos. Upon the giant's emergence, the sound of crashing tides reverberated behind Xiao Linglong, deafeningly reminiscent of 1,000 troops galloping across vast plains, or the relentless waves battering ancient shores. Simultaneously, a transcendent power, free from the constraints of worldly rules, radiated from Xiao Linglong, expanding freely in all directions. Chapter 59. Nine-tiered golden pill. This power exuded an air of endless majesty and mystery, causing the previously rampant and scattered spiritual energy to be instantly ensnared and rendered immobile under its overwhelming influence. They resembled tamed beasts, obediently yielding to the command of this spiritual force. Subsequently, this force acted like an invisible yet immensely powerful hand, gathering all the spiritual energy and forcefully casting it into the cauldron. Amidst the astonished gazes of all the formidable individuals present, the potion within the cauldron, which had been gradually coalescing into a pill, suddenly surged with boundless vitality upon receiving a torrent of immense spiritual energy. The liquid began to boil rapidly, merging and intertwining as various energies collided and fused at a visible pace, swiftly forming a pill. Subsequently, an even more colossal and terrifying thunderous energy began to gather in the heavens above, its oppressive force akin to an invisible mountain, weighing heavily on the shoulders of everyone present, rendering them breathless and weak, as if they were on the verge of being crushed into dust by this overwhelming power. The once mighty black magic thunder above the head of the elder Shin, which had exuded an aura of invincibility, now dissipated like a frost-bitten eggplant, vanishing without a trace as if it had never existed. Elder Shin, his face a mask of astonishment, gazed skyward at the dazzling golden light that had manifested. A robust golden pill thunder descended like a colossal dragon awakened from ancient times, bearing the power to annihilate worlds, striking down towards Xiao Linglong. Simultaneously, an intoxicating aroma of the pill enveloped the entire space, as though it encapsulated all the beauty and mystery of the world, immersing it in a dreamlike and enigmatic atmosphere. Raindrops began to fall from the sky, interspersed with radiant energy particles that sparkled like golden pearls, each drop containing a high concentration of energy, formed purely from the rich fragrance of the pill, each particle precious enough to spare a practitioner several years, if not decades, of arduous training on their path. The disciples of the three sects, under the guidance of their elders, eagerly commenced to collect these droplets and energy particles, their eyes shimmering with excitement and greed. As they carefully gathered the invaluable treasures using various containers, they understood well that these were supreme treasures for enhancing their strength, pivotal stepping stones on their journey to success in cultivation. Elder Shin, his face flushed with excitement, resembled a ripened apple as he exclaimed, 9-rank golden pill. His shout pierced through the silence like a lightning bolt, awakening everyone to the historic moment they were witnessing, the birth of a 9-rank golden pill master. To be associated with a 9-rank golden pill master is indeed a boon, remarked the elder of the spring spirit, stroking his long, cascading white beard, his voice trembling with excitement. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, for he understood that this was a rare opportunity for those of them who sought breakthroughs in their cultivation, yearning to grasp higher realms. This was not merely a chance for enhancement, but a pivotal turning point that could alter their destinies and elevate them to the pinnacle of cultivation. The Elder Council had already decided to join the free-spirited sect. Should they be denied entry, they would withdraw from the Tri-Sect Alliance of the Spatial Trading Conference. Just as the crowd remained engulfed in shock and exhilaration, struggling to contain their emotions, a robust man, seemingly in his 40s, approached swiftly. His steps were steady and powerful, each one resonating as if they could shatter the ground beneath him. His tone bore an unwavering determination, as though the decision had been pondered deeply and was immutable. Yet, those present were aware that this man, despite appearing to be in his 40s, had likely lost track of his true age over the countless trials and tribulations he had endured through the ages, bearing untold stories and secrets. The supreme elders and sect leaders were momentarily taken aback by his words, their expressions frozen as if time itself had come to a standstill. Various thoughts raced through their minds as they contemplated the repercussions of this decision. The ensuing awkward coughs shattered the brief silence, as they understood that this choice would irrevocably reshape the dynamics of the Tri-Sect Alliance, sparking a series of reactions that would profoundly impact the entire cultivation realm. This was not merely a decision for one sect, but a crucial choice regarding the future trajectory of the entire cultivation world. After the pill thunder, a dazzling golden pill gradually came into view, radiating a brilliant light that was blinding. It resembled a golden sun, its brilliance too intense to gaze upon directly. Mysterious runes and energy fluctuations danced across its surface, as if narrating its extraordinary nature and rarity. Xiao Linglong observed the pill, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. However, the pill seemed to possess a will of its own, sensing danger and attempting to flee like a frightened bird trying to escape its confines. With a cold huff, Xiao Linglong emanated an aura of formidable authority, akin to a queen issuing commands to her subjects. With a mere wave of her hand, an invisible force enveloped the pill, ensnaring it within an intangible net. In the blink of an eye, the pill was secured in a pre-prepared jade vial, which she promptly sealed with a flicker of mysterious runes, imprisoning the pill within and subsequently stowing it away in her storage pouch. Chapter 60. The preeminent alchemist. It seems the master of the free-spirited sect is indeed the foremost alchemist on the continent of combat, Elder Shin mused, his voice low and hoarse, letting out a deep sigh. His weathered visage reflected a myriad of complex emotions, self-deprecation for his previous arrogance in the field of alchemy, coupled with genuine admiration for the young sect leader Xiao Linglong. He solemnly cupped his fists in respect towards her, for in the realm of alchemy, the accomplished are revered as masters. The moment Xiao Linglong successfully concocted the 9-rank golden pill, its miraculous and formidable essence thoroughly captivated Elder Shinnong, leading him to genuinely bow in reverence. Xiao Linglong nodded with a warm smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. The free-spirited sect welcomes you all. The instant these simple words were uttered, a mysterious and ethereal aura descended upon every member of the 3 sects, akin to a gentle yet powerful spring breeze. Their previously steadfast states began to tremble subtly, as though an invisible hand had nudged them. The most notable transformation occurred with the Spring Spirit Elder, who had been stuck at the late stage of the 3-star Do Saint for countless days and nights. Those long, grueling periods of closed-door cultivation had failed to yield a breakthrough. Yet now, this stagnant state began to loosen, igniting an uncontrollable surge of excitement within him. He felt assured that a few months of dedicated cultivation would empower him to challenge the 4-star Do Saint realm, propelling him to an even mightier echelon. We pay our respects to the sect leader. In an instant, a thunderous roar echoed within and around the hall as tens of thousands of disciples and elders uniformly knelt on one knee, their gazes filled with fervor and reverence, fixated on the stunning and imposing figure of Xiao Linglong suspended in the air. To them, she was not only the powerful leader of the free-spirited sect, but also a guiding light on their future paths of cultivation, embodying their faith and aspirations. The torrent of respect surged forth like an unending river. Lady Free-Spirited, may I join your sect? Elder Shinnong inched forward slightly, a hint of unease tinging his voice. Though he was a renowned powerhouse in the alchemical domain, facing Xiao Linglong instilled a sense of nervousness within him. This was not merely a matter of respect for strength, but a grave consideration regarding his future choices. Xiao Linglong nodded decisively, her gaze reflecting trust and anticipation. Senior can assume the position of the Alchemy Pavilion Master within our sect. This appointment undoubtedly serves as a profound acknowledgement of Elder Shinnong's strength and prestige. The role of Alchemy Pavilion Master is paramount, overseeing the crucial processes of pill crafting and the transmission of knowledge, bearing immense responsibility. Upon hearing these words, Elder Shinnong felt a surge of joy within, his soul, at the pinnacle of spiritual transcendence, quivered slightly as if he were on the verge of stepping into the legendary and formidable imperial realm. I must eradicate the vermin. Xiao Linglong's expression turned as frosty as ice, her eyes flashing with a cold glimmer akin to a blade in the dark night. With a gentle wave of her hand, an invisible yet overwhelmingly powerful force erupted, lifting thousands into the air as if they were mere leaves caught in a tempest. In that moment, all the elders and disciples were left dumbfounded, especially when a colossal mirror gradually manifested in the air, vividly reflecting the myriad of heinous deeds committed by those suspended. Images of greed, betrayal, and the oppression of the weak unfolded before the crowd, each scene igniting outrage and shock. I am ashamed to be associated with you, exclaimed a venerable elder with a head of white hair. His face flushed with anger as he pointed vehemently at one of the captured elders. His voice trembled with rage. Years of loyalty and dedication to the sect transformed into an inferno of indignation upon witnessing the actions of these scoundrels. With a subtle gesture, Xiao Linglong unleashed a terrifying wave of spiritual energy that surged forth like a tempestuous sea. Under the impact of this formidable force, the nefarious individuals were instantly reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a scattering of spatial rings that glimmered faintly in the sunlight, silently narrating the stories of their former owners, stories now lost to the annals of time. I need to relocate you all to the Xiaoyao sect. Prepare yourselves. All Dosheng, stabilize the space. Others, protect yourselves. Xiao Linglong inhaled deeply, her expression grave and focused, her eyes radiating determination. She understood the arduous nature of this task. With her strength at the late stage of the Mahayana, transporting over 10,000 people across vast distances, even with the assistance of her primordial spirit, would exact an unimaginable toll. Yet, for the seamless integration of the 3 sects into Xiaoyao sect, and to achieve her grander aspirations, she must exert her utmost effort. As her words fell, she immediately channeled her spiritual power, summoning the formidable laws of space. In an instant, an overwhelming spatial fluctuation emanated from her, rippling outward and distorting the very fabric of the space surrounding the 3 sects, as if it were being manipulated by an unseen giant hand, twisting and tearing. On the brink of collapse. Is this her full strength? Elder Shinnong was profoundly astonished, acutely aware of the spatial manipulation extending over a 1,000-mile radius. A feat that even the renowned patriarch of the medicinal clan would find challenging, if one were to consider who could possess such extraordinary capabilities across the Duki continent. It would likely be no more than 2 or 3 individuals. Without a moment to ponder further, he unleashed a torrential aura of a 4-star Do Sheng at the late stage, a formidable presence that swiftly spread to stabilize the precarious space. Chapter 61. The Iron Sword Master's Breakthrough. St. Kuan Yu exerted himself to the utmost, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, trickling down his cheeks, and soaking his garments. Just as he felt on the verge of collapse, both physically and spiritually drained, the scenery before him suddenly transformed, revealing a pristine new environment. This is the headquarters of the Xiao sect, equipped with natural formations and a gathering array for energy. You may take a moment to acclimatize, Xiao Linglong said. Wiping the sweat from her brow, her complexion appeared somewhat pale, exhaustion evident, reflecting the immense toll the spatial transition had taken on her. The members of the 3 sects gradually adapted to this unfamiliar yet mysteriously infused environment, when suddenly, a colossal sword appeared without warning, radiating a cold and potent aura, seemingly poised to rend the very fabric of the world apart. Following this, a boisterous and triumphant laughter echoed, causing the expressions of all present to shift to grave concern. Ha ha ha, I have finally broken through. As the laughter subsided, the giant sword dissipated, revealing the Iron Sword Master. Clad in a green robe and appearing to be in his 60s or 70s. The powerful aura emanating from him caused the surrounding air to tremble, a presence that commanded respect as a low-level semi-saint. This unexpected breakthrough raised questions about the unforeseen changes it would bring to the newly unified Xiao sect. Xiao Linglong, clad in white as pure as snow, stood elegantly amidst the assembly, her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, intertwined with helplessness and sentiment as she gazed at the Iron Sword Master, now enveloped in the radiance of his sword path. At this moment, he was surrounded by a whirlwind of sword energy, his imposing aura cutting through the surrounding space like a tangible blade. The fervor and obsession in his gaze were palpable, as if he had become one with the sword path, viewing all worldly matters as fleeting. With only the profound and endless sword path as his true sanctuary, a pinnacle he relentlessly pursued throughout his life. Observing the Iron Sword Master, utterly consumed by his passion for the sword, Xiao Linglong couldn't help but display a wry smile, shaking her head in a mixture of exasperation and amusement at the elder's singular obsession. With graceful steps, she glided forward, each movement light and elegant, akin to a celestial being dancing upon the surface of a tranquil lake. She turned, her gaze soft as gentle spring waters, sweeping over the formidable members of the 3 sects and the esteemed elder Shinon, who stood like an anchor amidst the chaos. Oh, he truly is a rare oddity in this world. His eyes are so fixated on the sword path that it seems nothing else can occupy his thoughts, she remarked, her voice ringing clear and melodious, reminiscent of a mountain stream flowing through a serene valley within this somewhat oppressive space. You are all extraordinary individuals with keen spiritual perceptions. You must certainly sense his profound obsession with the sword path. Hearing this, Xiao Linglong raised a hand to gently touch her forehead, her expression conveying both exasperation and amusement, tinged with an element of disbelief. As our esteemed elder, the Iron Sword Master's prowess is beyond question, and his mastery over the sword path is unparalleled, earning the admiration of many. However, in terms of his social intelligence, alas, it could be described as sub-zero, a pure exchange of intellect for strength. I wonder when this blockhead will finally awaken to the nuances of human interaction. Is it truly that exaggerated? St. Kuan Yu inquired, a flicker of curiosity and disbelief crossing his eyes, the depths of which mirrored a tranquil pool, rippling with intrigue. With a gentle sigh, Xiao Linglong spoke, her tone imbued with the wisdom of experience and insight into human nature. In time, as you spend more moments in his company, you will come to understand. Time is the most impartial witness. It reveals the true nature of every individual. Then, regaining her composure, Xiao Linglong straightened her posture, embodying the poised and commanding leader she was. Standing tall, her presence exuded strength and determination. She declared, "Very well, let us not linger. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. In this occasion, formidable fighters of the Do Saint level have joined our Xiao sect's guardian team. Entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding our sect, they hold the highest status within the sect, enjoying unparalleled honor and privileges. Other factions are required to dispatch a highly respected and exceptionally powerful representative to lead the search for Elder Feng, the esteemed third elder. The subsequent tasks and operational arrangements will be meticulously orchestrated by Elder Feng to ensure a seamless and foolproof execution." Xiao Linglong methodically managed the arrangements, her words decisive and resolute, reflecting her assertive and swift demeanor. Each utterance seemed imbued with an inexhaustible force, instilling both reverence and obedience in those who listened. The alliance of the Earth Movement sect, the Suspended Gate, and the Treasure Appraisal sect represents a formidable coalition, amassing a power capable of shaking the entirety of the central continent. Among them are 4 peaked Do Saints, each exuding an aura that instills fear and awe. Their every gesture radiates an intangible pressure, as if the very heavens and earth are under their dominion. Each breath they take causes subtle tremors in the surrounding space, their overwhelming presence akin to surging waves crashing upon the senses of all present. Additionally, there are 6 semi-saint elders whose strength, though not yet at the Do Saint level, remains formidable. Their restrained yet sharp energies resemble exquisite swords concealed within their sheaths. Though they remain sheathed, the chilling aura they emit is palpable. Typically low-key, their explosive power, when unleashed, can certainly render any adversary wary. There are 27 peak Do Zun, from the 1st to the 9th turn, warriors, their battle energy surging like an unending river, illuminating the space with a dazzling array of colors. Each peak Do Zun possesses earth-shattering power, serving as the backbone of their respective sects and a vital force in this collaborative endeavor. In total, there are 78 Do Zun, their presence forming an unyielding barrier, fortifying the Xiao sect with immense support. The remaining powerful individuals are no mere trifles. They are either Do Zong or Do Huang, each a notable figure on the central continent. The convergence of such a multitude of strong figures undoubtedly injects fresh, vibrant energy into the Xiao sect, elevating its strength to unprecedented heights, as if overnight. The sect has transformed from a second-rate faction into a superpower capable of reshaping the entire landscape of the central continent. Time flows like a gentle stream, quietly slipping away over the course of several months. Within the grand, solemn main hall of the Xiao sect, many familiar faces have gathered. The Iron Sword Elder remains engrossed in his swordsmanship, his aura of sword energy barely perceptible, as if he himself embodies the essence of the sword. Even in this serious setting, his gaze occasionally reveals his contemplations and aspirations regarding the sword path, as though the worldly disputes are of no concern to him. With the sword path being his eternal sanctuary, the Elder Shinnong stands calmly to the side, exuding a serene demeanor that reflects the wisdom and composure accrued over the years. His gray beard sways gently with the breeze, accentuating his tranquility. The sage Kuan Yu possesses an extraordinary air, radiating a mysterious and noble presence as he quietly stands in the corner, impossible to overlook. His eyes are deep and tranquil, as if concealing boundless secrets. Elder Feng's resolute expression is etched with a yearning for battle and determination, as if ready to charge into the fray at any moment. His clenched fists emanate an ironclad aura, revealing him as a seasoned warrior. Huang Feng, with her graceful figure and stunning beauty, resembles a vibrant rose blooming amidst darkness. Her enchanting visage shines even in this grand hall, yet her face betrays a mix of anticipation and anxiety for the impending events. Her hands tremble slightly, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions, both hope for the future and apprehension for the unknown. Alongside her are the core figures of the Xiao sect and the formidable Do Saint Guardians, their presence intensifying the solemn atmosphere. Each face reflects seriousness, as if contemplating the challenges and opportunities ahead. The air within the main hall is thick with tension, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, ready to erupt. As the audience awaited expectantly, a breathtaking figure gradually emerged at the highest position of the main hall. The woman donned a delicate pink gown, the hem fluttering gracefully in the wind, reminiscent of petals dancing in the breeze. The exquisite fabric is adorned with intricate embroidery, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. A rosewood hairpin elegantly secures her inky locks, enhancing her noble grace, as if she has stepped out from a painting. Tall and poised, she embodies an ethereal charm, reminiscent of a standing jade lotus, exuding an otherworldly elegance. Her beauty is unparalleled, her skin as smooth as fine jade. Her eyes, resembling the depths of the starry sea, glimmer with brilliance, revealing a steadfast wisdom, as if she can perceive the essence of all existence. Even Huang Feng, celebrated as the most beautiful in the Xiao sect, cannot help but feel dwarfed in her presence, silently lamenting the disparity between them. This figure is none other than Xiao Linglong, the esteemed leader of the Xiao sect. With a gentle parting of her ruby lips, she uttered a succinct yet powerful word. Her voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable authority, echoing in everyone's ears. This single utterance seemed to possess a magical quality, compelling all present to recognize Xiao Linglong's absolute dominion as the sect leader. Yes, the assembly responded in unison. Rising to take their seats, their movements synchronized like well-trained soldiers. All eyes were fixed upon Xiao Linglong, awaiting her subsequent words. Each gaze was filled with anticipation and trust. As if at her slightest command, they would unhesitatingly rush to the battlefield to defend the honor and dignity of the Xiao sect. Xiao Linglong's expression remained composed, her gaze piercing as she surveyed the gathered individuals, her sharp eyes seemingly capable of discerning their innermost thoughts. After a moment, her voice resonated within the main hall, clear and powerful like a resounding bell. Now that our Xiaoyao sect's strength has significantly increased, bolstered by the support and collective efforts of various factions, we possess sufficient power to challenge the Soul Hall. What are your thoughts on this matter? The master of the Soul Hall, Soul Mieshing, is a superlative powerhouse at the late stage of the 4-star Do Saint level, his capabilities unfathomable and among the finest in the entire central continent. Furthermore, he commands numerous Do Saints under his banner, exceeding 7 or 8 in total, each an exceptional asset to the Soul Hall. Additionally, they are backed by the Soul Clan, one of the ancient 8 races, with profound heritage and formidable strength, their hidden power elusive and hard to grasp. Elder Shinong's expression grew solemn as he began to speak. Well aware of the intricate relationship between the Soul Clan and the Soul Hall, detailing their might and the challenges they pose, his voice was deep and resonant, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of the audience, instilling an acute awareness that the upcoming trials would be unprecedentedly arduous. The Soul Clan? Xiao Linglong pondered, her brow furrowing slightly as a trace of confusion flickered in her eyes. She instinctively brushed aside the stray strands of hair that had fallen upon her chest, her demeanor playful, yet unable to conceal her inner perplexity. Her mind was swiftly inundated with various pieces of information regarding the Soul Clan. However, due to their persistent concealment from the public eye, her understanding of them was exceedingly limited. Indeed, the venerable Elder Shinong nodded solemnly and continued. Let me put it this way. In the Central Plains, the overt power structure consists of 1 tower, 1 hall, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 2 pavilions. Alongside our own Xiaoyao sect, this is widely recognized. Yet, this is merely a superficial facade. In reality, the hidden sects possess formidable strength. They dwell in remote mountains or enigmatic realms, refraining from engaging in worldly conflicts. Once they emerge, their displayed power is certainly astonishing. Chapter 63, Ancient Races. Moreover, there exists the presence of the 8 great ancient races, which are the true formidable forces lurking in the shadows. Each of these ancient races boasts a long history and rich heritage, their bloodlines infused with immense power, serving as the very foundation of the Central Plains continent. Ancient races? Are they the ones possessing the bloodline of the Do Emperor? Inquired the sage of the Spring Abyss, a glimmer of curiosity and inquiry flickering in his eyes. Unable to restrain himself from asking, he had always been fascinated by these mysterious ancient races, and upon hearing Elder Shinong mention them, he was eager to learn more. Indeed, Elder Shinong reaffirmed with a nod. The bloodline of the Do Emperor possesses wondrous and potent abilities, granting the members of these races unparalleled cultivation talents. Once they awaken their bloodline powers, transcending the realm of Do Sage becomes as effortless as eating and drinking. Take, for instance, our youngest outer sect disciple, Yu Quan, who reached the rank of Do Wang before the age of 15. Such talent is astonishing in the eyes of ordinary people, a veritable genius among geniuses. Yet, when compared to the ancient races, he pales in comparison. The members of the ancient races, upon awakening their bloodline powers, experience an astonishingly rapid cultivation speed and a remarkable rise in strength, far beyond imagination. They seem to possess an innate advantage in their cultivation journey, leaving others in the dust. Within the grand hall of the Xiaoyao Pavilion, an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence permeated the air. The majestic edifice, with its soaring eaves and intricately carved brackets adorned with exquisite mythical beast motifs, appeared as if it were poised for flight. Upon entering, one was met with intricately decorated beams and pillars made of golden silk nanmu, where ancient mythological tales were meticulously depicted in gold powder, each stroke delicate and lifelike. The walls bore the calligraphy of renowned masters, some flowing with grace and others exuding strength, complementing the opulent decor without losing their elegant charm. A faint aroma of sandalwood lingered in the air, weaving into one's senses and gently calming the spirit. Elder Baoshan, now the head of the Xiaoyao sect's dark pavilion, was a legendary figure in the intelligence community. Over the years, he had painstakingly built a vast and intricate network of information, renowned throughout the Central Plains. Yet at this moment, he stood quietly to the side, his expression focused, akin to a devoted believer absorbing divine revelations. His gaze remained fixed upon Elder Shinong, occasionally flickering with surprise and admiration. He could not help but acknowledge that despite his extensive efforts in gathering intelligence, the secrets of the ancient races divulged by Elder Shinong were merely the tip of the iceberg, far less detailed than the Elder's profound understanding. At this juncture, the primary ancient races included the Ancient Clan, the Soul Clan, the Thunder Clan, the Flame Clan, the Medicine Clan, the Stone Clan, and the Spirit Clan. As Elder Shinong spoke, his tone slightly faltered, and a peculiar expression crossed his face, as if he were grappling with something difficult to articulate. After a brief hesitation, he slowly revealed, there is also the expelled Xiao clan. The Xiao clan? Upon utterance of this name, it was as if a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of agitation through the once quiet hall. The assembly exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Most had only heard of this name in vague legends or ancient texts. To hear the news of the Xiao clan's expulsion at such proximity was profoundly shocking. Xiao Linglong's previously serene visage was suddenly stirred. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a flicker of complex emotion. The pale pink long gown she wore began to sway gently, seemingly animated by an unseen wind, rustling softly as if echoing the turmoil within her heart. However, in just a moment, she regained her composure, restoring everything to normalcy. Nonetheless, Elder Shinong's words had undoubtedly stirred turbulent waves within her, though she adeptly concealed her emotions from surfacing. Indeed, Elder Shinong stroked his white beard thoughtfully, nodding slowly. Although the bloodline of the Dou Emperor possesses miraculous powers that significantly enhance the cultivation talents of its members, this enhancement is not without its limitations. If a family fails to give birth to a Dou Emperor over a prolonged period, their bloodline will gradually weaken over time, ultimately becoming indistinguishable from that of ordinary mortals. This can be seen as a drawback of the Dou Emperor bloodline. Among those present, aside from the Iron Sword Sovereign, who was wholly absorbed in the world of swordsmanship, exchanging intellect for power, the others were all perceptive individuals. They understood the deeper implications of Elder Shinong's words. The expulsion of the Xiao clan from the ancient races was likely due to their loss of the Dou Emperor bloodline, leading them toward decline. Xiao Linglong stood silently at the head of the hall, her mind racing with thoughts. She contemplated, it seems that after this matter concludes, I must pay a visit to the ancient clan and engage in a thorough discussion with their leaders. Even though the Xiao clan has fallen, we are not to be easily insulted or trampled upon. I shall defend the dignity of the Xiao clan. Yet outwardly, she maintained a stern demeanor, her voice resolute as she declared, in half a month, we shall assault the Soul Hall. We will force their hidden powers into the open, making it clear that our Xiaoyao sect is not to be trifled with. Elder Baoshan was acutely aware of the extensive resources required for the assault on the Soul Hall and the urgency of time. Thus, he immediately set about preparations. Leveraging his extensive networks and resources accumulated over years in the intelligence community, he swiftly disseminated invitations, calling upon various factions to partake in a grand spatial trading event. Within the Xiaoyao sect, from the elders to the ordinary disciples, all understood the significance of the impending fortnight. Every individual plunged into frenzied cultivation, seizing every moment, day and night. Chapter 64, Assault on the Soul Hall at dawn, before the very first rays of sunlight had fully graced the land. The training grounds were already filled with diligent disciples. By nightfall, amidst the stillness, one could still observe individuals harnessing the moonlight and spiritual energy for their cultivation. Each day, the various training facilities of the Xiaoyao sect were brimming with people. The energies of heaven and earth surged, radiating brilliance, as if an unspoken competition were unfolding silently. As the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, Xiao Linglong was no exception. She secluded herself in rigorous cultivation, striving to restore her strength. In her chamber, she sat cross-legged upon a mat, surrounded by a plethora of rare spirit crystals and medicinal materials, the rich spiritual energy coalescing into a small vortex around her. With the aid of formidable techniques and precious resources, her power surged rapidly, soon restoring her to the pinnacle of the great completion realm. However, when she attempted to break through further, aspiring to ascend to higher realms and prepare for tribulation to become an immortal, she encountered an impenetrable barrier. This barrier was akin to an insurmountable chasm, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, effectively blocking her path. Xiao Linglong understood that this was the manifestation of the rules governing this realm. She could not forcefully shatter these regulations, lest she provoke unforeseen consequences, potentially leading to the collapse of the entire realm. With no other choice, she was compelled to pause, gathering her strength and awaiting the right moment. Finally, the fleeting fortnight came to an end. The sect's decree resounded, advance on the Soul Hall. With a single command, echoes of the order reverberated throughout the Xiaoyao sect. The sound of the command echoed like an invisible force, swiftly spreading throughout the entire sect. Soon, a dazzling array of light surged from various corners of the Xianyao sect, as its formidable members soared into the skies. They moved with grace and ferocity, akin to meteors streaking across the heavens, racing towards the direction of the Soul Palace. In an instant, the sky was illuminated by their brilliance, creating a magnificent spectacle. What? The Xianyao sect is clashing with the Soul Palace? This news detonated like a bomb across every corner of the central continent, sparking discussions filled with shock and curiosity among the populace. In taverns and on the streets, clusters of people animatedly debated the sudden eruption of this battle. My second uncle's second aunt's cousin's friend is a member of the Xiao sect, a powerful combatant who has already engaged in multiple skirmishes with the Soul Palace. It is said that both sides are continuously escalating their involvement, with the highest level of combatants now reaching the rank of 9-star Dozun. Additional voices chimed in, expressing awe at the impending conflict, prompting gasps of astonishment from those nearby. 9-star Dozun. How intense! The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they were listening to an incredible tale. The border between the Xiao sect and the Soul Palace had transformed into a battlefield ablaze with chaos. The raging energy surged like tumultuous waves, crashing against the surrounding space with deafening roars. Various combat techniques radiated brilliance, dazzling yet concealing lethal peril. Streams of light streaked across the sky, illuminating the land shrouded in conflict. Both sides engaged fiercely, refusing to yield, and the battle raged on with remarkable intensity. Damn it! According to intelligence, isn't the Xiao sect a second-rate power? How could they have so many strong fighters? A Soul Palace Dozun, observing the stalemate with the Xiao sect, wore a grim expression, filled with anger and confusion. He had anticipated an easy victory against the Xiao sect, but reality shattered his expectations, revealing their strength to be far beyond his imagination. Soul Palace, prepare to pay with your lives. At that moment, a powerful surge of fighting spirit descended upon the Soul Palace warrior like a roaring dragon, imbued with boundless momentum, cleaving towards him. The force was formidable as it passed. The very fabric of space appeared to tear with delicate fissures. Ha ha ha, you seek my life? Then let me claim your soul as the 8th Dozun spirit I collect. The Soul Palace warrior cackled with a sinister gleam of greed in his eyes. In an instant, he moved like a wraith, effortlessly countering the attack, then darted towards an elder of the Xiao sect like a streak of black lightning. And the two were soon engulfed in a whirlwind of conflict. Their figures danced across the battlefield, sometimes engaging in close combat, other times unleashing techniques from a distance, warping the surrounding space with the force of their overwhelming fighting spirit. Not far from the Soul Palace's headquarters lies the soul-severing mountain range, where an ominous aura of slaughter permeated the air. High-ranking members of the Xiao sect and the Soul Palace faced each other in a tense standoff, the atmosphere crackling with potential violence, as if the air itself was charged with sparks, ready to ignite into a cataclysmic battle. Within a radius of several thousand feet around the soul-severing mountain range, it felt as though a forbidden curse had been cast, with no one daring to tread upon the ground. Even the formidable Do Saints, who typically dominated their realms, could only observe from afar, well aware that the powerful figures confronting each other were none other than the pinnacle of the continent's hierarchy. A mere ripple from their clash could obliterate them in an instant. Amidst the crowd of the Xiao sect, two women stood out strikingly. One wore a vivid red robe, as bright as fire, with flowing sleeves embroidered with a lifelike vermilion bird, seemingly poised to take flight at any moment. Adorned with a vermilion bird crown, she exuded an air of nobility and mystery. Her beauty was unparalleled, and within the Xiao sect, only Huang Feng could be described as stunning. She held herself tall, her eyes sparkling with spirit and defiance, emanating the allure of a blazing flame that captivated all who beheld her. The other woman donned a soft lavender gown, the hue delicate and gentle, reminiscent of the most enigmatic clouds in the night sky. With a single jade hairpin loosely binding her waist-length hair, she embodied a unique blend of languor and casual elegance. Her beauty was ethereal, as if she had gathered all the essence of the world, ensnaring the gaze of all around her. She was Xiao Linglong, the leader of the Xiao sect, known as Xiao in the martial world. Standing there quietly, she emanated an intimidating aura that made it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze, as though she were the sovereign of this realm. In addition to Xiao Linglong and Huang Feng, a multitude of powerful figures gathered at the Xiao sect. Among them was the ethereal Shenong elder, wielding an ancient staff imbued with boundless life force, the Iron Sword Sage, who had ascended to a 1-star Do Saint, now known formally as the Iron Sword Saint, his sword gleaming coldly. The formidable Baoshan elder, whose imposing figure resembled a towering mountain, exuding an indomitable presence, the mysterious Kuan Yu Sage, enveloped in an enigmatic aura. The earth-tempered sage, radiating a heavy essence of the earth, and the cold-gazed master of the empty gate, whose piercing eyes reflected sharp insight. Chapter 65. 1 against 2. With the addition of several other Do Saints, the Xiao sect had unexpectedly mustered over a dozen formidable Do Saints. Such a terrifying foundation rivaled that of ancient and mysterious races, leading to a newfound recognition of the Xian Yao sect's might. Conversely, the Soul Palace was equally formidable. Led by the Soul Palace Master, Hun Miesheng, there were 12 Do Saints under his command. Among them was Hun Yuan, a 7-star Do Saint. Engulfed in eerie black flames that seemed capable of incinerating everything in their path, and Huanxian, a 6-star Do Saint wielding a peculiar soul banner. Entwined with the wails of countless vengeful spirits, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Hun Miesheng, his face darkened, glared at Xiao Linglong and demanded, Xian Yao Sect Master, what is your intent in launching an unprovoked attack on my Soul Palace? The surprise assault by the Xian Yao sect had completely caught him off guard. Moreover, the Soul Palace had lost over 20 medium-sized sources of soul essence. A grievous blow that left Hun Miesheng seething with rage. Xiao Linglong, however, raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, a smirk of disdain playing on her lips as she retorted, Nothing much, I simply find you displeasing. Spare me the chatter. Today, all of you shall remain here. As her words fell, a terrifying aura of consummate mastery erupted from her, cascading like a colossal tidal wave, overwhelming the senses of everyone present. In the face of this power, they felt diminutive, like ants beneath her might. 9-star Do Saint. Hun Miesheng could not help but exclaim. The expressions of Hun Yuan and Huanxian shifted dramatically, their eyes wide with shock and fear. They could scarcely fathom that Xiao Linglong had achieved the terrifying rank of 9-star Do Saint, a strength capable of dominating this continent. However, just as everyone anticipated Xiao Linglong to crush the Soul Palace with her overwhelming power, two elderly figures, pale as paper and exuding a decaying aura, suddenly appeared before her. In an instant, the same 9-star Do Saint energy erupted from them, forming an invisible barrier that staunchly resisted the tremendous pressure radiating from Xiao Linglong. Upon witnessing this scene, Hun Miesheng could not help but exhale a sigh of relief, a flicker of gratitude appearing on his face. One of the elderly men slowly spoke, his voice hoarse and deep. Master of the Xian Yao sect, why must you be so aggressive? If we all take a step back, we can coexist peacefully. Would that not be delightful? Xiao Linglong pondered inwardly. It appears that my arrival has indeed altered the timeline here. She dismissed these thoughts from her mind and, gazing at the two elders, sneered, Gentlemen, are you still alive? The two elders then introduced themselves. I am Hun Yetian, a mid-stage 9-star Do Saint. And I am Hun Sherlin, a late-stage 9-star Do Saint. The crowd gasped collectively, their expressions turning grim. Even the usually aloof and reclusive elders displayed signs of fear. They understood that the appearance of these two 9-star Do Saints undoubtedly complicated and intensified the standoff. In truth, the Hun clan possessed only 4 9-star Do Saints. Besides these two seemingly lifeless old men, there were also the pinnacle-level Hun Tian Di and the early-stage Xiu Tunyan. These 4 represented the Hun clan's strongest trump cards. And there were 2 more 9-stars from a race allied with the Hun clan, which served as a backup plan. Today, I shall meet you 2 ancient relics. Xiao Linglong declared, her voice fierce. With a swift motion, she unleashed a torrent of raging spiritual energy, akin to a flood breaching its dam. Beside her, an ancient sword box gradually materialized, floating in the air and emanating a mysterious glow. Under the influence of the immense spiritual energy, the box suddenly opened, and a gleaming long sword shot forth like lightning. The sword danced through the air, releasing waves of sharp sword energy that instantly altered the expressions of the 2 9-star Do Saints from the Hun clan. Attack together, Hun Mietian commanded gravely. With a fierce shout, the two unleashed their inner fighting spirit like a surging tide. The overwhelming energy washed over the onlookers, instilling a sense of immense pressure, as if a mountain weighed heavily upon their hearts. The howling wind resembled the mournful wails of ghosts, whipping up sand and stones that danced wildly. Sensing the impending ferocity of the clash, shivering in trepidation, Hun Yetian and Hun Sherlin stood tall against the storm, their figures appearing particularly imposing. Their auras seemed restrained, akin to a placid, unfathomable depth, yet beneath this calm lay an oppressive force that sent chills down the spine. Reminiscent of a terrifying beast lurking in the depths of the ocean, ready to strike. Opposite them stood the graceful and poised master of the Xian Yao sect, Xiao Linglong. At this moment, her brows knitted slightly, resembling distant mountains in spring, revealing a hint of seriousness. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with determination and intensity, akin to the most brilliant yet cold star in the night sky. With a delicate lift of her hand, she executed a fluid and elegant motion, summoning a magnificent display of sword flowers with her long sword, akin to a night-blooming cereus, ephemeral yet breathtaking. In an instant, a sword energy imbued with terrifying power surged forth like a rainbow piercing the sun, charging towards Hun Yetian and Hun Sherlin with relentless momentum. As the sword energy passed, the air seemed to be sliced, emitting a hissing sound, while the space itself rippled as if strained by the force. Hun Mietian and Hun Shilin exchanged a knowing glance, their understanding instantaneous. Almost simultaneously, they responded. Hun Mietian's hands moved like shadows, rapidly forming seals, intricate yet orderly. In his palms, dense black fighting spirit gathered as if drawn together by an invisible hand, coalescing into an indestructible fighting spirit shield. The shield flickered with black runes, emanating a bizarre yet potent force. Hun Shilin, with a light tap of his foot, vanished like a phantom, leaving only a faint afterimage. The next moment, he reappeared beside Hun Mietian, brandishing his long knife, which gleamed with a chilling light, capable of freezing all that it touched. Together, they successfully intercepted Xiao Linglong's formidable strike, which dissipated into nothingness upon colliding with their defenses, as if it had met an insurmountable mountain. However, within Hun Shilin's heart, a storm brewed. He mused that if he were to face the master of the Xian Yao sect alone, he would have to exert every ounce of his strength to barely withstand her terrifying assault. The power of her attack far exceeded his expectations, overwhelming to a despairing degree. Chapter 66. Nine Swords. Despite being deeply shaken, Hun Mietian refused to falter. A cold smile crept onto his lips, reminiscent of frost in the depths of winter. Sharp and biting. He spoke, his voice laced with an unending chill. Master of the Xian Yao sect, your attack seems rather feeble, does it not? Are you deliberately holding back, or have you not revealed your true strength? His tone dripped with mockery and provocation, as if declaring that he regarded her strike with utter disdain. Xiao Linglong simply smiled at his words, her smile blooming like flowers in spring, radiant and brilliant, yet infused with boundless confidence, as if the world lay within her grasp. She gently parted her lips, speaking slowly. Then you should prepare yourselves. Do not lose your wits in fear. No sooner had she spoken than the sword box behind her erupted in blinding light, illuminating the battlefield like a newly risen sun. 6 renowned swords ascended within the brilliance, seemingly imbued with vibrant life, quivering slightly and emitting a chorus of eager sword cries, as if anticipating the imminent battle. Suddenly, an overwhelming sword intent radiated from Xiao Linglong, spreading in all directions. This sword intent was robust and magnificent, reminiscent of a surging sea, enveloping the entire realm. The members of the Hun Palace turned pale at this sight, the terrifying power contained within the sword intent presenting a palpable threat of death. As if an unseen hand had silently grasped their throats, Xiao Linglong offered them no chance to react. Her lips parted as she recited incantations. Sword 2. The duality of life, the lotus in bloom. Sword 3. The sword atop the sword, threefold weight. Sword 4. Floating and swaying, for clouds. With her clear, melodic yet authoritative voice, she unleashed the 3 sword techniques one after another. Each sword technique contained a unique and profound essence, accompanied by astonishingly formidable power. Waves of sword energy intertwined like fierce dragons emerging from the deep, charging fiercely towards Hun Mietian and Hun Shilin. As the sword energy passed, it tore the fabric of space, disrupting the air and producing a sharp, whistling sound. The might displayed by these 3 sword techniques rendered the expressions of the 2 9-star dose saints from the Hun clan exceedingly grave. They understood that the situation had reached a critical juncture. Any misstep could lead to their demise under this terrifying onslaught. Thus, they had no choice but to muster every ounce of their fighting spirit, unleashing all their techniques. Hun Mietian's black fighting spirit surged violently, transforming into black blades that charged towards the sword energy, while Hun Shilin swung his long knife in a flurry, creating an impenetrable defensive barrier. Under the relentless defense of the two, they finally managed to barely halt the onslaught of the surging sword energy. Yet, even so, they were left panting. Beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, their faces etched with exhaustion. Their garments, battered by the force of the sword energy, were in tatters, and fine cuts marred their bodies, blood seeping forth and staining their attire crimson. As this series of sword techniques unfolded, the overwhelming sword energy surged forth like a cataclysm, charging at Hun Mietian and Hun Shilin with an even fiercer momentum. Where the sword energy passed, the very fabric of space seemed to be cleaved by an incomparably sharp blade, resulting in immense fissures, within which a pitch-black void churned, as if it sought to devour all existence. Hun Mietian and Hun Shilin, already pale, now appeared as ghostly as 2 sheets of paper. Beads of sweat fell from their brows, evaporating instantaneously upon striking the ground. Faced with such a terrifying assault, they dared not hold back any longer, summoning their full strength. In unison, they let out a roar, their battle aura swirling violently to form a colossal vortex. They channeled all their power into this whirlpool, hoping to withstand the terrifying sword energy unleashed by Xiao Linglong. However, the might of that sword energy was overwhelmingly powerful. causing the vortex of battle aura to tremble and distort under the impact, on the brink of collapse at any moment. The battleground became a scene of utter devastation, the space around them shattering and mending in a relentless cycle under the onslaught of nearly terrifying forces. Each rupture was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the very heavens were about to collapse. With each restoration, a blinding light flickered, imbued with boundless mysterious power. Streams of chaotic spatial turbulence surged forth like wild stallions, scattering in every direction. These turbulent flows possessed immense might, obliterating all in their path, whether it be towering mountains or steadfast trees, reducing them to mere dust, vanishing without a trace. The entire battlefield resembled a hellish realm, marred and unrecognizable. Is this the 9-star Do Saint? Just having escaped the fray, Tai Jianzunjia, clad in a long sword among the senior members of the Xiao sect, gazed on with fervent eyes, as if ignited by a burning flame. The formidable realm of the 9-star Do Saint filled him with longing. In his heart, power was everything. Only by possessing great strength could one establish oneself in this world of the strong, where the weak were devoured, and thus seize control over one's own fate, free from oppression by others. The others, hearing his words, could only respond with incredulity. At such a critical juncture for survival, he still contemplated how to enhance his strength instead of focusing on how to eliminate those damned members of the Soul Palace. To them, the most pressing task was to unite and combat the Soul Palace together, rather than to yearn for an unattainable realm. Follow me. Huang Feng snorted coldly, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, brief, yet dazzling. In an instant, she moved like a brilliant phoenix, charging towards the gathered members of the Soul Palace not far from them. Chapter 67. Halt in that fleeting moment. A terrifying aura equivalent to the peak of the 7-star Do Saint erupted, surging skyward like a tumultuous tsunami, threatening to shatter the very heavens and earth. The surrounding air crackled under the pressure of this aura, reminiscent of ignited firecrackers. You dare, young one. Hun Yan's eyes widened in fury, as if the flames of his wrath could incinerate the world. He flashed forward like a bolt of black lightning, brandishing a wickedly curved blade that radiated a chilling aura, reminiscent of a malevolent specter from hell, sending shivers down one's spine. With a mighty swing of his blade, a black arc of energy sliced toward Huang Feng like a lightning bolt, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Unfazed, Huang Feng conjured a long spear in an instant, its tip glinting with a cold light, akin to the North Star on a frigid night. She twisted her body gracefully, the spear lunging forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, colliding with Hun Yan's blade arc. In that instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens and earth, the shockwave emanating from the two combatants radiating outward in wild torrents. The ground within thousands of miles trembled under this force, cracks splitting the earth like a shattered spider's web. The surrounding peaks crumbled under the onslaught, boulders cascading down and enveloping the air in a cloud of dust. Soul binding. Old man, let me test your strength. On another front, the venerable Shinnong floated amidst a dense blaze of life force, the flames exuding an eerie green hue, reminiscent of the freshest buds of spring, radiating vitality. Yet, within this vigor lay a terrifying power, as if it could erupt at any moment, reducing all to ashes. The jade bottle dangling from his staff jingled with each step, the sound clear and melodious, like a prelude to battle, adding a unique tone to the fierce conflict. The aura he exuded was unmistakably that of a 6-star Do Saint. Shinnong, you too wish to stir this turbulent waters? Hun Qian's complexion darkened, likening it to the ominous sky before a storm, fraught with dread. His voice was laced with fury as he sensed the Shinnong elder's comparable realm, and the pressure emanating from the 5th-ranked life force flames in his hand was exponentially greater than anything he had previously encountered. This filled him with shock and unease, akin to a provoked beast ready to strike. At a corner of the battlefield, the Saint of Spring and the Soul Eradicator faced off. Once, the Saint of Spring was as insignificant compared to the Soul Eradicator as a star is to the moon, unable to withstand his attacks. However, time had passed, and after months of dedicated training, the Saint of Spring had undergone a transformation. Immersed in the realm of cultivation day and night, he constantly challenged his own limits, delving into profound techniques. Now, his strength had reached the late stage of the 4-star Do Saint, exuding a powerful and composed aura. Furthermore, he had mastered exquisite heavenly techniques, each move a sharp weapon containing the power to obliterate the heavens and earth. At this moment, the Saint of Spring gazed resolutely at the Soul Eradicator, filled with confidence. He understood that while defeating the Soul Eradicator might still pose a challenge, he was fully capable of stalling him with his current abilities. With a light step, he moved like a wraith, engaging the Soul Eradicator in fierce combat. In an instant, light flickered, battle aura surged, and their figures danced across the battlefield, leaving onlookers in a daze. Meanwhile, the Iron Sword Saint confronted the Soul Palace's Vice Palace Master, Han Ling, a 3-star Do Saint. Though the Iron Sword Saint was merely a 1-star Do Saint, his prowess as a sword cultivator, with his formidable sword techniques and combat strength, was nothing short of remarkable. Sword cultivators were renowned for their devastating attack power. Their swords were akin to their very lives, each swing imbued with boundless killing intent and a relentless pursuit of the sword path. With his long sword flashing coldly, he unleashed all his skills, attacking Han Ling with the ferocity of a tempest. Despite Han Ling's superiority as a 3-star Do Saint, he found himself somewhat caught off guard by the Iron Sword Saint's frenzied assault. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding, rendering it nearly impossible for bystanders to discern who held the upper hand. Their battle stirred waves of energy, twisting the surrounding space as if it were being warped by their formidable power. Cracks spread through the air, emitting a sizzling sound, as if providing an accompaniment to this fierce conflict. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heights, reminiscent of a bomb exploding between heaven and earth, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. In the sky, Han Shilin, Han Mietian, and Xiao Linglong collided fiercely, the tremendous impact leaving them in disarray. Each retreated, steadying themselves mid-air while eyeing one another warily, their gazes filled with vigilance. At that moment, Han Shilin's hair was disheveled, his clothes tattered, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Han Mietian appeared unstable, his complexion pale, the lines of age etched deeper into his weary face. Xiao Linglong, though still graceful, wore a slightly wrinkled lavender gown, her hair cascading messily over her shoulders. Yet, her stunning visage betrayed no hint of fear, radiating a tenacity and resolve instead. Taking a deep breath to calm the turbulent energies within, Han Mietian spoke slowly, his voice laden with fatigue. Yao Chen, Master, shall we cease hostilities? The intensity of the battle had exceeded his expectations, and Xiao Linglong's prowess imposed unprecedented pressure upon him. Xiao Linglong pressed her lips together, her rosy mouth standing out against her pale complexion. She surveyed the battlefield, noting the fierce clashes among their disciples and the rising casualties on both sides. Contemplating the situation, she realized that if this continued, both the Xiao Yao sect and the Soul Temple would suffer tremendous losses. Thus, she nodded slightly, her clear voice ringing out, "Very well. We shall halt our actions, but I hope the Soul Temple refrains from provoking the Xiao Yao sect." Her tone was resolute and powerful, as if declaring to Han Mietian that while the Xiao Yao sect preferred to avoid conflict, they were not afraid of it. Agreed, Han Mietian replied curtly, fully aware that prolonging this battle would yield no benefits for the Soul Temple. Chapter 68. Mutual withdrawal, cease all hostilities. Xiao Linglong and Han Shilin shouted in unison, their voices booming like rolling thunder, resonating for miles. This proclamation seemed to carry an invisible force, compelling both sides to halt their assaults. Each combatant locking eyes with their opponent, still tinged with the remnants of battle and caution. All Soul Temple members retreat. Han Mietian commanded, his voice cold and decisive, akin to that of a commanding general. Upon hearing the order, the disciples of the Soul Temple began to withdraw in an orderly fashion, their silhouettes gradually fading into the distance. Xiao Yao sect, cease your attacks and retreat. Xiao Linglong issued a similar command, and her disciples promptly sheathed their weapons, beginning their own orderly withdrawal. Their actions were synchronized, reflecting excellent discipline and teamwork. Han Mietian glanced at Xiao Linglong, a cold smile escaping him, filled with resentment. For years, he had roamed the central state, even facing death itself without suffering such grievous injuries. Now, he was wounded by this stunning young woman barely in her 20s, a fact he could not accept. With a fierce determination, he vowed, next time, I will take your life. He quietly calculated that if they failed, he would summon the void devouring flame in the future. He could not believe they could not defeat a single Xiao Linglong. Let us depart, Han Mietian growled, glaring at the direction where Xiao Linglong had retreated, before leading the Soul Temple members off the battlefield. This battle was akin to a heavy bombshell, shaking the entire central state. The power of the Soul Clan struck terror into all factions, as they deployed 2 9-star Do Saints simultaneously, a level of strength that even the ancient races could scarcely match. This led many to wonder just how many more 9-star Do Saints the Soul Clan might be concealing. Had it not been for the conflict between the Xiao Yao sect and the Soul Temple, the true capabilities of the Soul Clan would likely have remained a mystery to all factions, leaving them in ignorance. The hidden forces, particularly those from ancient lineages, began to recognize the threat posed by the Soul Clan. They understood that the Soul Clans might exceeded their imagination, without prompt investigation into their strength. they might soon face colossal perils. Therefore, they dispatched their most elite intelligence networks to thoroughly investigate the Soul Clan's power. The might of the Soul Clan sent shivers down their spines, each piece of information regarding them inciting astonishment and concern. Meanwhile, the power exhibited by the Xiao Yao sect in this conflict was equally eye-opening. The legendary sect master, a breathtakingly beautiful young woman of merely 20 years, had already attained the 9-star Do Saint level, proving capable of contending with 2 9-star Do Saints. Furthermore, with her wisdom and courage, she had established the Xiao Yao sect, a force capable of opposing the Soul Temple. Such an achievement surpassed even the apothecary's sacred land, the Dan Tower. The performance of the Xiao Yao sect in this battle granted them a fresh perspective, revealing their potential and strength, as well as Xiao Linglong's leadership and charisma. The clash between the Soul Temple and the Xiao Yao sect irrevocably altered the power dynamics of the central state. With this victory, the Xiao Yao sect positioned itself ahead of the Dan Tower. This triumph acted as a colossal magnet, attracting numerous strong individuals to join the Xiao Yao sect. Especially among the youth, their admiration for Xiao Linglong's beauty was eclipsed only by their awe of her formidable strength and legendary past. In a short time, the recruitment area of the Xiao Yao sect became a bustling hub, teeming with aspiring disciples eager to follow Xiao Linglong on the path to cultivation. The previous hierarchy of power in the central state began to undergo a substantial reshuffle. The new power structure emerged as one sect, Xiao Yao sect, one temple, Soul Temple, one tower, Dan Tower, 2 sects, Flower sect, Tianming sect, 3 valleys, Fengyan Valley, Yinggu Valley, Binghe Valley, and 4 pavilions, Fenglei Pavilion, Huangquan Pavilion, Helian Pavilion, Heihuang Pavilion. Under this fresh paradigm, competition and rivalry among factions intensified and grew more intricate, as they all vied for greater resources and territories, continuously striving to enhance their own strengths. A new tempest was quietly brewing across the land of the central state. In the deep and tranquil heart of the Tianmu Mountains, dense spiritual energy wafted like ethereal mists, pervading every inch of space. Surrounding them, ancient and sturdy trees shot up, their lush branches intertwining to form a vast green canopy that obscured the sky. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows on the carpet of fallen leaves below, akin to a mysterious and beautiful tapestry. The occasional clear chirp of birds further accentuated the serenity of this place, as if time itself had slowed its pace. Amidst this idyllic realm, 2 aged yet vigorous figures stood out remarkably. They sat quietly on stone benches, exuding a sense of history and depth, yet hinting at an undeniable formidable aura. Upon closer inspection, these 2 were none other than Jinshi and Jingu, the leaders of the Golden Rat clan who had been saved by Xiao Linglong years ago. Time flowed swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. Throughout the long years, Jinshi and Jingu, fueled by their indomitable will and relentless pursuit of power, continued their cultivation. The blood pool of Tianshan, a site imbued with limitless mysterious energy, became the pivotal opportunity for their breakthroughs. They secluded themselves by the pool, day and night drawing upon the boundless and pure energy within, relentlessly refining their bodies and fighting spirit. After countless days and nights of arduous effort, they finally succeeded in harnessing the energy of the Tianshan blood pool, attaining the level of Dozuan. Now, they possess immense strength, facing the renowned Thunder Sovereign of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion without a hint of fear. Although the Thunder Sovereign wields considerable power, he is acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the 2 leaders of the Golden Mice clan and does not dare to provoke them lightly. In this moment, beside Jinshi and Jingu, stands the mysteriously reappeared Xiao Linglong, who had been absent for a long time. She stands there quietly, the gentle breeze caressing her hair, her visage exuding a blend of vivacity and playfulness, akin to a lively and charming sprite in the mountains. However, upon closer inspection, one might discern that the aura she emanates now carries a touch of maturity and calmness, the result of her experiences in the world. Her eyes reflect a steadfastness and composure, a precious wealth distilled from countless adventures and challenges. As everyone revels in the joy of reunion, sharing memories of yesteryears, the previously tranquil atmosphere suddenly ripples with an unusual disturbance. This disturbance resembles a stone cast into a still lake, sending ripples that expand outward. The surrounding air appears to be stirred by an invisible force, becoming slightly distorted. Soon after, 2 aged figures gradually materialize, accompanied by a familiar and reassuring voice. I had thought I would have to break in, but I did not expect that Miss Linglong is acquainted with these 2. Following the sound, the onlookers see none other than the corporeal medicine sovereign, Yao Chen, and the heavenly fire sovereign, Yao Tianhua. A careful perception of their presence reveals that Yao Chen has undergone a remarkable transformation, far surpassing his former self. The waves emanating from him are robust and grand, akin to the tumultuous sea, unfathomable, and indicative of the terrifying prowess possessed only by a 6-star Do Saint. Previously, while in a spiritual state, Yao Chen, despite his formidable strength, had his power significantly diminished due to the lack of a physical form. Yet now, Xiao Yan, having faced countless trials before entering the central state, utilized the precious resources left by Xiao Linglong, alongside his own 3 types of, to successfully reconstruct Yao Chen's corporeal body. This powerful new form has granted Yao Chen a rebirth, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength. As for Yao Tianhua, the intensity of his aura has also reached the level of a 2-star Do Saint. His physical form was crafted with great effort by Xiao Yan, utilizing both his own strength and the power of. When Xiao Linglong departed from Xiao Yan, she had carefully considered his future path, which she knew would be fraught with challenges. Thus, she left behind these invaluable resources, hoping they would aid him. The corporeal forms of those above 4-star Do Saints contain immense energy and potential, making them exceptional materials for crafting bodies. Moreover, the blood of 9th-grade magical beasts encapsulates their potent and pure power, greatly assisting in the enhancement of strength. Through his cleverness and tenacity, Xiao Yan maximized the use of these resources, along with his own 3 types of, successfully forging corporeal bodies for both Yao Chen and Yao Tianhua. In this process, Xiao Yan not only showcased extraordinary strength and wisdom, but also demonstrated his profound bond with the 2 venerable seniors. The experts of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion are all remarkably capable and ruthless, taking advantage of their numbers to bully the weak. Witnessing this unfair scene ignited a sense of justice within Xiao Linglong, prompting her to step forward without hesitation. The Pavilion Master, the Thunder Sovereign, engaged in battle, leveraging his mid-stage Do Zone prowess to defeat the Thunder Sovereign, successfully concluding the conflict in the Tianmu mountain range. At that moment, a melodious and pleasant female voice shattered the brief tranquility. How delightful! The blood pool of the heavenly mountain is quite exquisite. Following the voice, several breathtaking beauties approached. At the forefront was the little medicine sage, clad in a simple gown, her graceful figure reminiscent of a lily blooming in the mountains, fresh and transcendent. Her gentle smile seems capable of dispelling all worldly gloom, filling the heart with warmth and serenity upon first sight. Beside her stood Yun Yun, exuding a cool and elegant demeanor, akin to the bright moon in the night sky, seemingly unattainable. Her every gesture radiates the presence of a master, with each movement imbued with profound significance. Also present is the young lady of the Yi family, Yi Xinlan, whose eyes shimmer with liveliness and wisdom, exuding a unique charm, much like a brilliant star that stands out in a crowd. Accompanying them are the sisters Han Yu and Han Shui, who have ventured alongside Xiao Yan. The elder sister, Han Yu, is dignified and graceful, like a blooming peony, exuding elegance, while the younger sister, Han Shui, is playful and adorable, like a spirited fawn, brimming with vitality. Xiao Linglong gazes at the little medicine sage, a sly glimmer in her eyes, and remarks with a smile. If the unrestrained Do Zun level calamity toxin were to be controlled, your strength should experience a significant surge. Furthermore, I have something to gift to sister-in-law, the little medicine sage. Upon hearing this, the little medicine sage's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, resembling a ripened apple. She slightly lowered her head, playfully admonishing, Linglong, do not tease me. At this moment, however, a hint of concern flickered across Han Shui's face as she stepped forward and softly inquired, how much longer does he have? Everyone understood that the he she referred to was Xiao Yan. After all, when Han Shui discovered Xiao Yan and his companions, they were all gravely injured. In a perilous state, Xiao Yan's complexion was pale, his body riddled with wounds, and his breath faint, as if he could vanish at any moment. Yao Chen and Yao Tianhua had hurried to find Xiao Linglong, believing that Xiao Yan, as a 6-star Do Zone, might temporarily resolve their immediate troubles. Thus they had briefly departed. However, they later learned that Xiao Yan and his companions had encountered a spatial storm, an exceedingly terrifying natural force, from which survival was nearly impossible. Upon receiving this news, both Yao Chen and Yao Tianhua were overwhelmed with guilt, filled with self-reproach and regret for having left Xiao Yan behind. Moreover, during their search for Xiao Linglong, they encountered numerous difficulties. Though both are Do Saints, they traversed countless treacherous places rarely seen by others, engaging in fierce battles against powerful magical beasts and elusive ancient beings of the Do Saint level. Fortunately, they encountered Feng Xian, who was out on a mission. The relationship between Yao Chen and Feng Xian is well known, and he relayed every detail about Xiao Linglong's circumstances to Yao Chen, leading to their successful reunion in the perilous domain plagued by the phantom poison fire. Just as the group was conversing, Xiao Linglong suddenly stiffened, her aura dramatically intensifying. Her formidable spiritual power surged like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire Tianmu mountain range. This powerful spiritual force resembled an invisible hand, exerting control over the entire mountain range. Simultaneously, a colossal spiritual entity, resembling Xiao Yin, materialized above Tianmu Mountain. Composed entirely of soul energy, this spiritual entity stood tall, its form seemingly fused with the heavens and earth, radiating an intimidatingly strong aura. As though it were the sovereign of this realm, every glance it cast seemed to embody boundless wisdom and power, invoking a sense of reverence in all who beheld it. In an instant, fierce winds howled, dark clouds gathered, and the entire Tianmu mountain range appeared to be engulfed in a terrifying storm. The gales roared as if they sought to rend everything asunder. The clouds churned ominously, seemingly on the verge of unleashing a torrential downpour. Faintly, the sound of vast tidal energies could be heard, a terrifying might exclusive to the souls of those at the emperor level. This spectacle left all present in awe, their expressions filled with shock and reverence. Even Yao Chen, with his resurrected corporeal form, could only struggle to take half a step into this realm. To fully enter this level would require at least 5 or 6 years of arduous training. Yao Tianhua, not being an alchemist like Yao Chen, originally possessed a lower soul strength. Even with the enhancement of his physical form, his soul realm remained at the late heavenly level, leaving a considerable gap compared to an emperor-level soul. At this moment, everyone silently observed the unfolding scene, their hearts brimming with both anticipation and trepidation for the future. In the heart of the Tianmu mountain range, a serene yet enigmatic atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, where dense spiritual energy seemingly materialized as mist, gracefully flowing through the woods. Towering ancient trees stretched skyward, their lush canopies intertwining to shield this realm from the outside world. Occasionally, distant roars from unknown beasts echoed, further enhancing the primal and wild essence of this place. In this idyllic sanctuary, a breathtaking spectacle had just transpired. A colossal giant, towering 1,000 feet, shimmered with an extraordinary radiance. As the glow gradually faded, the giant's form slowly dissipated into countless crystalline specks, merging into the ancient and mystical fabric of this realm, as if it had never existed in this world. Almost simultaneously with the giant's disappearance, a clear and astonished voice resonated. "Sister, what level is your soul realm at? Even I, at the Emperor realm, cannot comprehend it." Following the sound, a dark figure flashed like a shooting star through the night, landing steadily beside the stone bench where Elder Yao sat. This individual was Xiao Yin, cloaked in a black robe that billowed dramatically in the wind, exuding the aura of a powerful warrior. At this moment, Xiao Yin emanated a formidable presence unique to those of the Emperor realm. A gravitas forged through countless trials and tribulations, steeped in the wisdom of enduring hardship. His deep-set eyes reflected the resilience and intelligence that come from experiencing the vicissitudes of life, as if nothing in this world could instill fear or cause him to falter. Moreover, he possessed an exceedingly rare and valuable 9-tiered profound pill, the triple transformation nirvana pill. The instant Xiao Yin ingested this pill, a torrent of potent medicinal energy erupted within him, akin to a long-dormant volcano suddenly erupting, flooding his every meridian and cell with searing magma. The force of the medicinal energy surged with such intensity that it nearly threatened to rupture his body. Xiao Yin gritted his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his brow, as he channeled all his energy to withstand this overwhelming force. Through countless trials of refinement and fusion, his soul continuously transformed and ascended under the nurturing embrace of the medicinal power. Each tremor of his soul was accompanied by excruciating pain, yet Xiao Yin, fortified by unwavering will and steadfast belief, endured the ordeal. Finally, after enduring countless days and nights of torment, his soul realm achieved a genuine elevation. Now, his soul power was so potent that he could perceive the slightest fluctuations in the surrounding space. Even the fall of a leaf or the splash of a droplet could be distinctly sensed for its energetic changes. What shall we do next? Head to the ancient clan or pursue something else? Xiao Linglong inquired, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. She understood well that Xiao Yin harbored grand ambitions and goals, and that every decision he made significantly influenced their future destinies. Chapter 71. Xiao Yan's resolution. As for herself, she had firmly resolved that regardless of Xiao Yan's choices, she would stand resolutely by her elder brother's side, fighting shoulder to shoulder against all forthcoming challenges and opportunities. In her heart, Xiao Yin was not just her brother, but also her most trusted and relied upon partner on the path of cultivation. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yin's mind raced through numerous thoughts. Participating in the ancient clan's grand event might allow him to encounter more powerful individuals and acquire valuable cultivation resources and precious techniques, undoubtedly aiding his strength. Yet, The alchemist conference and addressing the plight of little medicine sage with her troublesome toxic body were equally pressing matters. Joining the alchemist conference was not solely to uphold his teacher's legacy, but also a crucial test and challenge of his alchemical prowess. The unique flames hidden within the alchemist tower were an invaluable asset he longed for. Possessing these flames would greatly enhance both his alchemical capabilities and combat strength. Furthermore, aiding little medicine sage in overcoming her toxic affliction was a responsibility he felt bound to fulfill. She was an essential companion and friend on his arduous journey, and he could not bear to witness her suffering. After a lengthy pause, he spoke with a steady and resolute voice that seemed to embody boundless strength. I will first attend the alchemist conference. It is said that my teacher won the championship there in the past, and as his disciple, I naturally do not wish to lag behind. Moreover, the alchemist tower harbors unique flames, and I wish to try my luck. Perhaps I might gain something valuable. Additionally, the Yi clan possesses an altar. I intend to borrow it to assist Xiener with her toxic affliction. As Xiao Yan uttered these words, his gaze was as steadfast as a rock, radiating an unwavering determination to not relent until his objectives were achieved. His eyes turned towards the horizon, as though he could already envision himself dazzling at the alchemist conference, successfully acquiring the unique flames and liberating little medicine sage from her toxic plight. Just as the group was deliberating, Yi Xinlan hurriedly arrived, her expression dark and foreboding, as if she could weep torrents. Her steps were hasty and flustered, tightly clutching a letter in her hand. With urgency, she proclaimed, "A letter from the Yi clan." After a brief pause, she inhaled deeply, striving to steady her emotions, before continuing. Little medicine sage's toxic affliction has been leaked to someone, and the Ice River Valley is surrounding the Yi clan, demanding we surrender her. Flames of fury ignited in Yi Xinlan's eyes. Little medicine sage was like a sister to her, and the audacity of the Ice River Valley filled her with indignation and worry. The thought that little medicine sage might be in danger twisted her heart with anguish, compelling her to wish to rush to the Yi clan and confront the Ice River Valley with unwavering resolve. Let us go and see how the Ice River Valley dares to act so tyrannically. Yao Chen, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with anticipation for the impending battle. With that, he swiftly gestured, and complex and mysterious seals flickered in his palms, as an overwhelming energy wave rapidly spread, distorting the surrounding air. As the energy continuously converged, a space portal emanating a mysterious glow slowly opened, its interior shimmering with vibrant colors, as if connecting to another enigmatic and uncharted realm. The light flickered, at times bright, at times dim, as if revealing the mysteries of the universe while beckoning everyone towards the unknown domain. Chapter 72. Yi City. They remembered how Xiao Linglong had extended a helping hand during their most challenging times, offering them support and aid. A kindness they cherished and were ever ready to repay. Xiao Linglong gently shook her head, smiling as she addressed them. You two seniors may remain at Tianmu Mountain. We are not without strength. With everyone here, we shall surely resolve the troubles posed by the Ice River Valley. She was well aware of the might of Jinshi and Jingu and understood their sincere intentions. Yet she was confident that her own side possessed sufficient strength to face this crisis. All present were seasoned warriors of exceptional prowess, united by steadfast beliefs and a spirit of solidarity, ensuring that the Ice River Valley would pay dearly for their audacious actions. She surveyed her companions, her heart filled with confidence and strength, believing that together they could surmount any obstacles. Very well, dear benefactor, take care, Jingu spoke, his eyes reflecting concern and worry. He gazed at Xiao Linglong and the others, silently praying for their safe return. He understood that their journey to the Yi clan would undoubtedly involve fierce conflict, yet he trusted in their strength as well as their wisdom and courage. Xiao Linglong nodded, being the last to step into the space portal. As her figure vanished within, the portal gradually closed, restoring tranquility as if all that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. Yet, all understood that an intense battle was imminent, and they were poised to face new challenges. Ahead, in the unknown, there might be danger and difficulty, but they remained undaunted, for they were a united team, bound by a common goal and belief. At the distant edge of the alchemist domain, a mysterious wormhole lay shrouded in a veil of faint mist, as if it were a mystical curtain concealing the secrets of the wormhole. Occasionally, peculiar beams of light flickered through the mist, further enhancing the air of mystery and eeriness. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy surged forth from the wormhole, and in swift succession, thousands of figures emerged, coming into view. To the astonishment of the onlookers, these formidable beings were all at least at the Emperor Do level. Clad in uniform attire, they stood in an orderly formation, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a well-trained army, radiating an aura that instilled fear. Their gazes were resolute and piercing, as if waiting for a moment of significance or executing a sacred mission. Subsequently, at the forefront of these figures, two elderly men appeared silently, dressed in ancient robes. Their white hair contrasted with the depth and sharpness of their eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through the essence of all things. They stood there quietly, like towering mountains, emanating an ancient and enigmatic aura that deterred any from approaching. Their existence seemed to embody the guardianship of this realm, as if anticipating the arrival of a significant individual or event. Their expressions were calm and serene, yet beneath that tranquil facade lay boundless wisdom and formidable strength. As the crowd was engulfed in confusion, the wormhole suddenly quaked violently, and a radiant light burst forth. As the brilliance gradually faded, a slender and exquisite figure slowly materialized. Adorned in a flowing purple gown that swayed with the wind, she appeared like a celestial being descending from the heavens, captivating and enchanting. She stood quietly at the exit of the wormhole, gazing in the direction of Yi City, her lips curling into a smile of unparalleled beauty. Brother Xiao Yan. Sun Er has arrived. This figure was none other than Sun Er. Thanks to Ling Ying's presence, Sun Er possessed an intimate understanding of the information regarding Xiao Linglong, the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, and Xiao Yan. Ling Ying shared a close relationship with Xiao Linglong, having previously provided vital intelligence to her concerning the Soul Palace. Without Ling Ying's assistance, it would have been challenging for Xiao Linglong to gather so many powerful individuals and launch an assault on the Soul Palace. Sun Er's arrival was filled with longing for Xiao Yan. Yi City resembled a once radiant star that was now dimming, quietly nestled amidst the intertwined splendor and vicissitudes of the central continent. This city, which bore witness to countless tales and glories, was established by the Yi family. With every inch of its land and every brick engraved with the profound marks of the family's rise and fall. The strength of the Yi family was not solely reflected in their ancestors' exceptional alchemical skills, but also in their formidable martial prowess. Several extraordinarily powerful Dozun willingly served as guardians of the Yi family, standing like an unyielding iron barrier, day and night safeguarding the family's honor and dignity. Each of these Dozun possessed the might to devastate worlds, their presence solidifying the Yi family's status in the central continent, making it unassailable. Simultaneously, the ancestor of the Yi family, owing to his esteemed reputation in the realm of alchemy, held a position as an elder in the Alchemy Tower. The Yi family's influence in the alchemical community was at its zenith, becoming a coveted sanctuary for countless alchemists. However, the relentless march of time and the passage of years, like a sharp carving knife, gradually eroded the Yi family's former splendor. As the sands of time slipped away, no new 8th-grade alchemy masters emerged to inherit the legacy of the ancestor. The gradual decline in their alchemical pursuits put the Yi family's standing in the Alchemy Tower in jeopardy, with the elder position precariously close to being stripped away. The once bustling residence of the Yi family had become desolate, its former glory and honor now reminiscent of a distant dream, fading into the annals of history. At the heart of Yi City stood the headquarters of the now somewhat dilapidated Yi family. Once grand and magnificent, the architecture had fallen into disrepair, constricted and diminished to less than half its former size during its peak. The once elegant pavilions and towers now bore the scars of time, their walls covered in moss. The intricate carvings and paintings had decayed, losing their former luster. The flowers and trees in the courtyard had withered and died due to neglect, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Only the Yi family's altar stood silently within the depths of the headquarters, emanating a mysterious and ancient aura. It resembled a silent guardian, witnessing the rise and fall of the Yi family, bearing the hopes and strength of its ancestors, symbolizing the family's enduring legacy. Cough, cough. If my Yi family were still at its peak, how dare the Ice River Valley act with such impudence? Elder Yi Zhong sat on a chair, coughing violently several times. A pained expression etched across his face. His weak voice and haggard appearance revealed that he had clearly sustained significant injuries during the recent conflict with the Ice River Valley. His eyes were filled with deep helplessness and unwillingness, gazing sorrowfully at the current state of the Yi family's decline, his heart heavy with bitterness and nostalgia. The provocation from the Ice River Valley struck like a dagger, piercing the last vestiges of the Yi family's dignity. In a world where strength reigned supreme, the Yi family's downfall had rendered them a soft target for other factions, subject to bullying. Just as the Yi family found themselves engulfed in confusion and helplessness, unsure of their next steps, a peculiar spatial disturbance suddenly arose within the Yi family hall. A mysterious spatial wormhole gradually manifested, its interior shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, as if connecting to another enigmatic world. It's merely a stroke of luck, this altar? Xiao Yan inquired again, his eyes revealing a hint of urgency. He was acutely aware of the pressing time, as Xiao Yixian's dire situation required immediate resolution, and the Yi family's altar held the key. Each passing moment intensified Xiao Yishin's suffering. Xiao Yan was frantic, eager to commence action. Based on your words, the Yi family's decline cannot be met with complacency. Yi Zhong replied gravely, nodding in agreement with Xiao Yan's request. A wry smile flickered on his face, understanding that the Yi family had fallen into dire straits. And perhaps with Xiao Yan's strength, they could find a turning point. Moreover, Xiao Yan's reputation had long since spread throughout the central continent, and Yi Zhong believed he would not act against the interests of the Yi family. At this critical juncture, the Yi family needed to embrace change, relinquishing their past glories to seize the opportunities before them. Brother Xiao Yan, please follow me, Yi Xinlan said to Xiao Yan, her eyes brimming with trust and anticipation. She understood Xiao Yan's character and was aware of the purpose of his visit. She was willing to assist him wholeheartedly. To her, Xiao Yan was not just a powerful figure, but also a friend and benefactor. Without his and Xiao Linglong's aid, she would not have achieved her current success. Xiao Yan nodded, gently taking Xiao Yishin's hand. Instantly, her delicate face flushed crimson. She instinctively tried to pull away, but ultimately allowed Xiao Yan to lead her alongside Yi Xinlan toward the Yi family's altar. Her heart was both bashful and elated. Embarrassed to be holding hands with Xiao Yan in front of others, yet sweetened by the feeling of his concern and care. Their figures gradually receded within the Yi family's courtyard, sunlight cascading upon them, painting a scene of warmth and determination. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Although the Yi family has fallen, there is still a place to rest. Yi Zhong coughed again as he spoke. He endeavored to maintain the dignity of the Yi family, attempting to stand tall before the guests. Despite the family's current state, he still wished to receive the visitors with the utmost sincerity. Seeing this, Xiao Linglong tossed a jade vial to Yi Zhong. The moment the vial left her hand, a rich fragrance of elixirs permeated the air, saturating the entire hall. This fragrance seemed to possess a miraculous power, and Yi Zhong felt a warm current surge within him, alleviating much of his previously unbearable pain. He gazed in surprise at the jade vial in his hand, about to express his gratitude when he noticed Xiao Linglong's brow furrowing as she inquired, "When did the Ice River Valley appear?" Her voice was crisp and cold, akin to moonlight on a chilly night, instilling a sense of chill. She understood the threat posed by the Ice River Valley, and new preparations must be made in advance. Yi Zhong carefully placed the jade vial into his spatial ring, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Subsequently, a bitter smile crossed his face as he spoke. Only 3 days remain. His voice was laden with concern, the threat of the Ice River Valley looming over him like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating him. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Ice River Valley. Given the current state of the Yi family, withstanding their assault seemed nearly impossible. However, with the arrival of Xiao Linglong and Xiao Yan, a flicker of hope ignited within him, wishing they could lead the Yi family through this dire predicament. Xiao Linglong nodded, deep in thought about their strategy, contemplating who should take the battlefield. After all, their group included not only Dozong and Dozun, but also those of the Dosheng tier. The involvement of a Dosheng could create undesirable repercussions, as it might be perceived as a case of the strong bullying the weak. The altar in the back courtyard of the Yi family was solemn and dignified, ancient runes shimmering with a mysterious glow. These symbols seemed to narrate the history of the Yi family, embodying the wisdom and strength of their ancestors. Xiao Yan gently lifted the little physician and placed her in the center of the altar. A hint of anxiety and shyness flickered in her eyes. Yet more prominently was her trust in Xiao Yan. She understood that he would exhaust all means to assist her in overcoming her toxic body. And regardless of how arduous the journey might be, she was willing to place her faith in him. Xiao Yan then produced the 9th-tier Scorpion Poison Dragon Beast's magic core and the Bodhi transformation essence, setting them aside. These precious materials were crucial for resolving the little physician's toxic affliction. Chapter 74. The Art of Poison Pill unveiled. The 9th-tier Scorpion Poison Dragon Beast's magic core emanated an immense energy fluctuation, seemingly containing boundless power. The Bodhi transformation essence glimmered with a gentle light, exuding a mysterious aura. Xiao Yan was well aware that these materials were hard-won, each embodying countless efforts and dedication. Subsequently, Xiao Yan unleashed the soul power of the Emperor Realm, the formidable force enveloping the entire altar like a surging tide, forming an indestructible barrier. The strength of this barrier could only be breached by a Dosheng, protecting the little physician within the altar while isolating them from external disturbances. Xiao Yan's Emperor Realm soul power was akin to a sharp sword, cutting through the air and creating invisible ripples that conveyed a palpable pressure. "I am about to begin. Endure it, Siener." Xiao Yan spoke solemnly to the little physician, who had just shed her clothing, his eyes filled with concern and determination. The little physician, her cheeks flushed, nodded slightly. Though she had been seen by Xiao Yan many times and had entrusted her body to him, A flicker of shyness and tension still surged within her heart. Biting her lip, she gently closed her eyes, silently praying for a smooth process. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The green-blue flame, born from the fusion of three, slowly appeared in his hand, radiating terrifying heat and powerful energy fluctuations that warped the surrounding air. The brilliance of the illuminated the entire altar, casting the figures of Xiao Yan and the little physician in stark relief. Harnessing his Emperor Realm soul power, Xiao Yan adeptly multitasked, controlling to gradually infuse it into the little physician's body while refining the 9th-tier Scorpion Poison Dragon Beast's magic core and beginning the refinement of the Bodhi transformation essence. Each step required exceptional focus and control, yet Xiao Yan managed it with ease, his face a mask of concentration and confidence. His hands danced swiftly in the air, sealing techniques flying from his fingertips, merging with the materials, guiding their power. As the magic core and the refined Bodhi essence gradually integrated into the little physician's body, she began to condense the poison pill. A look of anguish crossed her face, her body trembling slightly as if enduring immense torment. Watching her suffer, Xiao Yan felt a pang of sorrow but understood that this was a necessary process. He softly comforted her while amplifying the output of his soul power to alleviate her pain. At last, through Xiao Yan's efforts, the little physician successfully condensed the poison pill and commenced compressing the toxic do qi. Only then did Xiao Yan breathe a sigh of relief, a smile of gratification spreading across his face as a heavy stone in his heart finally lifted. He carefully placed the Bodhi seed formed from the refined essence into his spatial ring, knowing it contained immense energy that could prove useful in the future. He then retrieved a large black robe and gently draped it over the little physician, who was now filled with toxic do qi. 3 days later, the peaceful and serene Yi City seemed to be engulfed in an unexpected nightmare. Above the heavens, an inexplicable force, like a colossal hand hidden behind the clouds, suddenly dragged Yi City into an endless ice cellar. The previously mild warmth plummeted like a torrent bursting through a dam, burying the human warmth entirely overnight, replaced by an unrelenting winter chill. Initially, that cold sensation was akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, a faint chill creeping through the air, instilling an unexplainable unease in people's hearts. Shortly thereafter, the gray heavens appeared to be torn asunder by an invisible hand, and large flurries of snow cascaded down from the rift. These snowflakes, like white spirits driven forth, or winter messengers on a mission, swirled and danced, fluttering gracefully to every corner of Yi City. In a mere moment, the entire city was enveloped in a pristine blanket of snow, transformed into a dreamlike realm of ice and snow. However, beneath this seemingly beautiful snowy landscape lay a fatal threat. Each flake that fell carried the sting of ice blades. Upon contact with skin, it inflicted excruciating pain, the chill penetrating to the very marrow, causing uncontrollable shivers as if one's soul were freezing. Meanwhile, the air was thick with an unusual scent, a blend of ruthlessness and mystery, reminiscent of the eerie calm before a storm, heralding an impending tempest. Who will take the battlefield next? Xiao Linglong furrowed her brow slightly, worry etched between her delicate features. Her gaze, sharp as a sword, swiftly scanned the crowd as she softly inquired, "Have you all come to a consensus?" Her tone carried an undeniable decisiveness. Within the Yi family, she had always been a symbol of wisdom and resolve. Each glance and word of hers acted like an anchor, allowing the Yi family to maintain their composure in the face of crisis. "I shall fight, for the Ice River Valley seeks me." A gentle voice, akin to a spring breeze, shattered the brief silence. The little physician, clad in a simple gown, resembled a lily blooming amidst the pristine snow, ethereal and pure. Since condensing the poison pill, her transformation had been nothing short of remarkable. Once plagued by toxic do qi, her formerly snow-white hair now cascaded in lustrous black waves, flowing smoothly over her shoulders, catching the breeze and radiating a captivating sheen. She exuded a powerful yet restrained aura, having attained the realm of 9-star do zone. At this moment, a confident and composed smile adorned her face, making it impossible to associate her with the once tormented girl who had fled from her afflictions. The determination in her eyes sparkled with an unwavering light, declaring to the world that she was no longer the weakling subject to bullying. "And I will join as well." Yun stepped forward, donning a pale blue robe that exuded an air of elegance reminiscent of the azure sky. Despite having borne Xiao Yan's child, she remained strikingly beautiful, akin to a celestial being descended to earth. The steadfastness in her gaze reflected a resilience forged through trials, her 5-star do zone strength empowering her to confront the formidable foes approaching. She lifted her head slightly, gazing at the sky as if declaring to the enemy that she would not yield. "Together with my sister." Han Yu stepped forward, holding Han Shui's hand. Both were adorned in silver gowns that shimmered under the snow's glow, radiating a pure, celestial light. Chapter 75. The Four Maidens Battle in the Ice Valley. Well then, we shall take the lead, but we must exercise caution in our approach. Otherwise, we may lose the precious opportunity to familiarize ourselves with our own strengths, Xiao Yin remarked, stepping forward with a concerned expression directed at those preparing for battle. Clad in a flowing black robe, he stood tall and resolute, resembling a majestic mountain, instilling a sense of reliability. His face bore the marks of determination, contours seemingly sculpted by the passage of time, exuding maturity and composure. His eyes, filled with worry and care, recognized the peril of the impending confrontation. Each combatant bore a significant responsibility. Their safety hinged upon this clash. With a soft sigh, he silently prayed for their safe return. No sooner had Xiao Yin spoken than the sky above Yi City appeared to rend open, revealing a multitude of formidable presences. Numbering in the thousands, they surged forth like a tidal wave, dark clouds pressing down ominously as they advanced toward the Yi family's courtyard. Among them, two powerful figures materialized in midair, their sudden appearance devoid of warning, as though they had always been there, cloaked in concealment, biding their time. These two exuded an overwhelming aura, a palpable pressure that radiated like waves, causing the surrounding air to tremble with a low hum. How long do you think they can hold out? Inquired a Yi family disciple, diligently tending to the fire while adding kindling. His face bore a simple smile, as if the looming crisis was merely an entertaining spectacle. Curiosity sparkled in his eyes, brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming battle. Perhaps a dozen minutes, provided Mr. Xiao Yin and his master refrained from intervening. Another young disciple interjected, taking a sip of water amidst his woodchopping. His eyes glimmered with a keen insight, contemplating the potential trajectory of the conflict, as if he had mentally rehearsed countless battle scenarios. Observing the Yi family's lack of reaction, an elder, nearly at the pinnacle of the Dozun level, stepped forward from the air, dressed in a flowing black robe that billowed like a dark cloud. His face was etched with fury, the intensity of his expression seemingly capable of igniting the very sky. Seize everything belonging to the Yi family, he bellowed, his voice resonating with an authoritative boom, instilling a sense of unavoidable dread. What do you intend to compel us to reveal ourselves? The four maidens, akin to streaks of light, instantaneously appeared before the elder. Their swiftness left little room for reaction. The lead, Xiao Yixian, spoke slowly, her voice melodious yet laced with an icy demeanor, as if it emanated from millennial-old ice. Her gaze sparkled with confidence and fearlessness, locking eyes with the elder without a hint of trepidation. She slightly raised her chin, a gesture that seemed to convey to the elder that they were not to be trifled with. Ah, so these are the women of that fellow Xiao Yin. It appears I have arrived just in time. A rift in space suddenly emerged, releasing a cascade of black mist, reminiscent of demons surging forth from the depths of hell. An elder clad in a green robe stepped through the breach, a sinister smile gracing his face, sending chills down the spine. Naturally, Xiao Linglong recognized him as the esteemed Qinghai from the Soul Palace. Qinghai, how unexpected. I wonder if his injuries have healed, mused Xiao Linglong, seated upon a stone bench in the Yi family courtyard, nonchalantly stirring her tea. Her expression remained unchanged, yet a flicker of derision crossed her eyes, suggesting she had anticipated Qinghai's arrival. How did this old man incur injuries from Miss Linglong? Yao Chen stroked his beard, placing a piece on the chessboard. His opponent being Yao Tianhua, clad in a gray robe, he exuded an air of scholarly elegance, his every movement reflecting the demeanor of a master. Wisdom shimmered in his gaze, as though he could see through all. Xiao Linglong shook her head, then nodded, slowly explaining. He was wounded by an inner sect elder of our sect, but alas, he fled swiftly, leaving no chance to detain him. Her tone carried a hint of regret, as if dissatisfied with not being able to deal with Qinghai herself. It seems this fellow cannot escape. Yao Tianhua chuckled, his fiery red robe reminiscent of flames. His personality straightforward. He had long harbored disdain for the Soul Palace's abhorrent actions, particularly their relentless pursuit of soul entities. A cruel and malevolent endeavor that elicited disgust from anyone who beheld it. His laughter rang out, seemingly heralding the impending doom of Qinghai. Fear not, he shall not escape. Xiao Yin grinned, revealing his teeth, though a frigid menace lurked beneath his smile. Clenching his fists, he appeared ever ready for battle. In his heart, he would not permit anyone to harm those dear to him. A resolute light flickered in his eyes, piercing through the darkness and instilling fear in his adversaries. Poor fellow. Elder Yi Zhong, seated beside Yi Xinlan, cast a sympathetic glance at Qinghai, silently mourning for him. With white hair and a benevolent visage, his eyes now reflected a trace of compassion. After all, being targeted by 4 warriors of the Dosheng level, even a deity would find it difficult to intervene. He sighed softly, contemplating the cyclical nature of karma in this world, where retribution was inescapable. By the way, third brother, are you not going to offer her a formal title? Xiao Linglong teased, gesturing toward the four maidens engaged in battle with the Soul Palace in the Ice Valley. Are you worried about Sunu? She continued with a playful smile, producing a red marriage certificate from her bosom and tossing it to Xiao Yan. Before he could respond, she interrupted, I will assist the ancestor of the burning flame valley with the hidden dangers within. Considering the limited members of the Xiao family, I thought it wise to arrange a marriage contract with their young lady for you. Her tone was casual, as if this matter were but a trifling concern. Chapter 76. The marriage contract. She shrugged lightly, her expression conveying indifference, as if to assure Xiao Yan that all of this was for the sake of the Xiao family. And he need not take it too seriously. Oh, speaking of which, I too have one. Yao Chen retrieved a marriage certificate imbued with a hint of formidable soul fluctuations from his robe and handed it to Xiao Yan. This was a wager with that old monster from the Pill Tower. If the disciples we accepted were of the opposite gender, they would marry. Otherwise, the deal was off. A smile of satisfaction adorned his face, as if he took pride in this unexpected outcome. Sister 4, Master, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Yan, feeling overwhelmed, found himself in a predicament despite possessing an imperial-level soul. Cloud Rhythm bore him a child. Medusa was with child. Xiao Yixian had given herself to him. And relationships with Han Yu and Han Shui remained ambiguous. Now he faced two more troublesome marriage contracts. His mind swirled in confusion, as if countless voices clamored within, leaving him at a loss. Why not let big brother Xiao Yan take me in as well? Yi Xinlan approached with a mischievous smile, assuring him she would not disrupt the family harmony. Her eyes sparkled with playfulness, evoking a chuckle. Xiao Yan stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom Yi Xinlan's audacious proposal, momentarily at a loss for words. His eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. A hint of embarrassment colored his face as he opened his mouth, struggling to articulate a response. Deep within, he lamented how matters of the heart seemed to snowball, growing increasingly unmanageable. Xinlan, let this matter be settled. Third brother shall take you, and I shall take charge, Xiao Linglong declared with unyielding determination, her eyes gleaming with resolute confidence. She moved with remarkable agility, swiftly retrieving paper and pen, and began to write fervently. In but a moment, a marriage contract sprang to life upon the paper. At this moment, Xiao Yan remained in a state of bewilderment, utterly unprepared for the sudden turn of events, as Xiao Linglong placed the drafted marriage contract into his hands. Yi Xinlan's response was even swifter than lightning. The instant the contract slipped from Xiao Yan's grasp, she unhesitatingly reached out, firmly pressing her hand upon it, her eager and playful demeanor eliciting a chuckle from onlookers. Observing the two, Xiao Linglong's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she deftly duplicated the marriage contract. She first handed one copy to Yi Xinlan, who received it carefully, her eyes brimming with shyness and joy, as if she had gained the most precious treasure in the world. Gently, she placed the contract into her spatial ring, instinctively patting it as if to ensure its safety. Subsequently, Xiao Linglong extended the other copy to Xiao Yan, who now held two contracts in his hands. A wry smile crept across his face as he sighed softly, murmuring to himself about the difficulties of repaying human kindness. Yet, he was acutely aware that the affection of a beauty was even harder to repay. Caught in this emotional whirlwind, he felt somewhat at a loss, and after a brief hesitation, he resignedly placed all three contracts into his spatial ring. At that moment, a thunderous crash reverberated from the heavens, drawing everyone's gaze. They beheld the Qinghai Elder, akin to a kite severed from its string, sent soaring over 100 meters by a single sword strike from Yun Yun, crashing heavily onto the distant snow, sending flurries of snowflakes into the air. Meanwhile, Yun Yun stood serenely in place, her garments billowing, as if nothing had transpired. Her tranquil demeanor resembled a blue lotus blooming amidst the icy expanse, pure and cool. Tian Shuangzi, what are you still dawdling for? Come help at once. The Qinghai Elder, struggling to rise from the snow, shouted at the nearby Tian Shuangzi, his voice thick with urgency and frustration. Tian Shuangzi shook his head in resignation. He had initially intended to conserve his strength and remain an observer. But seeing the Qinghai Elder in such a dire state, he could no longer stand idly by and was compelled to act. As Tian Shuangzi joined the fray, Yun Yun's expression remained unchanged. Her eyes were steadfast as she gripped her long sword tightly, its blade glinting with a cold light in the reflected snow. She moved gracefully, like a swift swallow, and in an instant, she was engaged in battle with Tian Shuangzi and the Qinghai Elder. Prior to striking, Tian Shuangzi had calculated that the strength of the Qinghai Elder, who had defeated a 2-star Dozun, should be around 3-star Dozun, with himself added to the mix. They should easily subdue this extraordinary woman, not yet 30. However, once the fight commenced, he realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. Their combined efforts merely equaled Yunyun's prowess, and that was without her employing any Do techniques. This revelation left Tian Shuangzi astounded. His gaze toward Yunyun now tinged with caution. Meanwhile, the sisters Han Yu and Han Shui, leveraging their innate sisterly synergy and the heavenly tier technique bestowed upon them by Xiao Linglong, shone brilliantly on the battlefield. They danced like ethereal sprites amidst the chaos of Ice River Valley and the Soul Palace, overwhelming their foes with a flurry of strikes. The elder Tianxi, who had reached the pinnacle of half-step Dozun, found himself helpless against the two sisters. Accompanied by two elders of 7-star Dozun rank, he struggled mightily to form a formation that could withstand Han Yu's 9 swords. Indeed, Xiao Linglong had gifted Han Yu the precious sword box and imparted the formidable 9 swords technique to her. When unleashed, the 9 swords rendered her nearly invincible among her peers. Han Shui was no less impressive. Her mastery of the Xian Tian sword technique was transcendent, enabling her to engage foes beyond her realm. In perfect harmony with Han Yu, the Tianxi elder could only maintain a defensive posture against the sisters' relentless assault, as many of the 7-star Dozun rank opponents had already fallen beneath their onslaught. To mitigate losses, they could only deploy their top-tier fighters against the duo. Drink. Ice Sovereign Strike. The Ice Sovereign, realizing he could no longer remain passive, shouted, his body instantly turning bone-chillingly cold. A torrent of ice attribute Do Qi, mingled with fine ice crystals, surged like a tidal wave, rapidly consolidating in his right palm. This was the Ice River Valley's secret art, immensely powerful, once unleashed. The surrounding air felt as if it were freezing. Chapter 77. Farewell. Sooner the little medical fairy observed the Ice Sovereign's movements with an unperturbed demeanor, her eyes betraying no hint of fear. She neither panicked nor rushed to unleash her Do techniques. Instead, she approached the Ice Sovereign step by step, unfazed by the immense pressure emanating from his formidable aura. Do not underestimate me, the Ice Sovereign bellowed, incensed by her calmness. With all his might, he thrust forth the Ice Sovereign strike he had gathered in his palm, the icy wind carrying a bone-chilling intent as if seeking to freeze all in its path. Yet, the little medical fairy remained unflustered, advancing steadily. After 5 steps, a terrifying aura of 9-star Dozun erupted from her being. This overwhelming presence swept through the battlefield like an invisible storm, shattering the ice barrier conjured by the Ice Sovereign and scattering countless ice shards into the air. You are inadequate. She nonchalantly waved her hand, dispelling the Ice Sovereign's proud technique as if it were a trivial matter. Her voice was melodious, yet underscored with an undeniable confidence that instilled despair within the Ice Sovereign. What? 9-star Dozun. Upon hearing the little medical fairy's words and sensing her formidable aura, the Ice Sovereign's face drained of color, filled with dread. As a 5-star Dozun, he understood the strict hierarchy among Dozun. The disparities between each star were substantial. Unless one possessed extraordinary talent, it was virtually impossible to challenge those of a higher rank. Otherwise, a lower star Dozun would invariably fall to a higher star counterpart. Boom. Just as the Ice Sovereign was engulfed in terror, another deafening sound erupted nearby. Yunyun's sword blazed with radiant light as she unleashed her full capabilities, sending both Tian Shuangzi and the Qinghai elder flying. A powerful aura surged from her, embodying the strength of a 5-star Dozun. 5-star Dozun. Madam, I shall take my leave at once. I will handle the losses in Yeqing. The Ice Sovereign, witnessing Yunyun's displayed might and glancing at the little medical fairy, was utterly despondent. He recognized that he had encountered an insurmountable challenge today. To continue would only lead to greater defeat. Thus, he promptly conceded, his tone laden with subservience. Ah, is this to be the swift conclusion? As the forces of Ice River Valley prepared to retreat, 2 robed elders suddenly appeared, their expressions bewildered at the sight of the retreating warriors. They had anticipated a grand confrontation, yet their outing had ended before it had truly begun, leaving them somewhat dejected. Then, a graceful figure emerged, clad in simple azure attire that, while unadorned, exuded a noble aura that transcended the mundane. This nobility was not of earthly grandeur, but rather a regal presence befitting a sovereign of heaven and earth, akin to the bloodline of a ruler, deeply rooted and everlasting. Her 3,000 strands of hair were loosely bound by a light purple ribbon, cascading down in gentle waves. When the breeze stirred, her hair danced, evoking an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a celestial being inadvertently wandering into the mortal realm, possessing an air of sanctity that was beyond reproach. In the blink of an eye, thousands of formidable figures surged forth like a tidal wave behind the woman, standing in perfect formation, exuding an extraordinary aura. Each individual radiated an immense power, as if they would charge into battle without hesitation at her command. At that moment, in the courtyard of the Yi family, Xiao Yan, who had just picked up a cup of water, inadvertently glanced skyward. Upon spotting the familiar azure figure, he was instantly rendered speechless. The cup slipped from his grasp, shattering upon hitting the ground. Previously, with his imperial-level soul, he had sensed the approach of a powerful presence, yet he could never have anticipated that it would be Sun-Er. In that instant, his mind went blank, leaving only the image of Sun-Er's radiant form in his eyes. Old Yao Aknao, Xiao Linglong, who had been keenly observing Xiao Yan's state, felt a surge of alarm as his soul energy began to fluctuate violently. Realizing the situation was dire, she decisively spoke up. Simultaneously, her soul power, transcending the boundaries of heaven and earth, surged forth like a raging tide, swiftly enveloping the entire Yi family estate. The powerful beings accompanying Sun-Er found themselves momentarily dazed. Before they could react, an irresistible force forcibly transported them into the confines of the Yi family. The Ice River Valley strongholds, including all those within the Yi city, were violently flung away by this overwhelming energy, soaring through the air like kites with severed strings. Their cries of despair echoing in the wind. Meanwhile, the members of the Soul Palace met a far worse fate, as they were instantaneously annihilated by the terrifying spatial power. Their very souls obliterated, as if they had never existed in this world. Let us depart. The venerable yet majestic figure of Yao Tianhu appeared beside the four women, calmly clapping his hands, as if the preceding harrowing scene had never transpired. Subsequently, he led the four women steadily into the barriers set by Xiao Linglong, restoring a fleeting calm. The ones relocated to the Yi family courtyard were two elders and a young woman. The master of the Xiaoyao sect, clad in black robes, gazed at Xiao Linglong with astonishment, his internal energy surging uncontrollably. Instinctively, he stepped forward to shield half of Sun-Er's figure, while another elder swiftly moved to cover the other half. They understood that safeguarding Sun-Er was their unassailable duty, despite the formidable enemy before them. These two elders were acutely aware that their resistance against the Xiaoyao sect's master might be utterly futile. They recalled how Gu Yuan, the patriarch of the ancient clan, once remarked in awe upon learning that Xiao Linglong could contend against two 9-star Do saints without faltering. The master of the Xiaoyao sect is likely stronger than I. Sun-Er looked at the two anxious elders, a faint smile of helplessness gracing her lips. Gently brushing her smooth forehead, she then pushed the two elders aside and, like a fledgling returning to its nest, unhesitatingly leapt into Xiao Yan's embrace. She held him tightly, greedily inhaling his familiar scent, as if, in that moment, she had finally found her soul's sanctuary. After what felt like an eternity, Sun-Er slowly extricated herself from Xiao Yan's embrace. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes brimming with happiness and shyness. She raised her hand, pointing at Xiao Linglong, and proclaimed in a voice that resonated like thunder in the ears of the two black-clad elders. Elders, this is Xiao Yan's sister, Xiao Linglong, the fourth child of Uncle Xiao Jean. What? Exclaimed a white-haired elder, swallowing hard, his eyes wide with shock and reverence as he gazed at the exceptionally beautiful Xiao Linglong, who even outshone Sun-Er. The realization of their deception washed over him. We were misled. The master of the Xiaoyao sect is the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Another elder cast a complex glance at Xiao Yin and Xiao Linglong, letting out a soft sigh, lamenting, no wonder, it seems we have grown old. Sister, is this the Sun-Er you spoke of? Han Shui, clad in a purple robe, appeared, curiously surveying the strikingly beautiful Sun-Er, her eyes filled with envy. Senior Hanyu, how did you end up here with your sister? Sun-Er remarked, her gaze shifting to the familiar silver-robed figure of Hanyu and the woman who bore a striking resemblance to her. Xiao Yan felt a piercing gaze directed at him, and even with his imperial-level soul, he could not suppress a shiver. Offering an awkward smile, he stammered, what a coincidence, just a coincidence. His demeanor resembled that of a child caught in wrongdoing, eliciting quiet amusement from those around. Unperturbed by Xiao Yan's slightly awkward expression, Sun-Er gracefully approached Yun Yun. With a smile in her eyes, she spoke softly, Sister, how is Tiansu faring? Concern and tenderness filled her gaze as she mentioned the child. Seeing this, a gentle smile graced Yun Yun's face as she took Sun-Er's hand and seated her beside her on a stone bench. Tiansu is quite healthy. Kai Lin and Yafei are overseeing him, she responded. The child they referred to, Xiao Tiansu, was Xiao Yan's firstborn, endowed with extraordinary talent, having been born a Do master, earning the adoration of the entire Xiao family. The third elder, a 3-star Do emperor, was particularly fond of the little treasure, personally teaching him cultivation secrets, eager to impart all his knowledge. Yun Yun slightly turned her head, glancing at Xiao Yin with a teasing smirk. Kai Lin entrusted me and Xiener to watch over a certain individual, which is why we accompanied him to Zhongzhou. Her tone suggested that Xiao Yin was a child in need of constant care, prompting laughter from those nearby. Sooner nodded, then shifted her gaze to the little doctor who had just taken a seat across from her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, little doctor," she expressed sincerely, fully aware of the sacrifices made on Xiao Yan's behalf. "Senior Sooner, come have some tea." At that moment, Yi Xinlan approached, accompanied by Xiao Linglong, her face beaming with joy as she offered a steaming cup of tea to Sooner. Sooner glanced curiously at Xiao Linglong, who mischievously winked, as if sharing a secret. Understanding the implication, Sooner smiled and accepted the tea, softly inquiring, "And who might you be?" "Well then, it seems the evening has grown late. Elder Yi, might we have some delectable dishes?" Amidst their lively chatter, the figures of Yao Chen and the smiling Yao Chen who suddenly appeared. Yao Chen addressed Yi Chong while tossing him a jade bottle containing several pills. He understood that with wealth comes ease, and these pills served as a modest token of gratitude to the Yi family, enhancing the evening's banquet. Given his current realm as a 6-star Do Saint, alongside his half-step imperial-level soul power, concocting some 8th-grade pills was but a trivial task. Certainly. Please wait a moment." Yi Chong, a seasoned veteran, immediately grasped Yao Chen's intent and summoned Yi Xinlan to arrange the dishes in the kitchen. Observing that Xiao Yan's soul energy had calmed, Xiao Linglong withdrew the soul barrier she had previously set, knowing that the crisis had temporarily subsided and it was time for everyone to relax. The backyard of the Yi family had been deliberately cleared, allowing Xiao Linglong and her companions a private space. With everyone except Yi Xinlan having exited, they were left in a tranquil and secluded environment. "I never expected the Xiao clan to possess such glorious moments," Xiao Yin reflected, listening to Sooner recount the ancient chronicles. A wave of emotions washing over him. Those ancient tales seemed to unveil a portal to the past, allowing him to witness the former glory and splendor of the Xiao clan. Xiao Sooner gazed at Xiao Linglong with a complex expression, her eyes filled with awe and admiration. Taken aback by the extent to which her younger sister had achieved, she was acutely aware of Xiao Linglong's strength and accomplishments, feeling a blend of pride and a hint of inadequacy within herself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linglong swallowed her food, patted her mouth, and boldly declared, "Third brother is not lacking either. Although he is merely a 7-star Do Zone, his soul realm has reached the emperor level, making him qualified to confront the ancient clans." Her tone brimmed with affirmation and pride for Xiao Yan, as if she were proclaiming to the world that her third brother was an extraordinary figure. "What? The emperor level?" The two elderly men clad in black instantly altered their expressions. They were well aware of the terrifying nature of an emperor-level soul power, which could rival that of 7 or 8-star Do Saints, an existence that defied the heavens. The Xiao clan had truly risen. Both elders thought simultaneously, their gazes toward Xiao Yin and Xiao Linglong now imbued with a sense of reverence and anticipation. "Mr. Yao Chen, I apologize for Sooner's earlier actions." Xiao Sooner suddenly stood up and bowed respectfully to Mr. Yao. She recalled some of her previous actions and felt a pang of guilt, wanting to express her apologies to Yao Chen. Chapter 79. The sixth brother. After dinner, the last rays of sunlight quietly vanished, and the night enveloped the Yi family courtyard like a vast black silk, tenderly yet swiftly wrapping it in darkness. The moonlight, gentle as water, filtered through the mottled branches, casting silvery shadows and draping the courtyard in a layer of ethereal gauze. A soft breeze caressed the air, carrying with it a fragrant bouquet of flowers, adding a touch of romance and comfort to the tranquil night. Meanwhile, within an unknown spatial rift, two of Xiao Sunur's guardian elders concealed themselves, their postures upright and vigilant, exuding an air of authority forged through the passage of time. Beside them, a group of furtive figures huddled together, led by Xiao Linglong, resembling a mischievous yet anxious band of sixth brothers. Among the crowd, Han Yu, Han Shui, and Yi Xinlan lay unconscious on the side, seemingly forgotten in the face of the impending grand spectacle. Will this succeed? The white-haired elder furrowed his brow deeply, the wrinkles on his forehead resembling deep ravines. His eyes filled with concern as he asked in a low, hoarse voice. He understood the gravity of the situation. Any misstep could jeopardize Xiao Sunur's safety and potentially trigger a series of unpredictable and severe consequences, burdens they could not bear. Absolutely. Xiao Linglong confidently clapped her chest, her demeanor exuding undeniable determination. In her hand, she tightly clutched a jade vial, its crystalline surface shimmering with a mysterious glow under the faint light. Within the vial, 3 pills floated serenely, the pivotal elements of her meticulously crafted plan, embodying her high hopes. If it fails, even if you are a 9-star Do Saint, I shall intervene. The white-haired elder spoke fiercely, his gaze revealing a resolute determination. In his heart, the safety of Xiao Sunur and the stability of her bloodline surpassed all else. He would permit no missteps, willing to sacrifice everything to uphold this responsibility. Indeed, the Dou Emperor bloodline within the young lady has yet to stabilize completely, should it falter. Both of us shall face consequences, remarked another elder in black robes, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on the unconscious Xiao Sinner, as if guarding an extraordinary treasure, his eyes brimming with loyalty and concern. For them, safeguarding Xiao Sinner as pure bloodline was an exalted mission, indelibly etched into the depths of their souls. Xiao Linglong smiled, a glimmer of confidence shining in her eyes, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. Awakening the bloodline's power may be challenging for you, but for me, it's simple. A top-tier awakening pill of the 9th rank will suffice, enhancing cultivation without any side effects. Her words resonated with assurance, as though everything lay meticulously within her control and no unforeseen circumstances could escape her calculations. Mr. Yao, are the preparations complete? Xiao Linglong's inquiry caught Mr. Yao off guard. He was well aware of what she referred to. However, he had forgotten, and just as he opened his mouth to respond, he was interrupted by Yi Zhong, who was cradling Yi Xinlan. I have prepared it, Yi Zhong said with a cheeky grin, his smile eliciting amusement, as the wrinkles on his face seemed to compress together. A 7th-grade superior pill will ensnare even the pinnacle of Dozong. To ensure absolute success, I have concocted 3. As he spoke, he carefully retrieved an exquisitely crafted brocade box from his bosom, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to narrate the preciousness of its contents. Opening the box revealed the crucial aphrodisiac pills, their surfaces shimmering with a soft glow, emanating a peculiar fragrance that seemed to tempt fate itself. Xiao Linglong nodded in satisfaction. Methodically organizing the plan, her gaze resolute and sharp, akin to a general commanding thousands. In a moment, I will inject the netherfire directly into Third Brother, and then administer the 3 awakening pills to Sunner. I will shield his perception and seal the space. Next, Mr. Yao will activate the pills, and Mr. Yao will transport the individuals inside. Everyone else, be cautious of the inappropriate nature. Her voice was low and firm, each word akin to issuing an undeniable command, imbued with an irresistible force. Is this truly advisable? The little medical sage stepped forward, her eyes brimming with concern and worry, her voice soft yet tinged with hesitation. After all, should anything go awry, it might inflict unforeseen harm upon Xiao Yin and Xiao Sunner, leaving her deeply unsettled. Xiao Linglong smiled reassuringly. Little medical sage, worry not. I am well aware of Third Brother's strength. However, you must hasten to refine the netherfire, as it will double your combat prowess when combined with the evil poison body. As she spoke, she gently patted the little medical sage's shoulder, attempting to instill comfort, her tender gesture radiating a soothing power. All right, I shall take my leave. The little medical sage blushed slightly, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she pulled Yun away from the group. She understood that remaining would be of no assistance and might hinder the plan due to her shyness. Thus, it was better to retreat to a quiet place to refine the netherfire and enhance her strength, contributing her share to the collective effort. Ready, proceed. Xiao Linglong fixed her gaze intently on the activity within the room, her eyes unblinking, as if awaiting the grand performance to commence. Upon witnessing Xiao Sunner hand a scroll to Xiao Yin, who then stored it in his spatial ring, she immediately unleashed her technique, injecting the netherfire into Xiao Yin's body with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible. Startled, Xiao Yin instinctively sought to resist this sudden surge of overwhelming power. Just as he was about to inquire, he heard Xiao Linglong's voice. This is the netherfire, rank 20th. Quickly refine and absorb it. Chapter 80. The third transformation to Do Zun. Upon hearing this, although Xiao Yin felt a twinge of confusion, he suppressed his unease due to his trust in Xiao Linglong, eagerly settling into a meditative position to begin refining and absorbing this unexpected otherworldly fire. However, he placed too much faith in Xiao Linglong and her companions. Remaining blissfully unaware of the meticulously orchestrated scheme unfolding around him, the wheels of fate beginning to turn slowly. At the moment of completion, Xiao Yin suddenly sensed something amiss. The heat and impulsiveness he had previously experienced while absorbing the falling heart flame surged back like a tidal wave, yet this time it was even more intense. He felt an uncontrollable force roiling within him, as if it sought to break free from his physical confines. His eyes turned crimson, and his rationality began to blur under the onslaught of this power. He suppressed the impulses within him, utilizing the last vestiges of his rationality to shout at Xiao Sunner, "Leave at once." Unfamiliar with the situation, Xiao Sunner was about to move when an inexplicable surge of fiery desire surged from her abdomen, instantly igniting her reason. She felt her body grow unbearably hot, her consciousness beginning to blur. Before she could comprehend the situation, her body moved uncontrollably closer to Xiao Yin. Her steps faltered, her gaze hazy, as if drawn by an invisible force, and then, On tiptoe, she leaned in for a kiss. Success. All the spectators within the space fissure watched this scene with unbridled delight. They whispered cheers filled with joy and excitement, as if celebrating a monumental victory. Their faces radiated smug satisfaction, their eyes sparkling with exhilaration, as though they were the master directors of this romantic spectacle. Subsequently, the unconscious Yi Xinlan, Han Yu, and Han Shui were carefully brought into Xiao Yan's room by Yao Tianhua, while Yao Lao promptly activated 2 high-grade 7th-tier aphrodisiac pills. The potent essence of the pills rapidly permeated the air, transforming it into an intangible force that rendered the atmosphere within the room increasingly sultry. As if the very air itself had begun to heat up. In Xiao Linglong's jade vial, 3 awakening pills, under her meticulous technique, flowed like 3 beams of light into Xiao Sun'er's body. In an instant, a surge of powerful bloodline energy began to awaken within her. That force roared and surged through her meridians like a slumbering dragon awakened, emitting a deafening roar. Xiao Sun'er's body trembled slightly, her face displaying a mix of pain and bliss, as golden light flickered beneath her skin, hinting at the mystery and strength of her ancient bloodline. The 2 elder guardians observed the awakening of Xiao Sun'er's bloodline power with satisfied nods. They understood well that her awakening would bring new hope and glory to the entire ancient clan, perhaps heralding the resurgence of the clan's former magnificence. To conceal the unusual phenomenon of Xiao Sun'er's bloodline awakening, Xiao Linglong cast spatial and spiritual barriers to seal the room where Xiao Yan resided. Knowing that these barriers would automatically dissipate once their task was complete, the white-haired elder sat nearby, stroking his long beard, nodding slightly with a look of appreciation in his eyes. Indeed, I find this young one quite likable. This elder, seasoned and knowledgeable, had witnessed countless prodigies. Yet the astonishing prowess of Xiao Linglong and Xiao Yan's imperial soul power left him deeply impressed. In his view, such exceptional individuals were undoubtedly a perfect match for the esteemed and talented Xiao Sun'er. Yao Chen stood in the courtyard, wearing his signature smile, his gaze sweeping over the room enveloped by the barriers. His eyes appeared to possess a mystical power capable of penetrating through layers of obstruction, as if he could perceive everything occurring within the chamber. Everyone nodded in agreement, each dragging their weary bodies towards their respective quarters. After all, they had expended several days of effort waiting for Xiao Yan to enter this meticulously arranged scheme, their spirits perpetually on high alert. Now, as their taut nerves began to relax, exhaustion washed over them like a tide, leaving them feeling utterly fatigued. Time flowed gently, and the days slipped by in an instant. As if merely a blink, the barriers set by Xiao Linglong gradually faded like a candle flickering in the wind, their brilliance dimming and dissipating. Just at that moment, a piercing scream abruptly shattered the silence, the anguish and shock contained within it reverberating throughout the entire Yi city. The townsfolk halted their activities, expressions of terror crossing their faces as they searched for the source of the harrowing cry. Have we gone too far? In the backyard of the Yi family, Xiao Linglong and her group of a dozen exchanged various glances, listening to the cries emanating from Xiao Yan's room. One among them could no longer contain themselves, their voice tinged with unease and guilt. Xiao Linglong's expression hardened, and she sternly regarded the group, her gaze sweeping across each face. This must remain confidential. It would be detrimental to everyone involved. Her voice was deep and authoritative, carrying an undeniable weight. From what I perceive, Sister Sun'er has reached the level of a 3rd transformation Dozun. At her words, the group exchanged glances, astonished. The 3rd transformation, Dozun, represented a formidable level of power. In the Duki continent, Dozun stood at the pinnacle of strength. And achieving the 3rd transformation Dozun brought one nearly into the realm of Dosheng, each advancement resulting in transformative changes. Among those present, aside from 4 whose realms surpassed Xiao Sun'er, none could rival her current prowess. Contemplating this, the group could not help but feel genuine admiration for Xiao Sun'er's talent and strength. With a sudden crash, Xiao Yan, clad in disheveled black robes, was violently thrown from the room by an unseen force, landing heavily before Xiao Linglong and her companions. His hair was unkempt, his clothing tattered, and he bore traces of dust and blood, clearly having endured a fierce struggle within the confines of the room. Ouch! Xiao Yan groaned in agony, clutching his waist as his legs trembled uncontrollably. Summoning great effort, he used one hand to support himself against a stone pillar, slowly rising. He then collapsed onto a nearby stone bench, his body sprawled over the stone table, as if all his strength had been drained. His face a portrait of weariness and pain. The gazes of the group converged on Yi Chong, their eyes sharp as blades, seemingly questioning him about what he had done to Xiao Yan. Yi Chong felt the weight of their scrutiny, awkwardly chuckling a few times. Internally lamenting, I may have overdone it. He instinctively lowered his head, Unable to meet their gazes, his face flushed with embarrassment, filled with regret for not having exercised better control at that moment. Chapter 81. Reunion with Ling Kuan. As the sun reached its zenith, warm rays cascaded generously upon the earth, enveloping the entire Yi family courtyard in a golden glow. At that moment, the four women, dressed impeccably, emerged from Xiao Yan's room, supporting one another. Their gait was peculiar, slow and stiff, each step appearing laborious. This odd manner of walking only deepened Yi Chang's embarrassment. He wished he could find a crevice to hide in, his face alternating between crimson and pale. Xiao Yixian, Xiao Linglong, and Yun Yun rushed to their side, carefully assisting them, their eyes filled with concern and worry. The three offered gentle reassurances while helping them settle onto stone benches, their movements tender and considerate. "Serves you right for being so greedy," Xiao Suner huffed at Xiao Yan, who lay sprawled over the stone table, with her hands on her hips and cheeks slightly puffed. She resembled a playful maiden scolding Xiao Yan for his infidelity, exuding an endearing charm that elicited smiles from those around her. "Suner, I did warn you to leave, but you kissed me first." Xiao Yan quickly defended himself, feigning innocence as he looked up at Xiao Suner, his eyes wide in an attempt to justify his actions and seek her understanding. "Humph." Xiao Suner let out an indignant huff, then sighed softly, her tone shifting to one of tenderness. "Are you all right, brother Xiao Yan?" Concern radiated from her eyes, the earlier annoyance and anger dissipating like fleeting shadows, replaced by genuine worry for him. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was fine. Although he appeared relaxed, in truth, both his body and spirit remained in a state of extreme fatigue. He simply did not wish to burden Xiao Suner and the others with excessive concern. The five of them took a full 5 days to recuperate completely. After this tumultuous experience, Xiao Yan joyfully discovered that his strength had ascended from 7-star Do Zone to the pinnacle of Do Zone. The barrier that once obstructed his ascension to Do Zone was now faintly within his grasp. This sensation of breakthrough filled him with exhilaration, as if he glimpsed a promising future where his power would ascend to new heights. "After my departure, brother Xiao Yan entrusted his care to the sisters." Xiao Suner smiled gently at the group of women, including the little healing fairy, her eyes reflecting both reluctance and trust. She knew these women, closely connected to Xiao Yan, would look after him just as she would. "Rest assured, Sister Suner, we will ensure not a single hair on his head is harmed," Han Shui guaranteed, her confident smile and resolute tone instilling a sense of belief in her promise. Suddenly, Xiao Linglong spoke up, her exceptional spiritual perception detecting someone approaching from miles away. She furrowed her brow and gazed into the distance, attempting to glean more information about the newcomer. With a sigh, Xiao Linglong slowly produced a jade tablet along with several jade bottles filled with medicinal pills, solemnly handing them to Suner. "Sister, should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, crush this. Even your father, Gu Yuan, cannot shield against it. The uses of the pills are labeled on the bottles for your convenience." Her voice brimmed with concern as she entrusted these precious items to Suner, as if imparting a piece of her heart and strength to her. Xiao Suner nodded gently, accepting the invaluable items, and carefully stowed them into her spatial ring. Her eyes sparkled with emotion. Gazing at the ring, she silently vowed to guard these treasures well, using them only in dire circumstances. Time flowed on, and after a prolonged wait of 3 days, the serene sky above Yi City suddenly resonated with the sound of rushing wind. Initially faint, it gradually expanded like ripples across the surface of water. In the back courtyard of the Yi family, everyone paused, their conversations interrupted as if an invisible hand compelled them to turn and direct their gazes toward the source of the sound. Thus, the old friend mentioned by Xiao Yan was none other than the commander Ling Kuan, who had forcefully taken Suner away during their time at the Jianan Academy. Reflecting on the past, Xiao Yan had been merely a 3-star Do Wang, facing the formidable Ling Kuan, whose strength was vastly superior. Without the mysterious and powerful within him, he would have struggled to contend even slightly with Ling Kuan. Yet now, circumstances had changed. Xiao Yan's power had risen dramatically. At present, through the mere perception of his imperial soul, he could discern Ling Kuan's secrets with clarity. A 5-star Do Zone may seem formidable, yet in Xiao Yan's eyes, Ling Kuan's Do Qi appeared superficial. At best, it could only match that of a 3 or 4-star Do Zone. To strike first as a Do Zone was indeed indicative of the ancient race's profound heritage. Yi Chong couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Under Xiao Linglong's devoted guidance, the Yi family had undergone a remarkable transformation. Those disciples with innate talent for alchemy had seen their skills significantly enhanced, elevating their ranks by several tiers. Following Yi Xinlan, several other 8-rank alchemists emerged from the Yi family, with Yi Chong himself standing out among them. Yet that was not all. Yi Chong's own prowess had surged to the pinnacle of Do Zone. The 12 elders of the Yi family had also seen their strengths rise, with none below 5-star dozong. Compared to the past, the Yi family's power had achieved a qualitative leap, rendering them incomparable. However, when faced with the mighty ancient race, they remained as insignificant as mayflies against a tree, the disparity in power stark. As the sound of wind grew increasingly pronounced, mere moments later, a dozen shadowy figures appeared ominously in the skies above Yi City. Following closely, a massive 4-winged unicorn emerged, its colossal form blotting out the sun as it hovered above the Yi family. In an instant, the entire Yi family found themselves shrouded in the shadow of this gigantic silhouette. The agile figures, resembling swift birds, descended rapidly from the back of the unicorn. Just as they opened their mouths to speak, a terrifying aura enveloped them like a surging tide. Ling Kuan gazed at the familiar faces below, his expression turning to one of horror, lips trembling as he stammered, "Xiao Yan. You. What?" Xiao Yan wore a warm smile, yet to Ling Kuan, that smile appeared more terrifying than a demon's grimace, sending chills down his spine. Chapter 82. Linglong departs Yi City. It had been years since they last met. Yet Ling Kuan had become so pitiful, reduced to a mere 5-star dozong. After all this time, where had his training efforts been directed? Had he perhaps wasted his diligence on something trivial? Xiao Yan's words dripped with unrestrained derision. The former adversary, once a mere Do Wang competing on equal footing, had now evolved into a figure that Ling Kuan could only look up to in awe. A shudder of dread surged from the depths of Ling Kuan's soul, engulfing him like a chilling tide, as fear spread wildly within him. How dare you, high and mighty, bully the weak and yet still have the audacity to call others worthless? Xiao Linglong's soft voice, like a gentle breeze, clearly reached Ling Kuan's ears. Ling Kuan gazed at the girl before him, even more beautiful than his own young lady, and found himself plummeting into despair. He understood all too well that this girl was none other than the illustrious leader of the Xiaoyao sect, whose prowess even their clan's leader had openly admitted to being unable to rival. Humph! Xiao Yan snorted lightly. Just that single sound unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, akin to lightning, erupting forth. Ling Kuan had no time to react before being struck by this overwhelming force, his vision darkening as unconsciousness claimed him. "Brother Xiao Yan, I will await you in the ancient clan." Xiao Suner gracefully approached and embraced Xiao Yan gently. In the next moment, her figure vanished like an illusion, appearing atop the unicorn. "Young man from the Xiao family, remember this. After the Alchemy conference, come to the ancient clan. None of the younger generation there are your match now." A white-haired elder stood on the unicorn, laughing heartily, his voice resonant. "I will remember," Xiao Yan replied, clasping his fists in respect, his expression earnest and resolute. He remained standing silently, his gaze fixed on the retreating figures of Xiao Suner and the others, not once averting his eyes. Shortly after Xiao Suner departed, the skies above the Yi family seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, the weather shifting dramatically in a breathtaking display. Heavy, dense clouds appeared as if laid down by colossal hands, pressing low against the earth, creating an oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of a dark, weighty ink wash painting suspended above the heads of the onlookers. Upon closer inspection, countless peculiar-colored alchemical lightning danced within the ink-colored clouds, moving with the grace of unleashed dragons, joyfully leaping about. The brilliant glow of these alchemical bolts illuminated the previously dim and oppressive sky with a dazzling array of colors, their light penetrating the clouds and showering every corner of Yi City. Simultaneously, a rich and enchanting fragrance of alchemy wafted through the air, drifting from the direction of the Yi family like an ethereal spirit. This delicate aroma quickly filled every inch of air within Yi City. On the bustling streets, merchants, busy with their livelihoods, paused mid-task, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads as they inhaled the refreshing scent, revealing expressions of long-lost contentment. In the courtyards, elderly men resting had their once cloudy eyes glitter with newfound brilliance, slowly closing their eyes to relish this rare moment of relaxation. In the enchanting embrace of fragrant blossoms, the innocent children laughed and played with increasing joy, as if this delightful aroma had infused their childhood with a touch of the fantastical. For a moment, the citizens of Yi City felt an overwhelming sense of serenity, their physical and spiritual fatigue vanishing without a trace. The scene swiftly shifted to the headquarters of the Xian Yao sect. Standing upright in the grand hall was Feng Xian, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared, unblinking, at the familiar visage before him, one that resonated deeply within his soul. His emotions surged to a peak, his hands trembling slightly, caught in a state of indescribable excitement and joy. Beside him, the Iron Sword Sage, once as cold as frost, now displayed a fleeting yet unmistakable smile, brimming with warmth and respect. The venerable elder before them held extraordinary significance for both of them and the entire Xian Yao sect. Without needing to inquire further, it was clear that this was none other than Yao Chen. Recalling the days of yore, Yao Chen had once been an unknown youth wandering through Zhongzhou, seeking opportunities to enhance his alchemical skills. During that time, the revered Xinong elder had already gained renown as a master alchemist, his skills unparalleled. Throughout Yao Chen's journey of growth, the tales and achievements of the Xinong elder had continually inspired him, marking the elder as a figure of respect and emulation in his heart. The Xinong elder gazed at Yao Chen with kindness, his eyes filled with pride and approval, and spoke softly, "Yao Chen, it has been many years since we last met. To see you reach such heights, and to have taken on such an exceptional disciple brings me great joy." As an elder who had weathered countless storms on this continent, the Xinong elder was acutely aware of the past grievances and rivalries, as well as Yao Chen's tumultuous history. He had once sighed for Yao Chen's misfortunes, and now, witnessing his resurgence, he felt a profound sense of emotion. Turning slightly, the Xinong elder focused his gaze on the poised figure of Xiao Linglong seated in the master's chair. A knowing smile graced his lips as he remarked, "However, Miss Linglong is indeed an extraordinary individual. At such a young age, she has managed to hold her own against two 9-star powerhouses, and she hails from the Xiao clan. Sect Master, you have kept this from us for quite some time." Xiao Linglong's lips curved into a subtle, elegant smile as she stood gracefully and replied, "You flatter me, esteemed elder. Were it not for the weakness of my kin and the numerous challenges we faced, I would not have ventured alone into Zhongzhou, enduring countless hardships to establish this force. Fortunately, the years of effort have not been in vain. Everything appears to be progressing satisfactorily." With a shift in topic, Yao Chen's expression turned serious as he furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. "Next, we await the commencement of the Pill Conference. However, knowing the Soul Palace and their ilk, they will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to intervene. This has always been their modus operandi. Let us surprise them by taking one of their sub-branches." A glint of cold resolve flashed in Xiao Linglong's eyes, her voice laced with unwavering determination as she coldly smiled. "Those sub-branches are crucial to the Soul Palace. A year ago, we engaged in a fierce war with them, which lasted long and cost both sides dearly. Despite our efforts, we only managed to topple fewer than 30 of their branches, while the 3 pivotal halls, heaven, earth, and humanity, stood resolute, unyielding." "That is a splendid idea," Feng Xian mused thoughtfully, contemplating the sect's strength and the feasibility of this undertaking. Gradually, he stated, "With Yao Chen now a 6-star dose saint, our sect boasts 2 6-star powerhouses. With such strength, we can certainly deploy one to lead the assault on their sub-branch, while the sect master remains stationed to deter those 2 ancient beings of the Soul Clan. As long as they are hesitant to act rashly, our chances of success will be significantly enhanced." Upon mentioning the 2 ancient powerhouses of the Soul Clan, Xiao Linglong was instantly enveloped in a fierce aura of vengeance, her gaze sharp enough to pierce. Her voice, icy and deliberate, resounded. "Those 2 undead beings will eventually meet their end at my hands." The battle at the Soul Palace headquarters from a year prior remained a sharp thorn embedded in her heart. The atmosphere was thick with a mix of gravity and fervor, capable of igniting the very air around them. In the ornate council chamber, adorned with intricate carvings and gilded embellishments, the hanging crystal chandelier cast a bright and intense light, illuminating the entire space. The esteemed leaders, solemn-faced, gathered around the large sandalwood table, each bearing expressions of concern and contemplation regarding the imminent action. After several rounds of spirited debate, the meeting reached the pivotal moment of determining the combatants. All eyes converged, and a profound silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the sound of quiet breaths. "Well, it is settled." Xiao Linglong's clear and resolute voice sliced through the stillness like a bolt of lightning. Standing tall, her gaze fierce, she surveyed each individual present, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Yao Chen, revered for his wisdom and experience, would lead the charge alongside the Iron Sword. Feng Xian and Xian Jizi, accompanied by 10 elders at the pinnacle of their craft, all targeting the southern sub-branch. This operation has been long in the making. We must demonstrate the formidable strength and indomitable spirit of our Xian Yao sect, turning their sub-branch upside down. Her words exuded an air of unassailable decisiveness and grandeur, as if she could already envision the sub-branch collapsing under their onslaught. After a brief pause, her gaze sharpened further as she added, "As for the other dose saints, I shall personally lead them towards the northwest to intimidate those cunning old foxes of the Soul Clan and the higher echelons of the Soul Palace. Their audacity has grown in recent years, continuously testing our boundaries. It is time to teach them a harsh lesson, making it clear that the Xian Yao sect is not to be trifled with." "Very well, let us prepare at once," Feng Xian declared, rising with determination. He turned to Elder Baoshan with earnest focus, saying, "Elder Baoshan, intelligence will play a crucial role in this operation. It is imperative to gather as much valuable information as possible, as it directly impacts our success. I cannot speak for other aspects, but in matters of intelligence, my dark pavilion has operated for many years with profound depth, never yielding to anyone. The accumulation of knowledge over these years is not to be taken lightly. Our network spans the continent, and no whisper escapes our notice, he replied, stroking his grizzled beard, a look of determined ambition lighting his face. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin was locked in a fierce struggle in the bustling and vibrant St. Dan city. The city was adorned with festive decorations, alive with excitement. Yet Xiao Yin remained oblivious to it all. He faced layer upon layer of challenges, striving to suppress the violent eruption of his imperial soul power, which hindered his ability to fully unleash his potential. What troubled him even more was discovering that the bride chosen for him by Yao Lao was none other than the enchanting Qiao Ying of the Qiao family. With her exquisite beauty, captivating charm, and exceptional prowess as an 8th-tier alchemist, she was a formidable figure in the alchemical world. Under the envious glares of the women, filled with jealousy, Qiao Ying seemed to intentionally flaunt herself before Xiao Yin every day, desperately seeking to make her presence known. This left Xiao Yin in a cold sweat, feeling as though he were facing a formidable foe whenever he encountered her. He tread carefully, fearful that a single misstep could provoke unnecessary trouble. However, despite being entangled in emotional complexities, Xiao Yin did not neglect his family. Utilizing his connections and influence, he arranged a marriage for his elder brother, Xiao Ding, with Dan Shen from the Dan family. Dan Shen was also an 8th-grade alchemist, possessing not only striking beauty, but also a gentle disposition, making her a suitable match for Xiao Ding. Yet, Xiao Yin had yet to find a suitable partner for his second brother, Xiao Li, which weighed heavily on his mind, often leading him into deep contemplation amidst his rigorous training and competitions. He has escaped. In a serene courtyard within the Holy Dan city, Yi Chong's face was contorted with rage, his eyes wide as he observed the faint ripples of spatial fluctuations before him, his frustration evident as he fumed. Veins bulged on his forehead, resembling an enraged lion. Behind him, Xiao Yin and his companions wore solemn expressions, clearly incensed by the recent turn of events. Yi Chong emanated the powerful aura of a 2-star Dozun, and under his fury, his presence grew increasingly menacing, distorting the very air around him. Chapter 84. The scoring hall of Yao Chen. Xiao Yin's expression was equally grim. During his soul exploration, he had fortuitously encountered the soul fluctuations of the 3 heads of the Dan Tower. After a brief exchange, they realized they were all acquaintances of their teacher, Yao Chen, and let their guard down to converse. As a result, their attention was completely diverted, failing to notice the unusual circumstances unfolding nearby. The little doctor and Yun Yun had only just reached the spirit realm, lacking the keen awareness necessary to detect the impending danger. Yi Xinlan, meanwhile, was engrossed in practicing the alchemical techniques taught by Xiao Linglong, oblivious to the disturbances around her. The Han sisters, Han Yu and Han Shui, were even less aware due to their lower soul realms. Only Yi Chong remained alert, engaging in a fierce battle with the old thief, Mu Gu, who had come to launch a surprise attack. By the time the others realized the situation and rushed over, the cunning Mu Gu had already utilized spatial fluctuations to make a swift escape, leaving them all filled with frustration and anger. Let us discuss this after the conference, Xiao Yin said with a chilling smile, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, resembling a sharp blade in the cold night. I will definitely make Mu Gu pay dearly for his actions today. His escape will not be so easy next time. Everyone nodded in agreement, their hearts steeled with determination to seek retribution for this loss. Days later, the highly anticipated Dan conference finally commenced amidst the eager expectations of the crowd. The venue was a sea of people, with colorful flags fluttering in the breeze, as alchemical masters from all corners of the world gathered together. The Yi family was represented by Xiao Yin, accompanied by Yi Xinlan and Yi Chong. They bore the hopes of the Yi family, walking proudly towards the competition arena. Xiao Yin's gaze was resolute, his steps steady, as though he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Yi Xinlan's eyes sparkled with confidence and anticipation, brimming with enthusiasm for the upcoming competition. Yi Chong wore a serious expression, ever vigilant of their surroundings, ready to protect Xiao Yin and Yi Xinlan. The little doctor led the remaining members to the final alchemical venue of the conference, awaiting patiently. They understood that the performance of Xiao Yin and the others would determine the honor of the Yi family and impact the fates of many, each silently praying for their success. Within the turbulent spatial rift, Xiao Linglong led her group, her gaze piercing as she confronted her old adversaries from the Soul Palace. The rift was suffused with an eerie aura, the dim light fluctuating, adding an air of mystery and tension to the standoff. Among them were the unyielding Soulstone Forest and Soul Destruction Sky, who remained part of the group. Soulstone Forest, as arrogant as ever, bellowed at the sight of Xiao Linglong, Xiao Yao, what is the meaning of this? Bringing so many people, what do you intend to do? Do you think our soul palace fears you? Nothing much. I was merely bored and thought I'd drop by for some tea and catch up. Xiao Linglong replied with a radiant smile, akin to a flower blooming in spring. With a gentle wave of her hand, an ancient and exquisite square table appeared between the two opposing parties. On it sat a steaming teapot and a fine set of tea utensils, exuding a delicate fragrance, as if this were not a battlefield brimming with tension, but rather a leisurely gathering. However, Xiao Linglong's seemingly friendly demeanor put Soul Destruction Sky on high alert. For he knew all too well that this cunning woman concealed daggers behind her smile and harbored ulterior motives. Then please, be my guest. Although Soulstone Forest felt irritated, he feigned nonchalance, boldly seating himself upon a nearby stool, attempting to exude an air of fearlessness and ease. Xiao Linglong merely smiled and elegantly took her seat opposite him, her eyes briefly flashing with an imperceptible coldness. Soul Destruction Sky swiftly appeared beside Soulstone Forest. They understood that after their last encounter, they could only hope to withstand Xiao Linglong's onslaught by joining forces. Should she manage to pick them off one by one, the consequences would be dire. The other members of the Soul Palace, under the leadership of Soul Yan, fixed their hostile gazes upon the remaining members of the Xiao Yao sect, their eyes brimming with animosity, as if poised to leap into battle at any moment. Meanwhile, the Xiao Yao sect, led by the spirited and poised Huang Feng, clad in a striking red phoenix robe, alongside the smiling and bearded Shenong elder, met the Soul Palace's gaze without a hint of fear. Huang Feng's form was agile, her eyes resolute, radiating a powerful aura. Shenong elder appeared amiable, seemingly calm, yet hiding profound secrets within. The tension between the two factions reached its zenith, as if a fierce battle could erupt at any moment, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. In the southern region of Zhongzhou, a desolate mountain range stretched endlessly, with jagged rocks intermingled with dense forests. Amidst this seemingly ordinary landscape stood a foreboding edifice. Exuding a strange aura, it was a branch of the Soul Palace. Usually, this area saw few visitors, save for the occasional birds soaring through the sky, breaking the stillness with a hint of vitality. However, this day, the tranquility was disrupted by the sound of soft footsteps. As a dozen figures quietly appeared outside the Soul Palace branch, their eyes sharp and focused on the building ahead, clearly prepared for action. Were it not for the intelligence provided by Elder Baoshan, we might never have found this place. An elderly man, his face weathered, spoke slowly. Clad in alchemist robes, he appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet a keen observer would notice the glint of wisdom that occasionally flashed in his eyes. Then let us charge in. Iron Sword's expression was impassive, his cold words devoid of emotion. As his voice fell, he reached for the iron sword behind him, twisting his wrist as the sword unsheathed with a crisp dragon-s roar. This iron sword was unlike the one he had previously wielded. It radiated an ancient and mysterious aura, a bestowed spirit treasure of mid-grade quality, sealed by Xiao Linglong. As he held the sword, Iron Sword's aura shifted dramatically, an ominous killing intent beginning to permeate the air. The Elder of Medicine couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. The others nearby exchanged glances, accustomed to Iron Sword's impulsive remarks and actions. Within the Xiao Yao sect, Iron Sword's strength was extraordinary, ranking among the top 10. And after years of diligent cultivation, he had reached the realm of 3-star Do Sheng. His intelligence seemed inversely proportional to his strength. His straightforward approach often left others in fits of laughter and tears. Nevertheless, one could not deny that he had indeed established a firm foothold within the formidable Xianyao sect purely through his raw power. Yao Chen slightly narrowed his eyes, a grave expression taking hold of his features. He raised his hand and gently waved it, and in an instant, a powerful spatial fluctuation rapidly spread from him, enveloping the entire mountain range like invisible ripples. Chapter 85. Yao Chen takes action simultaneously. He channeled the immense power of his soul, a force akin to that of a half-step emperor, infused with a chilling pressure, into the spatial wave to reinforce it. Under his control, the area seemed to be wrapped in an invisible barrier. As long as there were no 7-star Do Saint level experts within the Soul Hall's branch, it would be impossible to breach Yao Chen's blockade. The dozen or so members of the Xianyao sect, under Yao Chen's leadership, displayed a fierce determination on their faces. They were acutely aware of the dangers of this mission, yet for the honor of their sect, and to deliver a heavy blow to the Soul Hall, they showed no intention of retreating. With a slight spatial fluctuation, their figures vanished from sight, stealthily infiltrating the inner sanctum of the Soul Hall branch, where a grand battle was on the verge of erupting. Inside the Soul Hall branch, a guardian cloaked in black mist wore a broad smile as he spoke to the nearby Mo Guardian. Mo Guardian, the soul bodies you collected a few days ago are of excellent quality. Would you take me to them today? His voice carried a hint of flattery and anticipation, revealing his insatiable desire for the soul bodies. In the soul hall, soul bodies were exceedingly vital cultivation resources. Possessing high-quality soul bodies signified advancing further on the path of cultivation. Before they could take a step, a terrifying spatial power suddenly descended upon them. This force seemed to emanate from the boundless void, carrying a destructively overwhelming aura that instantly enveloped the two. They did not even have time to scream before being crushed into nothingness, disappearing without a trace. Who dares to ambush my soul hall? An enraged roar echoed from deep within the soul hall. Shortly thereafter, several soul hall celestials surged out like a tidal wave, their auras surging and their eyes filled with vigilance and fury. The soul hall, a colossal entity of the central continent, had always been the one to bully others. Now, someone dared to wreak havoc on their territory, igniting their wrath. Save the small fry. Soul Chain, cease your hiding and come forth. A tremendous aura rampaged through the space, as if it sought to overturn the very heavens and earth. Simultaneously, golden flames tinged with ghostly white surged forth, boiling like a turbulent river, instantly elevating the temperature of the space to unimaginable heights. The scorching heat warped the surrounding air, causing the rocks on the ground to begin melting with a hissing sound. Yao Chen's voice resonated amidst the flames, imbued with boundless authority and confidence, as his gaze fixed intently on the depths of the soul hall, as if he could see through all hidden secrets. Yao Chen, do not think that just because you possess a physical body, you can contend with my clan. A furious shout shook the entire space, threatening to collapse it at any moment. Soul Chain's figure finally materialized before Yao Chen, surrounded by dense black mist, from which the faint wails of countless vengeful spirits emanated, sending chills down one's spine. His eyes burned with anger and resentment as he stared fixedly at Yao Chen, as if he wished to devour him whole. Had it not been for the Soul Clan's interest in Yao Chen's status as a ninth-rank alchemist, he would have long been slain, allowing him to survive concealed within that ring for so long and even acquire a physical form. However, the Soul Clan could never have anticipated the meteoric rise of Xiao Linglong, who, shortly after establishing her power, initiated a conflict with the Soul Hall, catching them off guard. The Soul Hall suffered significant losses due to Xianyao sect's ambush, forcing them to draw elite forces and dispatch Do Saint experts from their clan to confront them, granting Yao Chen a physical body. Now, facing Yao Chen directly, they remained oblivious to the fact that his strength had escalated to a terrifying level. Not only did he possess a physical form, but he had also reached the mid-6-star Do Saint stage, instilling an unprecedented sense of threat within Soul Chain. Kill. Iron Sword, witnessing that the strongest Yao Chen had successfully detained Soul Chain, felt his blood surge with excitement. He shouted loudly and took the lead, wielding his iron sword that sliced through the air with sharp sword chi, soaring into the sky. The sword chi, infused with his mid-Tian realm soul power, was immensely powerful. Following his lead, the other elders of the Xianyao sect unleashed their attacks, showcasing an array of formidable Do techniques. Some elders executed techniques infused with mighty spiritual energy, crashing like surging waves towards the Soul Hall's experts. Armed with these soul techniques, they could effectively target the souls of the Soul Hall's experts, making it challenging for them to defend themselves, as soul injuries were not easily healed and could only be mended with time. Yao Chen, Soul Chain gritted his teeth, his face twisted in a mask of fury. Unwilling to yield, he fully channeled his Do Chi, unleashing an aura that rivaled Yao Chen's mid-6-star Do Saint might, surging forth like a black storm toward Yao Chen. In his view, defeating Yao Chen would turn the tide of battle and extricate the Soul Hall from its current predicament. Yao Chen regarded the aggressively approaching Soul Chain with a slight smile, exuding confidence and composure, as if Soul Chain were merely inconsequential. Had his soul realm been on par with Soul Chain's, even with the aid of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame and the Bone Spirit cold fire, overpowering and slaying Soul Chain would not have been an easy task. However, now Yao Chen's soul realm had reached the half-step Emperor stage, exceedingly close to the Emperor realm itself. This formidable soul power granted him an absolute advantage when facing Soul Chain. The Soul Clan is indeed powerful, but it has its limitations. As long as certain individuals remain unable to intervene, I can confidently handle someone like you. As Yao Chen's words faded, a terrifying soul shockwave surged forth like a blade, piercing directly into Soul Chain's soul sea. Soul Chain felt an intense pain in his mind, as if countless steel needles were stabbing into him. His complexion turned as pale as paper, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He had only encountered such powerful soul fluctuations from the Soul Clan's leader and a few of the elder members. In that moment, he finally realized the peril he faced today was far more grave than he had anticipated. Chapter 86. Defeating Soul Chain within the confines of the Soul Hall branch. A thick and acrid stench of blood mingled with decay, akin to two ferocious beasts clawing and grappling with one another, recklessly permeating every inch of space. Beneath the leaden sky, strange black demonic energy surged like an endless tide, roaring with a cataclysmic force, continuously swirling and enveloping the branch, creating an atmosphere so oppressive it was nearly suffocating. On the ground, massive runes flickered with an eerie and cold light, resembling silent historians that silently recounted the dark secrets of the Soul Hall, each line revealing the bloodshed and wickedness that had transpired upon this land. Suddenly, a figure shot forth like a meteor, propelled by a howling wind. This individual was none other than Xiao Chen. Just moments ago, he had engaged in a breathtaking clash with Yao Chen, akin to being struck by a thunderous blow, causing him to uncontrollably retreat 100 paces. With each backward step, his feet carved deep grooves into the hard stone slabs beneath him like two sharp axes. The flying debris, shrouded in demonic energy, appeared even more ghastly and terrifying, resembling the shattered remnants of demons bursting forth from the depths of hell. At this moment, the flames of hatred burned fiercely in Xiao Chen's eyes, almost igniting the surrounding demonic energy. He fixed his gaze intently on Yao Chen, who had retreated merely a few steps, clad in flowing white garments. The latter appeared to dance gracefully in the gusting winds, embodying the elegance of a transcendent being, radiating an aura of extraordinary detachment that starkly contrasted with the disarray of the Xiao Chen. The vivid crimson stain at the corner of the Xiao Chen's mouth, in the dim light, resembled a sinister red serpent, becoming increasingly conspicuous, clearly indicating the severe injuries he had sustained in this fierce confrontation, teetering on the brink of collapse. Damn it! The Xiao Chen cursed vehemently, his voice echoing like a roar from the depths of hell, brimming with resentment and rage. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, the crimson liquid trickling down his arm like a winding serpent. His chest heaved violently, as if he were struggling to suppress the fury and anguish within. Then, taking a deep breath, his muscles tensed instantly, erupting into a thunderous roar that shook the very air around him, causing the space to tremble. With this roar, his fighting spirit surged forth like black magma, erupting from within him and swiftly forming a colossal vortex. Under the impact of this formidable energy, the ground beneath him could no longer withstand the force, shattering instantly and sending debris flying like bullets in all directions. Subsequently, the Xiao Chen surged forward like a comet enveloped in black flames, exuding an aura of annihilation aimed directly at Yao Chen. The space around him seemed to ripple as if being tugged by invisible hands, threatening to tear apart and reveal an endless void. Witnessing this, Yao Can's lips curled into a faint smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, seemingly mild, yet tinged with an unmistakable air of disdain. His hands moved like agile butterflies, swiftly forming seals before him, each gesture shifting like an elusive mirage. In an instant, a powerful and mysterious wave of soul energy surged forth from his body like a tumultuous tide. Ethereal soul shadows, hundreds of feet in size, began to materialize around him, emanating a gentle yet commanding light, illuminating the dim chamber and rendering everything within it transparent. Yao Chen fixed his gaze upon the Xiao Chen, who charged at him like a frenzied beast, his voice resonating like a great bell, imbued with a soul power that could make the heavens tremble. Xiao Chen, you are the first fortunate enough to taste my soul combat technique, the Ghost King Needle. As Yao Can's words fell, needles of soul energy, each 100 feet long, materialized from thin air, surrounded by a ghostly blue glow that exuded a chilling aura, as if capable of piercing any soul instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, these needles shot forth like bolts of lightning, reaching the now pallid Xiao Chen in an instant, only to vanish without a trace, as if they had never existed. Then, the Xiao Chen emitted a chilling and eerie scream, akin to the mournful wail of an owl in the darkness, sending shivers down the spine. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices like a fountain, and he fell to the ground like a kite severed from its string, mercilessly cast down by the howling winds. Upon impact, the tremendous force kicked up a cloud of dust that obscured the sky, creating a vast pit in the earth, its walls riddled with cracks, as if the very ground could no longer endure the pain. Xiao Chen Elder, the Soul Clan's combat saint, Soul Yao, battling Iron Sword, immediately contorted his face in rage, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he wished to reduce Iron Sword to ashes. The fighting spirit around him surged like a torrent of black water, crashing down upon Iron Sword with overwhelming force, as he bellowed, "Get out of my way!" Wherever this fighting spirit passed, the air compressed into waves of darkness, shrieking like countless wailing specters, instilling fear in all who heard. Almost simultaneously, a colossal sword aura tore through the sky, dazzling like a brilliant lightning bolt. cleaving through the dark horizon. This sword aura radiated a frigid chill, carving a deep rift in the space it traversed, emitting an eerie glow as though leading to another unknown realm. Iron Sword, exhilarated, his eyes sparkling with fervor like a blazing flame, shouted, "Come. Let us fight to our heart's content." Upon hearing this, the elders of the Carefree sect, engaged in fierce combat with the Soul Hall's warriors, exchanged exasperated glances and shook their heads in resignation. Yet, this ignited their fighting spirit, compelling them to strike even more fiercely against their opponents. Their weapons gleamed with power, each attack resonating with the sound of wind being sliced, akin to thunder, leaving their foes scrambling to defend themselves. A punch to sever rivers. Yao Chen understood the adage of taking advantage of an opponent's weakness. A new type of fire, the ancient spirit golden flame, formed from the fusion of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame and the Bone Spirit's cold fire, coalesced under his command into an enormous fist. This fist, imbued with a terrifying heat capable of incinerating space itself, descended upon the bleeding Soul Chain, who lay helpless on the ground, just freed from Yao Can's fearsome soul combat technique. The Soul Chain felt the impending horror of the approaching temperature, his face turning ashen, eyes filled with despair. His body trembled in fear, yet before he could react, the gigantic fist crushed him into a pulp of blood and flesh, along with his very soul, consumed by the ancient spirit golden flame, leaving only his pure soul essence behind. This was the price of absorbing another's soul essence. Every cause has its effect, and none could escape the judgment of fate. Thinking he would remain in this soul realm for several more years, he was pleasantly surprised when fortune smiled upon him. Yao Chen gleefully accepted the Soul Chain's soul essence, which was about a foot in size. Just then, a booming voice drew Yao Can's attention. Six-pulse Divine Sword. Iron Sword, unsatisfied with his previous engagement, unleashed the Six-pulse Divine Sword technique. In an instant, six sword energies shot from his fingertips like arrows, intertwining like sharp blades, shattering Soul Yao's defensive energy in an instant. The overwhelming sword energy surged like a tidal wave, tearing Soul Yao to shreds. Just as Soul Yao's soul attempted to flee, it was precisely incinerated by Yao Can's ancient spirit golden flame. This flame exhibited an almost sentient quality, tracing a graceful arc through the air, akin to an elegant dancer, devouring Soul Yao's essence with precision. Iron Sword, finish it quickly. Yao Chen glanced in other directions, observing the elders of the Carefree sect gaining the upper hand against the Soul Hall's forces, and decided not to intervene further, merely instructing Iron Sword to assist. Here comes the medicine saint. Iron Sword exclaimed, thrilled, wielding a mid-grade heavy sword, its power sealed, charging into the fray like a flash of black lightning. Although the sword's power was sealed, it still radiated a formidable aura in Iron Sword's hands, resembling a mighty beast restrained, ready to break free and unleash its astonishing strength. Go! Yao Can's brow furrowed as he gazed at the main hall of the Soul Hall. In an instant, a wave of ancient spirit golden flame surged forth, akin to a volcanic eruption, engulfing the entire main hall. Under the searing heat, the hall began to warp and twist, the massive structure creaking under the strain as if it were groaning in agony. Soon, the main hall was reduced to nothingness, leaving only a sky filled with ash, cascading like snowflakes. However, when Yao Chen beheld the scene at the core of the main hall, his heart raced in shock. At the center lay thousands of soul entities bound by chains exclusive to the Soul Hall. These souls struggled incessantly, akin to beasts trapped in a cage, emitting cries of anguish. From their bodies, an incessant vitality was drawn forth, converging into the central golden sphere of light. This orb radiated a sinister glow, each flicker accompanied by the anguished tremors of the souls, as if it were devouring their very essence to sustain its malevolent existence. Such revolting entities. Yao Chen, witnessing this scene, understood that the Soul Palace was utilizing these souls as sustenance, a cruelty far worse than the extraction of marrow. A wave of intense anger surged within him. His hands clenched tightly, nails biting into his palms, leaving deep imprints. With a sigh, Yao Chen invoked his powers, liberating the souls. They knelt in the void, their eyes brimming with gratitude, as if expressing their heartfelt reverence to a savior. Then, like startled birds, they scattered into the vast darkness, vanishing without a trace. We shall avenge your grievances. Yao Chen mused, contemplating the soul essence before him, sighing once more. Within this essence lingered the remnants of the soul's resentment, extinguished before their essence was fully absorbed. As he executed his unique technique, muttering incantations, gentle beams of light emanated from his hands, enveloping the soul essence. Gradually, the resentment dissipated like morning mist under the sun's warm glow, leaving behind a pure soul essence that radiated a soft and warm light. as if whispering tales of rebirth and hope. Suspended in midair above the plaza of the Soul Palace, Yao Chen radiated a gentle yet resolute aura, resembling a luminous moon amidst darkness, steadily drawing in the soul essence painstakingly gathered by the Soul Palace. The essence shimmered with an enigmatic and profound light, each flicker narrating the harrowing tales of their past plunder and imprisonment, each shimmer a silent lament. At that moment, Xian Gizi appeared like a specter in the night, manifesting without warning. Yao Chen nodded slightly, his gaze as deep as the night sky dotted with twinkling stars, betraying a hint of satisfaction. He slowly raised his hand, revealing an ancient and mysterious jade pendant in his palm. The pendant bore intricate and arcane carvings, which shimmered with mysterious hues against the backdrop of demonic energy. As Yao Chen tightened his grip, the pendant emitted a crisp, melodious shatter, transforming into countless crystalline shards that fluttered down like snowflakes. Yao Chen declared, "According to the established plan, everyone, retreat immediately." Yes. Upon receiving the command, Xian Gizi vanished like a bolt of black lightning within the Soul Palace. In an instant, the participants of this operation disappeared from the shrouded space like trained phantoms of the night, their movements synchronized, devoid of any panic or delay. Once everyone had evacuated, Yao Chen swiftly formed a series of hand seals, his gestures as elusive as phantoms. In a heartbeat, the ancient spirit flame erupted from his fingertips like a volcano, unleashing a terrifying aura of destruction that enveloped the realm of the Soul Palace. Amidst the roaring flames, the space began to distort violently, creaking under the strain as if it were groaning in agony. Soon, this realm was reduced to nothingness, leaving behind charred rocks, hardened and crusted from the searing heat. These stones stood as silent witnesses to the brutal battle that had just transpired, solemnly recounting the thrilling events that unfolded. Concurrently, in a mysterious realm where spatial currents surged chaotically, the fabric of space seemed to be kneaded by invisible hands, twisting and transforming. Xiao Linglong beamed like the most splendid flower in spring, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Addressing the seated soulstone forest and soul annihilation heaven opposite her, she said, "Well, let us conclude today's affairs here, esteemed elders. We shall reminisce more thoroughly another day." With that, she danced lightly, her figure surrounded by a layer of mysterious light. This radiance shimmered with extraordinary colors, whisking the members of the freewheeling sect away like a wisp of ethereal smoke, vanishing into the tumultuous spatial currents, leaving behind a faint fragrance as if to testify to their past presence. Soul Annihilation Heaven appeared bewildered, scratching his head in confusion, muttering, "What does this mean?" No sooner had he spoken than Soul Annihilation Life, in a panic, extracted a communication jade pendant. Upon reading the message, he erupted in fury, his face contorting in rage as he bellowed, "This is terrible. A human palace has been destroyed, and the soul essence has been seized." In a flurry of urgency, Solian demanded, "Who did this?" Soul Annihilation Life, suppressing the raging intent within, gritted his teeth and replied, "It was none other than the former esteemed Yao Chen, now the vice-head of the Pill Pavilion of the freewheeling sect and the foremost elder." "What?" The crowd gasped in disbelief, their voices filled with incredulity. For a moment, the void seemed to freeze, everyone struck speechless by the sudden revelation. Soulstone Forest and Soul Annihilation Heaven erupted in fury, exuding the overwhelming aura of a 9-star Do Saint. This powerful pressure surged forth like a tsunami, causing the surrounding expanse to tremble. Minute cracks appeared in the fabric of space, threatening to tear under the strain of their might. Fortunately, both retained a sliver of rationality, refraining from unleashing their terrifying power upon Soul Annihilation Life and his companions. With a countenance as dark as the sky before a storm, Soulstone Forest scoffed, "Let us go. Once our grand plan is set in motion, we will eradicate the freewheeling sect in one fell swoop." With that, he hurriedly led the others away from the void. The air was thick with the rich scent of medicine and a palpable tension, the atmosphere charged with excitement. An elderly figure clad in white sat at the head of the judging panel, his expression grave as he regarded the black magic thunder summoned by Xiao Yan, sighing deeply. "It seems I have lost." In the realm of alchemy, 8-tiered pills were classified by the color of their thunder, with a single hue being the lowest and 9 hues the highest. Above this was the 9th tier. The black magic thunder summoned by Xiao Yan undoubtedly confirmed that he had successfully crafted a 9-tier precious pill. Thus, Xiao Yan's alchemist rank was officially elevated to that of a 9-tier precious pill master. When it came to alchemical prowess, Yao Chen, with his formidable strength at the late stage of 6-star Do Saint and his soul power at the half-step Emperor realm, could rightfully be regarded as a 9-tier profound pill master. His alchemical skills had long since become legendary across the continent. The young girl from the Yi family also stood out remarkably. A beautiful woman in a qipao beside her gazed at Xiao Linglong, who had summoned the five-color pill thunder, her eyes softening with a warm smile. Elder Mu Gu, witnessing Yi Chong summon the four-color pill thunder, felt a surge of fury ignite within him. Jealousy and resentment flickered in his gaze as he fixed his stare upon Yi Chong. Yi Chong, grinning slyly at Elder Mu Gu, teased, "Let us see if you dare to ambush me again in the future." Xiao Yan, with a beaming smile, first gave a thumbs up to Elder Mu Gu and then pressed down with a mocking gesture, clearly conveying, "You are still far from deserving my teacher's intervention." Elder Mu Gu, amidst the astonished gazes of those around, spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back several steps, his face etched with unwillingness and rage. His body trembled slightly, hands clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into his palms. Xiao Ying, who only summoned the three-color pill thunder, gazed at Xiao Yan with bright eyes, privately thinking, "Now he truly deserves to be my man." A blush crept onto her cheeks, her eyes filled with admiration and adoration. The black magic thunder, for a typical peak dozong master, represented an insurmountable hurdle. Although Xiao Yan's current realm was merely at the peak of dozong, his soul realm had already reached the emperor level. Even if he utilized only a third of his soul power, it would suffice to effortlessly withstand the formidable pill thunder. Standing beneath the thunder, his robes billowing, he resembled an invincible war god, exuding an aura of immense strength. Under the radiant glow of the Dan thunder, his silhouette appeared increasingly towering, as if heralding the dawn of an entirely new legend upon this continent, with him poised to become its central figure. As the last wisp of fragrant smoke gradually dissipated over the Holy Dan city, the Grand Dan Conference concluded triumphantly amidst the jubilant cheers and gasps of the crowd. With his mastery in concocting the ninth-rank treasure pill, Xiao Yan unequivocally claimed the top position in this year's gathering, deserving of the title of champion. As he ascended the podium, cradling the mysterious, luminescent ninth-rank treasure pill, the entire square erupted in a cacophony of applause, with countless eyes glistening with admiration and awe. Following closely was Xiao Linglong of the Yi family. The pill she crafted summoned the five-color Dan thunder, unmistakably indicating her success in producing an eighth-rank pill. Witnessing Xiao Linglong's self-assured and composed smile, the crowd couldn't help but marvel at the unstoppable ascent of the Yi family in the realm of alchemy. The foundation that the Yi family had painstakingly built over the years finally erupted like a volcano at this Dan conference, astonishing the entire continent. Not only did Xiao Linglong shine brilliantly, but Yi Chong also made a remarkable impression. His concoction attracted the four-color Dan thunder, likewise achieving the standard of an eighth-rank pill. Yi Chong and Elder Mu Gu jointly secured the third position in this Dan conference. Although a faint smile graced Elder Mu Gu's face, the deep-seated unwillingness in his eyes flickered like a suppressed flame. Emerging in fourth place were two individuals. One was the venerable Qinghua, a peer of Yao Chen, who had earned considerable prestige over the years in the alchemical community. The other was Xiao Yan's betrothed, Xiao Ying. Both successfully summoned the three-color Dan thunder with their pills, attaining the level of eighth-rank pills. Standing on the podium, Xiao Ying frequently cast proud glances toward Xiao Yan, her face beaming with joy. In fifth place was Dan Shun of the Dan family, who was also Xiao Li's fiancée. Her pill attracted the two-color Dan thunder, allowing her to outshine the numerous competitors. A hint of bashfulness colored Dan Chen's gentle visage, as if she were reveling in her own accomplishments. This Dan conference was nothing short of a grand feast in the world of alchemy, not only allowing the audience to witness the legendary six-color Dan thunder of eighth-rank pills, but also bearing witness to the emergence of a ninth-rank grandmaster. The last occurrence of a ninth-rank pill was attributed to the illustrious alchemist Yao Chen. It was only after the last Dan conference, when he reached the 9 revolutions dozun level, that he successfully concocted the ninth-rank treasure pill. This time, however, his disciple Xiao Yan surpassed his mentor, achieving the ninth-rank treasure pill during the conference itself. This remarkable feat not only captivated the eighth-rank Grandmaster Qinghua, but also compelled him to decide on the spot to join Xiao Yan's ranks. Embarking together on a quest for higher realms of alchemy. It seems my disciple is not lacking in talent after all, Yao Chen mused, his face alight with joy as he perused the information in his hands, feeling rejuvenated by decades. Seated in the position of the head of the alchemy pavilion of the free and unfettered sect, he exuded an air of triumph, as though he held the entire world in his grasp. Observing this old man, the crowd couldn't help but mutter under their breath, wondering why he was so arrogant just for taking on a promising apprentice. Yet, they kept such thoughts to themselves. For Yao Chen's power ranked among the top 5 within the sect, and none dared to offend him lightly. By the way, who will send the? Asked Xiao Linglong, her delicate hand grasping, conjuring 2 flames before the assembly. One was the vibrant life flame, ranked 5th, its essence seemingly imbued with the mysteries of life. radiating a gentle glow with each flicker. The other was the Yin-Yang twin flames, a mesmerizing dance of black and white, symbolizing the natural order that births all things. Its aura emanated a mysterious and formidable presence, evoking awe from everyone present. As they gazed at these two, the crowd swallowed hard, aware that while these flames were powerful, they were also perilous. Should they be consumed by them, even a Dosheng would find themselves in dire straits. Thus, despite their fervent desire, none dared to act recklessly. Let him come. Before heading to the ancient clan, he must meet his old master, Yao Chen said, stroking his beard with a smile glimmering in his eyes. Excellent. Let the young master seize the burning flame valley and establish it as a branch of our free and unfettered sect, proposed Fengxian, his eyes sparkling with shrewdness. Then let us keep our lips sealed. For the particulars, let Master Yao Chen and Master Yao Tianhu take charge, as their experience is invaluable, Xiao Linglong remarked. As soon as she finished, a sly grin appeared on the faces of Yao Chen and Yao Tianhu, as if they were plotting some clandestine secret. Elders whose power exceeded Dosheng quickly gathered around Yao Chen and Yao Tianhu, erecting a formidable barrier to ensure that no sound escaped to the outside world. They then began an enthusiastic discussion on how to assist Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan struggled to tame the 3,000 in its domain. Fortuitously accompanied by Chao Ying in this perilous and challenging realm, supporting one another against various trials. Much like his past experiences, he successfully captured yet another companion whose beauty rivaled that of his fiancée Yes. Sighing in resignation, Xiao Yan decided to focus on mastering the, setting aside other matters for the time being. In the flowing river of time, half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Within the starlit realm sealing the 3,000, an eerie tranquility enveloped the air, as thick fire elements surged like a crimson ocean. Yet this tumultuous sea of flames could not conceal the fluctuations of Xiao Yan's awakening presence. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Their brilliance akin to stars piercing through the night, deep and sharp. Upon directing his gaze towards the figure still slumbering beside him, his piercing intensity transformed into boundless tenderness. A bittersweet smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Chao Ying lay there quietly, resembling a resplendent flower blooming amidst flames, her fair face illuminated by the fire elements, enhancing her delicate beauty. Xiao Yan understood the sacrifices Chao Ying made to aid him, and this deep affection stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Gently, he extended his arms, cradling her as if she were a rare treasure, and walked steadily yet softly towards the entrance of the seal. At the entrance, he carefully set Chao Ying down, taking a black cloak prepared nearby and draping it over her to shield her from the cold lurking within the starlit expanse. Next, Xiao Yan swiftly formed seals with his hands, unleashing mysterious runes that burst forth from his fingertips, merging into the surrounding space. As the runes flickered, a gentle glow enveloped the area, forming a protective barrier around Chao Ying. Having accomplished this, Xiao Yan cast a deep glance at the slumbering Chao Ying, his figure vanishing like a specter into the enigmatic starry sky. Roar! A thunderous shout erupted from the very center of the 3,000, akin to a lightning bolt rending the quietude of the celestial expanse. Xiao Yan stood proudly in the void, his black robe billowing amid the tempestuous currents of fire elements. Resembling a war banner, his aura surged like an erupting volcano, manifesting a powerful pressure that distorted the surrounding space. From the first level of Dozun onward, every ascent in his aura was accompanied by violent tremors of the fire elements, as if the entire starry sky quaked in response to his breakthrough. As time elapsed, Xiao Yan's aura finally stabilized at the 5-star Dozun level. 5-star Dozun. He clenched his fists, feeling the tidal force of power surging within him, murmuring to himself. As soon as the words left his lips, a crimson flame slowly emerged from his palm, subtly entwined with the ethereal images of a dragon and phoenix, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. This flame was the dragon phoenix flame that Xiao Yan had seized from the elder Mugu, enhanced by the 3,000 yin-yin flames, which, after countless fusions and refinements, had finally succeeded in breaking through to the level of a 5-star Dozun. The hierarchy of the Dozun level was more stringent than one could imagine, even after devouring the top 10 of the 3,000 yin-yin flames. Coupled with a 20th ranked dragon phoenix flame, he merely managed to reach this tier. With this breakthrough, the level of the burning decision technique had finally ascended to the heavenly stage. Xiao Yan understood that this was not merely an enhancement of strength, but a pivotal step towards a higher realm. He could now visit his teacher and then meet Sun Heir from the ancient clan. As he pondered, he made his way toward the entrance of the seal. Upon seeing the slumbering Chao Ying once again, a wry smile involuntarily surfaced on his face. Just then, Chao Ying slowly opened her eyes, and upon meeting Xiao Yan's gaze, her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, resembling the evening glow on the horizon. Her enchanting beauty, accentuated by the blush, became even more captivating. "Let us go?" Xiao Yan gently said to Xiao Ying, his voice laced with an undeniable tenderness. Xiao Ying obediently nodded, quickly dressing herself and reaching out to tightly grasp Xiao Yan's hand. In an instant, the two figures vanished like a pair of lovers, leaving the starry sky that sealed the 3,000 yin flames behind. Time flew swiftly, and a year and a half passed in the blink of an eye. At the headquarters of the Xian Yao sect, a solemn and majestic scene unfolded. The sect's architecture was arranged in an orderly manner, adorned with exquisite carvings and resplendent structures. The vast square bustled with activity, alive with the presence of numerous individuals. However, before the conference hall of the Xian Yao sect, the atmosphere was unusually tense. "Third brother, do you have a fourth sister like me?" Xiao Linglong, clad in a flowing blue gown, stood before a young man in black robes, her figure graceful, akin to a blooming blue lotus. With her hands on her hips, she relentlessly questioned him, her voice crisp and resonant, tinged with anger and reproach. Standing several meters behind the young man, 6 stunning women of varied temperaments observed the unfolding scene with a mix of trepidation and awe. Each of them possessed striking beauty. Some were gentle and charming, while others were as cold as ice. Yet all were captivated by Xiao Linglong's fiery demeanor. The young man in black robes was none other than Xiao Yan, and these 6 women had devoted themselves to aiding him in his cultivation, his future brides. However, strictly speaking, they were still lacking the likes of Kai Lin, who was raising a child in the Jiama Empire, as well as Ye Fei, who had already devoted herself but remained in the ancient clan, and the yet-to-be-met Miss Tanghua heir from the Burning Flame Valley. Xiao Linglong's fair face darkened. Her beauty was unparalleled, even surpassing that of the ancient clan's Miss Sun heir. In the year and a half since, Xiao Yan had faced countless dangers and challenges. He had ventured deep into the Do Saint ruins, seeking ancient secrets and engaging in fierce battles with various powerful guardian beasts and mysterious forces within the ruins. Upon emerging, he had hurriedly traveled to the Tai Su ancient dragon clan, where he concocted numerous 9th-grade treasure pills for the ancient dragons and even succeeded in refining a profound pill. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's imperial-level soul power, allowing him to turn the tide and defeat the Do Saint at a critical moment, he might have already met his demise. Even so, he suffered grave injuries, barely clinging to life. Fortunately, with the presence of the undying fire, the 3,000 yin flames, he spent an entire year recovering on the East Dragon Island of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan before regaining his strength. At the peak of Dozun now. "Rather proud, aren't we?" Xiao Linglong replied coldly, throwing Xiao Yan a pill recipe. "Refine this pill, then head to the Burning Flame Valley to deliver it. Your fiancé is waiting for you." Xiao Yan nodded helplessly, about to turn away when Xiao Linglong abruptly pulled him back, tossing a spatial ring into his hand. "Once you arrive at the Burning Flame Valley, refine the contents within." Xiao Yan swept his soul power over the ring, exhilaration coursing through him. Yet, moments later, a hint of apprehension crept in. After all, every time he consumed an extraordinary fire, a beautiful woman would invariably offer herself to him. Surely that won't happen this time. He hoped silently. Without daring to delay, he hurried off to refine pills. Simultaneously, he resolved internally that this marriage must be annulled. He understood well that while Sun Er and Yun might remain silent, Kai Lin would undoubtedly be jealous. After Xiao Yan departed, the group of extraordinary women sat anxiously in the grand hall of the Xian Yao sect. "Sisters, it seems following my third brother has been quite a trial." Xiao Linglong sighed as she glanced at Xiao Yixian and the other 6. However, a sense of relief washed over her, at least this way. Every female protagonist in this realm was afforded a fair chance. "How can you say that? We are here of our own volition." Yun spoke first, her voice soft yet resolute. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes reflecting deep affection for Xiao Yan. Clad in a delicate purple gown that swayed gently in the breeze like a violet blooming in the wind, Xiao Linglong moved with an elegance that seemed to resonate with the hearts of those around her. Her gaze, warm as a ray of light, swept over the seated figures of Xiao Yixian, Yun, and the other sisters. Xiao Yixian's features were delicate, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. Yun exuded an air of sophistication, radiating maturity in every gesture. The other women each possessed unique charms, whether they were gentle and serene or spirited and bold, their eyes all shimmering with unwavering concern and devotion to Xiao Yan. This resolve shone brightly, akin to stars in the night sky, illuminating their path forward. As her words faded, she elegantly waved her delicate hand, and beams of light streaked across the room like shooting stars, revealing ancient tomes imbued with a profound aura before them. These tomes glimmered, as though they were alive, with runes flickering and emanating a mysterious energy. Each text was a product of Xiao Linglong's extraordinary intellect and remarkable talent, created during her journey through the realms. Every volume encompassed a complete and intricate cultivation system, detailing everything from the fundamental absorption of combat energy to the sophisticated application of combat techniques, complemented by top-tier battle skills. Some of these techniques were immensely powerful, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, while others were enigmatic and unpredictable, rendering them nearly impossible to defend against. Given ample cultivation resources, practitioners could potentially ascend to the Do Emperor realm, becoming true sovereigns of this continent. Unaware of the immense potential behind these techniques, Xiao Yan's wives gazed in astonishment at the tomes radiating mysterious light, their eyes filled with shock and wonder. They gingerly picked up the books, their fingertips gliding over the pages as if they were touching a new world. Xiao Linglong's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern passing through her once lively eyes, her expression growing grave. Currently, the influence of the Soul Palace has infiltrated the northwestern continent like a malignant tumor. The Jiama Empire, as a crucial stronghold in the northwest, faces a precarious situation. Countless citizens are trapped in dire straits. I hope someone can go to their aid, stabilize the defenses, and save the people. I will go. Yun stood up without hesitation, her voice urgent and determined. Her heart ached for her child, Xiao Tiansu. In the Jiama Empire, the mere thought of potential danger sent pangs of anguish through her. If her hesitation were to lead to her child's misfortune, it would haunt her for a lifetime. The child's smile, the child's voice, flooded her mind, becoming her greatest motivation to step forward. Let us not quarrel, Xiao Linglong interjected, raising her hand to quell the rising discussion. This mission will be led by Tai Jian, accompanied by Sister Yun, Sister Xiao Yixian, and Sister Yixinlan. The Alchemy Hall of the Flame Alliance has encountered serious issues. It is said that an elder has been secretly using the resources within the hall to concoct pills for sale. We need a master capable of refining 8-color pill Thunder 8-grade pills to resolve this, and Sister Yixinlan is the most suitable candidate. I wish to go as well. Xiao Ying's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness, reminiscent of the peach blossoms blooming in spring. Danshan, her younger sister, had been persistently expressing her desire to meet her fiancé, Xiao Ding. Upon mentioning Xiao Ding, a trace of undeniable shyness and anticipation flickered in Xiao Ying's eyes. After all, she was soon to meet Xiao Yan's elder brother, which naturally filled her with a sense of trepidation. Very well, Xiao Linglong nodded in agreement, her gaze resolute. I will summon over 30 elders, each possessing a rank of 6-star Do Zun or higher, to accompany us. These elders were the elite of the sect, their prowess formidable. It is imperative that we secure the northwestern continent and ensure the safety of our kin and loved ones. This is not only for those we cherish, but also for the land that has nurtured us. Rest assured, fourth sister, we shall exert every effort to protect our family. Yun's gaze was steadfast as she nodded earnestly. Her eyes conveyed a fearless courage, as if announcing to the world that no matter the challenges ahead, she would forge ahead without hesitation. Xiao Linglong let out a soft sigh, retrieving a spatial ring and handing it to the little healer. Please give this to Yafei and Medusa. They must care for the children while assisting in managing the Flame Alliance, and their days are filled to the brim. Third brother owes them much. As their sister, I must show my gratitude. The ring contained cultivation resources and artifacts to alleviate their burdens. The little healer accepted the spatial ring with both hands, nodding in gratitude. She could sense Xiao Linglong's heartfelt intentions. This kindness warmed her like the sun on a winter's day. As dawn broke the following morning, the sky shimmered with the first light of day. Tai Jian donned silver armor that glimmered in the morning sun, resembling a war god descending from the heavens. He stood proudly at the forefront of the group, his gaze sharp and unwavering, as if perceiving all that lay ahead. Beside him stood the newly ascended Do Shengu Gui, emanating a powerful aura that instilled fear in those around him. The 30-plus elders of 6-star Do Zun rank stood in neat formation, exuding an overwhelming presence. Their demeanor suffused with a sense of impending battle. Under the leadership of the little healer and Yun, everyone united their efforts to unleash formidable spatial powers. They swiftly formed hand seals, beams of light shooting from their hands, merging into the surrounding space. With the continuous flicker of light, a massive spatial wormhole gradually took shape, radiating an enigmatic glow. Inside the wormhole, the space twisted, shadows dancing as though leading to another mysterious realm. Xiao Linglong gazed at the rotating wormhole, teeming with immense spatial energy, and gently shook her head. Then, she swiftly formed seals, mysterious runes bursting forth from her fingertips, merging into the space around them. These runes glimmered with a golden brilliance, twinkling like a constellation of stars. This overwhelming soul force reverberated throughout the Xiao Yao sect, causing the very air to tremble. Flora and fauna bowed down, as if submitting to this overwhelming power. The members of the Xiao Yao sect were accustomed to such displays. For the soul pressure released by Xiao Linglong was several times more potent than this. As the moment of breakthrough arrived, Yao Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the terrifying soul pressure vanished without a trace. He felt the vast, boundless ocean of souls within him, as profound as the cosmos, and nodded in satisfaction. At the moment of his breakthrough, he seemed to touch the essence of the world and glean the mysteries of the universe. The Do Emperor, the Emperor-grade elixirs, and the Emperor-level souls were legendary existences. The Do Emperor had long been extinct, a myth spoken of in hushed tones. The Emperor-grade elixirs had not graced the world for millennia, their miraculous effects only found in ancient tomes, and the Emperor-level souls were notoriously difficult to cultivate, with countless powerful individuals spending their lives without ever reaching its threshold. In today's realm, few possessed the power of Emperor-level souls, with only a handful, including Gu Yuan, Soul Heaven Emperor, Xiao Linglong, Yao Chen, and Xiao Yan, among them. Aware of the significance of this breakthrough, Yao Chen decided to conceal this news temporarily, allowing the Soul Clan to mistakenly believe that his soul realm remained at the half-step Emperor level, thus catching them off guard when the time was right. He imagined the shock on their faces upon discovering the truth, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. In a flash, Yao Chen appeared before Xiao Linglong, holding a soul essence orb that had shrunk to 2/3 of its original size, yet still measured half a zhang. Miss Linglong, this is the remaining soul essence I have absorbed, now entrusted to you, he said respectfully. Xiao Linglong, like a sprite emerging from a dream, moved gracefully, her presence light as a breeze. Dressed in a lavender gown adorned with exquisite patterns of the galaxy, the design seemed to come alive with her every subtle movement. As if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm, she slowly extended her delicate, fair hand, as if caressing the moonlight, accepting the soul essence from Yao Chen. At the moment of contact, a mysterious and powerful force coursed through her fingertips, awakening like a long-slumbering dragon, sending ripples through the air around her. Xiao Linglong nodded slightly, a flicker of contemplation passing through her lively eyes. In this resource-scarce realm, every precious resource was akin to a clear spring in the depths of a desert, rare and invaluable. While she had no immediate needs, the rise and fall of her sect and the glory of her family weighed heavily upon these limited resources. She understood that gathering even a small amount of resources would bring hope and security for the future of her sect and family. Meanwhile, deep within the remote depths of the Burning Flame Valley, a chamber surrounded by numerous high-level restrictions stood silently. Ancient runes flickered with mysterious light upon the stone walls, seemingly whispering the secrets of time. Xiao Yan, resembling a fiery war god, was wholly focused on refining the strange fire. Inside the chamber, the temperature surged like a tidal wave, ravaging every inch of space, akin to a massive furnace ablaze, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Xiao Yan was enveloped in extraordinary flames, each a different hue, crimson like the blazing sun, emerald like bamboo, and obsidian like the abyss, intertwining and colliding, producing thunderous roars, forming a spectacular yet perilous scene. Just as the strange fire reached a critical juncture in its refinement, an unforeseen turn of events occurred without warning. A bizarre, malevolent fire erupted from beneath the chamber like a volcanic eruption, instantly forming a towering inferno that engulfed Xiao Yan entirely. This evil fire exuded a chilling aura, its temperature so high that it scorched the very fabric of space, accompanied by a mysterious and malevolent force that instantly shielded Xiao Yan's emperor-level soul perception. Xiao Yan's heart raced in alarm, his pupils constricting sharply. Just as confusion filled his mind, the unconscious Tang horror appeared before him without warning. Faced with this sudden turn of events, clarity washed over Xiao Yan like a mirror. He had once again fallen into a meticulously laid trap. He sighed helplessly, muttering curses under his breath. Damn, which despicable wretch is plotting against me this time? Once I uncover the truth, I shall ensure they pay dearly for their treachery. In a tranquil courtyard of the Burning Flame Valley, sunlight streamed through the leaves like golden threads, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. A gentle breeze caressed the flowers and grasses, which swayed lightly, releasing intoxicating fragrances that transported one to a realm of enchantment. An elderly man with flaming red hair conversed animatedly with another elder clad in a white alchemist robe trimmed with golden threads, seated at a stone table. The red-haired elder, the venerable ancestor of Burning Flame Valley, possessed a towering stature akin to a majestic mountain, exuding an imposing presence with every movement. His eyes, deep with the wisdom of ages, seemed capable of penetrating the essence of all things in the world. The elderly man clad in a flowing white robe was none other than the esteemed 9th-rank Xiandan alchemist, the revered apothecary Yao Chen, who had just arrived at the fiery Flame Valley. In the vast expanse of Zhongzhou, those adorned in such luxurious, Gold-threaded white robes were invariably the Armée de las Armées of the alchemical realm, their status and esteem towering above all, commanding the attention of countless onlookers with every gesture. Chapter 92. The Reflections of the Fire Cloud Ancestor. To think. This old fellow has ascended to the late stage of 6-star Dosheng. The Fire Cloud Ancestor lamented, his tone imbued with both awe for Yao Chen's accomplishments and a touch of self-deprecation regarding his own journey, having toiled immensely to reach merely the 3-star Dosheng. Largely thanks to the assistance of the young lass, Xiao Linglong. He vividly recalled the years past when the hidden afflictions within him loomed like a chronic ailment, worsening with time, his body deteriorating as if it might extinguish at any moment. Just as despair began to consume him, Xiao Linglong appeared like a beacon of hope. And what of me? Were it not for that young one, I too would not have attained my current stature, nor dared to dream of transcending to the imperial realm of the soul. Yao Chen echoed similar sentiments, pausing momentarily, a shadow of worry crossing his features before he continued. By the way, I trust Tanghuer is unharmed? Her injuries have only just healed, and that old rascal Yi Chong possesses a potent 8th-rank stimulant pill. We both understand the ramifications should it be unleashed. The consequences would be dire. She is hardly that fragile. Always yearning for a fight, she resembles a little demoness. No sooner had he spoken than an extraordinary ripple surged through the air, reminiscent of a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending waves of distortion through the surrounding light. Suddenly, the current master of the fiery flame valley, Tang Jean, appeared out of thin air, elegantly bearing exquisite pastries that resembled masterpieces, their enticing aroma wafting through the air alongside steaming tea that exuded a delightful fragrance, complemented by vibrant, fresh fruits that were utterly tantalizing. A smile graced his face, akin to the gentle warmth of spring sunshine. Who would have thought that Master Tang has also ascended to the pinnacle of the 9 transformation dozone? Yao Chen accepted the tea from Tang Jean with a teasing smile, sensing that the Valley Master must have encountered some fortuitous event worth sharing, prompting them to partake in his good fortune. This is all thanks to the opportunity provided by the Lord of the Carefree sect. Otherwise, I would not have reached such heights. Tang Jean humbly replied, though a glint of pride shimmered in his eyes. Indeed, Yao Chen took a delicate sip of tea, its refreshing essence cleansing the very dust of his spirit. His demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he slowly declared, in the coming days, Xiao Linglong intends to establish an alliance specifically to confront the nefarious Soul Hall. The Carefree sect shall handle the Soul clan lurking behind them. This is a matter of great significance, concerning the safety of all Zhongzhou. It must not falter. Xiao Linglong is the sect master of the Carefree sect? What is her relation to Xiao Yan? Tang Jean inquired, his mind swirling with confusion, unable to restrain his curiosity. In his understanding, Xiao Yan was already an extraordinary figure. To learn of Xiao Linglong's remarkable prowess only deepened his intrigue. Yao Chen let out a faint sigh, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes as he replied, she is the sister of Xiao Yan, the young lady of the Xiao clan. While the Xiao clan may have once fallen into decline, the emergence of these two prodigious successors heralds the potential for revival. They bear the hopes of the Xiao clan and shall undoubtedly alter the landscape of Zhongzhou. Is that so? One could not have imagined that from the once diminished Xiao clan, such individuals would arise. The Fire Cloud Ancestor confirmed his thoughts, marveling at the revival of the once glorious clan, reminiscent of its past splendor. How many factions will join this alliance? Tang Jean inquired further, fully aware that to challenge the formidable Soul Hall and the Soul clan, a coalition of powerful forces was imperative, otherwise it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Yao Chen smiled, confidence gleaming in his eyes. You, the Fiery Flame Valley, the Pill Tower, the Sound Valley, and the Flower Sect. These factions represent the pinnacle of Zhongzhou's power, their foundations deep and their strengths formidable. Should they unite, they could certainly stand against the Soul Hall and the Soul Clan, bringing peace and tranquility to Zhongzhou. A truly grand endeavor. The Fire Cloud Ancestor exclaimed in surprise. The prospect of uniting so many elite factions showcased Xiao Linglong's audacity and influence. Xiao Yan shall serve as the leader of the alliance, while you, the Fire Cloud Ancestor, that ancient being from the Sound Valley, the 2 fairies of the Flower Sect, and the Elder of the Pill Tower shall collectively assume the role of vice leaders. This arrangement not only highlights Xiao Yan's leadership skills, but also harnesses the strengths of each member to ensure the alliance's stability. United, we shall achieve great feats. Yao Chen's words elicited hearty laughter from the Fire Cloud Ancestor, who readily concurred. In his view, such an arrangement was both reasonable and poised to maximize the alliance's potential in opposing the Soul Hall and the Soul Clan. A silvery, bell-like roar suddenly echoed, reverberating throughout the Fiery Flame Valley. Get lost. Immediately after, a dark figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, crashing with tremendous force before Yao Chen and the others. creating a small crater in the ground, dust swirling as the very air vibrated with a low hum. What is wrong with that Tanghua? I've told her I was drugged, yet she insists on beating me up. Xiao Yan cursed as he clambered to his feet, rubbing his sore waist. His face a mixture of anger and helplessness. Upon hearing the commotion, Tang Jun and the Fire Cloud ancestor hurried over. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's disheveled state, they exchanged incredulous glances before bursting into laughter, filling the courtyard with mirth. Teacher, what brings you here? Xiao Yan, initially seething with rage, prepared to unleash his fury. However, upon catching sight of Yao Chen's familiar and benevolent visage, his anger froze in place, replaced by a hint of embarrassment. He sheepishly scratched his head, his indignation dissipating considerably, and chose a beautifully carved stone bench to sit down slowly. Yao Chen stifled his laughter, his gaze sharpening with a blend of satisfaction and scrutiny as he appraised Xiao Yan, nodding in approval. Not bad, not bad. Who would have thought you would reach the pinnacle of the 8 transformation dozone? Chapter 93. The Jade Marrow Pill. After a brief pause, his expression turned serious. His gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Yan, his words laden with significance. You should understand why I am here. Upon hearing this, a series of bizarre aftereffects from his recent absorption of flashed through Xiao Yan's mind. These aftereffects felt like an entangled web of complications, ensnaring him deeper into emotional turmoil, consuming considerable energy to navigate through these emotional intricacies. Realizing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but twitch his lips in annoyance, silently cursing. So it was these old geezers pulling strings behind the scenes. Yao Chen seemed to read Xiao Yan's thoughts, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Raising his voice, in the Do-Chi continent, strength reigns supreme. With your current alchemical skills and the imperial level soul, what harm is there in taking on a few more wives? Look at those young ladies, who are consumed with thoughts of you, yet you remain hesitant. He emphasized, and what of Qing Lin? Such a wonderful girl, you must not let her down. Remember to give her a title soon. Alas, Xiao Yan rubbed his temples. Weariness etched across his face. Matters of the heart are intricate and complex, far from easy decisions. At that moment, the Fire Cloud ancestor strode into the courtyard, his hearty laughter shattering the brief silence. Young man, don't be coy after reaping the benefits. Xiao Yan could only smile wryly, casting his gaze toward the azure sky, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. As the crowd harbored their own thoughts, a faint sound of weeping drifted in from outside the courtyard. Father, he is bullying me. Tang Hoyer stumbled into the courtyard, limping. Her hair was disheveled, her face streaked with tears, and her expression was one of utter exhaustion, evoking deep sympathy. Upon witnessing her state, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, but then quickly understood. All present were seasoned individuals, well acquainted with the ways of the world, and thus grasped the situation between Xiao Yan and Tang Hoyer. Accordingly, they joined Xiao Yan in comforting her, exchanging words of solace. After a considerable effort, Tang Hoyer's emotions gradually began to settle. Exhausted, Xiao Yan collapsed onto a chair, panting heavily, reflecting that this was even more draining than battling the Soul Clan's saint. Yao Chen, the Fire Cloud ancestor, and Tang Jun exchanged knowing glances, observing the stubborn interaction between Xiao Yan and Tang Hoyer, reminiscent of their own youthful selves, once spirited and commanding. You must keep your word. You promised to take me out to play, Tang Hoyer said, wiping away her tears. Her large, watery eyes fixed on Xiao Yan, her lips pouting. She was filled with confusion, not quite understanding how she had ended up in Xiao Yan's secluded training chamber. Very well, Xiao Yan, keep my promises. Xiao Yan reluctantly rubbed his forehead, inwardly lamenting the debt of gratitude he had incurred. Utilizing his imperial level soul, he barely sensed a faint spatial fluctuation. With this thought, he looked back at Tang Hoyer, deciding to comfort her before retreating into seclusion to concoct a Yusue Dan for her. The Yusue Dan, made primarily from the exceedingly rare Do-Sheng Yusue, along with hundreds of precious medicinal herbs, is a paragon among 9th grade elixirs. Its preparation process incredibly complex and demanding on the alchemist. In his quest to gather the materials needed for the Yusue Dan, Xiao Yan spared no effort, investing substantial time and energy to seek out rare herbs. He traversed various mysterious locations, enduring countless hardships, and ultimately gathered the required ingredients. Subsequently, he entered the meticulously arranged alchemy chamber. The walls of the chamber were embedded with various exotic gemstones, radiating a mysterious glow. Xiao Yan methodically arranged the prepared herbs, inhaled deeply, and commenced the refinement of the Yusue Dan. He swiftly formed hand seals, causing mysterious runes to fly from his fingers into the cauldron. Within, flames blazed fiercely as the herbs gradually melded under the intense heat. After half a month, Xiao Yan, within the alchemy chamber, stared at the 2 translucent Yusue dawn in his hands. The elixirs emanated a gentle yet powerful radiance, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly with their energy. After pondering for a moment, he carefully placed one elixir into a jade vial, storing it in his spatial ring, and consumed the other. As the elixir melted in his mouth, a torrent of immense and fiery energy coursed through his meridians, flooding his entire being. Xiao Yan immediately activated his cultivation technique, fully channeling the new form of, which was a fusion of 8 different flames, while simultaneously harnessing the power of his imperial-level soul to refine this energy. In an instant, the alchemy chamber was aglow with light, waves of heat radiating outward, and various peculiar runes flickering in the air. Over a month later, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, his aura suddenly becoming remarkably robust, successfully breaking through to the pinnacle of the 9-turn Do Zone. Although his realm had only advanced by 1 turn, his physical strength had reached the apex of a 9-star Do Sheng. Ever since the last ambush by the Soul Clan's Do Sheng, Xiao Yan had devoted himself to the body refinement techniques imparted by Xiao Linglong, expending vast amounts of precious resources. Through remarkable determination and unique opportunities, his physical prowess had achieved a qualitative leap. Now, solely relying on his physical strength, Xiao Yan could contend with high-ranking Do Shengs. In the courtyard of the Burning Flame Valley, where a unique atmosphere lingered, a gentle breeze rustled the surrounding flowers and grass, releasing a delightful fragrance. Xiao Yan and Tang Heuer found themselves in a precisely arranged stone chamber, its walls adorned with exquisite runes that not only served a decorative purpose, but also isolated the interior from external disturbances. The room was softly illuminated, and on a rustic stone table, Xiao Yan presented a jade vial that radiated a faint halo to Tang Heuer, dressed in a delicate light yellow gown. The hem swayed with the breeze, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at the vial. "Is this the Yusue Dan?" she asked softly, her lips parting slightly. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of novelty sparkled in her eyes, and she nodded eagerly. Suddenly, a blush spread across her cheeks, and she lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "Will you help me refine this elixir? I'm worried that refining it alone might lead to a backlash from its power." Without hesitation, Xiao Yan nodded. Seeing his agreement made Tang Heuer's cheeks grow even warmer, the blush creeping to her ears. This marked her first conscious invitation to Xiao Yan for intimate assistance in refining the elixir, igniting a flurry of shyness within her heart. Chapter 94. Journey to the Ancient Realm. Meanwhile, atop the first peak of the free and unfettered sect, enveloped in swirling clouds, it resembled a celestial paradise. Xiao Linglong, clad in a moon-white robe that danced with the wind, stood tall like a proud plum blossom amid the snow. At this moment, she gazed down at the bustling headquarters of the free and unfettered sect within a 1,000-mile radius. The entire stronghold was shrouded in intricate formations, shimmering with mysterious light. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Linglong's lips as she thought to herself, "I refuse to believe that among the young generation on this vast Doqi continent, anyone possesses strength surpassing that of my third brother, Xiao Yan. Having weathered countless trials and dangers, he has forged extraordinary strength and an indomitable will. Master, will you be going alone this time? The ancient clan possesses profound strength that far exceeds our free and unfettered sect. This venture may prove perilous," remarked the elderly Baoshan, slightly hunched with age, his white hair a testament to time's passage. Yet, his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's. He furrowed his brow, his voice laden with concern. Xiao Linglong first nodded, then shook her head, her expression deep and resolute. "Though the ancient Yuan is formidable, would I, Xiao Linglong, ever fear him?" she then inquired. "By the way, you haven't auctioned off the blueprint for the pure lotus demon fire, have you?" Xiao Linglong nodded again, methodically instructing, "Retrieve it for Elder Yao Chen. As a master in the alchemical realm, he may uncover vital clues for refining the pure lotus demon fire from the blueprint. Furthermore, disseminate news of the Bodhi Ancient Tree at the next spatial trading event. The Bodhi Ancient Tree is a heavenly spirit, and once its existence is known, it will undoubtedly draw attention from various forces. We can then leverage this opportunity to navigate among the major factions, thereby expanding the influence of the free and unfettered sect." "Understood, Master," Baoshan replied, pausing momentarily before adding, "The Northwest continent has stabilized. Elder Tai Jian, leading the Flame Alliance alongside our elders, has successfully repelled the Soul Hall's assault and is currently in a standoff with them." Xiao Linglong nodded in satisfaction, analyzing, "Recently, Huang Feng has successfully emerged from her seclusion. Her strength has reached the peak of 8-star Do Sheng, and her soul power has entered the imperial realm. With her strength and wisdom, she should manage the sect without significant issues. Yes, Master, please exercise caution on your journey. The ancient clan is shrouded in mystery and may lay numerous traps." Bao Shan respectfully bowed as Xiao Linglong began to fade from view within the independent realm of the free and unfettered sect headquarters. Subsequently, Xiao Linglong meticulously selected Yao Tianhua, the saint of Spring's Abyss, and the youngest elder, Chen Lin, to accompany her to the ancient clan. Chen Lin, a dazzling new star within the free and unfettered sect, was recognized for his rapid ascent to Do Zun among the outer disciples. Despite his age being similar to Xiao Yan's, he had already advanced to 8-star Do Zun. In the sect, he diligently practiced the core Xiantian sword art, having now mastered it to perfection. Every time the sword is drawn, its aura seems capable of slicing through the heavens, marking its wielder as a paragon among the younger generation. Yao Tianhua had previously made a name for himself in the Duqi continent, and now his power has reached the early stage of a 4-star Do Saint. Surrounding him is an intense blaze, exuding a formidable presence with every movement, akin to the blazing sun. Meanwhile, the Saint of Spring, Kuan Yu, surpasses him. Having attained the pinnacle of 4-star Do Saint, standing just a step away from breaking into the realm of 5-star Do Saints, his strength awe-inspiring. He excels in manipulating water-based powers, allowing him to fluidly transform the water elements, adept in both offense and defense. As they unleash their extraordinary abilities, they tear through the fabric of space, which succumbs to their might like fragile parchment, revealing dark, profound rifts. They traverse through these fissures with lightning speed, soon arriving within 1,000 miles of the ancient Saint City. Third brother, are you bringing her along? Xiao Linglong gazed at Xiao Yan, who was accompanied by the crimson-clad Tang Hor, her eyes flickering with surprise. The vivid red of Tang Hor's attire shone brilliantly under the sun, resembling a flame in full blaze. My sister-in-law insisted persistently. I simply couldn't refuse her, Xiao Yan replied with a resigned expression. Xiao Linglong nodded and swiftly made arrangements. Old Mr. Yao, you will lead Chen Lin and my third brother into the ancient Saint City, while I will accompany Kuan Yu to scout the situation. We shall split into 2 teams, coordinating with one another to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. With a determined smile, she added, I shall see what the ancient clan can do to me. Even if they lay out an intricate web, I, Xiao Linglong, will assuredly emerge unscathed. With that, Xiao Linglong summoned her immense power, her Do Qi surging like a mighty tsunami. She forcefully rent the remnants of the Do Emperor's power lingering in the ancient Saint City, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, emitting a deafening roar. As a brilliant light flashed, the rift in space gradually widened, and without hesitation, Xiao Linglong stepped into it, her figure vanishing instantaneously. In terms of true combat prowess, should Xiao Linglong unleash her full strength, she would be no less formidable than the Do Emperor. Moreover, her spiritual essence has transcended the so-called peak of the Emperor realm, bestowing upon her unimaginable power, as if she could command all forces of nature. The ancient realm is akin to a mysterious star concealed deep within the celestial vault, exuding a unique aura that inspires reverence. This enigmatic domain serves as a convergence point for the energies of the universe, resembling a colossal magnet that draws countless cultivators to its allure. Upon entering the ancient realm, a dense and overwhelming energy assails the senses, akin to a surging black tide, imbued with an incessant sense of oppression that fills every inch of space. This energy seems almost alive, swirling wildly through the air, nurturing every corner of the ancient realm, transforming it into a coveted sanctuary for cultivators seeking breakthroughs and soaring to new heights. The vastness of the ancient realm is a testament to the tireless efforts and meticulous expansions carried out by generations of ancient clan Do Saints. Armed with extraordinary strength and exceptional wisdom, these Do Saints have ceaselessly contended with the laws of nature throughout the ages, extending the dominion of the ancient realm. They wield astonishing powers, reshaping landscapes and altering terrains. Through countless generations of inheritance and struggle, the present-day ancient realm is expansive, with intertwined mountains and rivers. Even the most powerful Do Saints, who roam the Duqi continent with ease, would hesitate to claim they could traverse its entirety in a single day. As one delves deeper into the ancient realm, the sights become increasingly breathtaking. Towering peaks rise sharply, each mountain appearing as a spine thrusting up from the earth in its fury, resilient and proud, piercing the clouds. Enormous trees stretch skyward, their lush canopies forming layers upon layers, with sunlight struggling to filter through the gaps, casting down golden beams akin to a dreamlike paradise. Amidst these mountains, the tallest peak reaches an astounding height, resembling a colossal tower that gazes down upon the entire ancient realm, witnessing the passage of time. At the summit of this lofty mountain, a middle-aged man stands quietly, dressed in simple linen garments. His attire flutters in the fierce wind, and his poised stance exudes an otherworldly grace. His gaze is deep and tranquil, akin to an unfathomable lake, elusive, and enigmatic. Behind him, several elders bear solemn expressions, their brows furrowed as if facing a formidable foe. They radiate powerful and terrifying waves of Do Qi, akin to sharp blades that threaten to rend the very fabric of space around them. These elders are undoubtedly among the elite of the Do Saints, any one of them. If they were to appear on the Duki continent, could unleash a storm of bloodshed that would instill fear in many. What keen perception you possess. A melodic laughter suddenly resonates, like delightful notes dancing through the air, shattering the silence. This laughter causes the elders behind the middle-aged man to grow alert, their Do Qi swirling rapidly, poised for any impending crisis. With the laughter, a graceful figure gradually materializes. Xiao Linglong, adorned in a delicate green gown, resembles a blooming flower in spring, exuding an enchanting aura. Her hair cascades loosely behind her, restrained by a slender green ribbon, and as the breeze stirs, her strands dance lightly, adding to her ethereal beauty. Her stunning features are reminiscent of a celestial being, breathtaking in their allure. Her skin is as pale as snow, her eyes bright as stars, with a dignified nose and rosy lips. Even the worldly wise middle-aged man finds his heart stirred upon seeing her. He marvels inwardly. Having encountered many beautiful women, including his daughter, Xiao Sun'er, who is a rare beauty in her own right, but he has never before seen a woman whose poise and beauty surpass even hers. Furthermore, Xiao Linglong's power has reached the pinnacle of 9-star Do Saint, an existence that commands respect even on the Duki continent. Xiao Linglong smiles at the middle-aged man, her voice as crisp and pleasant as a mountain spring. You must be Gu Yuan, the head of the ancient clan and father of Xiao Sun'er. Indeed. Gu Yuan replies with a slight nod, his gaze piercing as he scrutinizes Xiao Linglong. But I am curious as to why the master of the free and easy sect has come to the ancient clan. Xiao Linglong offers a faint smile and utters two words that leave Gu Yuan and the elders behind him in shock. Xiao clan. Gu Yuan is momentarily taken aback, his mind racing before he slowly comprehends. You have come for Xiao Yan? To be precise, I am here for my third brother, Xiao Yan. Xiao Linglong responds with a gentle smile, her eyes sharp as blades as they sweep over the elders behind Gu Yuan. You, Gu Yuan, are indeed loyal, but alas, as the head of the ancient clan, you must consider your own family. What? You are of the Xiao clan? One elder behind Gu Yuan exclaims in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. You old fossils plot and scheme behind the scenes every day. If it weren't for the fierce battle I have been waging with the Soul clan, you wouldn't even know my name. Xiao Linglong as fury ignites, her gaze ablaze with anger, akin to a raging inferno. The Soul clan boasts 4 9-star Do Saints. What do you have in the ancient clan? You arrogant old fools. Today one of us will fall, either I or you. Calm down, Miss Linglong. Another elder hastily interjects, his face plastered with a smile in an attempt to quell her wrath. Do not bother. I cannot afford your apologies. Come, will you face me all at once or one by one? Xiao Linglong's eyes glint like sharpened blades, scanning Gu Yuan and his companions. Aside from Gu Yuan, who remains composed, the others instinctively swallow hard, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Being targeted by a formidable warrior who has triumphed over 2 9-star Do Saints, it is hardly surprising that few can maintain their composure, even on the Duki continent. Gu Yuan offered a wry smile, fully aware that the situation had escalated to a point where conflict was inevitable. Let us proceed. This place is not suitable for combat. With a flick of her hand, Xiao Linglong instantly conjured a spatial realm. Upon reaching the Do Saint realm, one gains the ability to create space, allowing for spontaneous construction of such realms during battle. These spaces, however, are inherently unstable and will dissipate once the confrontation concludes. Gu Yuan nodded, and in a flash, he followed Xiao Linglong into the newly formed space. Once inside, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation without uttering a single word. Terrifying tidal energies, mingled with formidable spatial forces, crashed against one another like raging waves. Their attacks produced no explosive sounds, only the palpable essence of life and death. Waves of spatial fluctuations rippled outward, threatening to tear the very fabric of the space apart, causing those outside to pale in fear and hastily retreat, fully aware that being caught in such a clash could lead to dire consequences. Minutes later, the space gradually dissipated, revealing the two combatants before the onlookers, impeccably composed. Who would have thought you would be the foremost among the younger generation of the Duki continent? Alas, it is regrettable that you are not born of my ancient clan, but rather from the waning Xiao clan. Gu Yuan remarked, casting a glance at Xiao Linglong, his expression tinged with a sense of lament. Gu Yuan, you are indeed remarkable. However, when you mention the heavenly tomb, do you refer to the resting place of my ancestor, Xiao Xian? Xiao Linglong inquired, her eyes alight with anticipation. Gu Yuan nodded. In the past, Each ancient race was allocated 2 spots to enter this heavenly tomb in search of opportunities. During the decline of your Xiao clan, these spots have been occupied by my ancient clan. According to the agreement with Xiao Xian, should a member of the Xiao clan enter the ancient realm, the spots will revert to your clan. It appears that you, Gu Yuan, are indeed a man of honor, though the elders of your clan seem to harbor less noble intentions. Xiao Linglong's words sent a chill down the spines of the elders behind Gu Yuan, their faces paling in apprehension. After a moment of silence, Xiao Linglong spoke again. I must take a journey with my third brother. Very well, your power now surpasses mine. I will have the elders lead you to the rest area. However, you must refrain from revealing yourself indiscriminately. Gu Yuan replied with a rueful smile. Adhering to the ancient regulations that forbid any 5-star Do saints and above from engaging in arbitrary confrontations. Xiao Linglong nodded casually and followed an elder of the ancient clan to a tranquil courtyard in the ancient realm. The courtyard was fragrant with flowers and shaded by lush trees. However, beneath this serene facade, a new storm appeared to be brewing, poised to sweep across the entire Duki continent. The winds howled like wailing spirits atop the towering peaks, as stones and debris were hurled in all directions. Chief, who emerged victorious just now, a hunched black-robed elder behind Gu Yuan, his eyes filled with confusion, could no longer restrain his curiosity, his throat visibly moving as he spoke. His voice torn by the raging winds, yet laced with urgency, as if fearing the loss of vital information. How could this be? Another elder clad in white gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief, his wrinkled face contorting with astonishment. Isn't Linglong also at the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Saint realm, equal in standing to you, Chief? With your reputation and strength, how could you not prevail against her? His voice trembled with excitement, causing the rocks beneath him to crack slightly under the strain of his emotions. The Do Emperor in white murmured, awe evident in his tone. He slowly lifted his gaze to the vast and profound sky of the ancient clan realm, his eyes clouded with confusion. Can she truly reach that unattainable realm? I do not know. Gu Yuan smiled gently, a complex glimmer in his eyes, a mix of admiration for Xiao Linglong's talents and concern for the future. Perhaps, let us refrain from intervening in matters concerning Xiao Yan. It is possible that even you may not be his match. What? The white-robed elder tensed instantly, his body rigid, his voice involuntarily rising, sharp enough to pierce through the wind. How can this be? I am now at the late stage of the 7-star Do Saint realm, a formidable presence on the Duki continent. How could I possibly be unable to contend with Xiao Yan? Gu Yuan regarded the elder calmly, his gaze as placid as a bottomless abyss. Do you still believe that Xiao Yan's strength is merely at the pinnacle of the 9-turn Do Zun? The elder instinctively nodded. In his understanding, the chasm between the pinnacle of the 9-turn Do Zun and the Do Saint realm was insurmountable. A Do Saint could unleash tremendous power with a mere gesture, a feat beyond the capabilities of a 9-turn Do Zun. The pinnacle of the 9-turn Do Zun is merely a measure of Xiao Yan's prowess in terms of Do Qi. Gu Yuan's voice was deep and resonant, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of the two elders. That lad's physical strength has already reached the initial stage of the 9-star Do Saint, embodying a force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth with every movement. The Xiao clan has produced one Xiao Xian. Now they must produce 2 such prodigies. The Xiao clan is truly unparalleled in talent. The black-robed elder could not help but exclaim, his voice filled with astonishment and resignation. A hint of melancholy flashed in his eyes. Despite the strength of the ancient clan, they found themselves overshadowed by the brilliance of these 2 talents from the Xiao clan. With a heavy heart, the figures of Gu Yuan and the others gradually faded from the towering peak, leaving only the howling winds, as if recounting the shocking conversation that had just transpired. In the grand square of the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony, the air was vibrant with excitement, colorful streamers fluttering in the breeze, as the crowd eagerly anticipated the spectacle unfolding in the center of the arena. Xiao Yan stood tall, one foot firmly planted upon the form of the ancient clan's genius, Gu Yao. In an instant, the aura of the pinnacle of the 9-turn Do Zun erupted from him like a volcanic eruption, powerful waves of energy striking everything around him like invisible blades. The ground of the entire square cracked with deep, menacing fissures, from which streams of molten rock seeped, as if the earth itself groaned in agony. The mocking expression on Xiao Yan's face pierced deeply into Gu Yao's heart, filling him with a sense of humiliation and resentment. Is there anyone else? A cold smile played upon Xiao Yan's lips as his gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the crowd. Where his eyes fell, an unseen pressure enveloped the onlookers, as if an invisible hand clutched their throats tightly. Even the semi-saint elder, Gu Xiantong, seated among them, could not suppress the furrow in his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He contemplated privately, even if he were to descend into the fray himself, with Xiao Yan wielding that enigmatic olive-colored strange fire. He may not be able to defeat him. At this moment, the strange fire in Xiao Yan's hand radiated an eerie glow, shifting shapes constantly. And Gu Xiantong sensed a powerful aura of danger from the depths of his soul. He understood all too well that if this strange fire were to touch him, it would lead to his irrevocable demise. The Dozun-level elders around them turned pale as paper, their bodies trembling slightly. They realized that with Xiao Yan's strength at the pinnacle of the 9-turn Dozun, it would be nearly impossible to subdue him without the power of a Do Saint. Among the younger generation of the ancient clan, only Sun'er had reached such a level. However, Sun'er was Xiao Yan's fiancée. How could she possibly seek to challenge him? If anything, she would likely teach these long-winded elders a lesson instead. The sound of this realization rippled through the crowd like a spell, startling everyone. They understood that this was tantamount to acknowledging Xiao Yan as the son-in-law of the ancient clan. Alas, very well then. In this challenge, the Xiao clan emerges victorious. Gu Xiantong sighed deeply, reluctantly announcing the outcome. The square erupted into a clamor. Some marveled at Xiao Yan's strength. Others lamented the defeat of the ancient clan. But most felt a profound respect for Xiao Yan's formidable abilities. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, emanating a powerful aura of the pinnacle of the 9-turns Dozun, as if announcing his extraordinary presence to the entire square. Xiao Yan was acutely aware that the true spectacle was about to unfold. His fiancée, Xiao Sun'er, was to undergo the bloodline rank test. Prior to this, Xiao Yan's display of the pinnacle of the 9-turns Dozun was akin to a heavyweight bomb, stirring waves of astonishment among the crowd. Whispers filled the air, and the eyes of many reflected their shock. This level of mastery was already infinitely close to the Dosheng realm, brushing against the edge of a mysterious and formidable domain. Yet, with a mere observation, one could discern that the Dosheng realm was not an insurmountable barrier for Xiao Yan. The Do-Chi within him was as solid as substance, radiating a formidable presence with every gesture, and his precise control over Do-Chi indicated that he had undoubtedly undergone countless trials in real combat, forging a solid foundation through the crucible of blood and fire. Chapter 97. Bloodline Manifestation Come Forth. With a melodious voice, Xiao Sun'er appeared like a celestial being, gracefully stepping into the center of the square. Her lithe figure was adorned in a flowing purple gown that danced in the wind, epitomizing elegance. Observing this, Gu Xiantong waved his hand, and a starry disk, glowing with mysterious light, materialized before Xiao Sun'er. The disk was inscribed with ancient and intricate runes, each one seemingly recounting the passage of time. Xiao Sun'er extended her delicate hand and gently placed it upon the disk. In an instant, the disk erupted in brilliance. And as Xiao Sun'er channeled her bloodline power, stars began to illuminate one by one. At this critical moment, the clan leader Gu Yuan decisively overruled the discussions and determined to test Sun'er's bloodline grade first before making further plans. The results of that clandestine test left the elders of the Gu clan in stunned silence. The testing disc clearly displayed that Sun'er's bloodline had not fully awakened yet, but had already reached an astonishing level of divine grade bloodline, while her power had ascended to the pinnacle of the 3-turns Dozun. As time flowed on, 2 years had passed, and the extent of Sun'er's current strength and the elevation of her bloodline grade became a mystery in the hearts of many. Suddenly, a gasp shattered the silence of the square. The crowd was astonished to see tiny fissures appearing on the star disk, while a resplendent golden light burst forth from Sun'er. Her ebony locks danced without wind, transformed into a dazzling gold by the brilliance. An overwhelming bloodline power, centered around Sun'er, radiated outward. Surrounding her, a colossal phoenix began to take shape. This phoenix radiated a searing light, its feathers ablaze like fire, each plume shimmering with mysterious runes. With a deafening roar, the phoenix cried out, its voice echoing as if to rend the very sky. With the phoenix's roar, Sun'er's aura erupted like a volcanic explosion. 2-star Dosheng. Gasps echoed through the crowd, filled with shock and reverence. In a corner of the square, several members of the Soul Clan had expressions of chilling intent, aware that the grand scheme of the Soul Clan was about to commence. They understood that every Dosheng and genius from the ancient races would serve as obstacles on their path, and must be eradicated at all costs. It seemed that Sun'er's bloodline power surpassed that of the ancient clan's Do Emperor, a divine blessing for the Gu clan. Gu Xiantong was moved to tears. For how many years had the Gu clan awaited a descendant with the potential of a Do Emperor? Finally, they had reached this moment. This girl wasn't this strong before. How has she become so powerful now? Xiao Yan gazed at the radiant Sun'er, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He knew of her exceptional talent, but the strength she displayed this time far exceeded his expectations. The principle of the Xiaoyao sect is to live freely, and Chen Lin has always acted according to his whims. However, he had a clear understanding of the Dosheng realm, ordinarily. No one would dare challenge a Dosheng with the strength of a Dozun. Therefore, the only one he refrained from challenging was Suner. In a tranquil courtyard, Gu Yuan, clad in a blue robe, and Xiao Linglong, adorned in a light orange gown, were engrossed in a game of chess. Gu Yuan's demeanor was calm, exuding an air of poise and grandeur with every movement, while Xiao Linglong wore a smile, her eyes sparkling with intellect. Remarkably, thousands of miles away, they were acutely aware of the events unfolding at the Gu clan's coming-of-age ceremony square. Thanks to you, Miss Linglong, Gu Yuan remarked, lifting his gaze from the chessboard to her. It's nothing. She is my sister-in-law, so I must take care of her, Xiao Linglong replied with a smile, placing a piece and momentarily displaying a hint of regret, but acknowledging that her methods were somewhat unfair to her sister-in-law and brother. Uncle Gu, you've won, she said, observing the intricate arrangement of pieces with a smile and shaking her head. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement, his expression a blend of satisfaction at his victory and anticipation for the future. As an ancient clan with a long-standing heritage, the Gu clan has always stood proudly among the strong, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. The back mountains of the Gu clan were perpetually shrouded in dense energy, swirling like tumultuous clouds, at times resembling a stampede of horses, grand and majestic, other times flowing like gentle streams, melodious and graceful. Within this thick energy, the ancient aura subtly manifested, constantly showcasing the family's deep lineage and unparalleled strength. However, even with such profound roots, when Xiao Linglong stepped into this sacred ground, the entire Gu clan seemed enveloped by an invisible yet immense pressure. The sky darkened abruptly, and the once cheerful birds took flight in fright, while the various creatures of the forest fell silent. Clad in her light orange gown, the hem danced freely in the wind, akin to a blazing fire, exuding an intense warmth. She was graceful, and with every gesture, she naturally radiated a powerful presence, as if all the elements of nature were compelled to bow before her majesty. Gu Yuan, as the clan leader and a superlative powerhouse at the pinnacle of the 9 stars Dosheng, usually commanded respect within the clan like a deity. His gaze was sharp, and his every action exuded the demeanor of a king, decisively managing clan affairs to the admiration of his kin. Yet at this moment, facing Xiao Linglong, the typically composed clan leader found himself compelled to momentarily set aside his mounting responsibilities to cautiously accompany her. After all, in this vast Doqi continent, even an ancient clan as deeply rooted and renowned as the Gu clan would not dare to allow a 9-star Dosheng to roam freely within their stronghold without restraint. The deterrent power of a 9-star Dosheng was akin to nuclear deterrence between great nations. Should conflict arise, the terrifying repercussions would be unimaginable, capable of plunging the entire Doqi continent into an abyss of despair. Xiao Linglong, with her keen insight, instantly sensed the underlying concern in Gu Yuan's heart. A sly smile graced her lips, reminiscent of the most brilliant star in the night sky. Let us go and see third brother together. Uncle Gu, I am well aware that you worry I might seek trouble with those stubborn elders of the Gu clan after I leave. Chapter 98. Gu Yuan increases the quota for the heavenly tomb. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle wryly, his face etched with resignation as he slowly nodded. He understood Xiao Linglong's character all too well. Once she identified a target, regardless of their strength, she would charge in without hesitation to engage in a thrilling battle. This fearless spirit and courage left Gu Yuan in deep admiration, as well as feeling somewhat inadequate. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan strolled leisurely through the tranquil forest paths of the Gu clan, accompanied by Xiao Suner. On either side of the forest path, towering ancient trees rise majestically, blocking out the scorching sun and enveloping the surroundings in a serene twilight. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting golden beams that resemble a fantastical realm. Occasionally, vibrant birds flit gracefully from branch to branch, their melodious calls enhancing the tranquility and harmony of the woodland. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts, as if time itself has come to a standstill. Xiao Linglong and Gu Yuan materialized before them without warning. Xiao Yan, taken aback, recognizes that despite his lack of fear towards a Dosheng powerhouse, the individual standing alongside his fourth sister, Xiao Linglong, is no ordinary foe. With keen eyes, he gestures towards Gu Yuan and inquires, "Sister, who is this?" "I am Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan, paying my respects to clan leader Gu Yuan." Xiao Yan greets with a courteous bow, his demeanor respectful yet poised, embodying the grace of a noble lineage. "I am Tang Huer, here to greet Senior Gu Yuan." Tang Huer quickly releases Xiao Suner's hand and bows respectfully to Gu Yuan, though her movements betray a hint of nervousness. Gu Yuan nods in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips as he remarks, "You two are far more sensible than Linglong. Now rise. You may call me Uncle Gu, although my status is considerably higher." Having a daughter like her grants me this privilege. Xiao Yin suppresses a wry smile, realizing that Gu Yuan has seen through the relationship between Sun Er and himself. Nevertheless, he possesses unwavering confidence in his own abilities. With the power of an emperor-level soul and the physical prowess of a novice Do Sheng, he believes that if the need arises to flee, Gu Yuan would struggle to impede him. This confidence is not born of arrogance, but rather the result of years of experience and formidable strength accrued through countless life and death battles. Now let us discuss the ancient tomb, Gu Yuan says, waving his hand. A powerful spatial force envelopes them all, akin to a surging tide. Even those cautiously observing from a distance, including Chen Lin, the Holy One of Kuan Yu, and Yao Tianhua, are swiftly transported to the summit of a mountain. Atop the peak stands a quaint and elegant pavilion, resembling an ancient sage who has witnessed the passage of time. Within the pavilion, a stone table is adorned with steaming tea and exquisite pastries, the aroma of the tea wafting through the air, invigorating the spirit. Though Xiao Yin may not hold the highest rank among the gathered, his soul power is remarkably potent. Yao Dust had once declared that his soul's strength surpassed that of most emperor-level experts, a sentiment that remained true even after Yao Dust himself ascended to that realm. This formidable soul power is like a hidden dagger lurking in the shadows, poised to strike with lethal precision. As everyone takes their seats, Chen Lin, Yao Tianhua, and Kuan Yu, seated beside their leader Xiao Linglong, exude an air of confidence, their postures relaxed as if they command the very world around them. In contrast, Tang Huer appears somewhat constrained, unsure of where to place her limbs, her eyes betraying a flicker of unease. Noticing her discomfort, Xiao Sun gently takes her hand, guiding her to sit beside her, and soothingly encourages, "Do not worry, treat this as your own home." What is the situation with the ancient tomb? Xiao Yin inquires first, recalling that Sun had mentioned the disparity of time within the tomb, as well as the various energy entities that could aid cultivators in energy absorption and enhancement of their strength. Gu Yuan nods, his expression turning serious, a shadow of concern crossing his features. "It seems you are well informed. However, I must tell you that the tomb of our ancestor, Xiao Xian, lies within. For many years, countless talents have attempted to penetrate the depths of the ancient tomb, yet none have succeeded. They either succumbed to the myriad dangers along the way or were thwarted by the formidable prohibitions within, returning empty-handed. I suspect that only those with pure Xiao blood may have the opportunity to enter." Surrounded by the exquisite stone table in the elegant pavilion, the gathered individuals listen intently as Gu Yuan's seemingly cryptic conjecture resonates like a stone cast into a placid lake, sending ripples of contemplation through the minds of those present, all nodding thoughtfully. Beyond the pavilion stretches an expansive, lush primeval forest. Towering trees, resembling colossal pillars rising from the earth, pierce the skies. Dense foliage intertwines to form a natural green barrier, isolating this realm from the outside world. The sun struggles to penetrate the canopy, casting golden beams that create dappled patterns on the ground. Historically, the youth from the 8 major clans have participated in the ancient tomb expeditions, with each clan allotted 2 slots. Gu Yuan's penetrating gaze sweeps over the faces of those present, finally settling on Xiao Linglong, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. However, this year is exceptional, warranting an additional 2 slots, as Linglong is not only the strongest of the Xiao clan, but also the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. It is only fitting that her sect receives 2 slots. Consequently, Tang Huer and Chen Lin can enter the tomb, providing mutual support amidst the inevitable challenges. Gu Yuan exhales softly, his tone imbued with both concern for the younger generation and deep contemplation over the unfolding circumstances. Chapter 99. The Celestial Talent of the Soul Clan. However, I must ensure that 2 individuals meet their end within the Celestial Tomb. Xiao Yan's voice turns icy, akin to the biting winds of a frigid night, laced with palpable intent to kill. A chilling smile curving his lips as if to freeze the very essence of the world. "Those 2 from the Soul Clan, I presume?" Xiao Linglong replies with a light chuckle, though her laughter carries an undercurrent of frost, her eyes glinting with a fearsome light. She nods in agreement, her tone resolute. "Then the moment we enter the Celestial Tomb, we shall deal with them. Better for them to perish sooner and face the King of Hell." The 2 share a cold laugh, the palpable chill spreading like a tangible force, seemingly freezing the air around them. Even Gu Yuan, a seasoned warrior well-versed in the ways of the world, furrows his brow, silently mourning for the 2 young talents of the Soul Clan, foreseeing the impending calamity that awaits them. 2 days later, the day for the Celestial Tomb's opening arrives as anticipated. To everyone's surprise, the Spirit Clan fails to send representatives. This vacant slot naturally falls to the Ancient Clan. For this expedition to the Celestial Tomb, the Ancient Clan has arranged for 4 individuals, 2 from the Xiao Clan and 2 from the Xiaoyao sect. as the group prepares to enter the celestial tomb. The members of the ancient clan, Xiao clan, and Xiaoyao sect vanish from sight in an instant, leaving onlookers in astonishment. The Soul clan Hun Li and Hunya, upon witnessing this, feel an alarm ringing in their hearts, as if an invisible hand has gripped their very souls. Just as they contemplate fleeing, the overwhelming pull of the celestial tomb's entrance ensnares them, drawing them into the first layer of the tomb. So, this is the celestial tomb, Xiao Yan muses, gazing at the dim expanse before him, a suffocating yet mysterious aura enveloping him. In the distance, luminous orbs pulsating with rich energy occasionally emerge, resembling stars twinkling in the dark, each radiating an enchanting glow, prompting him to reflect. Xiao Linglong extends her delicate hand, effortlessly grasping an energy crystal the size of a fist. A flicker of astonishment passes through her eyes as she inquires. This energy entity must be equivalent to the Dozun level, correct? Indeed. Xiao Suner nodded thoughtfully and explained patiently that within the celestial tomb lie countless powerful beings. Under the tomb's unique and enigmatic environmental conditions, their bodies and souls underwent extraordinary transformations, evolving into peculiar energy entities that now persist in this realm. The first layer predominantly consists of energy entities at the level of 3-star Dozun, while the second layer contains entities whose strength ranges from 3-star to 8-star Dozun. It is said that the third layer harbors energy entities at the Dosheng tier, whose might is beyond imagination. Our old acquaintance has arrived, Xiao Linglong remarked with a subtle smile, as if recounting a story that had long been fated. Upon hearing this, a cold smirk appeared on Xiao Yan's lips. Possessing the sole power of the Emperor's realm, his perception far surpassed that of a heavenly realm expert. Even the slightest tremor in the first layer of the celestial tomb could not escape his keen awareness, as if everything in the darkness lay under his dominion. Xiao Linglong stood firm, resembling a boulder rooted in the earth, while Xiao Yan's figure darted away like a flash of lightning, vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared, 2 spatial rings now in his grasp. 2 worthless 8-star Dozun, Xiao Yan remarked coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. When he had just slain the 2 members of the Soul clan, they had been unable to withstand even a single strike from him, collapsing like withered leaves in the wind. Their very souls were crushed to nothingness by Xiao Yan's terrifying emperor-level soul power, vanishing completely from this world. Let us proceed directly to the second layer and gather some energy entities, Xiao Linglong suggested, glancing at the 4 ancient clan members behind her, as well as Tang Hor and Chunlin. They still needed to hone their skills through practical combat to enhance their strength. Xiao Suner smiled gracefully, akin to flowers blooming in the spring, and Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. As a pinnacle 9-star Do Sheng, great perfection. Xiao Linglong stood atop this world and naturally held little regard for these lower-tier energy entities. Xiao Suner, being a 2-star Do Sheng, sought to elevate her cultivation either through exceedingly rare 9-tier elixirs or by seeking out extraordinary treasures in the world. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, at the peak of the 9-turn Dozun, required an ocean of energy to break through to Do Sheng, necessitating a lengthy period of accumulation and refinement. Thus, these energy entities bore little significance for him as well. A year slipped by quietly in this mysterious ancient tomb. At the entrance to the second and third layers, all who had entered the tomb gathered. Energy crystallization? The crowd gazed at the entrance, enveloped by an aura of peculiar light, their expressions rife with confusion and curiosity. What is there to be so alarmed about? Xiao Linglong scoffed, a terrifying aura erupting like a tidal wave. Fissures of space appearing around her, as if to rend the very fabric of the world. Xiao Suner's expression changed dramatically as she summoned all her strength to protect those at the Dozun level from being swept away by this overwhelming force. Begone! Xiao Linglong commanded sharply, her formidable power surging like a stampede of wild horses towards the energy seal. With a deafening crash, the seal was utterly shattered. Sensing something, she clenched her delicate jade hand, and a fist-sized jade cocoon radiating a soft glow materialized in her grasp. What is this? Do you know? Xiao Linglong turned to the people behind her, her authority unquestionable as the foremost figure of the Do Qi continent and a paragon among the younger generation. Her piercing gaze swept over the other ancient clansmen, who exhibited varying degrees of tension and anticipation. In this perilous realm, they understood that their fates were largely entwined with the whims of this 9-star Dosheng powerhouse. No sooner had her words left her lips than Xiao Linglong waved her hand gently, sending forth an invisible ripple of energy that spread rapidly. Glowing jade tablets, akin to luminous fireflies, floated from her palm, landing steadily in the hands of the gathered individuals. The surface of the tablets bore mysterious runes, faintly visible, as if narrating their extraordinary origins.